you know, some of them would do fine, and some of them probably would not. But you know, it's better than killing them at the pound.
Is there what 400,000 people in Wyoming?
Something like that.
That's one of the few states I'd move to.
It's actually a nice state. I mean, it's got a lot of the same, scenery as like Colorado.
Isn't Yellowstone border Wyoming?
I believe so. That's true. I always forget this in Wyoming.
Yeah, and then the bison.
I did some plumbing work. I did some plumbing work in my restaurant lately, and I had to buy all of these little parts, all these little connecting parts, and like each part is just so finicky and so expensive. It's like one piece of pipe connecting to the waste to my wok cooker, and there was like 18 different parts, and that's not even including the trap. You know, it's like a S trap or a P trap, whatever they call it. It was just such a fucking. It was such a nightmare. It was.
Is that why?
No, they're just plastic. You know, plastic parts.
Oh, and you have to glue them, or they screw
Yeah,
in?
you've got to cut them and you've got to fit them inside each other. You've got to have a reducer down from a 50 mil to a 40 mil.
And where do you live? That PVC shit is cheap.
Yeah, it's not cheap. Just one little cap, a 40 mil cap, New Zealand dollars, is $15 for one tiny little, like a drink bottle cap. You know.
You said 15, so 20 millimeter? No.
40 mil cap, $15.
Yeah, that would be about 80 cents in Canada.
4 centimeters. Really? Oh my god.
Well,
so it all has to
maybe
be New Zealand
bucks.
standard. Yeah.
I gotta go on mute, but good chat, Kosha, good chat.
So it's like 250 New Zealand dollars for this just one connection. This one connection from about 3 meters long pipe, and then the connecting pieces on either end, including the trap. But anyway, what I was thinking is like, why all these fucking finicky parts? Why isn't someone come up with a pipe that's flexible enough but rigid enough that you can bend it into shape and maybe do something to it so it snaps into its position, like maybe do a heat treatment on it or some type of material that you could just bend it and it will just stay there, you know?
You know, I know another Aussie, what's his name? Phoenix. He used to go by Sheeple's Phoenix, I guess. But regardless, he's Aussie. I think you probably know him. But you know, he sells 3D printed things. You know, that's what he does for work. He lives in New Zealand, so he's a Kiwi, right? So, I mean, it seems like that's the type of thing that a 3D printer would be good for, right?
Yeah, well, it has to withstand like all the different temperatures and the material that's going down, chemicals and like fat and the frost and boiling temperatures, hot oil, you name it. And then it has to be able to be glued together with specific type of glue as well. And yeah, all the standards have to be met. But no one's come up with a pipe that you can just like get one size pipe, maybe a few different sizes, but you can just bend it like however you want it to go. And if there's like, for example, there's like a stud in the way in the wall and you want to go through the wall, you could just like bend it around the stud instead of having to add all these little bits and pieces. You could just like make it go around the stud, something like that. And then just, have it rigid. Do some treatment to it, like a heat treatment or something, so it snaps into place, or maybe another type of pipe, like with a sheathing around it, where you could have the pipe in the middle is flexible, but have like a snap lock, sort of a sheathing around it where it would like click into place, kind of like a zip tie, something like that. Would be pretty cool. Yeah, I've got an inventor in my family. He invented something that's pretty useful for the building industry. I guess it's in my blood, but yeah, I haven't really had hands
What do you
on.
build?
I've thought, eh?
What is it that you build?
He just invented a part which is now used in like every building in New Zealand. It's like a plate. It's a metal plate with these spikes, and you join two bits of timber together or brace timber together for timber framing for houses, and you just hammer the plate on, and
Yeah,
it just basically the spikes just join the timber together. It's called a gang plate nail.
yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And yeah, I know my friend's uncle. He designed um the nail gun. Not the nail gun itself, but the nail gun. What do you call it? The screw gun. What do you call it when there's like it's like a plastic line and all the screws are joined together on it, and that's for putting in a screw gun. You know the mechanism that I'm talking about. You
Bracket
have
or
like
something?
you know how you
I
have a
don't know.
plastic a plastic string of screws. Have you ever seen those?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
All
yeah,
this,
yeah. I see what you're saying. Like the plastic that binds them together.
yeah, and they're ready for like a screw gun, so they can be fed into the screw gun. Yeah,
Is that he invented that?
yeah, he invented that.
You know what you told me? You told me this 3 years ago, I think. You told me that the first in flight wasn't an American; it was a new Kiwi.
Yeah, isn't it?
Could be true. I remember there was another guy. There was another team, but I didn't remember him being a Kiwi. I remember him being like French or something.
Yeah, it was a race. It was a race between the Wright brothers and Richard Pierce.
That's right, Dick Pierce.
What did they call him?
I don't know. That's what I would call him, Dick Pierce.
Something Dick. Yeah.
That's right. Let me see. He looks like a Kiwi.
But don't give up. I mean, there's most people think that everything has been invented already, but it's far from the truth. There's so many more things we can invent.
Absolutely.
You ain't gonna invent jack shit if Rip is your partner.
That was funny last night.
I mean, thank God he wasn't one of the Wright brothers or something.
I mean, okay, we were talking about observations last night.
Imagine if he was Steve Jobs' partner. They would have got nothing done at Apple.
Yeah, I was telling you guys last night. There's a website called Hey, What's That? And it's a website you can plug in like any position, and it will show you like everything you can see in the distance, uh, based on the elevation and stuff. But it's not going to tell you some, you basically have to see something further than it would show you, because it's not going to show you uh, impossible shit like the shit that
Or you got serious reification issues. You
why
have deep-seated reification fallacy issues going on.
why do you say that?
Just because you can go in some program or Google Earth or hey, what am I looking at app or whatever the hell you just said. This doesn't mean that that's what's actually you can see. You know it's not going to be true.
That's what I'm saying is you'd have to basically find something further than what this is saying, and then you know use that to say, oh, I can see further than I'm supposed to. I can do it from Mount Everest. I'm going to do it from Mount Everest. I'm going to see from Mount Everest what's everything I can see in the distance. And, if you can see further than that, then you can have an argument, right?
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying that not using this app, not using this website, like trusting it. I'm saying that you can use it to conduct your test. Like use this as the limit to what you can see, and then see if you can see further than what it's claiming you can see.
How many other devices besides a water level can measure the exact height to get the same plane around a corner?
What?
So if I was
Say
building
again?
a porch and it was going around the corner of my house, I would use a water level so that I could get the height of my my porch exactly the same as the other corner. I'd use a water level. What would you
Seems
use?
appropriate. Okay. What do you finish your statement? I don't know.
It's like, how far would you have to go before a water level would become redundant?
Never.
Yeah, when we setting the debate up with you and Zanuck about level being perpendicular from plumb.
We don't disagree with each other.
Yeah, you absolutely do. You're saying horizontal is perpendicular from plumb.
That's right.
He's saying level is perpendicular from plumb.
He's saying level in the terms of a direction, which is almost exact words I used.
The direction when you go perpendicular from plumb, the direction is straight, right? Let's just get that clear. It's 90 degrees straight.
I mean, direction is straight. Directions are either straight or turning, right?
Yeah, and we know perpendicular from plumb is a straight one, right? Or do you think
Well,
perpendicular curves?
perpendicular from plumb, the direction is level and the line
In
is
a straight
horizontal.
line. Perpendicular from plumb is a straight line, right? That direction.
The horizontal line is it's a straight line.
No, just perpendicular from plumb. That would be a straight line, right?
Yes, unless you were talking about just the
Okay.
direction.
Okay. The direction. If we're on a plumb and we're gonna go perpendicular from it, the direction of that would be 90 degrees straight.
Yeah, sure.
What do you mean? Yeah, sure. You say yes, sir. Yeah, sure. I mean, what's up?
That's a fucking doofus. No, dude. I'm being as clear as crystal, dude. If you're 90 degrees from plumb, the direction is level. The line is
Well,
straight.
hold on.
Line is horizontal.
If you
The
go 90
direction is
degrees
level.
from plumb, hold on. If you go 90 degrees from plumb, it's straight, but it's a straight line, right?
The straight line that you're talking about is horizontal.
90 degrees from plumb. Is that a straight line? The direction, the line, whatever you want to call it, is that straight? Or do you think that curves?
I said the direction is level. The
The
line is
direction
horizontal.
of perpendicular from plumb, is that curving? Or is that a straight line?
Direction curving. From that position, it's straight.
Yeah, you're on plumb, you're gonna go perpendicular. Is that straight or curving? It's straight, right? How can it be level? Your level curves.
If
As
you
I
did
said,
the bunny hop, if you did the bunny
Hold on,
hop
let him answer
method,
this because they got some kind of conundrum going on here where they think that they got a straight line but it's curving or something weird.
but if you're talking about the line is horizontal. The line that's perpendicular from plumb is horizontal. That's true.
Yeah, and the direction, if we were to go a direction, it would follow that straight line, right? Or do you think there would be some different direction you would
Well,
go?
there's two directions you can follow from there. There's the horizontal. If you follow the line of the direction of the horizontal line, sure. But generally, people are talking about level in that case. So you can create a point that's level. And if you were doing what Carlos is saying and moved, around your house and set up the same level, that that direction would be curving. Yeah.
So perpendicular from plumb, that direction curves.
No,
That's what you're saying?
not at all.
No, it's the direction you would go straight if you were to go perpendicular from plumb, right?
Perpendicular from plumb is not even a complete statement. That's what I'm
The
saying. The line
direction, the
the line
line.
that's perpendicular from plumb.
Do you know what perpendicular from plumb means?
Yes.
Yes. So we know which direction you would draw a line from, which direction you would go, what the line looks like, everything, right? It's a straight line, a straight direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how is that level?
Like I said, it depends on if you're talking about level or you're talking about a line.
We're talking about perpendicular from plumb being a straight line, a straight direction, and level curving. How can that be the same thing?
They're not the same thing.
So level
They
is
can
not
both
perpendicular from plumb.
they can both be perpendicular from plumb, but they're not the same thing.
Only at a point. Only at a point. If you move it, then it starts to curve around a ball. At one point, the perpendicular from plumb is level at that point. But as you move it, it then will curve.
I know, but if it's just at a point though, like you got a plumb line and it's only perpendicular at that point, or sorry, it's only level at that point, then there's nothing's perpendicular. Like there's no straight line coming out because they're level curves.
I guess the way I would think about it like if you're stationary and you're doing a perpendicular from plumb, then that's level. It's like a stationary level at that point. And those two lines shoot off into space, and that's as good as you can get level on a globe. But if you start moving that plumb line, that's
My bad. Was that my game?
yeah. But as you move it, it then starts because it recenters itself on the center of the globe. And as you move it, it then overall those points, all of those individual points that would have perpendicular to plumb levels at those points becomes if multiple points in a row, basically, or in a line that then create a curved line if you plotted all those points. And then that's the level is curve thing around a sphere. Would you agree or disagree, Coach? Level at a point versus moving and linking.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's basically what I'm saying is that I mean, what you said is fine, but exactly like level is only talking about it doesn't even make sense to claim that level can be describing only a single point, right? It's usually a comparison between 2 points.
He's not agreeing with you.
No, I'm agreeing with what he said.
So level's perpendicular at a point.
Well, no,
You just
I'm
said it
saying
doesn't make sense to
that the
describe
level.
being,
I'm saying the level that
being level at a point.
if you're talking about level, like if you're talking about level, then you're usually not just describing that single point, but you can describe it from a single point. And if you were going to be describing it from that single point, it would infer another point that would be following a curve on the Earth.
so
Can I
if I
have
had
level
drawn
at
this,
every point? Can I have level at every point along the plumb line? Going up? Can I just draw perpendiculars off of every point of the plumb line and there would just be points going all up the plumb line being leveled?
But that's what I'm saying to you is that then level to me doesn't make sense unless you're describing
Yo,
another point.
I know.
So
I know,
if
but
I
it's
had a
well, it's
gyroscope, if I had a gyroscope and it had a level on it, and I fired up my mechanical gyroscope, and I just kept on driving and driving along the flat fucking road in like the flattest part of America, and then and would the gyroscope deviate in microscopic increments to, you know, caused by gravity? How does that work? Because a gyroscope is perpendicular to plumb, isn't it?
I don't think it is.
okay, so I got a plumb line. I'm going to draw perpendiculars the whole way going up it, right? Every point on that perpendicular can be a level, right?
I would
I
say
don't
yes.
think so.
I would say yes.
Yeah, so we have a straight line going up the plumb line, and every point on that is level. So there's basically a vertical level.
Well, if you had a vertical plumb line and then you had like a spirit level, you know, like a meter long yardstick sized spirit level with the bubble and all that, yeah, you could make it level and move it up and down that plumb line.
No, I'm saying you have say you have just I'm gonna just draw it on paper. I'm gonna draw a whole bunch of a whole bunch of perpendiculars coming off of a plumb line, off of a vertical line, and then every point on that line is level. So I'm basically gonna have a level line made up of all those points going I have a vertical level line.
Yeah, those are just like different elevations of parallel planes going up a plumb line. And everything
Think of a table, 6-foot table. Can you make that table level all along? Or is it just level in the center?
Level, only 1 point.
You see? It's nuts what they say. That's how you got to ask. Can we level a 6-foot table? And they're going to have to tell you no. And everyone's going to see
you could
these guys
level.
are just nuts.
You
So
could
you
level
gotta
it,
do.
but then it would be.
If it's only level at a point, if it's only level at a point on that plumb line, then there's no horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. That's how they get a horizontal, not level. Level curves. Horizontal is a straight line. Perpendicular is a straight line. Like it can't be level if it goes perpendicular because that's straight, and they think it's curving. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, everything I was saying is just on a presumed spherical concept. As obviously, I'm not saying this is what it is, but well, like I said, if you had like a bubble level, yeah, I mean, it's not really like level at that point. It's just at the middle point, like the bubble level is just at that point. The actual level is the line perpendicular to
The
plumb.
straight line.
Yeah, at that point, that is level. Like if you had a scale, like a scale, you weigh something on the left, on the right, balance it out. If you were on a globe in theory and you had a scale and you wanted to level out the scale and you're on the side of the globe, you know, with the gravity and all that, you could just be at one point. You could put that scale on a plumb line if you wanted, and at that point, it would be level. The scale would level out.
Yeah,
Even though
I know.
if you drew imaginary lines like off into space, horizontal, yeah, then you would have that. But I'm just saying you would have level at that point. But then as you move it, it's going to, you know, because of the idea of the gravity in the center of the globe or whatever, as you move it, it's going to sort of, you know, change. And then if you link all those together, you'd have a curved line that would be relative to the center of the sphere.
Yeah, I know. They're level line curves. The perpendicular is straight though. That it doesn't match up.
Yeah, the level line curves if you move it and plot it on multiple points around a sphere. That's the only way it curves. At any one of those points, you could have a scale or a spirit level or bubble level or whatever, and that thing will be level. And technically, it's a horizontal line that's perpendicular to plumb and shoots off into space both ways on their, you know, conceptual globe thing.
Okay,
It's horizontal. I know, but
go on, Joe.
If you have a plumb line, you go perpendicular from it. That's a straight line. Their level can't be straight. It's curving. Like it doesn't. Horizontal is the straight line. They're describing a horizontal line. I think it is perpendicular from plumb level because I'm a flat earther and I think it's straight. It's flat. They can't. They have to have it curving. Like, there's no reason they should be saying perpendicular from plumb when they're describing level, because it's horizontal.
Well, I guess I wouldn't really define it that level is always curving. I would say that it only does if you plot it in multiple points around a sphere. Then overall, that those points plot as a curve. But I would define on a globe level as at any one of those points, it's like I said, if you had a balancing scale right there, it's what would balance it out. You'd have a bubble level or a scale or whatever you would want that would balance it out. That would be the level at that point. But if you link all those together, then the points will plot a curve. But they're individual points. They're individual level points at each of those plumb lines perpendicular that if you link them together, you can then describe it as a curved thing.
There's no reason to say perpendicular. You're just level on a point at a point on a plumb line. There's no reason to even say perpendicular because there's nothing perpendicular about it. You're not going perpendicular. It's not straight. It doesn't. Like, why are we even saying perpendicular? Why not just say level is a point on a plumb line?
Well, because I don't think it's necessarily a point. It's centered at that point. Like if you had a bubble level and the very middle of the bubble, the water, the actual bubble is at that point. It's not really the point that's level. It's the spirit level itself or the scale or whatever. You know what I mean? That's the thing that's level.
The straight line, the thing perpendicular, the straight line on a globe, that can't be because it's curving.
Yeah, that perpendicular plumb is what a single point level is on a globe. It's the best level you could get on a globe. It's like all you can do because it's not real level. It's fake level.
No, but it's a straight line though. That can't be the part that's level because their level's curving and the perpendicular part is the straight line part. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. I'm not dumb, bro.
You don't get it because it's not so, Jeremy. That's why you don't get it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain what their model. Like, okay, if you had a video game and you have Mario who's jumping around on a sphere and you have, the gravity thing and it's all pulling to the center, which you can program in a video game. And as you jump around, that whole deal. If you stopped Mario and then gave him a spirit level, he would be able to go, it's a Mario, it's a level right to here. And he would say it's level. He would say it's level right there. It's level. He would have a spirit level. That's level. And if he moved to another area, if he moved on another part of the ball, he would have a different plumb line vertical, and then he would say, here's the level here. That would be the level. So those are all individual levels because you could have like a two-sided scale or a bubble level or whatever, spirit level that would show that. But if you linked all those together in a line, then you have a curved line. I don't really think that that's necessarily, it's kind of both. It's a single point and it's the points linked together. Sorry, I'm just repeating.
You can't have both, bro. You can't have both. Here, let me put it to you this way, Gio. Can Mario, using the spirit level, can Mario build a level table? It's a two-part question. Can he do it?
No, but I think Luigi probably can.
Okay, Luigi builds it now. Now, after Luigi table, check this out, Crypto. After Luigi builds this level table using the spirit level, if we were to pour water at the center of the table, Gio, what would the water do?
On a presumed globe idea?
He used the spirit level, right, on the globe, and he built a flat table, and you pour water on it. What would the water do?
Depends on how big the table is. If it's fairly small,
6 foot, the same size as the spirit level,
and he's on but the globe is massive.
Yeah, it's a regular the regular globe model. Yeah,
and the water would just fall off the edges equally, just like it would if it was on a flat plane.
You can't believe that, bro. You can't believe that using the spirit level that would happen.
Yeah, the water would all just fall off of it, just like it would be on a plane, because the globe is massive. The gravity downforce is relatively the same in that small space. I mean, if the globe was like 4,000 miles in radius and the table was like, 8,000 miles wide, then that's a little different. But because it's so massive that the gravity, that's a little bit of a different. In that case, the water would actually probably pool in the center of it if it was larger than the globe.
But by saying that, you realize the implications of what you're saying means that the spirit level is actually curved. It's not straight. I think that's what Jeremy was trying to show. That a level is a level. You can't bend it methodically, like mentally. I don't know.
No, I'm
if that,
saying on a globe level would be curving. Fine, okay. The perpendicular from plumb thing is straight though. So if the straight part isn't level and the point's not level, like which part? Okay, the point. Let's say the point's level. There's no reason to say perpendicular.
Yeah, but using the method that I just said, right? It shows the absurdity, right? Because everybody knows a spirit level is straight, right? Now, if you use that in their model, it would have to be the water would be flowing off, like Gio says. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Well, that is what they say. That water goes to the center of the table, the center
Yeah, but
of the
we know
flat
that
spot.
doesn't happen. We know that can't happen. Never gonna happen, right? So it just shows the dualism of what they have to believe, and we brought them to saying it's only level at a point. Imagine at one point. Yeah.
Well done.
Here, I got an image. I just found this on just an image search. It's pretty ridiculous, but how do you like that?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, okay, that's a ridiculous picture. But what I would say is that I would actually say on a globe that level could be defined in two ways. One of them is a perpendicular point to plumb that has some length to it. Because if it's just a point, it's not really level. But if it has some length to it, like
How?
a spirit level.
How could a point have a length, Gio?
Probably said it doesn't. So it doesn't have length. But Geo,
My bad.
but if it has any length to it and it goes perpendicular, that's a straight line. They have to have it curving though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it only curves if you start extrapolating it over the surface. Like if you were in that ridiculous picture I just posted, if you were going to build a house and that was, okay, imagine that spirit level is smaller because obviously that's so huge, it's ridiculous. But imagine that spirit level is way smaller and you're going to build a house and you wanted to level out. Like, okay, what I'm saying is that let's say it was a globe. If you were going to build a house that had like a 50 by 50 foot foundation, but the curvature is so minimal, it's so teeny, you know what I mean? Like it's a fraction of a millimeter or whatever it would be over a 50-foot square on a globe the size that they say it is, then you would basically just level it virtually the same as you would if it was a plane, if you were on a flat plane. It would be the same on a globe. Everything would be the same, other than that tiny bit of curvature, which would be so non-existent that it really wouldn't even be accounted for. So you would just level it out, just like you would on a plane.
I hear you. On short distances, yes, there's barely any difference, but there is a difference though, and if you go off perpendicular, the direction or the line or whatever it is, I mean, I don't know why they say direction. The direction is going to trace out the line if you go in that direction. But anyways, if you go perpendicular, it's a straight line. I know it's only a teeny tiny difference, but it is a difference, and the perpendicular part is straight. That's horizontal. Right? Would you agree? Perpendicular from plumb's horizontal.
I mean, these are all like, I would call this like fake horizontal and fake level because it's not real horizontal level. But if we're just conceptualizing like Mario on the video game thing, then yeah, it would be horizontal at that point. Only at that point. It's level and horizontal at that point.
So
But
level and horizontal is just this foot.
On their model, yeah. And if you move, you get a new level and horizontal every time you move. You get a new one in relation to the center of the sphere. And if you
That's
link,
some mental gymnastics you got to go through for that one.
yeah, like I said, it's like fake level. It's not real. It's not the
Yeah.
real level. It's like a
Yeah.
fake version of it. But I
I'm
mean,
just
you
saying
can program it in a video game. Like I said, though, you have Mario jumping around on the ball, and he can have a spirit level. He can build a house. He could, if he plotted points at every perpendicular plumb line around the sphere, then you could say, oh, okay, that's all level in relation to the center of a sphere.
But how could he ever level off something? In other words, if you want to level something in this thing, you'd have to move the earth around, right? If you'd want to make a level more than a point, what would you do? Like, let's say you wanted to build a level runway, right? How would you do it? Would it be curved?
If it was
You'd
big,
have
if the runway was
you'd have
long
to-
enough, yeah, let's say it's a massive runway, like a 2,000-mile runway or something, then yeah, you'd be able to level it until the curvature started to come into play, and then there would be a gap.
But doesn't the curve start right away with them? So how would you make? See what I mean? There's like a lot of dualism there.
Well, it just wouldn't really be appreciated. It's like so minimal. It's like such a minimal amount.
Yeah, see.
See, like this image, Jeremy, if you can look at this one. I was kind of wanting to find one that was like this. That kind of has like a cross or like a T, basically. So it's like that T. Kosha, do you have one that's like this? That's like animated. But anyways, if you like, I think Bacon had one of his animations where you could move it around. So like if you have that, at that point, right where that T is, the black line and you have that like plumb line, and then you have that black horizontal line. At that point, if you were to build a house there, then yeah, you would level it out and you would use that black horizontal level line at that point if there's no curvature, if it's not long enough to have curvature. But if it's a long enough like runway or a warehouse or whatever, then yeah, if you started moving this T thing all the way around, then if you plotted all those points, then you would get like almost like another definition of level, which is several points that are all making a curved line in relation to the radius versus just one single point.
So that picture, that black line, that's a horizontal line on a globe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's how they're saying plumb is also, it looks exactly like that. Or sorry, level looks exactly like that.
Yeah, because that horizontal line is level at that point on a globe. That is what level is at. If you're just standing still, that's level. It's that line.
So if we erase the straight part, so what would level look like? Like there wouldn't be those straight parts. That's not level. It would just be this point on a plumb line. That's what I'm saying. Like if you were to just draw that diagram with the level parts, like have the circle, have the plumb line, and then just draw the part that's level, there wouldn't be any perpendicular thing going on because that perpendicular thing is horizontal in their model.
Yeah, this is where the answer lies. This is where the truth is going to come out. Eventually, people are going to start seeing this for what it is. The more we talk about this, the better.
Sorry, Jeremy. If you wanted to repeat that, I missed it. My bad.
If you were to just have the globe, the circle, and the plumb line, and then draw the level parts, there wouldn't be anything coming perpendicular off the thing because that's horizontal. There would just be a dot on the plumb line.
Right, but what makes it level is extending it out from the plumb line at a distance to then have that's your level. It's not really the point that's level, it's the left and right horizontal line at that point that's level to the center of the sphere at that point.
When you extend it out, it's horizontal.
Yeah, it's also horizontal.
Yeah, but their level is not horizontal on the globe, though. It can't be.
It is at a point, I would say.
That's what I'm saying. So that straight part, those straight lines aren't the level part. Like if you were to just draw the level part, you would just have a plumb line and then like a dot on it or something, right? Because those lines aren't those lines can't be level. They're straight for them.
When you stand
Like
on the
those
beach and you look out
hey,
on the horizon, how does the horizon look?
Gio, those straight lines can't be level, right? Because they're straight. They're not curving. That's a horizontal line.
Well, like I said, I'm defining it in two ways. I was gonna, Coach, do you have that one? Is he still in here? Do you remember what are some of those definitions where they've added the globe stuff into level, like equal points at the center of the sphere? I was gonna see what they tried to say in terms of it being at the single point versus a series of points. I mean, if you define level as perpendicular to plumb, then yeah, it's a line perpendicular to the plumb. And on a sphere, it just depends on where you're positioned.
I'm saying there's no reason to even say perpendicular though, because the direction, the line, whatever you want to say, that direction of that line is straight, and that can't be level for them because it's curving. It doesn't. If it's just a point, why are we even saying perpendicular? Because that's not even like a thing for them. It has to be curving.
I would not say that level has to be curving on a globe. If you link multiple points together, then yes, those points will form a curved line. But at each one of those points, level is a horizontal line that essentially shoots off into space and is perpendicular to plumb.
Well, I was hoping that you guys could hear me before, but I guess based on that statement, you guys couldn't hear me before, because that's actually what I said. Was Jeremy kept asking if that line was level, or if level is represented by that line, but it's of course not, because level is only makes sense if you're describing it in the relationship between multiple points. It doesn't make sense if it's only being described at a single point. So
No,
the
I think-
level
Thank you.
line,
Yes.
the level line would be the blue line that's going around the circle, because that's the line that that's the line that actually represents level.
I don't necessarily agree with that. Okay, so how about this? You're on a globe, you're in a house, and you're hanging a picture on the wall. And you're at one point. The picture's not moving, it's not tracking around a globe, it's just at one point. And you put the picture on the wall, you're at one point on the sphere, the radius, in this whole kind of conceptual idea, the radius to the center, you're going to level out the picture, the painting. So you're going to level it out. So you take your bubble level or whatever, you're at one point on the sphere. If you level it, you're leveling it just like that black line. The perpendicular to plumb line. That would, and you would level off the painting, and then that would
That's
be
right.
Yeah.
You would do that, but that's just a convention. We use that as a convention because it's easy to do that.
But you could define that as level at that point. Or if you had a scale, you know those scales where you put something on the left, something on the right, it's like a two-sided scale. Same thing. If you're on a globe and you have one of those and you put 5 pounds on the left side, 5 pounds on the right, and you level it out, that can still be defined as being level at that point. The scale's not moving on a sphere. It's just stationary, and you're leveling it right there.
Yeah,
That
you're
could be-
correct.
So the picture is only level. The picture is only level at the center. You're saying, Gio? How about the two ends of the picture?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, I would say the whole thing is level, I guess. But yeah, I mean, at some point it gets ridiculous if if you shoot off into space so far that at some point, I mean, think about that on that one, the last one that I posted there. If you took that black line, the one that's perpendicular to plumb, and you shoot it off really far into space, at what point are you level? Because at some point you're on a whole different, you're out in space on a line, you know. So yeah, it does get ridiculous. So I would,
Yeah, you'd have to think that that line is both level, straight, and it would curve at some point. This is what you have to think.
It's actually very simple. Very simple. But it's just a convention we use. We use the convention. That's why we use a spirit level to measure a table, for instance, or hang a picture. But a 4-foot table, that's level at the center, is going to have the two ends of it be slightly higher at about 1/8 of a millimeter.
You see,
Okay?
this is
And
what
because this is not practical to worry about, and something like a table or a picture, you can use a spirit level to say that the whole picture is level or the whole table is level, right? But it does become a problem. You can't do that same trick at larger scales.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Gio. You take a spirit level, you build a table level, you throw water on it. What would the water do on this table you build using a spirit level? What would the water do?
If you built it fine, it should just sit there. 4-foot table, it's not going to do much because it's a
It shouldn't fall
4-foot
off the
table
edges.
and it's an eighth. Yeah, the edges are only 1/8 of a millimeter different. It's not really enough to give you a visible slant. The water's not.
So you're saying there is a slant there, but not enough to change water flow. This is what you're saying.
Well, it's not that there's a slant, but yeah, the edges are going to be higher than the center.
So there's a slant. There's a slight dip. So if you put the water at the edge, it should roll off to the center, right?
They should, if the table was sufficiently long and you used a single spirit level to level the table. But anything bigger than a table, like the floor, they level the floor by leveling the entire floor. They don't level it at one point and then make sure that it's straight. So, yeah, I mean,
No, actually, they don't do that. They put the floor where the sewer is. Anyways, because I asked Gio and he said in your model the water would roll off. Now you're going against your model. You're saying the water will not flow.
Did you ever say? I said that you're correct that it's higher, and you're correct that technically the center should be lower. This is true. However, the amount that this is the case is something like 1/8 of a millimeter. So for that reason, you're not going to experience this sort of, like a skateboard rolling or water, spilling, because
So you're saying if there's an eighth of a millimeter,
it's not enough to make that happen.
You're saying if there's an 1/8 of a millimeter of height difference, the water will not flow? This is what you're saying?
Yes, not visibly.
Okay. Wow, this is good. This is good to hear.
I mean,
Thanks, Coach.
What I would say about the water flowing thing, like this one I'm posting now, there is a conundrum because if that red line is level at that point, but if it's on a small enough scale that there's no earth curvature, then it really won't make a difference. Like I was saying, if you were on a globe and you were just going to build a 50 by 50 foot foundation for a house, if the globe is so massive, then what is the curvature at that? It's so tiny that it's just not, it's like barely even within any margin of error. So you just wouldn't even have to incorporate it, or you just level the land and make a flat spot on a globe or whatever. But if you go long enough to where that level line thing, that red balancing point, as it were, starts to have curvature, then now it starts to get funky because in the water flow thing, like if that red line was really small at that point, just a little like teeny, then yeah, the water would just fall off of it, just like it would if you were on a planar Earth. But if that red line, if the red line is the table and it's massive, like it's really, really big, then if it's so big to where the gravitational force is pulling to the center of a sphere, if it's so big, at some point the water would not fall off the edges. It would like pool in the center, which is weird, but that's what it would do because gravitational forces are not going to cause it to roll off the edges. But that's just because that table is so huge. If it's like bigger than the globe, for example, then the water would not flow off.
Check. Get like LIGO big.
Well, I was talking like ridiculous, like if it was like bigger than the diameter of the Earth or something, like if it was just massive.
I think it only have to be like a mile or two for the water to start pooling in the middle.
No, it could be a lot smaller than that.
Smaller than that.
Even
Either
at
way.
the geo's 50 feet. Let me see what that would be. Hold on.
I'm having a Royal Rumble death match to the death of people that think level is perpendicular from plumbing people that don't.
Well, you don't understand that me and Zanuck are agreeing with each other. You're not even understanding what the
To the death.
Well, Jeremy, what's your answer to you're on a globe, you're in a house, you're hanging a painting on the wall, and you want to level the painting.
Well, I mean,
The painting is not going to be curved. You're not going to put curvature in the painting to level it. It's going to, so it would be level at that point on a sphere. Technically, the lines of the horizontal lines of the painting would shoot off into space at some massive scale, but for all intents and purposes, when you're standing on the globe at that point, you level the painting, and it is that horizontal line perpendicular to plumb for all practical purposes in that small scale compared to the larger scale of the globe.
I mean, I would say that
here now. I'm going to throw a wrench. Then how come when we stand at the beach and we look out, the horizon looks horizontal, no curve?
Hold on, real quick. I would say the painting. If we're on a globe, I would say like if it's a square painting, I would say it's horizontal at a point. I don't know if I would say it's level because there's nothing level about it. Like it has to curve. If it was curving, I know it's just a teeny tiny slight difference, but
yeah, but we would use the word like you're gonna make the painting level.
yeah, you would say that like level that paint. Yeah, put a couple level things in a wall so we can hang this painting, but it technically wouldn't be level though.
Yeah, you can't have it both. You can't have it both level at one point, the painting, and level all across the frame. Can't have that.
We do use words like that though. Level, you would say, "I'll make that paint." If you were looking at the wall and the painting was crooked, you'd be like, "Yo, level that up, level that out for me there."
That's a convention, like I said.
Yeah, but only at the center. I want either end to be different, lower a bit.
No, but these are all parts of the definition, though. I mean, okay, one of the definitions of level here: a device for establishing a horizontal line or plane by means of a bubble in a liquid that shows adjustment to the horizontal by movement to the center of a slightly bowed glass tube. So in that definition, they're just saying the level is the device that establishes the horizontal line, the horizontal plane, by means of the bubble. That's level. So if you were on a globe, then the device would be establishing that horizontal line, which is perpendicular to plumb.
That definition is just describing the convention. It's describing the tool that's used for that convention.
Right, but okay, here's another one that would fit it even more. Horizontal condition. Equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. So, yeah, I mean, on a horizontal condition. So on a globe, if horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, then level could also be defined as that which is in a horizontal condition.
Yeah, but the next part it says equal altitude. If you're talking about equal altitude on a globe, that'd be a curving line.
This actually says even. It says equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Yeah, it's because level is not the thing. It's not a globe, so that's not what level is. But I'm just describing the ad hoc fake level. This is pseudo level.
Yeah, well, just to be on your 50 feet platform. So this is, like I said, this is not the way it's done, because 50 feet, like a surface, like the ground or whatever, you're going to make sure it's level all throughout. You're not going to just establish one level and make sure the floor is horizontal, because you're going to end up with the error of about 1 millimeter. So it's actually about a half a millimeter on either side of the center of that 50-foot thing, which is probably more noticeable, but still, you know, you'd have to try pretty hard. Like if
You're
you
saying
had
we get a
water,
50? Oh, my bad.
I'm just saying, I don't know if water would even pour down that.
All right, so you're saying it would go to the middle or not in a 50-foot slab?
No, it should go to the middle, but I mean, we're talking about the difference between a half a millimeter. So, would that cause a ramp? You know, is
You know,
that is that enough of a ramp?
if I took a 50-foot piece of granite, had it all, and then had made a vertical plane on it, because we can do a vertical plane within a half a millimeter, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
See, here's another definition of level. This one is terrible for the globe. A line or surface that cuts perpendicularly all plumb lines that it meets, and hence would everywhere coincide with a surface of still water.
No,
Ouch, that hurts.
that's not bad for the globe, dude. That's exactly that definition suffices for the globe or the flat plane, but on a globe that would be the curved line. If it's basically saying it's a line that connects all those plumbs by creating basically like taking the tangents at each of those plumbs and then connecting them, which you'd end up with a curved line.
Yeah, but if that line, I mean, the second part of that definition is the plane of the horizon or a line in it. Well, if you're trying to make the line curve, then, but I was just thinking of a straight line that has to cut perpendicular all plumb lines. You can only do that on a planar surface. You can't, on a globe unless you curve it. The other one I was going to read here is just real quick. Another definition is to make a line or surface horizontal, make flat or level.
Yeah.
To bring, yeah. So, I mean, basically, like level and horizontal are very similar words and have certain overlap. And even on a globe, that horizontal line is level at that point.
Well, it's used to establish a level, but I think, like I said, most definitions are going to be based off of convention because they're just describing how people use it. And it's true that people use level to describe what you obtain with what you obtain when you use a level, like a spirit level, because that it's not like you're going to actually measure out that horizontal line, forever. But if you use it on a short range, like for a table or framing a picture, you're going to say that's level, even though if you were being technical and exact, you would say, well, it's not really level. But there's no reason to ever do that. You know what I mean? Like we use it as that range is level. There's that range, that horizontal at that range is level.
I know. I know. That's kind of what I'm saying. If the curvature is not appreciable and the gravity is not that much different, then it's just the same as it would be on a plane. Which is why people are all living on a planar Earth and believing it's a globe, but they're not doing anything different for a globe. They're just building as if it's all planar.
You think there'd be a whole new different vocabulary for the globe measurements instead of using those words like level and horizontal that have the grid or the sector, or the segment, or you'd have a whole different vocabulary of measurements rather than the standard ones that apply to a plane. You wouldn't even use the word plane, you'd use something else.
Don, if everything is dual, where's your South Pole? Show me the South magnetic pole, please, if everything is dual on your Earth.
The South magnetic pole?
Uh-huh.
Do you think that's not like a thing? Does it?
Well, where is it?
Your kids deep below. I have an awesome video to share with them.
I can locate it for you. Hold on.
Can you just point to it, or has it ever been found, reached, discussed?
I can point to it, yeah.
Is it exactly opposite to the North Pole?
It's actually not.
Well, the compass doesn't seem to register it, so there's that.
Well, the compass is a crude tool, isn't it?
Well, take any crude tool. If you go near the pole, it should point to that pole. I mean,
No,
So-
Yeah,
no, that's not
how come
true
the
at all.
compass is so biased towards the North Pole? Why isn't there a South Pole compass?
Because to make a compass, you magnetically, you basically you turn your needle into a North Pole. So you make this North Pole magnet that you have, this thing that's magnetically, oriented. It's going to orient itself to point towards the South magnetic pole, which happens to be where our North Pole is, right? But we call it the North magnetic pole anyway.
Yeah, if you'd be right, if you could get a compass that didn't have any paint on it at all, Kosho, wouldn't it?
They do say that there's special compasses for the south. They have a weight on the end of one of the needles or something, which makes me wonder why there's not one for the North Pole.
Well, there is.
actually,
Isn't it?
people have that backwards. It's the North Pole one that gets weighted down because when it goes, when you go really north, it points, it weighs the thing down like the magnet. The magnet attracts downwards towards the Earth, so it's
So they
the
got them for
north.
both.
No, I don't think they have one in the south. I think the weighted one is in the north. Yeah.
They have three-dimensional bag compasses too,
Yeah, but that's
like a
not the
ball.
issue. The
Ball.
issue is, Kosho,
Yeah, it is.
the issue is why does the compass only point north, even when you're
Because
in
of
the
the way they're
south?
made.
So,
Because you make
what do you
it,
mean? That's
you magnetically.
how you can't make that? How?
Yes, you can. You get a needle, okay, and you rub it against, I don't know, some bullshit like a balloon or something, and you're gonna basically align. The needle's gonna have a north and a south, and it turns out that the north end of the needle points towards where the the north magnetic pole is, which is, like I said, the south pole of the geomagnet.
That's correct. A lot of people don't know that. That's correct. What we think is the North Pole is the South Pole. But, like I said, it only points north. No matter
Well,
where you are on this realm, it only points north. So
like
where's the
Terry
south?
said, though, if you took that
It's
same
not because
needle,
they put a weight on it or they rubbed the end, Kosho. That's
yeah,
not
but
the answer.
yes, it is that needle. That same needle is actually pointed at the South Pole. Also, it's aligned. It's not pointed at any poles. It's aligned with the Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah,
No,
So
it
like I
doesn't
said,
work that way.
it aligns with the field lines.
Negative, because if you take a magnet and you take a compass and you switch the poles of the magnet, the compass will flip. So what you're saying just
What?
cannot work, not in reality.
How
yeah,
does that?
the needle, the needle. But like I said, what if there was no painted markings on that needle? It wouldn't matter, would it?
Exactly. You could arbitrarily say that it's pointed at the South Pole.
It
Would
would
be
matter.
incorrect.
It would matter because it would still point in one direction.
No, it'll have two.
No.
Don't the needle have two ends to it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one's pointing one way and one's pointing another way.
Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, that is true what you're saying, but what are you trying to say really? Still pointing in one direction, even if the opposite.
Well, it's not arbitrary then, is it? That it's saying it's pointed to the north or the south. It's just pointing in both directions, opposite each other.
You're not understanding. If you take a magnet,
the needle's a fixed object. It doesn't bend or whatever. It's in a direct straight line. So it just points one direction, and then the opposite end points in the opposite direction.
yeah, technically you're correct. But do you know how a compass works? If you take a magnet to it, it'll switch. Do you not understand what I'm telling you here? I know it's a straight line. Everybody knows it's a straight line. Everybody knows if one points that way, the other one's pointing in the opposite. We all know that, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about there's a preferred direction of the compass, of one end of the compass, obviously the other end is going to follow. We all know that.
Because you're creating a stronger magnetic field than the Earth's magnetic field by placing a magnet next to it.
Right. So if you travel from one end of a magnet to the other end of a magnet with a compass, do you not understand that it should switch the end?
Nope.
You don't get that part.
It's not two magnets. It's the other end of one magnet.
Yes, the other end of the magnet. You have north and you have south.
Let's change it
When
from
you
a
go
magnet.
from the north to the south, the compass should change, always changes, except one place this doesn't happen, on Earth.
Let's
So
change
why
it
should
from. Let's say you were a traveler. You had a great ship. You went near the North Pole and you decided that might be one end of the Earth. So I'm going to travel the opposite way from that thing. Where do you think that would take you?
Oh my God. Don, say something worth saying or please don't talk.
It would take you to the other end of that thing, hopefully, if your theory was right.
Wow,
Right.
this is university
Shouldn't the South Pole
stuff.
be as strong as the North Pole?
It should be, yes, equally, exactly.
Yeah, I
Why
mean,
is it?
it's common sense. I get what you're saying exactly. As you go towards the south, that needle should turn towards the stronger, magnetic force. I mean,
Yeah.
No,
God.
that's
Yeah.
no. Let me paint you guys a picture, okay? Because it's fairly simple. You have to imagine the Earth as a ball, okay? Because we're pretending that it is, okay? If there's if there's a
Always
magnet,
remember.
if there's a magnet in the ball, and it's a bar magnet, and there's field lines, magnetic field lines going up from the North Pole around the ball down to the South Pole. Those are the field lines, okay? And if you're at the poles, those lines are vertical. And if you're at the equator, those lines are basically horizontal. Okay, but regardless, if you have a needle anywhere on Earth and you rub it with create like the electrostatic, uh, you know, fucking rubbing shit. You rub it with a balloon and you get one side positive and the other side negative, and you let it float in water. That needle is going to align with the field lines wherever it is. And
Negative.
it just so happens that
Negative.
the south side of that magnet or of that needle is going to point towards the South Pole and the north one towards the North Pole. And it doesn't matter where you take that, that's always going to be true. It's just the
Negative.
case.
Never happened. Show us. Can you make us? You must have a magnet and a compass in your house. Show us what you're talking about. I'll bet you $1,000 right now.
Why would I need a magnet if I have a compass?
Can you show what you just said? I'm willing to
Yes.
bet you $1,000 should be easy money for you, right?
Yeah, but
Show me what you just
I'm
said.
restricted. I'm restricted how far I can go, so I can only move around the house right now.
So you
Can't go to the
cannot
North
do
Pole or
it.
the South Pole. No, I can do it. I
You,
can't go to the North or the South Pole right now if I'll still make the money from
so
not
another
going
thing
outside
that
the
you
house.
cannot do, you cannot show. Just talk
Go
about it,
ahead.
right?
So, SE, do you think if you went south, your compass would flip and point to the edge?
No, the compass always points north.
Yeah, okay. Show
That's
us your
completely
compass and then just
That's
hand it
opposite.
over to me and I'll show you your compass.
Oh, I know,
Your
SE. You're saying there's no
Mhm.
pole on the edge of the flat Earth, right? There's only one pole in the middle.
Don, you're making it exceedingly tedious to speak with you. Either say something of substance or don't talk to me, man.
Oh my God! Every time I pick your brain, you get wild triggered.
You talk nonsense, bro.
I'm decoding your nonsense for myself and the audience.
And see, I think I understand why you're asking this strange question. Is because you want me to get a bar magnet and take the compass and move it around the bar magnet and have it behave the same way I'm claiming it should behave on the Earth. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Now you're gonna tell me size, right? Next thing. Watch
No.
this. It's too big. It's too small. What is it? Go ahead. Give me the excuse.
I wasn't gonna say anything like that. What are you talking about?
Okay. So you can do it then.
So
I could do it, but it might take me a whole minute. But it's fairly trivial,
Okay,
'cause
try
if
it. Show it. Turn your camera on and show us.
I mean, have you ever seen a needle in a? I mean, this is the way magnets behave. They've always behaved this way, and they always will. Like if you have a north and south end of a magnet, and you have a larger magnet with a north and south end, it doesn't matter where you move those magnets. The north side is always going to be attracted to the south side of the other magnet.
Yeah. Okay. So what? Well, everybody knows that. What did you just say exactly? What did you think you
This is what we're
accomplished?
saying compasses do. This is what a compass is doing and is going to do.
Yes,
I
but
don't
if you
understand.
bring it to the other side of the magnet, Kosho, it's gonna flip. There's nothing that you can say or do that's gonna change that, bro. Understand that.
but SE,
Physics, it
listen to what you're
will
saying.
not change.
Listen to what you're saying, though, SE. You're saying that if I have a magnet and I paint one side red, right, and I get a bigger magnet, the side that the red part is pointed towards, I move it closer to it, and it's still pointed towards it. And if I go to the other side of the magnet and I point the red side to the other side of the magnet, it's going to flip because it's going to be pointed to the original side. And this is what compasses
Negative.
do.
Negative.
What? How's that negative?
When it goes to I'll tell you how. When it reaches the stronger polarity of the opposite pole, then that's the pole that becomes more stronger, and the compass reacts to that pole, not the other pole.
I don't know if I mean, I've never seen a magnet work like that, dude. Magnets do not work like that. If there's a north side,
No
it's not going to
worries.
just
I'm
switch.
wrong,
It's not going
right?
to switch sides
Kosho.
because it gets
Kosho,
closer.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong, right? So you said you can do it in a minute. Grab your compass, grab your magnet, and show us, bro. Show us.
You'll have to give me like 13 minutes.
Sure. I'll give you 14 minutes.
At 13.
He still won't understand it, so even if he's seeing it.
And I got to put pants on. I got to put a shirt on. Whatever.
We're not asking you for a wardrobe. Just point your camera at a table. We don't have to see what you're wearing. And just do it.
I don't even own a bloody magnet. I couldn't even do it.
I have pretty strong magnets, but I don't know if I have a compass, but I have plenty of needles. So
Yeah, and a cork. Stick a needle and float it in a bit of water.
I just don't understand why you're. I don't understand why he's saying this because
I don't know.
Because it's a killer to your model. That's why I'm saying it.
Debunks the globe because our compasses would flip. So we don't know where north is, something like that.
Yeah, but magnets don't even behave. Magnets do not behave that way.
I know field lines only go in one direction, so it wouldn't matter which way the compass's needles orientated.
All these issues
change
that he brings
orientation.
up, sorry, all these issues he brings up are issues for the flat Earth as well, because that also has a magnetic field with two poles.
Yeah, there's definitely an issue. This is exactly it. It appears that we have a monopole. This is what I'm trying to show you guys. It appears that our realm has a monopole.
You're gonna have to put your
appears.
pants on and do some experiments if you want to prove that we only have a monopole, aren't you? It's not going to be Kosho proving how magnets work. It's going to be you showing how reality only has a monopole.
You're just not bright enough to understand what I said with the compass, bro. Anybody here listening understands now. Monopole pointing one way. It's just you're just not seeing it, are you, Don?
Well, technically, a compass points in two directions at the same time.
Yes.
Let me guess, because it has a line.
SC's not smart enough to get that.
Yeah. Wow, that's brilliant. I never thought of that one. Two distances at the same time.
Earlier,
Yeah.
you said it doesn't. You said it doesn't ever point south. You said earlier.
Yeah, it's good that this is on tape, and it's good that sensible people are listening. I like it.
It points north and the opposite of north, which we call south.
So while we're waiting for Kosho's third model that he's going to make that he's never going to make, one is the Black Turkey Paradox that he said he was going to make. Get a ball, freeze it, and just put a lamp or whatever and just melt the center part, like the mythical Earth. That's one. Then he said he was going to make an eclipse model, having a dark room, having a light bulb, and having something come from the side, not being shown, eclipse and leave. So that's the second model he didn't make.
I did
Now
make
this
that
is going to
one.
be the third one.
I don't remember ever saying the thing about the turkey, but I definitely did make the one with the light.
You probably did. Where are
You
your
made it?
models? Let's see. Where's yours model?
You made it, Kosho?
Well, I made it in Blender.
In Blender, yeah. See, this is what kills you guys, physics. Everyday physics.
Where's your model showing magnets flip to the second pole?
I have a video of it. Very simple. Everybody knows that. You want me to post it for you?
Please.
If you want, but the point was that you haven't got your own video.
Honestly, you're a smart guy, I see. So I'm just having a problem. I don't even understand why you're claiming what you're claiming, because to me, it's clear that what happens on Earth is the way that magnets always behave. In my experience, like a bar magnet. If I have two magnets, a giant bar magnet and a small, tiny bar magnet on a swivel, like it's like on a like a thing that can spin around, and I move that thing all around, the north end of that small magnet is always going to point towards the south end of the other magnet, no matter where I move them. Like that's just dirt. Then it may flip and turn as I'm moving the thing around, but it's only because that alignment is never going to change, right? So I don't understand why.
Yeah, no worries. With what you're making now should clear it all up. Everybody should see how what you're saying. I'm thrilled. So what's 10 minutes now? I guess 3 minutes passed. I'm counting the minutes.
You're really
In your video, I see you're just spinning a tiny little ball magnet. So you're changing the pole backwards and forwards. You're moving the North Pole around,
Exactly. Yeah.
which is not
As you move,
not what
as
you
as you
argued, is
move.
it? What you
But
argued is it flips to the South Pole. Not I can move a North Pole around and make it move. That's not what you argued.
oh, Don, man, you're so tedious to
Oh, I
speak to.
see. If only your video backed up what you tried to claim, but it doesn't.
If only you were bright enough to get it.
Yeah, gaslight. That'll change stuff.
So everybody here understands you move the ball, the compass moves. You move the pole, or if you move towards, it's the same thing, right? That compass has to change. There's no way around that. There's nothing that you can say or do or mathematically. There's just nothing.
Which still
Physics is the
works.
way it is. Now,
It
if
still
you want to
works on a
change
globe with the
physics
South Pole.
and interrupt me in mid sentence like you do when you know you're getting devastated, it's no problem. You can do that. But in reality, you cannot change magnetism. Sorry.
That all works on a globe with the South Pole.
You got a big problem here. Another big problem in your model.
You've got a big problem.
Anybody who has a compass and a magnet can do what I say, and you'll see it works every single time. Every single time.
Yeah, that proves compasses work, which fits
exactly.
to a globe with the South Pole.
You don't understand that your video is showing you exactly what you want me to show you.
Yeah.
And just in a very weird way.
Oh God.
Nope, not at all. My
So
video is
triggering,
showing
bro.
exactly
So
what I'm
triggering.
telling you. When you switch the poles, the compass switches. Now you got to do that without the compass switching. You got to turn the ball,
No.
and the compass has to still point in one direction.
No, you don't have to do that like you just said it. Because
Yeah.
what you're doing by turning that ball around back and forth is basically you're going to the North Pole, and then you're going to the South Pole, and you're going to the North Pole, and you're going to the South Pole. That's what you're doing. Okay?
No worries.
And so
Just show me. Just show me. No worries.
You've already showed
Words are
it.
not going to work here. Your words, your sophistry ain't going to cut it, bro.
Pure Satanism. Like lying on this high frequency is pure Satanism.
Yeah, I showed you my thing. Now you show me yours. I showed you how things
Fair
work in reality, not in
Yes.
fantasy. Now
What
you
is
show me
that?
this compass of yours pointing in one direction only.
I see. Yours is doing that. That's what yours is doing.
Uh-huh.
You flip your magnet around, and so the thing that's pointed in one direction is going to also flip around.
That's right. And when you flip over to the south, that's what your compass should do. But guess what? It doesn't
It
do that, bro.
does.
No,
Yes.
it doesn't.
If you have
It
a
only
compass,
points. No, no, no. Only points north.
if you have an airplane and you have a compass fixed to the airplane, to the board, right? And you're going towards the North Pole, that compass is going to be pointed straight forward. And if you turn the plane around and go towards the South Pole, that same compass is going to point straight backwards. Because
Exactly.
yes, exactly.
Exactly.
That's what you're showing. That's what I would
Exactly.
be
Now, when you
showing.
go
That's
to
what
this,
magnets do.
listen. Now, when you go to the south, that compass should point the other way. Do
So
you understand that?
Yes.
what SE was doing was actually doing a pole shift.
Yeah.
He's explaining how magnets work on a globe at the minute.
But he was doing a pole shift. He was reversing the poles on
Having a little
Earth.
ball.
What he's doing
With,
is a
with,
word
with the little
game,
ball, yeah.
word game of dishonest nonsense. That's how you describe what he's doing.
Well, we know SE long enough now. We can play along with him.
Yes, but we still have to point out, in case he's not even conscious of this, which would
Well,
be
even if
really
he's
scary,
wrong,
wouldn't it?
even if he's wrong, it's still okay.
Aren't you against dishonesty at all, Terry?
Yeah, but I'm not. What's the word for it? Hyper defensive over it when we're talking in here about just talking about just having a chat about North and South poles and magnets. That's
to
no harm
remind
to
him,
anyone.
It
get on
triggers
our,
them,
get
Terry,
on
when
our
they can't
level.
explain it. Triggers the hell out of them.
Get on our level, Essie, of truth, so you can work out what's real.
Hey, Terry, when you take out a compass down under, where does it point?
I don't know. I haven't got one.
Your phone, come on now. Your phone has a compass. Fire it up. See where does it point? South or north?
Yeah, but that's not a physical compass. That's a different system.
You don't have a physical compass now.
No.
Come on, Terry.
No, I haven't. Or a magnet.
Okay. Well, I was a Boy Scout, so I got a couple of compasses. Well, actually, this one is a cheap old compass that I got with a magnet set.
It looks like what you got out of a Christmas cracker.
Like a Cracker Jack box. Yeah, it's one of those, but it works great.
How retarded.
Why are you so triggered there, Don? I mean,
why are you so dishonest?
Well, it's not dishonest. That's the way that your compass works on your globe. I mean,
well, it's not triggered. This is just an emotional reaction to what you're saying.
Yeah, so you can't handle the fact that I'm correct in what I'm saying and that the compass always points north on your mythical globe.
You
and
can't
it's
handle
bothering you.
talking about truth, so you have to make up nonsense instead.
That is the truth. You're fighting the truth.
I'm not triggered. This is normal.
Yeah, you don't
So you
usually
can't handle-
change your tone of voice, Dawn, very much.
Yeah.
It's a type of trigger, I can admit. But I wish you could admit you were lying. That would be great.
But I'm not lying. Everybody knows that I'm saying the truth. Even Terry agrees with
Everybody
me.
knows. All the people talking with their mouth are disagreeing with you.
Well, that's just you, Terry, and
Three
Kosho.
adult men, just three
And
adult
Kosho.
men telling you you're being silly. That's all it is.
Okay. I accept your criticism. But just accept that you're wrong because everything I said is true. Your compass always points north. That's a big issue for you.
Why is it an issue on a globe if a compass points north?
I explained it to you.
Say it one more time in one sentence. Why that's an issue for a globe?
Because if you have a dual pole magnet, north and south, like you guys say, When you go to the north, compass points to the north. But when you go closer to the South Pole, it should flip. Everybody understands that. A 5-year-old child with a magnet, I can
So-
show them and they will understand.
What's happened is you've claimed that magnets, not compasses, always point north, but they also flip to the south. You've claimed both things.
You see, you're not understanding.
Which
I
one do you
clearly
think-
explained.
which one
You
do
know
you
what,
think is
Don? I'm
true?
not going to talk with you anymore today. Done.
Which one?
This is how
Which
I'm going
one
to
do you
handle
think
you.
is true?
If you talk nonsense, I'm going to just cut you off. Here you go. Paff, you're gone now.
Do you think compasses always point north, or do you think sometimes they flip to the south? Which one do you think? You seem very confused about it.
You will no longer waste any of my time, Don.
Well, I've claimed that to you before, and then I've come back and argued with you.
So, Kosho, are we done with this? Do you have your model? Is your model ready? It's been way past 13 minutes, I believe. Earth to Kosho. Kosho. I have a feeling Kosho is going to go MIA.
You can't even explain why it's an issue. When I asked you, you claimed two opposite things.
You know those big spotlights that they used to use in World War II to like see airplanes. You know those big heavy duty spotlights that can like light up the sky, these big beams that you know the ones I'm talking about. I don't know what they're called.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So if I was shining one of those and I saw a cloud at night in the sky that looks like a teddy bear, and I shot this light directly at the eyeball of the teddy bear, and that's where I can see the light hitting, illuminating the clouds in that spot. And someone 10, 20, 30, 50 miles away, do you think that they'd see the clouds that I'm seeing illuminated? Do you think that they'd see that light hitting a different spot in the sky and illuminating different clouds? Or do you think they'd see the same spot where I'm pointing my light at?
Of course, they see different clouds.
Do you
What?
think that the clouds that I'm illuminating with that light, like exactly on that spot, the eyeball of the teddy bear cloud, do you think that they won't see that? They'll see the light hitting somewhere else?
Oh, no, it should be the same. You'll see a spotlight in the distance going down.
Yeah, but the clouds that it's illuminating, like the eyeball of a specific shape of a cloud that I can see in the sky that I'm illuminating, do you think that 50 miles away or whatever, that someone else from that distance would see the light like illuminating a different area of the sky, or would it be they'd see the same clouds illuminated?
Light refracts through clouds and looks different sometimes in different angles. Completely nuanced.
So you don't think so the answer is no?
There's no yes or no to that. It's completely nuanced. Light
What-
through clouds creates loads of different effects all the time.
If I had that beam and it was lighting up the clouds, a specific spot in the clouds, it's a very specific spot, do you think that someone 50 miles away would see it illuminating a whole different bunch of clouds?
No, maybe not 50 miles away.
What would like 10 miles away would it
see similar
illuminate a
clouds.
different? Eh?
They would see similar clouds.
It would. They'd see the same spot that I'm illuminating with that extremely bright light.
Yep.
Okay, so some guy earlier talking with me and Kosho was saying that the moon's light is kind of like a street light with fog around it, and you move, and the light, the halo, moves with you, kind of like a rainbow.
Yes.
And yeah, so that halo around the moon when it's coming through some clouds, like he was saying that someone 10 miles away would see a different bunch of clouds illuminated, not the same bunch of clouds that I'm seeing illuminated.
Well, yeah, he's correct as well.
Yeah, well, I have a reverse analogy of a light shining up to the clouds, and you just said that someone so far away would see the same spot illuminated.
The fact you think that's interesting is mind blowing.
No, it just shows that the moon's not that far away, man.
Oh God. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, you can't hypothetically think about shining a light upwards at hypothetical clouds and then base the moon being closer on what two people said about two different, completely random hypothetical thought experiments. That's not
What
how
does
you
this
The
have
prove.
to
light,
That's
do with
not how you prove
magnetism?
how far the moon is. No,
What does
isn't it?
this have to do with
Okay.
magnetism?
we're dropping magnetism,
Uh,
bro. You gave that up.
Oh,
You
we're
said, "Oh,
moving on? Okay.
I can't talk to you anymore. You're just not smart enough." So we moved on.
So, Kosho, you there? Kosho's going to pull a MIA. Come back later. Oh, I didn't promise you anything. I see. What are you talking about?
You are
Can you hear
totally
me?
desperate.
Mic
I
check.
never said I'd make a Model SE.
Can you hear me, SE? Mic check.
Yeah, I hear somebody. Who's that?
It's me, Kosho.
Oh,
Yeah, 3 minutes.
3 minutes. All right. Got the clock on. This should be exciting. A monopole magnet. Never before in the history of humankind has a monopole magnet shown. This is going to be
It's
exciting.
not showing a monopole magnet. Don't be retarded.
that's like saying it's a monopole compass needle.
Yep. Absolute word nonsense. Nothing that Kosho claimed, nothing that you asked for. You just added that in. Your ego just makes stuff up and then you say it. It's fucking mental.
Get over yourself, Don. Your hatred is seeping out. It's just, you're really looking really bad, bro.
Yeah. When there's hatred, maybe there's something worth hating. No? When you smell a fart, maybe someone farted.
Maybe you should find a girlfriend or something, Don. Go hunting or take a jog. You ever thought of that?
My girlfriend rode my bike today. Thanks.
You sure? You got a lot of anger in you. A lot of
So listen,
pent up frustration.
who's lying about magnets? Who do you think's more grounded? If one of us has to lie about magnets with words and one of them doesn't, they just explain it how everyone knows it. Who's more grounded?
Yeah, this is another bad thing for their model. Real bad thing. Just like eclipses. Can't explain it. Definitely cannot reproduce it uh, in any practical manner.
One of the known causes of lying is being paid by society.
I can see Kosho doing it now, saying, shit, it doesn't work. He's right. It keeps flipping. What am I going to do? How am I going to do this? I know. I'll go silent, pretend I didn't hear anything, and wait until SC goes away, and I'll come back. Come on, Kosho, you're holding up the chat here. Either show it or say you can't do it, and we'll move on.
No, it's an open chat. We're relaxing. You're hijacking the chat with demands for pseudoscience.
All right, it's obvious he's not going to do it. So anybody want to bring up a new topic, please feel free. It's obvious magnetism shut the room down. Terry, you give up?
No, I don't find magnetism very attractive.
But think about it honestly. Well, what's your honest opinion on that? Don't you find that a little bit strange?
Yeah, but I'm working through it in my mind in theory, and to me that little ball magnet that you were reversing the poles on for the needle is just basically saying you're reversing the poles on Earth for the magnet on Earth, which would just make the needle just point the other way, the north side of the magnet.
Correct. So why doesn't it happen on Earth then?
Because we don't pole shift. We're not shifting the poles.
Yeah, but you're shifting. You're going to the poles. It's not the poles moving. It's you're moving now. It's the same thing, isn't it?
No, because the magnetic field is not changing for the needle. It's still going in one direction.
Yeah, but one pole is stronger than like when you move closer to one pole, that pole's attraction should take over, no? From the other one?
Oh God. Asserting wrong
Your needle up in the north, the hemisphere, can basically work down here, except mine's weighted. My north side of the needle's weighted, and yours is not. Your south side of your needle's weighted, not mine.
So you think by weighing the needle?
There's about 5 different weight setups on compasses. I think there is 4 or 5, depending on where you are.
Okay, so you're saying by weighing one side, it'll change the attraction? It changes
it changes the orientation of the direction it's pointing towards.
Every sentence is a straw man. Bullshit.
No one's talking to you, Don. Stay out of it. So you're saying by changing the weight of the needle of the compass, that changes the orientation?
Yeah, it's lateral orientation. I think it's lateral, isn't it? Up and down. Is that up and down?
Well, up and down. Well, this is what they say, right? They say that the compass, when you go to the north, it pulls the magnetic tip down. So that's why they weigh the other end of it. It's actually the north compass that's weighted.
Yeah, and the south. And there's about 5 places on Earth where they change the weights on it. There's 5 different areas, or 4, something like that. Because you got the equator, and then you've got Capricorn and Cancer, those areas.
Okay, so if what you're saying is true, if the weighting down of the needle causes the difference, right? So Kosho should be able to show that easily, and so can you, right? You should take a compass, put a little bit of weight on it, and show what you're saying, correct?
Well, if I had a compass, I could show you.
Yeah, if you had one. Okay, so you're giving Kosho some ideas. I hope he's probably listening and saying, "Oh,
If you could sit your compass on, say, a spirit level, and then tilt the spirit level up and down each way, you should be able to see the needle where it's floating in its liquid. You should see the needle move up and down in orientation to the spirit level.
okay." So yeah, so you should be able to show it then.
Yeah, you
Kosho
should be able to show it.
easily.
If you had
Sorry?
a spirit level, a good enough compass that you can see the liquid with the needles sitting in, and
Yeah, I've never heard an explanation for this. I mean, I haven't heard anybody talk about this ever.
You're going on about like it's an issue, but there's no issue.
The mysterious monopole of the Earth.
well,
Nobody has ever thought of it?
You're catching me at the twilight of the evening because it's getting late here for me.
The mysterious monopole of the Earth. What?
The apparent monopole, because we know there's no such thing.
You don't know what you're claiming. You're all over the place.
Yeah, magnets only have one pole.
Do they?
I don't know. That's what you said.
No, I said the apparent mystery of the Earth. It appears to have a monopole. It appears that magnets only point in one direction, which is not possible.
Oh, that's insane.
Like I said, anybody prove me wrong, grab a magnet, grab a compass, and prove me wrong.
You're not claiming anything. You're claiming that people only have compasses that point north, which is the claim on a globe Earth. The south is pointing the opposite to the north because it's a line. We can follow it the other way too. No one claims the north side of the compass needle flips round to the South Pole. No one claimed that ever.
If it appears that I'm ignoring you, you're absolutely correct. I am.
I know you're hearing me. Empty straw man. Nothing.
Yep, another nail in the coffin. Nice. So this one appears done. Gentlemen, please feel free to move on. Kosho ain't gonna come up with anything. He's silent. Just like I said.
Well, for any real flat earthers in the chat, I'll give you a challenge. Why don't we see the backside of the moon on a flat
Hold on,
earth?
Blue's here. Maybe Blue Marble Science.
No.
He was making
You
fun
just gave
and
it up. You gave it up.
I'm talking to you, Don. Maybe Blue Marble Science would like to comment on this.
See.
What do you say, Blue?
Comment on what, SE?
The magnet?
A
Your
magnet.
face palm, Blue.
A magnet, yeah, got it. Magnet.
Take out some oven mitts.
I've got some magnets somewhere.
What you think the issue is? Try and explain to Blue in one sentence.
So maybe you can show us, Blue, how a compass could only point one direction.
Well, a compass is going to align itself with the magnetic field lines in the field that it's in, SE.
No worries. Can you show that?
Yeah.
All right.
You got a compass, don't you?
Yeah.
Does it always align itself with north and south?
It always points north.
Well, it's pointing south too, isn't it?
And
Oh, here we
Or
go.
do you happen to have a compass that only has one end of it?
Here we go.
Yeah, we've been through all this before, Blue, and
This is your talking point.
Does your compass have a north end and a south end on it? SC?
This
He's
is
got a
too
mono.
funny.
Or do you have a unique compass that no one has ever seen one of that only has a north needle?
Yeah, that's the one he's got.
So this is gonna go down with the coffee and sophistry. Yeah, this is amazing. So your point is that
you've got you've got a monopole compass then.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're saying now your ingenious thing is that a compass, while pointing north, always points south. This is your comeback.
It's pointing both directions, isn't it?
That's how they're made. That's how they're made. You see?
Doesn't one end of it point north and the other end point south?
Yeah, it does.
Guess
Oh,
what?
boy.
East
Well,
and
it could have a
west as
right
well.
angle. It could have a right angle one. You could have it pointing north, and then one end could point west.
Oh my god! Mind blown.
Too good, man.
Yeah.
So we have a dual pointing compass, okay?
Right. Read what a compass is before you carry on this conversation.
So Blue, when we got a compass in the north, it's pointing north, right? We pass the equator, we head south. So now the southern pole should have greater attraction, right? So how come the compass doesn't flip over when?
Why would it flip over? Yeah, see, it's aligned with the magnetic field lines.
Okay, show me this. Get a compass and a magnet, align it with the field lines, and show me what you're talking about, Blue. I'm waiting on Kosho. Maybe you'd like to take on
him his point.
SC wants us to flip the Earth around for the north to south poles, to do a pole shift
To
with the
demand
compass.
that you show him his point. How backwards is that?
Yeah, really. Hang on a minute.
So you're going to make a joke out of this, right? Because you know how ridiculous it is, right? Blue, can you show this obvious alignment of the fields that you were laughing before? You should be able to show it, right?
I think Blue went to get another set of oven mints.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, show us in your famous garage, Blue. You got room now. The other thing is gone. Why don't you show us?
Let me. SC, are you saying the compass should flip at the equator?
No, as you go closer to the pole, right? As you go closer to the pole, the compass should flip, yeah.
Why?
And as you move towards the equator, you should see some variance of it as well.
Why?
Because that's how magnets work. That's
Not
why.
how they work.
You need to show that, then.
That's
don't you?
not
That's
how it
your
works,
point.
SC.
That's your silly argument, which you need to show.
I did. I have. I showed a video of it.
No, you didn't. You turned a little ball magnet round and round next to a compass, making it fly around in circles. That's not
Like
what
you
you
did. Like you did a pole shift of the Earth. If you could actually rotate the Earth around while you hold the magnet stationary, the compass.
You want to do an actual demonstration of it, SC? Find a really long bar magnet. You may have to make one, but you need one several feet long, okay? A bar magnet. Lay your compass on top of the bar magnet and then move the compass from one end of the magnet to the other end of the magnet. See what it does.
I know what it happened.
It won't do a fucking thing.
Mm-hmm. Show us. Show us. Show me a magnet.
I'm not going to show you your. Yeah, that's your stupid idea. You prove I'm wrong, SC.
Yeah, he wants us to get magnets and compasses out.
No, it doesn't work like that, gentlemen. This is how it works,
yeah, it
right?
does. Fuck yeah, it does. You want to put some money on it, SC? I'll do it. I will do it, but I'll do it for money.
Right.
Do it for money. Do it. Dance like you want to be.
You want to put some money up?
Yeah, how rich are you?
What money you want to put, Blue?
Oh, let's put 1,000 on it.
$1,000 that you're gonna make a compass go from the north end to the south end of a magnet without changing. You're on, Blue. Let's do it.
All right, you guys heard it.
Yeah.
Wow, you're going to
And
lose a lot of money over your ego.
I'll bet you $1,000 that nothing will happen.
Well, we already got a bet. You want to make a side bet? I'll take it. Now let's remember what we're saying here now, right? He's going to get a bar magnet. He's going to get a compass and bring it from the north end all the way to the south end without it flipping. This is
And
the
is it
bet.
possible? Is it possible? Yeah, but is it possible to have a magnet that long enough to be able to do this demonstration?
I'll have to
That's your problem. You got to work that out.
I can make one.
Could you make a railway line, a piece of railway line into an electromagnet where it can have a north and south?
Yeah, sure. You can make any ferrous metal, any piece of ferrous metal into a magnet. Not hard to do.
You guys are attempting to change physics again.
No, we're not.
Can't do it.
Nope.
All right, I'm waiting for your test. Well, Kosher should have his by now. Oh. Kosher, what's going on? 2K before breakfast. Where's your model, Kosher? That's what I thought. You guys are all talk, but when it comes down to it, yeah.
Well, I told you I didn't have a magnet or a compass, so I can't do anything.
Yeah, not you, Terry. Kosho talking about. And we'll see what Blue is going to come up with. I can't wait.
I'm looking on Amazon right now to see if I can buy what the longest bar magnet is I can buy.
How long do you think you'd need to do it? Why can't just a couple of meters or a meter do it with a small compass?
Yeah, it would. I don't even think it needs to be that long. A couple of feet would do it, but these little guys are 6 inches long or 3 inches long. Need something longer than that.
Yeah, if you had a box full of them that joined them end to end.
Yeah, we could do that too.
Yep, many magnets become one, so you don't have to worry about that.
That's like saying it instantaneously. If somebody in the northern hemisphere, either Kosho or Blue, or had a compass in their hand on camera, showed it facing north, and then instantaneously gave it to me, and I showed it on camera, it'll still face north. It wouldn't change.
You still don't see it, do you, Terry?
I can see where your thinking is flawed. I have got that far. I have got that far into it.
Where would
I'm
that
not
be?
I'm not as educated as anyone else in here. So, but I figured things out when we talk about it, how things work. So I'm not influenced or indoctrinated or Wikipedia'd or whatever you call it.
Yeah, but yet you're envisioning a thing that just can't happen, just doesn't happen in reality.
Well, I know how magnetism works because it's got a field, a magnetic field,
and it also has poles.
and we can call the north and south strawberries and apples. It doesn't matter the name.
You know, Tesla would be turning in his grave right now.
Yep. That he would.
Don't try to explain AC and DC how that works to SE.
I can
Well, I'm
vaguely
waiting
remember.
for this physics-defying experiment.
Vaguely remember like 2 technology science lessons where we learn about magnets.
I remember doing something with metal filings with a magnet. I think it was
Yeah.
something like that. Got a vague memory of that.
You also come across magnets, don't you, as a child through your life, and you play with them in your hands.
Not really. I don't think. I know I broke a speaker one time, and the ring part is magnetic, but it's not. It's hard to get the north and south pole on them the way they are. I can't work out that part.
Can you imagine having a pole in the south and nothing points to it? That's pretty damn weak.
The opposite side of the
That-
compass points to it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, what?
the north end of
Yeah, okay. Jeez.
the north end of the compass points to it, dummy.
That's it.
Yeah,
It's literally,
monopole compass.
literally an S letter on the other side of the compass.
Yeah, that hasn't got an N on it.
Laugh it up, guys. I'm waiting for the demonstrations. We'll see who laughs last.
Oh, for $1,000, you're gonna get a demo. You betcha. I'm ordering the stuff for it right now, bud.
All right, Blue. Let's do it.
That is.
I'm just trying to figure out how you're about to welch on this bet, SE.
Yeah,
will.
there must be something that he's going to do. We'll have to bet on that too.
He's gonna say, "Oh, you didn't isolate." Something like that.
Put in a Faraday cage or something.
Don't you worry. If I lose the bet, you shoot me off a P.O. box and you'll have a certified check the next day.
I don't have a P.O. box, SE.
Do they still have checks these days?
I don't have a P.O. box. You're not getting my address.
So how am I going to pay you?
PayPal.
You're not getting my info. No, ain't going to happen.
Uh-huh.
Look, you can get a P.O. box for a couple of dollars, bro, for one day. It's not
Well,
going to kill you.
You can send it to my PayPal. I won't care who it is.
I ain't using PayPal. No.
All the orders,
Make you a
bro.
certified check. But I have a feeling you're going to be sending me one to my P.O. box. That's what I think.
How do you not trust PayPal? It's pretty good.
Yeah, PayPal works fine.
Don't worry, we'll get the money. We'll get the money through. Let's first of all do the experiment.
We're already trying to think. We're already trying to think of ways to spend it.
Yeah. Well, he can send you a cut, and you can buy a Vegemite sandwich. Yeah, there's a lot of things that your model like falls really short on.
Well, this is not one of them.
We'll see.
I reckon they do compasses with like 8 points on them, so the compass is pointing northwest.
And east at the same time.
Yeah.
But the good part is when you guys say when the compass is pointing north, it's also pointing south. That should be like cut out and taped like a short.
Do you see the picture on the screen there, SE?
Yeah.
You're laughing at your own point, bro. You know you're being silly.
No, I'm enjoying this actually.
Sure, but the doubt creeps in. Why am I enjoying lying? That must creep in. Did my mum sign the devil's book when I was born or something? What went wrong?
How many ends do you see on that compass needle, SE? 1 or 2?
I see 2 hands, bro.
Attaboy. You see one of them's red and the other one isn't. Guess which one the red is.
It's pointing the wrong way, Blue.
The red one? That's the one on the left?
Flipping so
That's
fast.
the north. That's the north end of the compass needle. Guess which
That's
pole
correct.
it's actually pointing at.
The south.
What? So you're saying you rotate the?
Yeah,
So you're saying you
mind.
So you're saying you rotate the case around till that N lines up with the red bit, and that means it's facing north?
Yeah.
Wow.
Amazing, isn't it? And at the same time, the other end is facing south.
Get out. Get out.
And neither end of it is pointing at a pole.
I think it is
Compasses
interesting.
don't.
If you imagine you're on a flat Earth and you're at the equator, it is interesting because there has to be a circular pole in every direction. And what would happen to a compass? Oh, we don't know. Maybe flat earthers have to go and sail and find out.
Well, every direction is south, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. So past the equator, it could just spin, couldn't it, really fast or something? Would it have strange behavior? Or would it be exactly the same on a flat Earth with an outside?
I don't know. I haven't seen an accurate flat Earth model yet.
So, Kosho, how's the model coming along? It's been, what, half an hour at least now? 3 times 13 minutes? Oh, boy.
No, I think it's going to be the same on flat Earth. Compass works the same, and there's a ring pole on the edge of the flat Earth.
Kosho, you there?
It's infinite directions instead of one.
Earth to Kosho. 10-4.
Yeah, but on a flat Earth, if you went to the equator and then you wanted to go east and you followed that vector, you'd end up south.
Yes. Compasses will debunk. Compasses eventually debunk the flat Earth if you travel around enough.
I'm dying to see what Kosho is going to come up with. He's probably DMing Blue in the background. What do I do, Blue? What do I do? Tell me.
You guys are some real paranoid types, aren't you? You really think we're sitting here DMing each other?
Yeah. I'm actually looking for a movie to watch while I've been talking.
Well, Terry, we know you don't have a compass, so you're out of it. It's Blue and Kosho.
I mean, that doesn't mean to say I can't involve myself in the conversation.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean that at all.
No compass, no talking.
Well, since I'm a mod here, I'll just mute myself then.
No talking. I haven't got a compass either. I'll shut up.
I'll mute you then.
Thing is, with making a bet flat earthers is they can't stipulate their terms. That's a bit of
Hey,
a
Terry,
risk.
do you know Bandsaw? Are you
Yeah,
close to Bandsaw?
where's he been lately? I haven't seen him for a long time.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
He's fallen off the map.
Yeah, there's one
It's
Aussie that I
flatter.
like.
If he fell off the map, it's because it's flat.
He went too far south and his compass flipped. Never came back.
Yeah, he's trying to use a compass to get back, but because he's on a flat Earth, the compass doesn't work. So.
Lancel was good. He has 8 children or something, so he was a good mod.
What does number of children have to do with a moderation?
That's a
Well, I've got,
self-answering question.
As soon as I asked the question, I got the relevance, yes.
well, I've got 4, so I mustn't be a very good mod then.
4, not bad, Terry.
And half a dozen grandchildren.
Nice, nice.
Any of them flat earthers?
Definitely not.
Look what IB Hunter posted just now. See the different alignments of the compass and different positions?
See the size of the magnetic field they're in? Why would it not do that?
Yeah, look how close they are to a magnet. I wonder if it's because of the magnet.
You think? You think because one...
What does that show to you, SE?
It shows that compasses in different locations align themselves differently, depending on what side of the poles they're on. What does it tell you?
It tells me a magnet right next to the compasses will mess the compasses up.
Well, the compasses are designed to work with magnetism, are they not? Isn't that what makes them move?
Yes.
Okay, so look, if there's a way to do this and you can prove me wrong, well, then I will stand corrected. But as far as I know, the way physics works, the way magnetism works, this can't happen now. Maybe there's a size issue that blue could work out, and sure, I'm game. I mean, I'm open to anything. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's not hard.
What, according to you, says in physics says it can't happen? What can't happen?
Every time I've grabbed the compass and a magnet, whenever you switch the north and the south, the compass needle flips. It's very simple. It happens every single time. This is not a, oh my God, what is SC saying? This is how magnetism works. It's not rocket science.
And that is wrong or right? I don't understand what your point is. That's supposed to happen or it's not supposed to happen?
Well, what happens is supposed to happen. What do you mean?
And that, what does that mean for the sake of the Earth?
But for the sake of the Earth, it doesn't happen. This is what I'm trying to tell you. When you take a compass in the south, it doesn't flip like it does when you put it next to a pole. Like if you put it near the North Pole, it'll flip that way. If you bring it to the South Pole, it'll flip the other way. I mean, why can't you not understand this? Like, am I talking Chinese to you guys? Or is this like a thing you've never seen? Is it like, wow, what is he saying? Like you never had a magnet in your hand and reverse
You should
poles.
have to mail me one of your magnets, and I'll just see if the red end points to the South Pole.
Sorry?
You'd have to send me one of your magnets that's got the red end pointing north, and then when I get it and look at it, the red end would be pointing to the south.
No, not the magnets don't change, bro. The magnets is not going to change. It's the compass.
Yeah, the compass. Sorry. Yeah, if you send me a compass that's got the red end pointing north, and then I get it, the red end would be pointing south.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other way around. The white end. Let's see. Yeah, the white end should point.
Yeah, the white ended point north to me.
Right. Right. Yeah, it should switch around. Yeah, exactly.
Well, who's going to send me a compass then?
Well, I can send you my little compass if you like. The one I have here. We can do that. The one I have in the video. But look at IB. Look at IB Hunter, what he just posted. I mean, it's plain to see it. It's right in front of your eyes. Look at the alignment of the compasses. I mean, I'm not making this up. This is it. This is physics.
That's
This is
exactly
magnetism, how it
that's
works.
that's exactly what it should do, SE. Now make that little bar magnet instead of 3 inches long, make it 12,000 miles long like the Earth, and see if it does the same thing.
And how are we going to do that, Blue?
Take it outside the compass.
That's what I said to start with. You need a long bar magnet. You can't be outside the thing like that little demonstration shows.
So somehow you think if you make the magnet big enough and the compass small enough,
yeah,
that it won't reorient it when it goes when it goes closer to either side of the north or the south. That what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Okay, so you'll have to show it then. If that's the case, and that's how that's how
No.
physics is, then that's how physics is.
Let's do it the other way. You show me it doesn't.
Oh, now you're changing the things around. You were supposed to show and co-show. You're supposed to make $2,000 easy before breakfast. Now you want to switch it around on me?
No, you want to weasel out what you want to do. I know what you're doing, SE, and you're not going to get away with it.
But SE, you have to admit the burden of proof is usually on a person that's making the claim.
Well, now you're switching around. I thought we had a bet.
No, I'm not saying we haven't got a bet. I'm just making that statement.
Look, I'll make it easy for you. I'll take away the money, so you don't have to be scared. Okay, I'll take away the money. Right? Just let's make a sportsman bet. Right?
Prove it's all
an honor bet. What?
You could prove the shape of the field and show that those compasses are still pointing to the northern pole.
Look, we're in a server where people are looking for truth. Some of us, right? So we have a topic now, right? We have you guys against me, right? And I'm making a statement, and you guys say no. I can show you wrong. Okay, very simple. Show me. You can show this and shut me up.
I didn't.
And you have a win. You have a win on your side. But really, there's no losers because the people listening are going to win. They're going to find out one way or the other what the truth is. And I don't care which way it falls. I'll take it any way it falls.
Right. Until you go south and apply it to the Earth, none of it shows either model. It will work on either model.
We have two tests going, one from Kosho and one from Blue.
Yeah, I don't think the shape of the Earth's really in contention here, Dawn, for this. I think
the shape doesn't matter. Yeah.
And SE is just barking up a tree, isn't he? Crazy, with nothing, no purpose. If it can't relate to, Earth's not a globe, he's not going to prove anything different about magnets, is he?
Stop changing the subject. Kosho, how's the test going? Yep, the silence says it all.
Well, it shows that no one really cares, doesn't it?
We're not talking about globe or flat. We're not talking about shape, inverted. We're talking about magnetism. Shape is irrelevant here.
Try and apply it to what you believe about Earth, I dare you.
I'm waiting for any baller to take this. This is one of those things where It's just silence. Silence and ad homs.
The discussion about what you're trying to do, SC. I wasn't listening. Sorry. What was this whole thing about?
Well, we have compasses pointing north,
right,
on Earth. Always, no matter if you go to the south, it points north. So my question is why?
Because there's a magnetic pole.
Only one?
No, there's two of them, of course. Oh, you mean are you basically wondering why there's so many poles? Like there's 4 or 5 south poles and stuff, and I don't know how many north poles. Is that what you're basically saying? Like, why is it that way?
No. If the Earth is what they say, we have a north and a south pole, equal. Yeah. My question is why, when you take a compass from the north that's pointing north, right? It points north.
Mm-hmm.
When you bring it to the south, why does it keep pointing north?
Because of magnetic
Were
fields.
you aware that it?
Yeah,
Sorry?
of course. Magnetic fields.
SC thinks his compass only has one pole.
No, that's what I'm saying. A compass has 2 poles. I mean, and there's, from what I understand as well, you have to use different compasses in the north and south. Isn't that the case? To get the most accurate readings.
Yeah, they have to be
Well,
balanced.
yeah, they say they're weighted, and I never said it had 2 poles. Don't put my one pole. Don't put words in my mouth, Blue, please.
That's exactly what you're saying, SC. So
Nope.
Well, why wouldn't it? Can I just ask you, SC, why wouldn't it turn to north? Like, if you go to the South Pole and you have a compass, why wouldn't the north dial turn to the north? Isn't that the whole point of a compass? Or am I missing something?
Why wouldn't the North Pole of the compass
listen.
point to the South Pole of the Earth, SC? Why would not the North Pole of the compass point toward the South Pole of the Earth?
That's what I'm saying.
Do you mind if I answer his question?
And why wouldn't the South Pole of the compass point to the North Pole of the Earth? In all cases, why would that not be true, SC?
Let him answer. SC.
Yeah.
That was my question as well. Like, what is supposed to happen? I don't get it. I'm confused. Like, why wouldn't it point? Where should it point?
Okay, let me try to explain to you if I don't get interrupted.
Okay.
If you take a bar magnet, right?
Yeah.
And you put a compass on the south end of it.
Yeah.
The compass is going to point at one direction, right? The red needle is going to point to
north.
that direction.
Yeah.
If you take that same compass and bring it to the other side of the magnet, what do you think is going to happen to the compass needle?
It's going to turn around.
Exactly. Now, this doesn't happen on Earth. My question is why?
Oh, well, it's aligned to north, isn't it? It aligns itself to north and to south. It depends. If you go to the south and you have another kind of compass, because there's different compasses. I didn't even know this. I looked this up the other day, and then it would the top would face north. I think I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
so.
they're weighted to balance for their orientation.
The compasses are exactly the same. The difference is the counterbalance.
That's the word, counterbalance. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They have to be they have to be weighted differently. Otherwise, the compass needle will drag on the background scale of the compass itself.
Yeah, it won't be level in the north.
It would still try to point north, but you'll have to hold the compass at a cocked off angle.
Well, it points down at the north.
It would try to, as you get closer to the pole, the more it tries to point down. Yes.
Exactly. That's why they put a weight on it.
And that's why the weights are different in the north and the south.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the polarity, sir.
No, it does not change
the
polarity. I never said it did, SE. It does not change
Wait, why
the
is it
polarity
different in the
of it.
north and the south? Wait, why is it different? Shouldn't it be symmetrical?
No, it shouldn't be.
That's right.
Why not? Why not?
Because that's just the way it is. That's why not. The Earth is not obligated to adhere to your ideas or misconceptions of how things ought to be.
No, it shouldn't be just because that's the way it is.
That's it. That's their answer. Yep.
Yeah. Well, so like, what's up with magnetic declination? It's also not symmetrical at all, and it's not the same in the north and south at all.
That's right.
Yep. And not mention the south. What's it called? The southeast anomaly, southwest anomaly.
South Atlantic.
South Atlantic anomaly. That's another one. Correct. So you got
What's
problems there, Bubba.
the South Atlantic anomaly? What's all that about?
It's 35. It's a section of the ocean, South Atlantic Ocean, that crosses over certain land masses around India, I think. And it's where the magnetic field is up to like 35% weaker than in other places, and there's just this huge gap in the field in the south.
Oh, right.
That's
And
right.
NASA and NOAA admits they can't explain it. NASA and NOAA also admits that they can't even predict the movement of the quote unquote movement of the poles, like even a year out. They can't even predict it. But then they show you these stupid videos from like 1600. But I have a video from the NOAA representative saying we can't even like predict a couple years.
We
Yeah,
can still
but
use compasses in the south, though. It's all about compasses right now, though.
yeah, okay. So why do compasses? Why is it not symmetrical and doesn't work in the south?
It's not symmetrical hardly anywhere, is it?
But wait, why would it not be symmetrical though if it's all coming from the same source?
We talked about this the other day. Uneven distribution of mass, the eddy currents and things. There's many things can affect it. It is what it is, I guess.
Or did you just make that up?
Yeah, I just made it up, but I mean, I've read that stuff here and there, different places. There are several reasons why the South Pole, magnetic South Pole, is not on the geometric South Pole, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but that's not the point though. Like if it's moving, say the magnetic pole, yeah, you have the true north in your model, which is the the geographic North Pole, and then you have the magnetic North Pole. You have the same thing in the south. But when the magnetic North Pole moves, why would the South not move in relation to that if they're both coming from the same source? It's not like there's a magnetic pole by itself and a South magnetic pole by itself. They're both connected to the same source of magnetism in the middle.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and neither does Harvard or Stanford or Yale, nor does NOAA or NASA.
Neither do flat earthers.
You know what's funny about that? They were making fun. Check this out. They're making fun of me saying that the compass, while it points north, also points south, right? Now we're saying that the magnetism in the north, the pole moves, but not the south. Oops, we got another problem, Houston.
Well, it moves. It moves in the south too. It just moves completely differently. It doesn't. It's not symmetrical at all. And like in the north, you have like 4 quadrants of declination, all converging to the central point. But in the south, you have 2 convergence points that are like separated by thousands of miles. They're not even close to each other. It's not anywhere close to the same in the north and the south. That's because they tried to make the flat Earth look like a globe, though, and you have to converge the southern hemisphere, which means you have to have people navigate with immense corrections. When you get down to the 60th latitude, you have magnetic declination of negative 179 degrees, which means just turn around. According to the globe magnetic declination, when you get to 60 degrees south latitude, you have to turn around 180 degrees based on the compass. How convenient that their magnetic declination says, oh, you're getting close to Antarctica. Well, in order to properly navigate, you have to do a 180 now.
That's ridiculous.
That's the official chart. So can someone explain to me why around the 60 degrees south latitude, magnetic declination is negative 180 degrees?
And why on one part of the Earth, it's like 30% weaker? And why a compass is not symmetrical in the north and in the south? And we can go on and on.
You're totally exaggerating.
You can go to magnetic-declination.com. Go click on Antarctica, just below Australia. It's going to tell you negative 179 degrees. And then just to the right of it, it tells you positive 179 degrees.
You see the problem you guys have? You don't look into your own model. That's your number one problem. You don't look into your own model.
Can the ballers at least acknowledge that that's how you that is how you would hide a flat Earth? Can you not even acknowledge that? You can say it's just a coincidence, but can you acknowledge that this would sufficiently hide a flat Earth? Because what you do is you have people navigating the south, and the south is much wider. So you have them converging to central points, making declination correction. But then when you get past 60 south latitude and you start getting towards this assumed pole, you can't really keep the lie up anymore. Something has to give eventually, right? If it keeps getting wider, but you're saying it's getting smaller, at some point it's going to be so drastically off, you can't do anything. And that happens right at 60 degrees south latitude, and that's where we're not allowed to privately and freely travel. Just a coincidence. And then look at the chart, that blue post right there. Look at the equator. Look at where the equator, you have that 10 degrees right there, declination, and then 10 below it. And so right in between it, it's no declination there in between it. And then you have the green lines. You have green lines all along the equator. So there's slight adjustments because the globe and the flat Earth aren't the same, but the equator's much less adjustment because it's much similar. The globe and the flat Earth are more similar towards the equator, right? So
look at what I just posted.
Why would the declination not be? Why would it be less at the equator, further away from the poles?
Exactly. Look what I just posted. This is your field. It's symmetrical all the way around. There's no deviation. There's no change. This is how your model is. So
now that's just a basic illustration. That doesn't represent the variance or the deviation there.
It doesn't matter. That's how magnetism works. You can't change how magnetism works, bro.
Exactly.
The fields are even.
You're making a claim antithetical to physics, dude. Do you have any empirical evidence at all that this can happen?
Yeah, you can. I mean, in like plotting courses on a sectional chart, that you have to account for variance, or you won't get where you're going.
Can you show any empirical evidence that you can have a magnetic field coming from a central point, and the North Pole and South Pole can move independent of each other and not in relation to one another?
Oh, you're talking about like having a sphere and having a bar magnet inside, and the bar magnet moving around or something like that.
Any type of magnetic field you want to come up with, dude. If the source of the magnetic field is the center, and so you have a North and South Pole coming from the center, you can't move the North Pole around without moving the South Pole because they're both connected together in the center.
Equally. They have to move equally.
Well, you're saying
exactly.
that.
If what was inside the Earth is a great big bar magnet, you'd be right, but that's not what it is.
No, even
the Earth's magnetic field is a lot more complex than what you're trying to make it out to be.
Stop.
And that area around the equator, that area around the equator is not zero magnetic declination with it. You don't even know how to read the chart, do you?
I straw man. So, can you give us experimental evidence of this? Because we can replicate the dynamo effect in a lab. That's what your model claims. It's the dynamo effect. We can replicate that convection currents can cause a magnetic field. Okay. So can you show me a sphere with convection currents where I can actually move the north and south pole of the magnetic field and they move separate of one another?
No, what we can do is exactly what you said. We can replicate the dynamo in a laboratory. What we cannot do is replicate the complex nature of Earth's magnetic field in a laboratory.
So it's just a physical anomaly that you can't explain, understand, predict, tell how or why it happens, can't even show the movement within 1 to 2 years in advance. And you can't even explain why it's happening, but we know it's happening.
Yeah, we can actually get a pretty good idea a few years into the future where the magnetic poles are going to be and where the magnetic declination is going to change.
No, we don't. Not according to Noah.
We actually do.
Not according to Noah, we don't.
Well, post.
Okay, go watch my stream last night. I played the video of the guy from Noah talking about it. He says, you can look right here, you'll see this video of people projecting where the magnetic poles are going to move. years into the future. But in reality, we can't even accurately predict just a couple years. We have no idea where it's going to be. We don't know why or how it moves. I'll post a video.
I would be concerned if of a scientist or geologist who said that he could predict exactly where it's going to be.
Guys,
Why
I've
do
been
they
telling
show us
you all
the
day,
charts then?
you can't change physics, man. You cannot change physics, no matter how hard you try.
Nobody's trying to, SE. We're just trying to stop you from misrepresenting it.
You're trying to change how magnetism works.
No, we're
Before
not.
everybody's ears today. Yeah.
No, we're not.
You're saying he's changing how you're saying he's misrepresenting how it works, and you can't even articulate how it works. How is he misrepresenting something that you can't even claim?
Well, I mean, you
He's
just look at
misrepresenting what
the
a compass
Earth.
does.
Yeah,
that's a
you're
whole other.
you're misrepresenting something that they don't comprehend and can't even explain.
It's exactly like you sitting here trying to tell people that 10-degree magnetic west declination it goes to zero at the equator because you don't understand how to read a magnetic declination chart. What's it?
Oh, so if it's 10 degrees above and 10 degrees below, and
It's
then
10
there's
degrees
not
in the middle too.
Really?
Oh, really?
Really? Do you want to bet on it?
Do you see a zero line running through there?
Do you want to bet on it?
I don't see a zero line running through there.
Okay. So what I actually said was that it's much closer to zero, right? And you have these huge zones that don't even have lines at all mapped out on it. And you have the green lines, which is saying that it's zero, right? Much more frequently occurring on the equator. And that is still slightly different, especially when you stretch out the north, because you're still stretching out all the way south. So you have to keep the overall trajectories changing. So it's never going to be completely zero across the equator. But the point is that it's way less of the equator. And my question, actually, you had to straw man my question because you can't answer it. My question is, why would the declination be less at the equator when that's further from the poles?
Less at the equator than what?
The north and south of it, buddy.
It depends on where you are with relation to the magnetic poles and the geographic pole.
Why would it be less
That's
at
what
the equator?
that's what declination is with it.
Why would it be less at the? I know, dude. I just did a show.
Do you know what?
It.
Do you really know how it works? I mean, that's what we
I
use
know
it
how it
for.
works more than you
That's
do.
a correction that you have to use because you are not the magnetic pole may not be directly in line with the geographic pole.
Wow, so profound.
That's what declination is all about. You
I
haven't yet
know.
to understand what it really means and what we use
What?
it for.
I just did a show explaining it yesterday.
Well, you probably got it wrong too. I don't watch your shows, but
All right, well,
I'm guessing you fucked it up there just like you're doing now.
Let me teach you how it works, okay? So
You're
yeah,
gonna teach me? Kiss my ass with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna teach you, dude. Take some notes. So we have 360 degrees on the compass. Okay. So if we start at 0 degrees, that's north. As we go right towards 90 degrees, that's east. Okay. So we have 4 quadrants: east, south, west, north on a compass. You have 90 degrees, 180 degrees, that's south, 270 degrees, that's west, 360 degrees, that's north. Then it starts back at 0. That's a compass. You have in your model something called true north or geographic north. That's where all the longitudinal lines converge onto the poles on both the north and south. This is called the geographic north pole or the true north. And then you have the magnetic north. They claim it's not in the same position as the geographic north. So the correction angle, the difference in angle between true north in your model and where the compass faces is called declination, magnetic declination. So it's negative for west and it's positive for east. So you would add if your correction is to the east and vice versa.
No. East is least, west is best. It's kind of counterintuitive, but if you're plotting on your sectional chart, if you've got a westward variance, they call it, then you would add that to your magnetic heading.
Right, to your heading. That's right, but it's negative.
Correct.
West is negative. That's correct. Yeah. Okay, so back to the point. Right, I fully understand what it is, and it doesn't make any sense on the globe at all. That's objective. It doesn't
Why?
make any sense on the globe. The highest levels of academia on your side admit they can't explain it. So why do you guys come in here and pretend it's so simple, it works perfect with the globe, and it's just flat earthers are stupid and don't understand it? I just explained it better than you could, Blue. So
No, you did explain it pretty good there, Richard. And I mean, it is questioned, why this happens, and it's difficult to predict anything that you really don't completely understand. But it's just the Earth's not a perfect sphere. There's not a perfect bar magnet in the middle of it. There's too many variables involved to pin it down, I think.
But you don't understand though that like when they actually try to project the geodynamo model, they use a symmetrical sphere of an outer core. They use a symmetrical outer core in the model.
Yeah.
That's the only way they can even get it to work, and then they have to idealize convection current. Even, what was that? Even though in their model it doesn't, it's not actually idealized according to their model, but then they have to model it out idealized, meaning like perfect convection currents, basically. So anyway, like this is it's so obvious to those who actually want to see the truth. Okay, what happened was they started navigating the north. The north on a flat Earth is going to be a little bit smaller than the north on a globe. So if you were going to turn a flat Earth into a globe, you're going to have to stretch the north out a little bit, right? But it's not a huge difference. And as you get closer to the equator, it's going to be much more the same in both globe and flat. When you get to the south, it's way different. Way different. So if you wanted to trick people into thinking the Earth was a globe, you're going to have to be able to come up with some method that they can navigate and it work so they think the Earth's a globe. If they went out navigating, assuming a sphere and couldn't get anywhere, no one would believe the sphere. That's what this is about. So they went out to the north. It didn't match the globe. The irony is you cannot navigate using a globe. You can't. I bet you that we could navigate using a flat Earth and a compass, though. So you can't navigate using a globe. This is a fact. You have to correct for the globe. So they mapped out the north. It wasn't huge discrepancies. And all you're doing is slightly stretching out the north. Okay, so you have declination that basically you're not going to be taking the most efficient route. Say you went east to west around the north because you're updating for declination. So you're going to take an ellipse route. You're going to be taking a longer loop around. So you're going to be convinced that you're going in the most efficient circle around it. But in reality, you're just taking a longer path. So it's going to give the illusion that the north is bigger. When you get to the south, though, the south gets way bigger on a flat Earth. Well, they started traveling in the south, assuming symmetry of a sphere, and they were off more and more and more the further south they went. This is the British government, the U.S. government. So they started mapping out magnetic declination in the 1900s to fix the problems in the south. That's what happened. And it has all the declination corrections converging to central points so that it looks like it's smaller in the south than it really is. But if you do that, when you get to the 60-degree south latitude or so, it's going to start showing like erratic convergence that's going to flip and be the opposite way. There's no way to make a flat Earth a sphere all the way down to the bottom. What a coincidence. That's what happened.
Hey, check it out. Here's where it gets even deceivier. Is Blue told me a while back that and a couple other people, not just Blue, and I can't blame them because Wikipedia and Google says the same shit that you're correcting for magnetic north and true magnetic north. I mean, in true north. So I do an extensive search on it to do a debate with Ruif and everything, and so I map out exactly where they claim it is currently. I put it on Google Earth and mark it on the globe, and because we were comparing it to Sydney, and I'm wondering why don't they declinate shit to the south in the southern hemisphere? I mean, that's a whole other question. But so I checked Sydney, and it's if I'm not mistaken, it was negative or it was 11 degrees of magnetic declination. So if everything's correct, Google's correct, and everybody who repeats it and parrots it's correct, it should be pretty close or somewhere in the ballpark of 11 degrees pointing to magnetic north. Well, it ain't. It lines up exactly. It's like not even a full degree off. It's straight up the longitude from Sydney to the magnetic North Pole is zero declination. And so by them saying that in the South, they're just making shit up, man. It's a good story, but when you double check it, and then if you were to try and line it up with the South Pole, it's even worse. It's off by like 35, 38 degrees. And so they can't obviously line shit up with anything magnetic in the South Pole. And there's more than one pole. There's like minor poles in the South. It's a jumbled up fucking mess.
Yes. And their two convergence points in the South are separated by thousands of miles. But in the North, it all converges on the center. It's so obvious. It's like you have to choose to like literally stick your head in the sand and just say, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. It's like, do you also agree, though? So do you agree with me, Brian, that there is no magnetic declination on a flat Earth, and you can just go out on the Earth and use a compass and navigate?
If it is, it's very slight, and something you might expect, If there's magnetic declination, it's minor, and it's something we would expect. Just
That's right. Look
random little shit.
Yeah, because technically you're really gonna have to worry about like the field lines and what they call declination lines. Right. But what's so funny about this, dude, check this out. Like, how could they ever get away with this? There's no way, right? Because they couldn't claim the poles are moving and then people not notice. There's no way that you can claim the pole's moving and then people wouldn't notice when they navigate, right? Well, let's look into it, right? If you look at Israel, for example. So the way that you do magnetic declination correction when you navigate is you use something called the mean declination. So like the annual mean declination. So meaning how much does it change on average per year? So you pull out your chart and it'll have a year on it. So if it says, say it says 2013, and it says for Israel that the average declination is 5 arc seconds. So that's 5/3600th of a degree every year. Okay. So no one would ever notice. No one ever noticed that because in navigation, you don't. If it's a degree, it's negligible. Like an entire degree is considered negligible. Like because you'll be able to use reckoning and the sky.
Yeah, that gets you within 60 miles. Yeah, a second is zero basically.
Exactly. So then what you do is say it's 2013, and it says it's 5 arc seconds. So it's 2023 right now. So then you just subtract the year, so you have 10, right? So then you look at the declination reading for 2013. You take 5 arc seconds, you multiply that by 10 years, and then that's the correction that you're going to make. So you're never going to notice it because it's such an incredibly small amount that's way under the acceptable error margin for navigation. It's brilliant what they did.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's what happened.
Basically, that's the sun and the stars, all this stuff, or let's say the stars, and they could be doing anything in the southern hemisphere because you can't see Polaris. So the heavenly bodies could literally be doing anything, and I could make any kind of model within reason, in the southern hemisphere by just declinating it wherever the fuck I want it to match my model. It's that simple. And yeah, in this instance, if you could just look at the magnetic line for the magnetic declination maps, and you see how they in the middle they go straight down the continents in the north, and then they spread out to the edges. Yeah, they're literally doing that. It's what they would have to. It's exactly what they'd have to do to make the flat Earth, to make a plane into a globe model. That is literally exactly what they'd have to do, and that wouldn't be enough. In the South, they'd have to do it opposite. So they pretty much just turn the bitches almost sideways over like Africa. It's ridiculous.
Dude, exactly. Think about this. Like in the north, right? You have to make the north wider. If the Earth is flat, but you want to make it pretend it's a globe, you have to make it look like it's wider in the north because as you change the flat Earth to a globe, it gets wider in the north, and then it's way smaller in the south on a globe.
Gotta make a match. Yep.
Right. Well, what a coincidence when you look at the declination corrections that it would accomplish that very goal, right? Like in the north, you have like just a slight stretching. So if you navigate, it'll look like it's slightly bigger than it is. In the south, it all converges down and compresses down to make it look like it's smaller. But that's why they can't let you go past the 60 south latitude, because you'll be able to tell the difference. You'll be able to know it's not working. That's why when you go check the maps in Antarctica, it's at negative 179 degrees.
It's crazy. I've seen that, man, and there's so much conflicting information. Like where I'm sitting, I've seen where it says 0, my shit pretty much lines up with Polaris, you know. But if you look at the charts, most of them are going to tell me like 8 degrees, which brings me back to like a couple videos I did where I think Bacon corrected me on one because I was using like a compass on Google or whatever, but he lined me up proper with north because it had to do with the direction like to Hawaii from where I'm at, and but blah blah blah. But the whole time, you know, we never considered magnetic declination. Like that changes past arguments and shit. But there's a lot of conflicting information, and the magnetic field took a jump in like 1700 according to their records. Like it was just moving a little bit, and all of a sudden it just boom, it just jumped. Like they don't consider that their model is what fucking took a big turn, and not the magnetic declination. But it barely moves, and then all of a sudden you look at it, and it's like moved half a fucking country. It doesn't. None of it's consistent, man.
I think this is why they say that there's going to be a pole reversal, because if you claim that the poles are moving in a certain direction over time, and then they make up this lie about how it's been doing it, and they show you a map from 1590, but then they admit they can't predict 2 years in advance, but they know what happened in 1590 when it wasn't reported, whatever. So they got it moving in a single direction. Well, eventually it's going to get way too far away, and you'll be able to tell, wait, is this real or not, right? You'll be able to test the globe. But so say you say, oh, pole reversal, and then so what you'll do is you'll start bringing the poles back in that same direction, so it'll go right back towards where it previously was, right? So then that way, instead of it going further and further in the wrong direction to where you'll eventually notice, they'll flip it, and now it's going to start coming back towards where you can't tell again. It's like, that's what I think the whole magnetic pole reversal thing is about.
Why would they even claim to correct to magnetic north in the southern hemisphere? You can't check that. You have to totally rely on what they tell you. So you got two ways of figuring out your direction. You got the heavenly bodies, or you got the compass, you know, or a combination of both. So if I can't see Polaris, that's the only stationary thing to even look at. If I'm in the southern hemisphere and I can't see Polaris, then I'm completely dependent on the model, you know. So there's no way to falsify it. It's just another.
You could look south. You could look south.
Right. So that's my point. So south. Why don't they declinate the freaking Why don't they do magnetic declination in the southern hemisphere to the south? Because, like I said, if you just take Sydney for example, I only did a few, and they're wildly inaccurate. And Sydney was like 35 degrees away from the 11 degrees declination. It was almost like between 35 and 40 degrees off. So
it's not the declination is not a matter of if it's a north or a south declination. You just add it or subtract it from your magnetic heading to get true. It's not a matter of whether it's a north or south declination.
Dude, left lane is none of this making you think at all, though? Like, is the fact that we've discovered that this is how you would hide a flat Earth, that doesn't even make you think?
Right. In other words, you're saying that if my compass doesn't line up in this. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
You're breaking up, bro.
You're roboting pretty big time, left lane. But here's the thing. So you're basically saying that if the compass doesn't line up in the southern hemisphere, then look at our model, and that's your magnetic declination. So that's what I had to do a whole entire debate to pull it out of Ruhip that they just go by the field lines. They're not correcting for so all them claims that they're that's the declination from the magnetic north pole or whatever pole. That's bullshit. Then you finally get the truth out of them, that it's just the magnetic field lines is where the declination is. It has nothing to do in the southern hemisphere. It has nothing to do with any pole. And so, like I said, that makes it a fix-all. That's just like
that's what I just said.
Trust me, the stars are doing what we claim. And so it's your compass that's fucked up. So whatever the stars are doing, whatever our model says, and the compass don't line up, then just chart that down as magnetic declination. Like I said, I could model anything within reason if have them kind of parameters.
Dude, it's so funny though. Like, how are the ballers not even like? How is this not blowing your mind? How does this not make you step back and be like, what the? I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand it. Are you not understanding it? Like the declination correction stretches out the north and compresses the south. If the Earth were flat, the way that they've set up the declination corrections is exactly what you would have to do to make it look like it's a globe.
Austin,
You think
I'd
that's
like to
just a coincidence? That's why the north and south are so different.
I'd like to see their claim with the how they bend and say it's 180 degrees if you're facing one direction, with the south and the azimuthal grid of vision. I'd like to double check the shit that guy showed in y'all's debate and saying that with them fictitious stars and checking it with magnetic declination, because I bet you if you line up the magnetic declination, it makes a world of difference, dude. It ain't gonna be no 180. I almost would guarantee you, man, you take them stars that are on opposite ends and apply the magnetic declination, and it's probably the same damn direction, dude. They just,
Yeah, pretty. That's right. Yeah, but there is no 180 degrees anyway. That's just arbitrary stars that Walter Bislin picked out to make it look stupid. Right? We already went and looked at it. It matches perfect on the platter. It's south southwest for the southern cross.
yeah.
I got a question.
It's not south.
I got a question real quick. When you're on a part of land that says the declination is negative 179, that means that wherever you want to navigate from that point, you're literally going to turn around 179 degrees and go the other direction. How long do you do that? How long do you do that until it messes up again? Until you hit another spot with another declination number?
Yeah, what you do is you constantly update based on the charts. So they actually make compasses that do this for you. They have a little bezel in it that is made for declination adjustment, right? Most people use that. I mean, most people just use GPS, let's be real. But like when you're out on the water, they either you do it manually, so like you have your compass and you have to actually do the math, and you have to add and subtract as you go. So like as you turn around, as soon as you get to Antarctica, literally they didn't even hide it, bro. They made it where when you get to Antarctica, the magnetic declination says turn around. You're not allowed to go here. Turn around. But then as you continue to go
nothing
north
to see
from
here.
there, you're gonna have to do it.
Nothing to see
What a
here, guys.
coincidence! What a coincidence that the magnetic declination says turn around 180 from Antarctica, and then you keep correcting to answer your question. Like you would keep correcting, so you would just you would start curving. You would take a curved path. That's why if you circumnavigate like around 50, 55 degrees, you're going to think you just did a circle on the bottom of a sphere. But really what you did was take an elliptic path, like a big ellipse on a flat Earth.
Yeah, on the
so that makes
declination
sense. You're going to have to
chart,
keep correcting.
the declination chart that you showed at the end of your stream, where it was converted onto a flat Earth, it looked like all those field lines, like around where the ice wall would be, it looked like all of them were like lateral, like they were guiding us to one specific Antarctic spot. Did you notice that? As if if you were
exactly,
and you were gonna hit the ice wall, it's telling you no, change course and go here. And then it looked like all of those field lines ended up at the part of Antarctica that was right under like South America, like that tip.
And hey, guess what, bro? Guess what, bro? They all converge on the one of the only two bases you're allowed to go to. What a coincidence!
Unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
Oh, it just happens to be the magnetic South Pole. Magnetic South. That's where it's at.
Dude,
There's
how
no
did they
magnetic
verify where
South
the
Pole,
magnetic
man.
South Pole is? Yeah, dude. Like this is what I'm saying. You're like, how does this not even make you step back though? That's what I'm genuinely not understanding.
Yeah,
How do you verify where the magnetic South Pole is?
In the north, it spreads it out, and in the south, it just literally has to point them together, dude. There's so much ground to cover; it just points the fucking fields almost right at each other in the continents. It's fucking crazy.
I understand what you're saying. You're pre-assuming Earth's flat and not a globe. In my opinion, it's a globe, and they still fudge it down south to stop you finding the special areas in Antarctica.
Yeah, but can you not at least step back and be like, wow, if I was going to turn the flat Earth into a globe, I would have to do this very thing. That's why the
No,
north and
no, I
south
don't
are
think,
so
I
different.
don't think that.
But that is objective, though. Like
No.
if you were going to turn a flat Earth into a globe, you would have to make it converge in the south where it really doesn't.
Oh, okay, just converge. I'll agree to that bit. So they've
That's what I'm
done their
saying.
own.
You agree with that? Like I'm
They've
not
done
even
their own.
asking if you agree if that's what you think happened. I'm just saying if the Earth were flat and you wanted to deceive everyone and make them think it's a globe, even when they navigate, you would have to make convergence in the south to compress the south because it'd be
Yes.
wider on the flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. So some of the deception would work on either model for me. Yeah.
Yeah, but just the fact that
Yeah.
the further you go south, the more messed up it gets navigating, that should be a red flag right there to every glober in this room. That's crazy. If it's a globe,
Yeah, and watch this.
it's symmetric. There shouldn't be that discrepancy. The further you go south, the more it gets messed up.
And watch this. No baller will answer this. Okay, so they say
also
the
bring
South
up-
Pole is close. They say the magnetic South Pole is close to Australia, right? Okay, so if I'm on the other side of Antarctica, then the discrepancy shouldn't continue as I go south, right? Because actually, it shouldn't be the same. Like if I go to Antarctica down by Australia, but then I go down to Antarctica from the other side of the globe, then they shouldn't be the same proportional error as I go down, right? It should be different because the magnetic South Pole is closer to me in Australia, but further away on the other side, right? So how does the magnetic declination become? How does the error increase as you go south? The same on both sides.
I think that works on a globe for me.
How though? If the magnetic South Pole is over in the ocean underneath Australia, okay, and so you're like, okay, well, I have my magnetic declination correcting because really the South Pole's here. Then how come on the other side, it also shows that the discrepancy increases as you go south? It shouldn't, because the South Pole should be on the other side of Antarctica. So it should be correcting towards that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I've never gone south, so I don't know where it corrects to.
Well, yeah. Well, a lot of people did in the 1900s, and they charted it all out, right? We have a flat earther who does the race that goes all the way around the world. At the baller's claim proves the Earth's a
Vinny
globe.
Globe,
He's
yeah.
exactly.
I also wanted to bring up that on either model, but especially on my model, I believe this, that the inside of Earth is very nuanced and complicated, and the magnetic field doesn't have to be symmetrical because it's an organic ball in space that we don't understand, that God made. Inside, the poles could be moving, spinning, and like varied.
Yeah, but you're making your shit unfalsifiable, bro, by just saying trust the model. In other words, we can't see Polaris,
didn't say that.
and we can't see Polaris, and we're not lining up with the South Pole. So just trust the model. The declination, basically, you can angle your continents. You're just angling them toward each other.
Well,
And
it's never trust the model. It's
well, you're
hopefully
saying
one
don't
day.
trust.
Hopefully one day you'll go over this. That's my.
You're saying
response
don't
to you.
trust the compass, then, right? So what else can I trust? I've either got to trust the model
I didn't
or
say
the
any of
compass.
that.
Okay.
Look how desperate they are to they have to straw man it. Like, dude, it's like it still amazes me that you think that magnetism from molten metal in motion should have perfect flux lines coming from. Like, what a straw man! No, it's that the movement in the north and south should be in relation to each other. And you said not a straw man. That's just a screenshot from Georgia State University. All I did was just go to the highest levels of academia I can find to explain the magnetic field for your side, and then show the picture. So take it up with academia, doofus.
I agree with what you're saying. In the model, we haven't got a good explanation for why the fields are all over the place because we don't understand the middle inside of Earth that well.
But no, what I'm saying is it's not that simple. See, it's so easy to be a baller because they just say, "Oh, we just don't understand that yet. It's complicated," and then somehow they win the debate in this
I'm not
freaking
trying to win.
stupid ass clown world where no, you're making a
trying to
claim
reason
anomalous to fit.
with you. I'm
Bro,
not trying to
listen, Don, this is the problem, brother. Okay, it's a claim that is physically impossible. You cannot have a magnetic field coming from a central point, which is where magnetism comes from, and then you move the top pole around and it doesn't change in relation to the South Pole. It's like putting your hand on a stick and tilting it to the left. As you tilt the top to the left, the bottom tilts to the right at the same time. They move in relation to each other because they have the same central point.
What if the core isn't in the center and it's not a perfect sphere? So the core is elliptical and slightly to the south East.
Okay, so this whole not a perfect sphere thing means nothing, right? If you shrink down the globe to it'd be smoother than the the smoothest cue ball in the world.
No, I'm
Okay,
talking about
the
the inside core.
equatorial
Not the
bulge at
edge.
14 miles doesn't mean anything.
The core could
Yeah, the
be not a
magnetism would
perfect
still be from
sphere.
a geodynamo, not a bar magnet. So you're not going to have that one-to-one relationship like you just said, tilting one way, getting a correlative drift in the other direction because it's fluid, it's organic, like the guy claimed before.
Yeah,
No,
and
but
if
that's
y'all
not
have to,
true. This is why I asked all the ballers, how about you show me any experimental evidence? Because we can replicate a dynamo effect in a lab. Okay, and as the North Pole, so you can generate convection currents in a lab using the dynamo effect. As the North Pole moves, the South Pole moves in relation to it. So if you want
yeah,
to
they
show me
just say
some
they just say what
experimental
if, man.
evidence that you can, no, it's worse than that. They're claiming something in opposite of physics.
Right, and they're trying to make their shit unfalsifiable. The only way in this case they could do it. Well, no, there's other cases that just go against physics, like with air pressure and all that. Not trying to change the subject, but yeah, they're just going against what we can demonstrate and to try to make their shit unfalsifiable, man. I mean, y'all don't recognize that, ballers?
Same as any night.
Wait, shouldn't we be able to demonstrate this in a lab though? Shouldn't we, like if it's just because of the basically the malleability of liquid, which if you guys understood your model, they claim that the liquid outer core is symmetrical. Specifically, they claim it's symmetrical, and that there's some fluctuation, but it can't be significant because then you can't explain the rest of the magnetic field. Like I've actually researched this in depth. You guys haven't. That's why you believe in it.
Can you tell me how they explain the difference in field symmetricalness?
Yeah.
If they're saying the middle is perfectly symmetrical.
They don't have an. It's not that it's perfectly. It's just effectively symmetrical. They say that it's the liquid core is moving around, right? So it's not static. But that's the only way you get the convection currents in the first place. Is supposedly the motion of the liquid outer core creates convection current. What? No, listen. They don't say anything. They don't explain it. It's called the asymmetry problem, right? They tried to use supercomputers to model out different theories to explain it, and they can't even come up with a theory that works. In 2023, they can't even come up with any theoretical idea of what could be happening in the core to explain the asymmetry. Not even a theory, dude.
Me, that says we're still looking into it. But to you, that says
That's
flat
convenient,
Earth
huh?
would explain it perfectly.
That's convenient, huh, for the globe, right?
No, not being able to know everything is not a convenience.
Yeah, it is, because in a debate, all you have to say is, like, the globe just gets the preferential treatment.
Earth being a globe isn't designed so we can win a debate. That's what we're observing in nature.
But
Dude, the point is that when we navigate in reality, you can't use the globe Earth to navigate in reality.
Well, no,
you
That's
can't.
false.
It doesn't work.
Why not?
No, it's objective.
That's absolutely false.
You mean they use?
Okay, do you want to bet? You want to bet? You want to bet on it? So if I just use a globe and I go out and I navigate, I'll be good, or do I have to make all kinds of corrections?
How are you going to use it to navigate?
You want to use a piece of modern day navigation software with it? It's based on a globe.
You mean the GPS that automatically makes the declination corrections for you?
What do you mean makes the declination correction?
GPS compasses actually show you.
You
They
think
show you a.
GPS You think GPS makes the declination correction for you?
No.
How do you think that?
More so. Okay, so if you look at the GPS compass and then I look at my compass in my hand, are they going to be the same thing?
If I look at what is a GPS compass?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You got that little north south thing.
What are you talking about?
GPS functions have compass. And look, you guys are making fun of me. Bacon was the one in here yesterday literally talking about how he's using his GPS and that the compass on there is 18 degrees different than the compass on his phone.
Yeah. GPS runs on true north. It doesn't run with deck.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm.
There's no correction being made. It's based on true north. It doesn't make any correction.
Okay, so then how is it telling us where to get? How's it telling us where to get if it's not correcting for the difference? How's it determining direction?
It's
How
not
does
using
GPS determine direction
magnetism.
without?
It doesn't use magnetism at
How
all.
does GPS make the
It doesn't use
correction
magnetism.
for
That's how
direction?
with it.
Okay,
It doesn't
okay,
use
then listen
magnetism.
carefully,
It
buddy.
doesn't need to
How
correct
does it?
for it.
You're just not going to answer. How does it determine
It
direction? Then?
doesn't
How does it
need
determine
to.
direction? How does it determine direction then?
From
GPS.
its position
GPS
to
doesn't need
another
direction. Is what he
position.
said. I'm stupid. Remember, I'm the one that's stupid because GPS doesn't need direction. You don't need direction for GPS to work. Yeah, I'm
No,
stupid for sure.
you don't need direction for GPS. Like your coordinates
Oh
will
my
be
god.
determined by your position. It will give you a direction. If you move, your coordinates will change. You'll have a direction. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, so you do need direction.
No,
So
you
how do
don't.
they
What do you
determine the
mean?
direction?
What
Okay.
you haven't like your question isn't sound, man.
Look, you guys are laughing, and this is what's so funny. The reality of the situation is that you can't navigate assuming a globe. You have to make corrections.
Corrections to the magnetic field
Yes,
using GPS.
Well, that's oh my
yeah,
god.
we
I'm
yeah.
I
When you're
said the GPS
when
is
you're
right
using a
in the
compass, with it,
Yeah, using a compass,
when
you got
you're
to
when you're
measure it.
navigating by
Okay.
magnetic compass, you
Dude,
do
now
have to
we're now
you have to make
think
the
about the
corrections.
level of intellectual regression that we've now reached. Now you guys have resorted to just basis. Now you guys have resorted to saying, "Oh, GPS." So GPS proves Earth's a globe. So we can't navigate actually using directions. But if we use the system that assumes the Earth's a globe and was literally built with all of the needed directions and relative positions and corrections needed, then it proves the Earth's a globe. You guys are
Well,
now
it
resorting
works.
to GPS. Oh, so GPS proves the globe?
I would say it's good evidence for the globe. Yes.
See, and this is why this is even McToon, the most dishonest person on the internet, dude, admitted that you could take a flat Earth and make it a globe with GPS. Even McToon admitted
Well,
that.
I don't
This
know.
is so basic.
I don't know how
You
that
don't
would
know.
work.
You don't know. You would have a
Well,
flat Earth. You would create a coordinate system assuming a sphere, and then you would have people. You would literally guide people based on the spherical assumption. You can have a GPS coordinate system assuming a sphere, even on a flat Earth.
I'm sure we could be in Player's Cave yet.
Okay. So you notice how it just gets quiet. Or if I ask why is it not symmetrical, just gets quiet. Do you think it's just a coincidence that the north and the south are so different, and it's exactly the way that it would be if you needed to stretch the land to make it look like the land was wider in the north and smaller in the south? Just a coincidence. Can you explain to me how the north pole and the south pole of a magnet can move independent of one another, even with the dynamo effect? No. Can you provide physical evidence that's even possible? No. Can you even explain the physics of how it's possible? No. Can you explain how or why this happens on the globe? No. Can you predict more than a year in advance of where this pole is supposedly going to move to? No. And you guys don't even like hesitate. It's like you just like breeze right through that. You're making a claim that's physically impossible. You can't even articulate how it
Pretty
would
sure you
happen in
went over the
theory.
dynamo effect and how that it's not a perfect bar magnet, so you're not going to get perfect pole position. That I
Okay,
mean,
Sight,
look at the model. It
Sight,
doesn't
you're
claim you
lying.
would
You're
have
just making
perfect pole position. No,
You're
I'm
just
not
making
lying.
stuff up.
No,
You're,
no, I'm not. I'm
you're
not.
making stuff
I
up. Can you?
looked this up for my debate with Neophyte. I learned about the magnetic poles, the geomagnetic poles. Yeah, no.
Then you should definitely have a citation though. You should definitely have some type of experiment that supports your claim that
Well, I
if
would
you have liquid.
show you. I would show you my presentation, but I'm at work.
Okay, but can you even like just explain or describe the supposed experiment that's been done that shows that a dynamo effect can have north and south poles of the magnet moving independent of each other?
Oh no, I've not seen your experiment showing that they do. So you claimed that
Oh
they
my god.
actually do move perfectly together. So can you show me that experiment?
You have to throw the word perfectly in there.
Bro, well, you said perfectly.
No, I didn't. I said symmetrical. And I didn't say the word
Oh,
perfect.
sorry,
I said they
symmetrical.
would move.
Symmetrical, that's what I meant.
Yeah, yes, as in they have to move in relation to one another. This is common sense. A freaking 10-year-old could understand. If
No
the
globe thinks that
magnetism's
the
coming
North
from a
Pole is going to be able to touch the South Pole. That isn't the globe plane, right? So like, don't get it twisted.
Oh
Like
my God.
they are in relation to each other. It's
You
just
have
not equal like
multiple
you would like
South
it.
Poles, bro.
Everything they
You
say is a
literally have
straw man.
multiple South Poles.
You guys can debate me so well.
You're just
that
you're
you have
avoiding
the straw
the
man.
points to bring up other shit. My phone cut out when y'all were talking about GPS and all this dumb shit. Like, dude, how could you verify your direction? You can only go by the model or the compass, okay? And if you could just warp the freaking compass to say whatever you want in the southern hemisphere with no way to verify it, then it's a joke. Even invoking GPS, man, you're just dodging the argument.
This is so depressing. That
Well, no,
Demon
they have to
tried
straw
such
man
a
it. They have to
fag
straw man it. Sorry. They have to straw man me, bro. Like, it's like, they're like, no Glober thinks that's what's happened, but you don't even know what happened. No Glober knows what happens. No
You're
Glober
going to show
even,
me that
you don't
experiment
even know
then
what you
that
believe.
shows yeah, you're going to show me that dynamo experiment then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
And then you're just gonna pretend it didn't happen. That's what you're gonna pretend it doesn't matter anyway. Like
Yeah,
you're
that's what I'm
you're
gonna do.
not even in a state
I'm
of.
gonna watch your video and I'll pretend it's not happening. Come on, Richard.
No,
How
you're
about
gonna pretend it doesn't
look
matter.
at your geomagnetic model, bro, of your solar system. If you want to see it, you don't even have to do an experiment. Just look at your fucking geomagnetic model of the Earth in space. It shows it
So do
for
you want me to
you.
look at the solar system or the geomagnetic system? Which one?
See, you're dodging the point, bro.
Hey,
Well, no,
hey,
you kind of
listen, man.
didn't. You made a false question.
Your model shows it symmetrical in space, blocking solar fucking rays and shit.
Exactly.
Oh, you mean
exactly.
a cartoon depiction of it?
That's
shows
all
it
the
being
globe has,
symmetrical?
buddy. That's all the globe
Boo-hoo.
has.
Try
That's all the globe has.
harder that there's a fucking graphical representation of something in science. Fuck me
Okay.
harder, flat earthers.
All right. Chill out. Listen
Damon,
carefully, buddy.
dude,
Okay.
this
Listen
is so
carefully.
disappointing.
You have no evidence of the globe magnetic field operating any particular way. The highest levels of academia admit they don't understand it. They can't explain it even in theory. They can't even come up with an idea of how it could happen, much less demonstrate it. They can't map it out. They can't explain any of it. They can't explain the intensity differences, the asymmetry of the intensity strengths, the strength relative to the core and the surface. They can't explain the South Atlantic anomaly. Well, they can't explain any of it. They can't even explain how they have to idealize the convection current. They can't explain this. They can't explain any of it. Okay, and then you pretend like somehow we're straw manning it when what we do is we go to every university in the world, and this is how they teach the students. They use these depictions. They use this analogy of a bar magnet. They teach the symmetry of the magnetic field. They teach it to children all the way up to university. It's
Right, do you think that the people? Oh, hold on. Do you think that people dealing with actual like magnetic shit, like they sit in like they're sitting in classes like bar magnets, like fucking touch them together, like we know how magnet works. We make the magnet thing now. You think that everybody's just got this base level understanding of what fucking magnetism is, like, and then like, talking about these like no, the people who are talking about magnetic fields and mapping the shit, you're just saying they got their fucking thumbs up their asses. They don't actually know what they're talking about, and then you go on and say that. Well, this is actually what they're teaching them in school. No, bro.
What an anti-flat Earth answer.
I know he turned into an anti-flat earther. It's
Dude, it's
sad
so
because
bad.
he used
It's
to be cool.
disappointing.
Yeah.
He was cool.
Yeah,
as
but
shit.
this is
he was so cool.
Yeah, sad. But this is what's so funny, man.
Is that what you do when you lose an argument? You try and say how cool someone used to be?
Lose an argument.
You are such a fag now, bro.
How am I losing an argument? Dude, dude, this is the truth, Demon Stride. I've read way more about this than you have. Okay? And the truth of the
That may
matter
be
is
possible,
that
yeah.
the highest...
You may have misunderstood way more as well.
Oh, my... The highest
He's using
levels
tactics
of
on you,
academia...
Austin. He's using fucking tactics, man.
I'm saying he turns into an anti-flat earther. The highest levels of academia concede that they have no idea. They have no idea how to explain the magnetic field of the globe. This is what they say. So when Harvard
When you
says
say
it,
highest
Stanford
levels
says
of
it, and Yale says
academia,
it,
how is that?
Yeah.
How is it not just a they statement? Who do you mean by the highest levels?
I was
Harvard
literally
and
in the process
Stanford.
of stating them. So Harvard, Stanford,
people-
Yale, Cambridge, Oxford. Hey, are those good enough schools, or do you have some preferred ones? Because if you can name any school, they're going to say the same thing.
And no other
Where do
people
I
who
go to
made
the
the
school of
fucking
flat
model.
Earth? Let me go to the highest level of academia of flat Earth. Where should I go?
Brother,
See,
when
dude,
y'all are
what
claiming
happened
horse
to
shit,
you,
bro.
dude?
When Y'all anti-flat earthers are claiming horse shit, dude, when NOAA themselves, the fuckers who make the damn model, and all these all these colleges and shit studying it are verifying that, and y'all are claiming like y'all got it all down pat. You know exactly, dude. That's not true. Y'all don't fucking have nothing down pat, bro. Your model is
I just
fucking
want to know,
patched
Dean,
together.
real fast.
I
Dean,
was
what happened to you?
I was a Navy SEAL.
Demon Strike, do you remember when you used to be like, I don't like how they act or stuff like that, and now you're saying stuff like, oh, what's the highest levels of academia for a flat earth? Like, what the, dude?
Yeah,
What do you?
The
How I
reality.
used
that
that?
was the
What do you
worst
mean?
argument.
What do you mean? No, I agree that there's definitely assholes and there's definitely whatever nefarious shit goes on. Sure, that does happen, but like you just make a broad statement like the highest levels of academia, like that's just sophistry, man.
Dude, I've
Demon.
stated
Playing.
the schools at least 7 times before you ever
You
jumped in
just
with
said
this
the names of
nonsense.
the schools, though. You didn't name any professors that
Why do
found
you
out
keep
like.
on interrupting me? So I even said specifically what it was about the model they can't explain. Okay, I'm walking out of the gym, so I don't have
Man,
PDFs to give you right now, but I've dropped them in here 100 times. You know what the ballers do when I drop them in here? They ignore them because they're in a religion. That's what it is. You are afraid to not be part of the majority, and you just have to believe it no matter what. That's a fact. It doesn't matter what you say. That's a fact.
Demon, he
Listen,
just accused you.
intellectual people aren't worried about whether or not they look stupid. Stupid people worry about that, though. So you guys are afraid of the idea of looking so stupid that you're a flat earther. So it's not even on the table for you to truly entertain this. I'm saying if you're claiming that the North Pole is moving, the North Magnetic Pole is moving, why would the South Pole not move in relation to it?
It's tidally locked, Austin.
What's the reason?
it's a dynamic system.
Yeah,
It's a
if it's
dynamic
dynamic,
system. Oh my god, dude.
unfucking
He
believable.
just Richard
That's
just
his answer.
accused
Is
you.
it's dynamic. So
Demon.
it doesn't move, but it's dynamic.
It's just
Demon
goofy,
Strike.
right? Because it's like I'm even giving you
I
guys
have
the
your
option to say,
answer.
like, dude, just explain the theory. Like, even theoretically explain some form of physics that we can somewhat verify, just even theoretically, right? Like, I'm genuinely asking. I've actually tried to solve the problem for your model, and I know more about magnetism than you guys do. Let's be real. There is no way
Misunderstood more for sure.
there's no way in the world you can make that happen. It defies physics. It makes no sense. You cannot sustain a coherent magnetic field from a central point and then deviate the north and south pole of that magnet independent of each other. That doesn't make
That's a
any
claim.
sense at all.
That's a claim. And so when you said magnet, you did mean geodynamo? Like that is what you meant in
Yeah.
that sentence instead of just magnet?
Of course, it's about a geodynamo model, dude. They say they use supercomputers to try to map it out, and they still can't make it work. They can't even come up with a theory to make it work. And specifically the asymmetry problem, which is what we're talking about. It's called the asymmetry problem.
Mm-hmm.
So why
So
did
they
you
should just use
person
those
say it's a problem?
supercomputers to make a flat Earth model work, huh?
There you go. Back to
Holy
once
shit,
you
Demon.
dunk on it, you have to divert away.
Demon
Yeah,
Strike.
even if
He
we
just
give you the
accused
fact
you.
that there's 2 poles in the south and then another minor pole, and there's 1 pole in the north, and they don't line up with any of the 3, and even if we give you all that, when one of them when the one in the north moves, you can't. I mean, how's all the other poles just not moving with it? I mean, look,
Well, by
we're
the way,
already giving you that it ain't lining up, man. You're asking for everything, just
I'll just help
everything
the
with no
ballers.
explanation.
Does the model
because
claim that they should line up? Just a question there for the
that's why
Glover.
that's why it's
claim
called
they
an
should?
that's why it's called an asymmetry problem. Okay, it's not that it should be 100% exactly the same, because by the time the magnetism is on the surface where you can read it, there are fluctuations that can happen, different disturbances within, say, the core, like he's talking about mass distribution. But that can't change the actual position significantly. They would still be moving in relation to each other. It's just that your ability to record it would be a little bit affected, right? So they've tried to account for these discrepancies. Doesn't work. They've even tried to propose a new type of magnetic wave they claim discovered by a satellite to explain that there's an oscillation within the core that somehow explains the South Atlantic anomaly, but they still can't even math that out yet, much less
You
show
look close,
that
there's
new magnetic wave even exists in reality. They're
You look close.
literally divining new ideas about physics to try to explain it. That's just objective.
Hey, check it out. You literally, you look in closer, and there's a South Pacific anomaly, okay, over by Australia, and then there's just lesser anomalies in the around Africa and shit. But here's the thing. So it's important for y'all to know the magnetic poles do not line up. I repeat, they do not line up, and there are multiple poles, and none of them line up.
Right.
So
What causes
if you're
them?
in Sydney, you
multiple
say you got
poles.
magnetic declination of 11 degrees, but they say it's lining up to the magnetic north pole, but you look at it and it's dead in line with the magnetic north. There'd be no declination if that was the case. But
So
the
if there's
claim is still
multiple
made
south poles,
and repeated.
if there's
You're
multiple
making
south
claims,
poles,
Brian.
where are the multiple north poles then?
There ain't no multiple south poles.
Right, because the fucking model doesn't say that they have to, like,
that's.
they can't have. The model doesn't say that this is impossible. Like, that's the
I
thing.
meant
You
to say
guys are the
I
ones
meant to
saying
say
it's
there's no
impossible.
multiple. I meant to say there's no multiple declinations. Like the South Poles on a plane, you would expect something like we see. You would expect the stronger magnetic field in the center varying out toward the edge. So you'd have to claim, dude, the whole outside edge basically would be kind of like a magnetic field. So
Brian.
if you're trying to replicate a globe, you'd have to
Brian,
make multiple poles.
You're going to have trouble explaining the magnetic fields on flat Earth and what's causing that.
No, we're not.
Bro, I'm gonna have trouble getting there to even fucking try.
Dude, this is
So
the
what's
problem, right?
causing them?
We can't verify. We can't verify below 60 degrees. And let me guess, Demon Strike, you've devolved to such an extent that you're going to deny that too. Now, let me guess. Whenever we say we can't freely and privately explore past 60 degrees south latitude, we actually can, and we're lying. And
No, I don't know. I've never actually seen somebody get turned away. I've never actually seen somebody also explore it. So I'm agnostic on that position.
well, the government says they're going to turn you away, though.
Sure. I mean, that's your claim.
No, that's what they're claiming.
I mean, you can claim it and cry about it all you want, but just fucking try it and then show me.
You know what I'm
Damon,
saying? So
you
think
just
about it, dude.
said
He
it was
used to be so
ridiculous.
much cooler than this. Like I don't know. I'm gonna stop because I don't even want to gaslight you or whatever.
Well,
It's
we
just
showed
weird.
him what you call
Damon,
it.
you acted like it was
What's his name?
ridiculous for Witsit to post a link, and then if it said what he said that you were just going to ignore it. You said that'd be ridiculous. Yet he is talking about everything that's in that link right now, and you're denying all of it. You were doing the exact
Go and refer back to his link while he's talking. I can do that. I can try and get
Hold
fired.
on. It's documented by the courts, Jarl and Ahoy, through Anchor at Safe Harbor, and him and his buddy went inshore while the other two buddies, Norwegian fucking experts at sailing shit, or just veterans, let's say, they got turned away. They made them pull anchor and leave, and then them two dudes disappeared, okay, in a storm, and Jarl wound up getting fined out of his fucking ass. So just for throwing anchor down there, he winds up coming back having to go to multiple courts and shit, paying fines out of his ass, trying not to do jail time. And we've showed you this, and you just question it like, oh, I'm still up in the air.
No, I've not seen
about
that
it.
actually. Hey, can you show me any documentation for it other than because I've heard people tell me the story of this, but if you show me his story telling it, it'd be more convincing.
His attorney.
Yeah, but this is what's weird. It's still not going to do anything for you. Like it's like this is the reality, right? When you like, oh, map it out on a flat Earth, we can't go verify the South, but the fact that it changes in the South and the North makes perfect sense on a flat Earth. Because in a flat Earth, the North Pole is actually up by Polaris. The South Pole is way below us. You can't get either one of them. The reason the compass points to the North Pole, quote unquote, of the Earth is because that's the closest point of convergence of the magnetic field. That's where all the movement's happening. That's the strongest flux. So that's why
there is no South Pole.
There's not even a North Pole accessible on the Earth according to flat Earth. So when it's just the center of the magnetic field. So when you go away from it, of course it changes. You're going away from the source. So of course it's going to have areas that are way weaker in the South. Of course it's not going to be symmetrical. That makes perfect sense on a flat Earth. We're on the block domain wall within the magnetic field.
On a flat Earth, what is causing magnetic fields? Like what would be causing it on a flat Earth?
Well, that's a good question. We can't get to the center. People claim that there's a mountain there. Who knows? You have to actually even
How unfalsifiable of you. You guys are just making it unfalsifiable now.
You're
No,
not
we're
allowed
not.
to go there.
So you
Hold
can't
on,
go
bro.
there to
Hold
falsify it, is
You're
what you're telling
basically
me.
a government apologist, dude. You're like, ha 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 ha. The government
Dude,
says you
like,
can't go to the north. Ha 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 ha.
Hold on. There is no fucking South Pole. Every magnet points to the north, okay? And then they're saying, well, just it's opposite. South, it's the same direction. It's the same
Well, you
needle.
just
So
point-
no, the compasses point toward the fucking north, no matter how you weigh them. And
That's fucking
you could
nice.
turn it around. You could flip it around and say south, but it's not reliable by any means. Okay, that's exactly what we'd expect on a flat Earth, bro. We would expect it getting weaker toward the edges. And we would expect it strongest in the middle with no, just a one-way facing compass. That's what we see in reality, man.
This is what I'm saying. This is what this proves is that there's nothing you can do against the globe. Like if it's a claim that is physically impossible, there's no physics that can demonstrate anything like that can happen. That doesn't matter because we're just trying to figure it out. That's how science works. And whenever the South is completely different from the North in every situation, when it comes to navigation, when it comes to the undersea cables not connecting the southern continents, when it comes to the world record of the fastest boat in the South and the North, it's 200 miles less in the South because they're traveling a greater distance but think it's smaller. When it comes to the magnetic declination being completely different, completely asymmetrical, not the same at all converging on the center in the North, but then having two convergence separated by thousands of miles in the South, that when you get to Antarctica, it tells you adjust 180 degrees, so turn around, and none of that, it doesn't even phase you. You're just like, oh, well, GPS. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So when you laugh at globe model, when it says like we don't know exactly how this works exactly, but we're trying to think of ways to explain it. You go, so it's unfalsifiable. Like so
No,
you
but the
believe in a
difference
fairy
is,
tale.
but do you not
Yeah.
know what
What's
the
the
difference
difference?
is, Demon Strike?
Yeah. What's the
Okay, yeah.
difference?
So I openly acknowledge parts of it that are speculation, right? None of us even claim to know like the actual shape of the Earth. We know that the globe model is not true. The globe model is making very specific, definitive claims. Okay. And whenever we navigate on the Earth, we have to use the globe corrections of magnetic declination that was literally mapped out and discovered because they assumed a sphere and it didn't work. We're pointing out the deception. Falsification is independent of replacement. In order to replace it, I have to go places that I legally cannot go. So that doesn't make the globe true somehow. That doesn't make any sense. That's incredibly illogic or
Well,
lacking
it
logic.
seems like I would want to do that too. Like if I had a lie, I was trying to back up, and like in order to prove that lie was false, like I just have to go over to here this piece of land. I would probably be like, no, we can't go to that piece of land, so I'll never be able to prove my lie is fake.
Bro, he just named all kinds of different hints, bro. Like,
Oh my
just
God.
look at the, bro. He just breezed right past all the examples he gave you of what we would expect if
No, he
it's
just scaled past all that shit, and I can't respond to every single point he just brought up. I had a point I
No,
wanted
it's
to
just
bring up,
all
and I'm
making
trying
a
to remember it
singular
through all of his bullshit.
But dude, it's
Dude,
just making a singular point, which is that the South is consistently anomalous and not the same as the North. That makes perfect sense on a flat Earth. Just like the time zones, there's 19 in the North, but 32 in the South.
The
Well, because the
analemma.
longitudinal, the analemma, the plant and animal life, the actual mariner paths, everything is different in the South, bro. It doesn't matter. You're saying if I was defending a lie, I'd just say, oh well, you can't go there, ha ha. You objectively can't go there in 1957, and then, but that's just
that's the point.
What
Exactly.
the, dude? That has nothing to do with anything, though. If they lied about the
You're
Earth,
not even trying, is the point. If you believe in it so much, you should fucking try it.
yes, I should leave my
what, the-
5-month-old. I should
break
leave
the
my
law?
5-month-old and spend tens of thousands of dollars to go somewhere that they tell me in advance I will arrest you, not give you due process. You can be illegally
They're not going to
substituted.
arrest you to go to the fucking South Pole. Come
Dude,
on, man.
literally,
dude.
this
They
is why
fucking
you guys.
arrested y'all and the whole. Dude, I
hey,
just
bro,
told y'all
you're
this
the
shit, man.
same guy.
Hey,
Hey, you're the
think
same
about the
guy
amount.
that said he
Think
would
about the
die over
amount of.
flat Earth, but now you won't leave because of money and your kid. You're an idiot, dude.
Think
Why
about,
do you
yeah,
think
but
they
I
arrested
would
y'all
punch
and
you
the
in the
Hoy?
mouth in real life though.
What
So
piece of
like
shit just said
whatever.
that?
So hey, think about this though. Think about the reality denial going on here, right?
Yeah,
You
they
guys
get
can't even
mad.
acknowledge the truth. This is what the United States government said in their legislation in 2012. Doesn't matter what any of you zealots in here said. They said they can stop you and search your vessel and seize anything at any point in time. That they can indefinitely detain you without due process. This is what they say in their legislation. And then you guys start
Right.
mocking me because you're ignorant.
Which
And I'm telling you, two
legislation?
fuckers who
Hey,
they threw
who's
anchor
they?
on
Who
at
is
Safe
they?
Harbor
Who
and
is
they
they?
disappeared. And
Who
the
is
other
they?
two
That's
got
another
arrested.
claim. Who is
That's another
they?
claim.
Who is
You
they?
keep saying claim, bro, because you haven't looked into it, dude. This is from
Yeah.
his
Who
attorney.
is they?
This is
Where is
court
this
document.
legislation? Show me this
Take a
legislation.
deep
Who is
breath,
they?
guys. This
Who
is
is
getting
they?
too out of hand. Easy,
Yeah,
one at a
because we
time,
have
guys.
degenerates.
Yeah.
That's why it's out of hand.
Yeah.
They getting mad because we can't explore everything freely and independently.
There is no.
We're
There is no
Well,
legislation.
here's the thing.
There is no legislation. This guy's a liar.
Okay, hey, wait. Can
You're
you
an
show your
idiot.
real identity and we can bet $5,000 on it? You want to bet $5,000 on it?
I'd like to bet too.
Nope.
Obnoxious. Why do you just
Yeah,
say things?
exactly.
That is
Exactly.
pathetic.
Dude, I have all the PDFs at home. When I get there, I'll drop
You
them.
don't
But
have
this is the
nothing.
problem.
I know. You always have it at home or in your backpack or in the school.
You're
Bro, you are so
pathetic
dishonest,
idiot.
dude.
You should
You
probably
interrupt
look it
to
up
fucking
before
be
you talk and
dishonest.
make yourself look stupid.
Buddy, I was working out, man. Maybe you should try it. Okay, so I'm
Yeah,
not
I
at the
seen you,
house.
dude. You need to work out more. Drink some protein shakes, buddy.
Everything
thank
he
you.
says is bullshit, bro. Just why is he not muted?
He shouldn't be allowed
Well,
here.
And this is what I'm saying though. How weird is it that you guys haven't researched this yet? Like, how can you be quote unquote looking into flat Earth for years and you haven't even read the Antarctic legislation?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
Stop
No, definitely
interrupting
read
me,
that,
dude.
man. Definitely
No,
done over it.
dude, no, you haven't. There's subsequent legislation. There's subsequent
You're telling me I
legislation.
haven't done the thing. From who?
Dude, you're just like an anti-flat earther now, Demon Strike. You keep interrupting me and
Dude,
saying
you're
the
an
stupidest, most
anti-glober.
low. This
You
is
want to
so
fucking tell me
pathetic.
what I've done? That's dishonest bullshit, man. You don't know
Okay,
what
so
I've read?
if you, how about this, buddy? If you interrupt me when I try to explain this again, I'm muting you. And the other guy, I'm gonna time out for a week. Okay.
I don't know why
It's the
he
only
ain't
way to
already
even have
timed out.
It's the only way to have a statement said at all here is to literally treat you like children. So the fact of the matter is that we have the Antarctic Treaty signed, but we have all kinds of subsequent legislation that's been passed since then. Okay, I actually recently was looking into it. I went and actually emailed the official contact asking them what is the procedure if I want to take a group of 20 people down to the south to freely
Show me
explore.
the email.
Okay?
Show me the email.
Okay, I will. When I get back to the house, I will. You clown. So they didn't even respond. And I sent it from 3 different emails. And it's been like a month. Okay? So they don't even respond with their official contacts. I'm like, we want to go to the south, right? Whatever we need to pay for the application fees. I said, just let us know whatever application fees or what the procedure is, what we need to know, and what approval we need to get. What we want to do is go down there. We want
There is none. There is none, dude.
Stop interrupting him.
There actually is. She says you have to
Yeah.
give at least 90 days advance notice and you have to pay an application fee and then you have to be approved. So I reached out to them. I asked them what the procedure was, right? I said, we want to go down there and explore indefinitely. We don't know how long we want to explore and we want to be able to choose, like to update our path while we're there. We want to choose where we want to go once we're there. And they're just not even responding to my email.
This
You
is a
think I
straight up
made
lie.
that
Yeah,
up?
this is a straight up
You
lie,
think I
dude.
just and that goes to
Absolutely.
show that you're a moral degenerate because you're projecting that you're that dishonest. To think that
Because
someone
you
would
don't
lie
have
about
any
something like
proof
that.
of anything. There's no one to call, and no one controls Antarctica. Who are you calling? You can't even tell me who you called.
But
Dude, it's an
wait a minute,
email.
isn't all this
Okay,
information
who did you email?
like
Who did you email? Who did you email? Put it in the
I
chat.
will, buddy. When I'm driving a vehicle, okay. When I get to the house, I will drop my email. I will literally screenshot the email that I sent, and you can see the email. It's the officially listed email for the permission to go to Antarctica privately. It's the
Who
private
gives
exploration
permission? Who gives
application
permission?
email. The U.S. government.
Hold on.
The
Take a
U.S.
look in
government
live
has
text.
no jurisdiction over Antarctica
Listen,
at all.
this provocative dude, take a look in live text and look at the headline of the article and go read the article if you want to know. I think some Globers should be verifying this. We shouldn't even have to be arguing with this dude who's just stirring up bullshit. What's the headline? A Norwegian is arrested after the Antarctic mission. Okay, we all know the story. Okay, what they don't talk about a lot is 2 of them fuckers disappeared. 2 of them just vanished. They
But here's the thing, Brian. Here's the thing. They neglected procedure. It's all published, and the questions that you have with it, that's all published in the criteria.
Wait. They neglected what?
In the forms.
Wait, I thought there was no procedure though, Left Lane.
Yeah, right.
There is procedure. Nobody says there's not a procedure. You do have to apply. You do have to state your mission. No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just
He
saying,
literally just said
you
it
know,
5
you have to meet certain criteria. You have to, you know, apply and state your intention and be approved, yes, to do any kind
Right.
of
To tell that
like
clown
an
who just called Austin a
expedition.
liar, dude.
No, because only to do scientific experiments. You can go there as a residential person, as a private person, anytime you want. You can kayak there, you can go fly a plane there,
Yes, you
whatever you
can.
want.
That's not true,
You can
dude. Listen,
kayak
there
there.
It
is
is
literally
true.
You
stop.
can
Listen, there's
kayak
literally
there?
a private exploration section of how you contact them for private exploration. So if you have the approved guided tour, they already have a permit that they're allowed to bring people there. So if you buy a ticket, you don't have to do anything. You just bought the ticket because the people that are guiding you have already been given permission. If you want to go
That's true.
privately and independently, you have to get approval at least 3 months in advance.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You have to do a fucking. You have to do a
kayak.
environmental fucking access or whatever you call it. You have to do a fucking environmental breakdown. You're supposed to bag up your own shit. You can't bring any extra fuel. You can't bring dogs and
It's the
sled
same
teams.
way on a. It's the same way on a state forest campground. A big deal.
And Jarl
Well, now
Anderhoy
you're
went down
shifting
there
the
and
goalpost,
fucking
right? So
they made him pull anchor and pushed two of his buddies out into a storm, which they said I think they
No,
sunk
they
the motherfucker,
no.
and they arrested him and his buddy as
You
soon as they
can't
fucking
bring
got back to
fuel.
society.
You can't
Arrested
bring
him,
fuel
bro.
or water
So when
to
you
a
call Austin a
campground.
liar, bro, that's you're being dishonest.
Yeah, you're an idiot, Rob Notches. It's not even close. You can kayak to Antarctica.
Yeah, you can.
exactly.
There's,
But why do
there's a
none of the
group of
ballers call
people.
them
There's
out?
a group of people who kayak from South America to Antarctica every year. Look it up.
You're
Why
delusional.
do none of the ballers call the other guy out though? That's what I don't understand, right?
It's a
Like you can
fact. They
believe.
videotape
Stop
it, dude.
interrupting me, man, dude. So you can believe in a ball and that's cool, whatever, right? But that doesn't mean you have to automatically, like a cult, like just support whatever bullshit someone says. Why would you not step in and be like, you're wrong? They absolutely do require 3-month advance notice, and you have to be approved to privately explore Antarctica.
No,
They have to approve your route.
only for scientific explorations.
No,
Yes,
dude.
expeditions. Expeditions.
No, y'all wasn't
you-
on. Yeah, expeditions too. There, thank you, Howard, for correcting that. This dude, he's just
It's
making
annoying.
shit
No,
up.
that's what he said.
No, he said
That's
only
what I mean. You know,
scientific.
expedition.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
expedition
Oh,
would
my
be a group of people going down there and traversing the continent, right? That's
Like
I mean, whether
taking
they're
the
That
doing
wouldn't have to do
science
with. He
or
said
whether they
only
just want
scientific.
to, or
I'm
whether
gonna hop
if you
into
want
a
to
kayak.
if you want to do an expedition to the South Pole, you would have to be approved whether you're doing science or not, probably.
Thank you. That's the point. He's saying no, just science. Like it doesn't even
No,
matter.
you
This
don't.
doesn't prove the Earth is
There's
globe
no
or flat.
government
It
there.
doesn't prove, dude. It doesn't prove, dude. It's you. The Antarctic Treaty says that whatever country you're in, that's the
Yeah.
people you have to get permission from.
Yeah, he said the U.S. government has nothing to do with it earlier.
They don't.
Even though in
You're
the 50s they founded.
misunderstanding the treaty.
Even
They
though in the
do,
50s they
Rob
founded
Notches.
Little America in Antarctica. Literally, they founded something called Little America, the first American base in Antarctica. Yeah, in the 50s, but no big deal.
Yeah.
They have nothing to do with
And
it.
they're talking about like they're trying to they have you bag up your own shit and they're trying to like and not bring gas like they're trying to save the environment, yet they're powered off little mini nuclear generators and shit, dude. Which I don't have nothing against, but still, I mean,
Mini nuclear generators. Who
yeah,
makes
that's how
them?
how do you think they get their electricity? You think they have coal plants or solar panels, bro? They have fucking
Diesel
Yeah, they had them
fuel.
on like
It's called
the lunar
diesel fuel.
landers.
It's called diesel fuel and generators. They don't have mini nuclear power
So
plants.
they have fuel, right? So you're saying you're making shit up, dude. I already told you how
I'm
they
making
have
shit
nuclear
up.
generators.
Mr. Nuclear Generators, but I'm making things up. Mr. Nuclear Generators.
Yeah.
telling me
Why
I'm
why
making
does
things up.
none of the ballers like it's so obvious to any honest person, right? That the flat earthers are much more researched on these subjects than you guys are. And you guys literally just make shit up. Just like you made up that you made up about the dynamo model, but I've researched it 100 times more. Same thing here, right? Where
Yeah.
I have all the PDFs in my house and we've clearly researched it. You guys have it, and you're just basically making stuff up. And then no Globers check the other one. Why?
So you're gonna retract your statement before when I was saying, "Oh, your model is unfalsifiable because you claimed you
Bro, this
couldn't
dude's sitting here
go
talking
to
about
South
they're
America."
talking about there's diesel generators, bro. That's fucking bullshit.
No,
He's making
yeah,
shit
I
up,
don't
dude.
care about. Yeah, I don't care about that.
It's a
People make dumb
fact.
claims.
Demon, you would have
Yeah,
had
don't
an okay
correct him.
point.
Don't correct him.
I don't
You
have
would
to
have
Amp
had,
it
correct
up.
anybody. No.
Demon, you
Yeah,
would have had
exactly.
an
You
okay
amp it up.
point.
You amp it up, Demon Shard. You turn into an anti-flat earther. That's what they do. When a flat earther says something in here that's stupid, or they're being antagonistic and they're lying and they're not being good faith to the baller, I call them out.
And Demon, you would have
Okay.
had a good point when you said that it's unfalsifiable because he makes claims and then he doesn't want to go to check them out when he said that we're not allowed to go there, except for the fact that he's 100% right and that you're not allowed to go freely explore these areas.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you can't go though.
Yes, you
And I
are.
backed that up with an article of the last dude who did without getting permission and got caught pretty much and fucking got arrested.
But that's the point, Brian. It doesn't mean you can't go. Just because you have to get pre-approved and meet the criteria doesn't mean that you can't go. You just have to meet the criteria.
But last line, think about this. This is why, because you guys always say that. Why don't you even try to go, right? Like, my grandmother-in-law literally went, and it cost 20 grand, and they weren't allowed to get off the boat, and that was an approved guided tour, okay? So everyone's like, oh, you just won't even try it because you're scared to prove the flat earth's wrong. All this stupid, low IQ bullshit.
That's
so
a
I'm
lie,
like, okay.
too.
I'm like, okay, I actually went and reached out to them. I went and reached out to them to try to show the process so I could just screenshot it and show everyone online, look, this is what they say you have to do. And they won't even respond. It's been a month.
Yeah, well, you can go to the cruise line's website, and it's $8,500 for a tip. So, or for a
We
trip.
don't want to go on an approved tour.
No,
we want
I'm
to
just saying your
privately
grandmother-in-law's cousin's uncle got rolled for
What's
the
off?
No, they do.
Whatever.
They offer expeditions. They offer.
People went, Rob Noxious. You know how many people went on their trip in order for you to say that she got ripped off?
Yep, I do.
Dude, you have no idea what packages there are.
It was two people. It was two people, right? It was
I
like
have
my
PDFs.
grandmother-in-law.
I'm sorry.
So it was like $10,000 a person. So it doesn't matter what you say. No one cares.
I have
No one cares.
PDFs. I can back it up.
Oh, so
You're
it's just
just
8,500
goofy,
per
dude.
person, period. And that lines up pretty much exactly.
I literally, dude, I have the website. It ranges from like around $7,500 all the way up to like 30, 40 grand, depending on what expedition you do.
And there's a few different companies that offer it that are under the same father company.
Yeah, didn't y'all see the video where the guys who even went to work there, like never even had time to hit the slopes, like even once, bro? Right when they got there, they were told strictly that you're here to work. There was no free time there, man. They are under restrictions, even the people who work there.
That's absurd, dude. You guys are
You're laughing, dude. Like, I can't imagine.
I'm just laughing at the absurd. I'm laughing at the thought of somebody skiing in Antarctica, like the fact that there'd be a ski resort or a ski lift or a fucking.
Why? But dude, look, if I'm a baller, right? Like, this is why this room is such a not a good representation of reality. Like, when I went out on my tour, I talked to all these people. Everyone believes there's a ball, right? The vast majority of people. But when I told them about the Antarctic tree, they're like, there's no way that's true. Then we pulled it up. I showed them all the subsequent legislation on my iPad. They read it. And they're like, wow, that's pretty crazy. They still thought the Earth was a ball, but they were like, that is pretty suspect. Maybe they're hiding something in Antarctica. But whenever you guys are in here, you pretend that they're hiding nothing. It's all just go freely, go skip into the sunset in Antarctica. It's perfectly free and fine. There's nothing there.
Because no one ever says they're hiding anything. No one ever said they're hiding anything. You're making shit up.
Bro, you act like it's just we're free to go and fucking. You act like we could just go do whatever we want down there, and the motherfucker, the only dude that I personally, not personally, but have seen, got arrested literally for nothing more than throwing fucking anchor at Safe Harbor. Throw an anchor. Just crossing the 60th parallel. He was up for, he was already in trouble.
So Kai was looking into it. Actually, the Clintons proposed even stricter restrictions on Antarctic exploration. Bill Clinton, when he was in office, he literally proposed legislation that would forbid tourist exploration. Like, even like further, would just forbid it. So
they can't even do a race around Antarctica because even the races, they let them dip down south of 60 in one spot, and it's monitored. And they pretty much do. They can't even do an Antarctica race, around 60 or 70 before the ice.
Where's this rule at? Where's this rule at? Where's this rule at?
Dude, I'm about to drop all the PDFs, so you're just gonna ignore them. Wait, wasn't this guy in here the last time we did this? He did the same thing, and then I started reading off word for word what the thing says, and then he just like avoided it and changed the subject and then left.
He asked for something and doesn't even go look at it, bro. This is the same guy who was asking for shit. I was posting it, and he wouldn't even go look at it. He's doing the same thing today, man. That's all he ever does.
Dude, this last time he was in here, he was literally denying Antarctica again. He brought it up and then denied it, and I started reading it straight from the official website, and then he just left.
Yeah, it wasn't me. I never leave. I get kicked.
Well, then
before
maybe you
I
got muted and then you left.
No, it was definitely him.
I know it was him. Yeah, for a
No,
fact.
you guys get all excited. You guys are getting so revved up because you guys are on the ropes. You guys have nothing to back anything up. You guys.
No, when you
playing.
call somebody a liar, when you're making shit up, bro, that does tend to rev people up a little bit.
I'm
Me
sorry,
anyway.
but I'm sorry, man, but you guys are.
Dude, you're the
Be
one that's
specific.
baselessly denying that you can't privately and freely explore Antarctica. It's just a fact. It doesn't prove the Earth is flat, okay? But it's like the
You
fact
ask for
it's
fucking
very
evidence,
telling.
and I post it, and you don't even acknowledge it, dude.
It's just very telling that you guys have to deny that. It's very
Because you
telling.
don't even
It
know the
shows your
story of why
intentions.
those guys were arrested. If you read the story, they'll tell you why they were arrested. That's what I'm saying. You guys are
Bro,
just.
I've read the whole fucking story fucking from different sources, bro. I've read his story,
Read
the
it
official
slower.
story.
Yeah, read it slower.
You tell
brother.
me why he got arrested if you know anything about it. What's their
He didn't
official?
read it. He doesn't know anything about
I
it.
know he didn't fucking read it.
Read it slower, man. It might help.
See, like
No,
you're just a
just
troll.
tell
I'm
us.
gonna
You
mute
just
you,
said
by
you
the way.
read it.
So.
Tell us. Tell us, or you're getting muted. Tell us what the reason was they were arrested. Yeah, we're getting worked up because you're a blatant liar, and it's disgusting.
I'm a
You're
blatant
being
liar.
antagonistic.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
absolutely
you're being a
horrific. You're the
troll.
worst I've
How
ever
was
seen.
asking questions antagonistic? Was it?
No,
You're
you're
the worst
literally
I've ever seen.
baselessly lying. You're telling everyone else you're making stuff up.
Yeah, you
and
just
then
made a
you
claim,
have
dude.
no idea. You have no idea about any of it, right? Like you haven't
just said
researched
we
any
don't
of it.
know even what happened, bro. You
Yeah,
just
but
made a
you just
claim.
made.
It wasn't a
Which
question, bro. That's another fucking lie.
Widget just made all the claims, and he said he can't back anything up. So what's the difference between me and him?
Bro,
What
you
are you
just said
talking?
you're
I
asking
specifically said
questions,
I
dude.
can
And
back all of them up. I specifically said
Oh,
I would
okay.
back
Well, I
all
can
of them
back
up.
all mine up too. When I get home, I can back all mine up.
Well, I'm actually at the gas station, and then I'm gonna be at the house, and I will literally be
Okay.
dropping it. That's the difference in you and
Okay,
I.
I'll arrive with my PDFs the same time you arrive with your PDFs.
don't waste your time, Austin, bro. I posted the last thing he asked for, and he won't even acknowledge it. Then he says that that we never even read it. And then says I was just asking questions. It's just a lie on top of there's 3 lies in one fucking paragraph.
But hey,
Literally.
let me say
Brian,
this.
he
Let me say
doesn't
this.
have
But let me say this real fast. So like, you know how they're like, oh, flat earthers, the whole world disagrees with you and all that stuff, right? Well, because they're like weak-minded people, so they need to conform, right? But the funny part is that their behavior is the real minority. Okay, when I talk to normal people that are just chill, like they think there's the globe, but I would have a beer with them, they're cool, whatever. Like they can acknowledge the government's been messing up the last 3 years or whatever, right? Listen. They all acknowledge that there's something sketchy about Antarctica, or that it's inconvenient when it comes to this conversation that you can't privately explore. They don't think it proves anything. They still think there's a ball, but that's the normal person response, right? But this like just blatantly lie and deny everything, right?
Okay.
This is you
Brian.
guys are such an anomaly. You guys are less than like 1% of the public. Like
Can I talk
no
to
one
Brian?
acts like this.
Can I holler at Brian real
And the
quick?
government was doing good 3 years ago.
Brian, where's the rest of the article?
No, it's just that they went.
Brian, where's the
Dude.
rest of the article, Brian?
I was just joking. I didn't want to make it political.
Bro, I'm
And
not giving you nothing else, bro. I just give you the headline. There's multiple
cool.
articles,
All
bro.
right, okay.
I'm not
Then
thinking
that's-
to do
okay,
your
fine,
work
okay.
for you, bro. Hold on. You said you
That's
fucking
no
read
problem.
it, bro.
Okay, I did.
You
I
said
did read it.
Shut
Okay,
up, bro.
can I
I'm
go over it?
answering your question if you'll shut the fuck
Come on,
up and let me
guys.
respond. I know. He asked me a question, then he's shitting all over me. Now, you said we
You
didn't
already
read
answered
it.
it. You already answered it, though. You said you're not going to give me the
made
article.
a
You already
claim,
answered
bro,
it.
and said, yeah, he asked me a question, then he starts immediately interrupted. I'm just trying to
What's
tell
this
him.
guy's name?
He said he read.
Rob Noxious.
Yeah,
What's his name?
he does this every time.
Rob
He says he read
Noxious.
it, and that we
Oh, that
didn't
was
read
Rob
it.
Noxious?
And then you
Sorry,
go
I
to make
can't
it, and
see
then
the
you.
screen.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
Did he
My
leave?
bad.
Yeah, it looks like he left.
I don't see. Yeah, see, that's what I'm
We're-
saying. That's
we're
what we did
screwed
last
up.
time. As soon as someone says they're gonna mod him, if he doesn't behave and like act like a normal person, he just leaves and waits to come back again. Like just like when I told Jesse, if he keeps on doing it, he's gonna get muted. Then he just left. Like that's what they do.
He already answered my question, though. He already answered it. Why does he want to go on more? He already answered it.
Oh, he's back. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Look,
Yeah,
I'm
if
gonna
you
give
know
you
so
this
much
warning
about
right
it, bro.
Listen,
ahead.
dude. I don't see anyone named Rob Noxious.
It's got an exclamation point in front of it, and he just left again.
Okay. Anyway, think about the point I'm making though. It's very legit point. All right, like this whole like gaslight flat earthers and say you're so stupid. Anyone can go to Antarctica. You guys just make that up. All the like denying that you can't privately and freely explore Antarctica. That is such a weirdo thing to do, bro. Like it's so weird. Okay, because you guys are like this weird, extreme. You're like this anomalous extremist group, right? Like you are so zealous about the globe, and you need to claim flat Earth is so stupid, so you can convince yourself that you're not stupid. But the average person would never do this, bro. Like, you guys are just denying reality. I had more faith in some of the ballers in here that would be like, why do you guys do this? You can't privately and freely go to Antarctica. They say it's because it's too dangerous.
That don't
It's
make
too
me
dangerous
feel
to go
bad
there.
when you say
Like,
I like other ballers more than you. I don't really care about other ballers. I really don't care about those guys. So
my
it
point is,
doesn't.
like, you can say that, you can acknowledge it and just give the official story. You can be like, oh, well, they're
I'm
trying to
trying
protect the
to.
animal life in Antarctica. They're trying to protect the animal life in Antarctica. They said it's only for scientific reasons, and they came to an agreement not to do it. It's too
I
dangerous
agree
to
with you
save
on that,
people.
Richard. I
It's
really do.
too
I
dangerous to
agree with
save
you.
people.
I agree with you on that aspect of it, Richard. But what I'm saying is the guy that posted the story, those guys weren't arrested anywhere near Antarctica. They were arrested between Argentina and Chile. They had nothing to do with Antarctica. Makes no sense. These guys are.
They were arrested as soon as they hit fucking mainland, bro. You
They
just
never made it
screaming-
there.
bro,
They
you
never made it
glance,
there. They never made it there, dude. You're a simpleton, dude. Read the article.
dude.
I just read the full article.
Mute this guy
I found the first
so I could tell the story.
article.
Item from the truth. Yeah, he just read the
Please
article,
mute
man.
obnoxious real quick for
I
interrupting me.
read the
you
full.
amping it
You
up,
interrupted
dude?
me.
Why are you
You
amping
interrupted
this guy
me.
up, dude?
Please mute
Because,
Rob
like, I've
Knox real
told
quick.
you so many
Does
times.
somebody want to read the story out? Because I haven't read
I just
it.
want
I
to,
would
yeah, I
love
just
to
want to
hear it.
respond. This guy says they never even made it down there. He literally has not read the fucking story. That's nobody's claim, bro. As soon as he hit mainland, the first mainland after leaving Antarctica, because they sunk his fucking boat. That's a claim I'm making. You know, I'm not sure of that. They're saying that he must have went down in a storm. The other two guys, okay, after leaving safe harbor in Antarctica, and anybody can read the story. There's 4 or 5 versions of it.
Says nothing like that in the article you posted.
None of them have him not going to Antarctica, bro. You just glancing over shit and lying.
Nothing you said is an article that you posted in text chat. Nothing you said is in the article you posted on text chat.
Hey,
Then why was he arrested, buddy?
Brian, do you have the name of the court case or something so I can get the official documentation?
I'll DM you what I got, man.
He was arrested because they had no fucking visas. They had no documentation to be in the waters off Argentina and Chile. That's what I'm saying. You don't even know what you're talking
You haven't read
about.
it, bro. You're just making shit up, dude.
I haven't read it, bro.
You say Chile? You're saying he didn't even go to Antarctica. You're a lying sack of shit.
Hey, Demon
dude.
Strike, do you agree with this guy?
article that you
Wait,
posted.
shut up, dude. I'm about to mute you. Demon Strike, do you agree with this guy that you can, like, just jump in a kayak and anyone that wants to can just go privately and freely explore Antarctica? Do you actually agree with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd look into it. I don't know how long a person can kayak for. That'd be the first question. Like a solo person kayaking, I'd imagine that would be pretty
around
hard.
the world before. They kayaked around the whole world before already. This is ridiculous.
Really? In a kayak? That's crazy.
Yes, in a kayak. They have kayaks.
It's impossible.
Well, because I know, like, the Polynesians, like, they did it, you know, from Polynesia to Hawaii, but, like, you know, I'm just thinking, like, a solo person, I don't know, whether or not you could, like, run a boat up to it, sure, I see nothing wrong with you running a boat up there.
You can't use a kayak in oceans all around the world to go around the world. You kidding me? It's a kayak.
Hey, man, that's well, like,
okay.
Have
you seen a kayak in the Niagara River? I mean, that's what I'm saying. You guys are just so like you guys are either doing it on purpose or you guys are seriously like this dense. Yeah, a kayak can go anywhere water is, and you can go around the whole world. They have many times. This is insanity.
They have many times.
What's insane? Like, I'm not saying it's not possible. I agree. Kayaks go in the water. I just wasn't aware of people going in the ocean on kayaks. That's new information to me. Like, cool. Like outside of the barrier reef. Like I didn't know that. I learned something new today.
Or
a simple Google search, kayak around the world, brings up like literally hundreds and hundreds of videos and pictures. This is so funny, but
I'm at work. We're having a conversation. I just didn't know that was a thing. Thank you. I do now know that's a thing. I take you at your word.
Rob, it's too bad we can't take the rest of what you're saying at your word because you're just sort of barking, shifting, moving, barking, shifting, moving. And it's because you're on the other side of the fence that you're able to bark. If we open the gate, trust me, you got nothing to fight with. You really don't.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm being threatened to be muted all the time and I get talked over. It's okay, Dan. I understand.
It's just not an honest. You're not in an honest debate. You're just bitching.
Well, because there's no debate though. That's my whole thing. I don't attack this as like the other town does, Dan. I attack this as there's no debate. I'm right.
I know. I know it feels that way for you. I know.
Could you be wrong though, Rob?
Nope.
Okay. Well, what's the point of talking to you then?
Entertainment.
I've got
No.
a side question, if you don't mind me asking a side question. Do we as human beings have the freedom and the free will to have a hypothesis or change a hypothesis about where we live? Is that allowed to daydream about what it could be?
Absolutely.
Of course
Because
not.
if we're not allowed to come into a Discord channel and just talk about what could be freely, and hopefully as friends, because it's been pretty toxic over the last hour, and I'm not mad that y'all are getting up and up on it, but when Home Dude Obnoxious is saying that we have nothing, when Austin is listing off a huge list of actual substance and things that we need to dive into deeper and look into with asking good questions, that just seems pretty lame. And then the thing I was thinking is these people that come in and just disrupt the whole room and don't want to actually have a conversation. I feel like the Globers, the anti-flat earthers are up against the ropes as all this stuff is truly being found out. Austin, you're on the forefront of this wave that's coming. And it's almost like the mob that's pushing the anti-flat earthers are saying, what the hell's wrong with you? They're idiot flat earthers. Why don't hold them back? You're just an idiot. And so they're in here desperately now just saying whatever. It's not even science. It's not even talking about science or what can be proven or what can't. It's just attacks personally almost.
Yeah, and Rob, it's not fair. You go, I'm just asking questions. You're far from asking questions. You're absolutely making declaration after declaration and name calling and everything. And then you're like, I'm just asking questions. That's fucked up.
Well, no, I said that I was just asking questions in that particular question.
You know what I mean, though. You're being.
No, I get you, bro. I'm the
actually
only
made it-
one
you
in
didn't
here, man.
ask a
So I
question.
gotta, I'm in here with a bunch of dudes getting fucking, I gotta fucking fight, right?
Well, but
Okay, so there's an article. There's an article for the Protocol on Environmental Protection that specifically talks about private exploration. Here is the actual.
Can somebody read it? I can't look at any of this shit, but I would love it if somebody would read some of this stuff. Maybe just an expert even.
Yeah.
By the way,
Let me read this. Let me read this summary real quick. Just real quick. This is just a short thing. This is from the court cases. It says in 2014, a trial against him started in the Norwegian court system. That's where he's from, for sailing to Antarctica without permission or insurance. And he tried to get insurance, they wouldn't give it to him. So that's a side note. After a series of trials and appeals, he was fined and sentenced to 30 days of imprisonment. 2 of the dudes died while he was inland. Okay, just for going there inland. Okay, and he did get he did get permission. He applied to from Argentina.
No, don't throw extra stuff in, Brian.
I thought you said Norwegian. Norwegian. Don't you have to go from the country that you originate
That's
from?
his citizenship. That's where they got to prosecute you. That's where he's from.
Well, if I have to ask the U.S. government to go to Antarctica, shouldn't he have to ask Norwegian?
I thought you don't have to do that.
You got to deal with with where you're from directly, but it's just a long drawn out mess. So if we were going to try and get funding, you're not even guaranteed. You got to get an environmental assessment and all this other shit. You got to spend tens of thousands of dollars before you even get permission. You're not even guaranteed. So who's going to fund any kind of expedition with a maybe? Hey, if y'all could donate and we could gather up $100,000 to apply and do this environmental assessment for a chance to map this shit out in the South. Nobody's gonna fucking pitch in for a maybe.
By the way, nobody's ever circumnavigated the Earth in just a kayak.
Hey, real fast. There's a paper. There's a link right there called TrueEarth.info, and it has a bunch of compilation of all the different sources. I dropped the actual U.S. code, section 2401, which is about Antarctica. I then gave you the PDF, which is the actual expedition form you have to fill out, specifically telling you have to do 3 months in advance. And then I also dropped the official website, giving you all kinds of regulations for private exploration. So now I'm going to go take a screenshot of the email that this guy said I lied about.
So you're not just making that up. What's it? Are the sources actually where you posted them? Because according to Rob Noxious, you never do that.
Yeah, Rob Knox just literally reads the first anti-baller article he finds. He reads 2 sentences off of it and comes back and says he didn't even go to Antarctica. He got arrested trying to leave Australia. Dude, it's like, dude,
Well, the article
you know,
you read, Brian, doesn't actually, like, even the summary doesn't claim he made it to Antarctica. It just says he was
that's the
going
court
there.
case, bro. Yes, that's the court case. His buddies died while he was inland. He was
court
trying to
case says
repeat
he
the
didn't-
listen. He was trying to repeat the Edmondson Scott expedition, but they had a 4-wheeler and shit. When he threw anchor, as soon as he crossed the 60th parallel, bro, he was already in trouble. They turned the fucking 2 guys away from safe harbor out into a storm where they supposedly died in a storm. These are experienced fucking veteran sailors and cold weather sailors, Norwegian fucking sailors of multiple years, and they say that they sunk. Yeah, right, they sunk, and they're withholding information. These 2 dudes disappeared while Jarl and his buddy, the guy's brother, was fucking was on the boat. Them 2 were inshore. They come back and their fucking buddies were kicked out of the fucking harbor, made to pull anchor, and now they're gone. What the? And all they're worried about doing when they get back, instead of helping Jarl to find out where he was last seen, because they literally boarded the boat out there in the fucking Arctic Circle after
they didn't.
he left.
Oh yeah, what I'm wondering is,
look at the court case, bro.
Well, right. What I would do because like that sounds like an interesting story, and it sounds like you're really invested in it. I would look for like the boat number of the guys that went missing and try and like so like maybe you could even find out their names, or is that part of the story even real?
Yeah, it's all on there, bro. Look in lab text, man. Look in lab text. I posted all the fucking all the legal like the top 9 like of the court cases, the references and shit. You might have to enter them, but and just a headline that's yeah, it's pretty easy information once you know how to spell his crazy fucking name. It's pretty easy shit to find. So.
Is there any other things that you guys claim that we were lying about that we didn't clear up yet?
Yeah,
Just wondering.
You didn't clear up anything. You made it more foggy.
Oh.
You guys are making more bullshit. Like I said,
right. That's why
those
you've been
guys were
silent
caught
for
off
the
the
last
coast.
5 minutes.
They weren't arrested because they couldn't go to Antarctica. They were arrested because they didn't have the right permits from their supposed insurance or whatever. As I'm saying, everything you guys say is like it's not just so much that's a lie. It's just you guys make it so you guys add shit to it and kind of twist it to make it fit your
Exactly
narrative.
what you have done.
You just ain't got an honest bone in your body, do you, bro?
Look.
Not one honest bone in his fucking body, bro.
Real fast. He said that I lied about the email. I just dropped the screenshot. There it is right there. ACA permits
another one
at
cleared up.
nsf.gov. I'm about to read it out. And if you don't retract what you said, then you're just disingenuous and we shouldn't allow you to keep the
This
But I'm
dude's
gonna
from
read
Jim
it.
First of all,
Kansas, dude.
He's
Of course he's
eating the claim they never even made it to Antarctica.
You show me a drafted email and I'm supposed to like think that's a real email or something. Like, oh, that's
What?
a drafted one. That's a drafted email.
This
Show me where
guy
it was
is
sent.
fucking
Show
not
me-
got an honest bone
show
in his
me
body.
show me where it was sent. You can show me where it was sent.
Okay,
Show me.
no
show me.
problem. No problem. I didn't want to give the degenerates my actual email,
Of
but who
course
cares?
you
Here,
don't. That's what I'm
May
saying.
6th. It was sent May 6th. So I'm about to drop it right now. And you're still going to
Just
lie.
devolving the conversation back to
No, he has
based
to
on
admit it or
lies.
he's getting
I'm very
timed out,
thorough.
so.
I'm very thorough, and I attack everything.
Okay, there you go.
are
There it is. See, there
not
it is.
fucking
What's up now?
thorough, dude. What are you talking about?
Hey, what's up
You
now?
literally just
What's
made
up
the
now?
claim they never made it to Antarctica again. After I just read
Bro,
it to
he's
you.
not. He's not gonna drop anything. He's not here for an honest conversation. Dude, this guy's trying to turn this room into Gem Pandas, man. Why are you even engage with him?
No, he needs to. No, that's what I'm
He's
saying.
wrong,
He needs to
and he
either
needs to
admit that he's wrong
Yes.
or he's going to get muted. So there's the screenshot. It actually has the time that it was the date that it was sent. And
don't
I'm
get
also
the
going to
walk-in.
show even the time as well. Okay, and then we're going to read it, right? And then you're going to admit that you baselessly claimed I lied and that you're just being antagonistic. So, you have to let them know ahead of time, kind of like what was already said. See, there's Doofus for a profound input. It says, "Greetings. I hope this finds you in good health and high spirits. I'm writing to request information on the legal and permit requirements for conducting a private expedition to the Antarctic region. Our team, consisting of approximately 20 private explorers, is keen on organizing an independent and unrestricted exploration of Antarctica. We fully understand and respect the stringent regulations in place to protect the delicate ecosystem of the region, and we are committed to adhering to all necessary environmental and safety protocols. To ensure a seamless and responsible expedition, we will be self-sufficient and prepared to submit a comprehensive plan, including emergency contingencies and plans for unforeseen circumstances. To proceed with our endeavor, we kindly seek your guidance on the specific regulations and permit requirements that we must fulfill to secure authorization for our expedition. Any information or advice you could provide on the subject would be invaluable to us. If it would facilitate your response, we are more than willing to furnish additional details regarding our proposed expedition, such as the anticipated route, duration, nature of our activities, and a proposed timeline. We appreciate your time and attention to our inquiry and eagerly await your response. Thank you, and best regards, Horizon Journey, which is like this company name that I proposed, right, as an expedition group. And this is the second one I sent because the other one specifically was like, we don't want any restrictions, blah, blah, blah. Like, we want to be able to freely explore. What do we have to do to be able to go wherever we want to? So in this one, I integrated the idea of the route, and they still ignored it.
You broke up, dude.
I lost you. Is it me?
No,
Yeah.
he broke up. He went out. There he is.
Well, yeah, so that's May 6th, and that was the official email listed. And this is like the second or third one I sent. And I switched it up a little bit to see if they'd actually respond, and they still didn't. So there you go.
Oh, so that was so you took a screenshot of the email on May 6th.
No, what? I just took the screenshot.
Well, today's not May 6th.
Yeah, but it says it was sent on May 6th, buddy.
Well, no, up in the upper corner, it says May 6th, 2023 on the date.
Because that's where the email.
Bro, are you for real? Can you just admit you were wrong?
Look, what I'm
Just
going to do
involved
now.
in the conversation.
No,
bro. That's all
he's
this
going to
guy's
admit it
doing.
or he's going to get timed out. Right. So now I'm going to take a picture of the entire email page all the way down to all the way down to the current date on my desktop.
And they haven't responded at all.
No.
So how do you know that you sent them anything?
What the?
Yo, Balls.
Just quit calling him a liar.
Okay,
for claiming
enough of this
that
guy.
he
He's gonna
did, bro.
get 15 right
No,
now.
no,
Enough
no,
of this guy.
Yeah. Just quit calling Austin a liar for claiming that he did send it. You called him a liar and said he didn't send it, bro. That's dishonest.
There's the date in the bottom right, which is of course right now, 6/1, and then there's the sent date. There's the entire email thing opened up. So,
Ballers in this room, do you support this man continuing to question this email?
Well, he's muted. He ain't gonna be questioning nothing for at least 15 minutes. Enough. No more games.
Yeah.
Not him.
Thank
I
you,
want
man.
other ballers.
Yeah, thanks, SE. Jeez.
don't you guys think that was like a super professional sounding email that they should have responded to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bro, we had
Great
a pretty
name, by the
passionate
way.
argument going, a pretty good one with Blue and about the magnetic declination with Howard. It was it was a good, passionate conversation, man. And all of a sudden he joins and it just escalates and flips into internal regression of just backing the argument up and calling people liars and all that and stirring us up.
At least he knows
trolls are not going to be allowed to just come in here and demand things, and after shown, completely try to go over. No, that's not going to happen. Sorry, we're going to have honest discourse.
Yeah, they're used to other rooms that's allowed for some reason. I have no idea why.
Go to Gems for that.
But is it any ballers here? I want to get I want to see if I'll get the same answer from all of them or most of them. If we're in the southern hemisphere and we're navigating, do we correct north or south if we're traveling by compass or gyro compass? Do we correct north or south?
We correct east or west declination.
No, I'm saying if we're trying to go, I'm not talking about declination specifically. I'm saying if we're trying to maintain a latitude and head east, like say from South America to Africa, let's just say Capricorn. We're trying to maintain Capricorn and we're heading compass east. Do we correct north or south? Like if we're in the north, we gotta.
It's not a north south. It's not a north south correction. Declination is listed as west or
I'm not
east
talking about
declination, and you'll either add to or subtract from true to get your magnetic heading.
Yeah, but let me specify. Yeah, I'm not just explaining it too good. Like say if I'm 10 foot from the North Pole and I want to go exactly east and I start walking, I got to immediately turn left or north. I got to correct north to do that circle. or else I'll wind up getting far away from the North Pole. So, but before we discuss the magnetic declination, let's take it to its roots. If we're over Capricorn, we're trying to head east, compass, we're trying to follow a model and maintain east and maintain Capricorn. Do we correct north or south? In other words,
it's not a north or south, Brian. It's not a north or south. If the declination at your location is listed as 5 degrees east, then you would take 90 degrees, which you want to go true, and you would subtract, whatever the declination is, 5 degrees, and you would actually
not talking about declination.
You would actually run a magnetic heading 85 degrees.
Can somebody explain that question better than I'm doing a bad job or something of asking it?
No, you're asking it fine. He's just got declination stuck in his head.
Well, what are you asking? The
declination.
variance is what you correct for.
Well, if I follow the compass, Howard, here in the northern hemisphere, I've got to keep turning left, or else I'll veer off of my latitude. If I'm at Cancer, I got to keep correcting. I got to keep turning left if I'm going east. I got to keep making north corrections, or I will do a straight line and head toward the equator.
Yeah, you take into consideration your magnetic declination, you calculate that heading, and you follow that heading, and you should follow that line of latitude.
Correcting which way? If
It
declination
depends
is
on
zero.
the declination.
Okay, declination
If
zero.
then
this
you'll
example,
go 90
declination is zero.
degrees. Then you'll go 90 degrees.
We're over Cancer, okay? So we can do a straight line over Capricorn. We can do a straight line and still maintain Capricorn. What
That's wrong,
world do you
left
live
lane.
in, bro?
That's wrong, left lane. You won't follow the Tropic of Capricorn just by heading east.
Yeah, you would too.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes,
You're
you would.
wrong. You would end up
Only
at
if
the
you're at the
equator.
equator in your model.
If you followed a great circle from your location, your compass would be
Capricorn's not a great
consistently
circle,
changing.
I agree.
But
Capricorn,
I know. But if you follow a great circle, is the route that would take you to the equator. If you follow without any consideration, we'll say true north, and there's no magnetic variance, and you go 90 degrees. If you follow your compass heading of 90 degrees, you will follow a line of latitude all the way around.
Yeah,
He's saying
it
will update. He's saying it will update. Which way will it update?
Right,
It's not
Capricorn's
updating.
not a great circle, bud.
It's not updating. If you follow 90 degrees from your location, it will. If you follow 90 degrees, a compass heading.
If you dead reckon 90 degrees east with zero inclination on the Tropic of Cancer, you will not end up back where you started. You will end up on the equator.
No, you won't.
Yes, you will. And the fact
If
that
you
guys
follow a
don't
great
notice
circle,
is weird.
if you
It's
follow a
not
great circle,
bro.
Oh
I
my
know,
God, dude.
Brian. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's not a
Left lane.
great circle. If you follow your compass
pull
heading
up Google.
90 degrees, you will make a circle around the globe on one latitude.
Only
So
if
to
you
stay
keep
on
looking at your
Capricorn,
compass, not if you're dead
Go ahead.
reckoning.
We're
You have
following
to
compass
keep
heading.
it's a
following
simple
your
question,
compass.
bro. It's a simple question. To stay on
Yeah,
Capricorn,
it is.
which way do I gotta? If I'm just using a compass, the magnetic declination is zero, or I got a gyro compass, even whatever. And to maintain Capricorn, I can't do a great circle, or I won't maintain Capricorn. So I got to make some turns, no matter what. I'm asking which way do I got to keep correcting for to circle Capricorn, to maintain Capricorn with zero magnetic
90
declination.
You go 90 degrees.
Yeah, which means I got to keep correcting which direction, because the compass will
just follow
gyro
the
compass or a
compass.
compass will deviate. Right, follow the compass. Which way am I correcting for?
You're not correcting
I gotta
anything.
turn
There's
to
no
follow the
correction.
compass.
The
I've gotta
corrections you make,
turn
Brian, are
to-
yeah. You will be making a constant. I don't know how to describe it, but if you follow 90 degrees
North or
compass
south?
heading,
Which one? That's
you
how you
will
describe it, bro.
you will
Bro.
you will follow a line of latitude in the
What I get every
circumference
time.
around the surface. That's what it is, man.
No shit. But you're saying you don't know how to explain it, north or south. Which way are you continually having to correct for to
I am
maintain 90
explaining.
degrees?
I'm not sure how to get it through your head of what that you just simply follow 90 degrees, and you will
Right, but to
trace a
maintain
line of
90 degrees,
latitude.
I've got to make turns.
You
Which
just
way do
it's
I
a
turn?
turn. It's you just follow the compass, man.
Right. To maintain 90 degrees,
You
following
follow
the
the compass.
compass, I've got to make corrections constantly unless I'm at the equator.
No, you just keep 90 degrees
Oh,
on your
brother.
compass, and
All right, let's ask
you
it
will be
this way.
circling the globe on a line of latitude.
All right, let's ask it this way, Left Lane. Let's say you looked at your compass once, and then you kept traveling for 300 miles without updating, without looking at your compass again. Which way would you have to head to get back onto the tropic?
Your compass will deviate. Your compass will deviate as you travel in a straight line or a great circle. Your compass
Yes,
will
which way?
deviate from 90 degrees as you travel. And
Yes,
you
which way?
90 degrees will become 91 degrees, will become 92 degrees until you get to the equator.
Bro. So if you were to try to get back onto the tropic, let's say of Capricorn, let's say we're in the south, okay? And you just went east for 300 miles and you didn't look at your compass during that 300 miles. You went as straight as you could. And then you realized, oh, I'm off course. Which way would you have to travel, north or south, to get back onto the Tropic of Capricorn?
No, we're on
That is the
Capricorn, so
question.
we're in the southern hemisphere.
Yes.
Then you would have to correct to the north to get back on Capricorn.
Right, same thing as the north. So in the north, we have to correct to the north. In the south,
No,
we have to correct to the north.
I was back. No, I was backwards. I thought I was on
No,
Tropic
you
of
weren't.
Cancer.
You weren't backwards, though, because everybody corrects north always, except for they say they don't at
You
the
would
equator,
correct.
but I've never
in
seen
the, in
that.
No, in the Capricorn, on the southern hemisphere, if you traveled a great circle and you start out at 90 degrees and you don't, you forget your compass from that point, you just travel in a straight line. To get back to Capricorn, you would have to correct to the south. In the northern hemisphere, you would have to correct to the north.
Can you give me a citation for that? Any captain or any?
I'm just thinking about it geometrically, Brian, and knowing
Well,
how to
that's the
navigate.
thing, man. Yeah, that's what you'd think on your model, but there is no South Pole to correct to. And yeah, I agree. If we were correcting, or if our compass was pointing to the South Pole, yeah, we would have to correct that way. But the fact of the matter is it's not. And even gyro compasses point north, and the southern hemisphere compasses point north, and so we're correcting according to that. And when they tried to do it any other way, and the further south they got, the more they were off. And it was progressively further off, man. And they have to treat it like a like planar navigation, man.
But I'm trying to understand your point in that, though. What's up with that?
Just to me, it's a head scratcher. So the claim is basically right when you leave the North Pole and different latitudes, you're correcting to the north, a little bit less and less as you get toward the equator. You hit a spot where all of a sudden you don't have to correct north or south, and then you pass the equator, heading toward Capricorn, and traveling east again from different points, and you start correcting north again. Like it's just ridiculous.
Well, see, to me, in thinking about navigation, and I'm just relating it to what I know about navigation. It's not a lot, but I can navigate it. So you're talking about correction. If I were flying due east on Cancer, say I'm on the latitude of Cancer, I wouldn't do any correcting. I would just maintain 90 degrees on my compass heading. It's not a correction. I would just maintain that. Whatever I need to do. If I deviated, to 89, I'd correct back to 90. If I deviated to 91, I'd correct back to 90. I would just follow 90 degrees, and I should follow the line of Cancer all the way around. Yeah.
Fair enough, man. And you go ahead. Somebody else.
I was gonna say, can I plant something in your head, Left Lane? When you hold east and you ride that line perfectly, in your brain or mind, you think that you're going east on a globe in a straight line, when in actuality you would be following a curved east to keep a big great circle to make that east happen, because we live on a flat extended plane, and that's how east and west work.
Not a great circle. A great circle is a straight line between 2 points, or a
Well, okay,
section.
I misspoke. I mean, if you wanted to fly east on, what you guys were talking about, and you were envisioning just holding the course, you know what I'm saying.
In his behalf, Howard, you did say due east, which is a great circle. No matter where you're at on Earth, if you maintain a straight line due east, it is a great circle, because that's a 90-degree turn.
Right, but it shouldn't make you triggered or think that we're stupid for saying like, hey, well, what about if you're just making a big slow right turn that brings you back to your same spot? Because that's what this whole argument is. We've been lied to. They tricked us. They made us believe in a ball for 472 years, and we're here to unravel the lies. But there's a lot of resistance.
Well, first I didn't say you were stupid. I'm very careful not to call people that. But the thing is, the way we navigate, all of our sectional charts, all the aeronautic, it's all globe math, globe projection, and it works. That's the
Not in
problem.
the southern hemisphere, man. That's my point. Is in the southern hemisphere, you would expect to.
It is too.
You would expect to follow a compass pointing south, not north. But there's plenty of other things, not just this argument. Like everything they would have to do to hide the fact comes true in real life. There's suspicions on every single, without one exception, suspicions, or y'all call coincidences, of what's going on if they were to try and hide it. If it were flat, everything you'd expect to see, in reality, we do see. It's ridiculous that y'all don't get suspicious about this.
I don't know. I had never looked at sectional charts for like Australia. But I would imagine they're pretty close to the same as what we've got. They just
here's what you got. You got the magnetic zero line going down the left side of Australia, the zero line going down the left side of South America, and splitting in the middle, but not cutting down in Africa, but literally making a curve right in the middle of Africa, the center and the middle, and heading both directions. Like it's literally the opposite of the fucking north, because they have to shrink the south and expand the north, because on a globe they have to match. So they have to with the north they have to make small modifications, but still they have to extend it. And look at the magnetic declination lines; they're literally cutting down the middle of every continent in the north and spreading out at the edges. So that's what you do, if you were trying to stretch it. And then it's the exact opposite in the south. They're literally starting on the same side of two opposite continents, antipodal continents, and then splitting the middle and wrapping it around halfway down, and like the opposite of diverging. It's crazy. It's literally.
No, they're not splitting, or they're. I mean, that's the magnetic ley lines as they're measured, as they're experienced and observed. That's just showing what it is.
Model, right. There's no Polaris, so they literally have to look at the heavens and say, according to our model, this is the direction we're actually going. And it just so happens to shrink the freaking southern. I mean, just the two poles, thousands of miles apart on its face, is enough would be enough to make me suspicious. Like two poles, like one over between Australia and Africa, and another one between Africa and fucking South America. Like that's crazy, man. That's fucking literally crazy.
What do you mean two poles?
Then there's literally East Antarctica and a West Antarctica. I mean, that's pretty coincidental too, but something we might expect if they were trying to hide something. I mean, it's just, bro, everything you look at, man, it's crazy.
Well, that's just the result of the international dateline, right? They just split the western and eastern hemispheres.
That's a good question. I never looked to see if that lined up, where that lined up with. That gives me something to do.
Yeah, we talk about the variance and how asymmetrical it is. In like in nature, nothing is a straight line, right? And for me, if y'all were expecting the magnetic field around the Earth to be perfect, that would make me raise an eyebrow. But the fact that it's asymmetrical and it's not perfect and it's got variance and such in it, that's the way I would expect it to be.
No, I could say that, no, I don't expect it to be perfect. I expect some minor variations. As far as if I'm trying to line up to Polaris, yeah, I would expect some minor variations depending on the minerals and I mean, maybe iron in the fucking mountains or just different shit,
Yeah.
But I'm talking about minor. I'm not talking about in the South. It gets stupid, man. It literally gets ridiculous. Just look at the layout. I mean, I just challenge all the Globers. Just look at the way it's laid out. It's literally laid out to make you think. I mean, it literally shrinks it, bro. It's laid out to make it seem smaller. I mean, whether it's doing it or not, if that's the case, that's how it's laid out in the north and the south. Look how the lines spread out from the center, and look how they start from the edges on the in the south. It's crazy. The zero line. In the north, the zero line cuts right down the middle of North America, of like Europe and shit, and then spreads out to each edge, kind of pretty evenly. I would expect something similar in the South. It ain't gotta be exactly like that, but it's literally totally. It's wild. There's nothing consistent about it. Not even nowhere near consistent. To where you're just going backwards at a certain point. You think you're going south and you're literally going north. It's like turn around, nothing to see here. And same thing like with the freaking the government 24-hour supposedly webcams. Like I've seen the videos, and we've been back and forth on the shit where the guy lied and then tried to reclaim his starting position and claim uncut, and we showed a couple cuts. Besides that argument, just look at the webcams they have. There's 24-hour webcams at like 6 different bases, and they cut out. They don't. I mean, they have gaps. There's not one full day. Why they even call them 24-hour cams? But it's what we'd expect. If it's something shady down there, if it ain't 24-hour sun, we'd expect them to hide it in some way, shape, or form. And so we go to verify it from not a citizen, but an actual government cam that should be on all the time, and it's got 4-hour gaps in the shit. Crazy. Exactly what we'd expect, though. Just to add that to the list.
Well, you caught us, Brian. You guys are way too smart for us. Congratulations.
Well, it's a collective endeavor, man. It's a collective endeavor, man. We probably would have caught it a lot sooner if you helped us instead of diamagnetically opposing us, man.
That's
funny. I agree.
Let me ask you this question, Brian. If you have a compass and you know the compass points to a magnetic pole, which is not coincident with the geographic pole, and you have a thing called declination, which is the adjustment you need to make to your magnetic heading to get a true heading. Okay, you followed me so far? And now, if you position yourself between that magnetic pole and the geographic pole, what do you think your declination should be?
I think that is the only legitimate argument you have about the whole subject because, well, first off,
Well,
are you claiming?
You're asking what
Wait.
you
Are
guys
are you claiming that that the declination is that the compasses are correcting for? I mean, the declination is correcting for a magnetic pole.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Well, that's not the case, bro. We just demonstrated that not to be true, bro. And why in the South are they correcting? Do they even claim they're correcting toward the North Magnetic Pole?
You are correcting your heading for magnetic declination if you're using a compass to navigate with.
But not toward a pole, though, right?
Yeah, it's two true headings, not two magnetic headings. We don't use magnetic headings in navigation.
Okay, well, that's the only way to, in reality, maybe not now, but for most of history, the only way to know what way you were going was with a compass, you know, and a model after you made one. But I was going to ask you to do this yourself, but I've already done it, so I'll post it in a minute. But I was going to challenge you to look at the magnetic North Pole and the magnetic South Pole on Google Earth and mark them. And then look at the declination to 5 different spots, starting with Sydney in the southern hemisphere, and tell me if they're correcting toward them. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, they're not. I've already done it, and it's like it lines up perfectly with the magnetic North Pole. Sydney would have 0 declination, and the South Pole, if you wanted to say it's correcting for that, no, it's off by between 35 and 40 degrees. It's way off, so it can't be correcting for that either. So. Basically just like this is what we know the earth is, so we're corrected for that, so trust us, which makes it a fix-all in the southern hemisphere. If it's not correcting towards nothing, just following field lines, then I could make any model within reason. And anybody who thinks the magnetic poles are antipodal, like if you're going south and and the opposite side of your needle is pointing toward the magnetic south, you're nowhere close. Neither pole is it pointing to. That's you'd think that, but when you look into it, you find out real fast it's not the case.
Does the compass work when you're in Antarctica? Compass
Depends
pointing north.
Depends on what you trust. Do you trust the globe model or the compass more?
Well, I suppose no one will ever know because we can't
Does
go
the
there.
compass point to north when you're in Antarctica? Does anybody know?
I don't know. I mean, I can't verify that. I can only look at what they've told me and look it up to see if it holds true. And in fact, there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to it.
Godric, if you look at the actual official declination charts, what they claim in Antarctica, right as you get to Antarctica, you get declination like negative 179 degrees, which means just turn around.
Nothing to see here.
What does declination minus 179 mean exactly?
Well, 180 means behind your back. Like 360 is a full circle, and 90 degrees would be like a direct right hand or left hand turn. 180 would be right behind you. So 179 means basically right behind you. In other words, if it says you're going north, or if you think you're going south according to the compass, no, you got to correct and turn your ass around. Then you're going. It means backwards, basically. It means almost exactly opposite of the direction you're going.
Nothing to see.
Yeah, I would expect in Antarctica, it's at different points for the compass to be 180 degrees off.
Yeah, if you're
Depending
Really,
on
moving,
you
where
would
the
expect to
magnetic
have to
South
like
Pole
left.
is.
these stations, these declinations are just they're stationary, Howard. I see where it could make a quick circle if you're right up on the pole. But that's not the case, bro. We're talking about corrections and just in spots. So in this location, it's constantly 179 degrees off. Like,
You know
we're
what's
not talking
so
about
funny, bro?
circling it.
It's like real fast. Think about this. They're like, well, I would expect it based on where the magnetic pole is. How did they determine where the magnetic pole was? Oh, they
I would imagine
navigated. They navigated.
I would imagine they use satellite to do that now.
Okay, so the way that we've determined where the magnetic pole was, they navigated assuming the sphere and using the compass, they mapped out how wrong it was. So
I don't figure a lot of people have much trouble with navigating in Antarctica because there wasn't very many people down there.
Well, if it points north, left lane, how do we confirm that north is North Pole?
You
Right?
can
You
the
can
northern
confirm it.
hemisphere. You can look for the North Star, and if you wanted to know your declination, you could point your compass at the North Star and see what it reads.
Yeah, in the south
And
though you can't, bro.
in
And that's a good
Antarctica,
point. But
in
Yeah.
Hey,
Antarctica,
check out what I
compass is
posted,
north.
guys.
yeah, real quick,
Dozens
one last.
of
Go
compasses.
ahead, SC, sorry.
No, sorry to interrupt, but what I posted is really cool, man. A plane with dozens of compasses and a magnet. Have a look at it. It's short. It's like a minute
I'll
thing.
take a look at that to settle because I'm on your side with that argument. But let me say one last thing about this subject is now with GPS that I think that you'd have a lot better shots of getting where you're going and all that, especially in the common lanes and routes. But in the past, no, they had so many arguments about complete fucking land masses. Like some of them were pretty big, where one captain would find it and chart it, and then another two would go and claim that the captain made it up, and then other cartographers would go and find it again, and literally reporting, consistently getting further and further off, mapping, navigating globally, where they had to convert back to mapping planar, to navigating in a planar fashion, and finding these land masses after. I mean, it's a mess, dude. Like they're literally fighting over islands and whether they even fucking existed or not back then. So there's a lot. It's a big topic, bro. But let me check out what SC posted.
That's the coolest thing I've seen with compasses and magnets. Like, wow. Showing the fields with the compasses. Freaking ingenious.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
With the compass, it wouldn't work on the globe anyways, because if say for in Antarctica, it would be pointing to the Earth, so there's no way you can actually get to the North Pole.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be navigating in Antarctica strictly by compass myself.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's
It's
been
like
happening.
galvan. I mean, I think it's coated with zinc, but it's lead. But this
You can
doesn't
have
make
it both
sense.
ways. Either they did it or they didn't do it.
No, what happened was this is really what happened in reality, right? Like they went and navigated to the south, assuming the Earth's a sphere.
There's other weights in that box. These are the ones that you could use.
You're on, Mike and Brian. They went to the south to try to navigate.
Mine.
Bro, Brian, you're on, Mike.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
And they went as they went south. The errors got greater the further south they went. All right, but and all these different expeditions, we're talking like the best sailors and navigators in the world. We're talking about government-funded expeditions and stuff. And so then they started sending out ships out there, vessels out there to map out the declination. So they tediously were like, okay, the globe model says that this landmass should be here. We follow the compass and we're nowhere close to it. So they started using like reckoning and stuff to try to keep up with the actual land masses or where they were.
and then they would write down the difference in where the globe says the land is, but where the compass takes you. And they would slowly record it over time with these big, long, drawn out declination surveys. And now they have the magnetic declination mapped out to correct for the globe discrepancies.
Right,
When
and
I
if
went to
you
the
look
south,
at
it didn't
the
work.
if you look at the
It's
model,
changing.
if you look at the magnetic declination in the South America, the zero runs along the western side, and the anomaly is on the eastern side. Same thing with Australia. The zero line goes down the western side, and then the Pacific anomaly is on the eastern side. And then you look at Africa, it literally starts down the edge of the middle, and then loops back around and does a loop and veers the opposite direction and spreads out in every direction. It's like, give it a look, man. You can't make this shit up.
No, it's like it's literally done in such a way that the ballers, if they actually understand it and look at it, they would have to claim that it's just a coincidence that the way the hot micing. Someone's got a siren playing in the back. The way that it worked out just coincidentally based on the polls just doing whatever they want to, not moving in relation to each other, moving independent all over the place, unpredictably, just coincidentally lined up in such a way that the north is the corrections is not as great in the north, right? But you still are moving like a wider loop compared to the flat earth. So you would go from point to point, but you wouldn't go the most efficient route. You would deviate off your path with corrections to make the north a little wider, and that they all converge down to singular points, cutting out portions of the Southern Ocean and make you converge down just the way you would need to make the south smaller from a flat earth to a globe. It's just a coincidence the way the magnetic declination works. Just coincidentally, it would do what you needed to do to make the flat earth a globe. That's like your official stance. You have to say that. You have to say it's just a coincidence, right? Just ignoring it doesn't mean anything.
And even if I own my own satellite, okay, and I had data coming in, like with these anomalies in the South, mainly the South Atlantic, but there's also the South Pacific, which is not as popular. And there's also one in Africa that a Glober actually pointed out, but it's not very popular. But in these places, they use these anomalies to come up with the method to maintain an accurate data that they link it with a main computer. So if your data is wrong, then you'll always be able to get the right data linked up with other computers in a main computer. So you're never not linked to the so your own data that you think you're getting is linked, and it's all because of the South, right where we would expect it. Once again, right where we'd expect the problems, they say, no, that's an anomaly. That's not really the case. You're not going in that direction. You're not that elevation or whatever it might be. It's an anomaly. But here's the real data, linked to another computer. So they say if they remain linked, you could always get the proper data, the quote unquote proper data.
Have you noticed that what they have to do is they compartmentalize it all as if they're completely unrelated? Like the overall conversation or subject here is like the lack of symmetry in the north and the south, like the difference in the north and the south. But they'll never like compile it all together and then address it. They have to like compartmentalize it. So like when we're talking about time zones and there's like 19 in the north, when there should be 24 equal time zones on a sphere in reality, right? And they should be the same in the north and the south. You got 19 in the north, 24 right around the equatorial region, right north of it. And then 32 to 38 in the south, where it will be wider on the flat earth, right? And it's just arbitrary decisions from governments for political reasons. It's just a coincidence that the south has way more than the north. And that's exactly how you would make it look like it's not a flat earth, by dividing up the bigger regions into smaller regions to make it look like it wasn't just wider longitudinal zone, right? So just a coincidence that all the governments in the world chose their times based on politics in such a way that happens to stretch out the north to make it look wider, where time zones move over multiple longitudinal zones. Then we remove an entire 3-hour section at the Bering Strait between Alaska and Russia, and then we subtract another 2 hours. Just a coincidence that they didn't add tons in the south, right? So, okay, just coincidence, set it over here. Globers believe it's just a coincidence. But when we then bring up, okay, magnetic declination, same thing, right? There's a lack of symmetry. The magnetic declination corrections just so happen to make you go in a less efficient route in the north to make it look like it's wider or more stretched out than it actually is. And then the south actually converges all into points, and they're not symmetrical because the south is different on a flat earth, and it's wider in the south. So they have them converging down. So it's like you're on the globe, you have to correct, so you don't realize that there's way bigger in the south, and you can still get to your destination, which are just the ones that you know about. And then the convergence they converge on 2 points in the south, thousands of miles apart. But in the north, it all converges in the center. Like, to think that they're both coincidences is insane, bro. It's actually insane, right? And you guys don't even like blink. Like, you don't even hesitate. It's like you don't even actually think about it.
No thought at all. You're right.
I know this is off topic, but Rob Noxious was in the other server boasting that he was owning you guys. I just laughed.
Rob Noxious doesn't even listen to what you say. He like. Do you know what I mean?
I said he was full of shit.
Yeah, but he talks.
What other server?
And I think he doesn't listen to the rebuttal because he doesn't really
Debate
understand
flat Earth and more.
Yeah.
So why are we talking over crypto?
Yeah, I think he doesn't listen to the rebuttal because he doesn't understand the rebuttal, and so it's just easier for him to just kind of bulldoze you.
Exactly.
That's a lie.
Yeah. Okay. Don't even. It's not even worth engaging with him. But like, think about what I'm saying though. Like, do you guys actually ever intellectualize it? Like that? Like, can you guys at least absorb and acknowledge that your position, the intellectual honest position for you, is it's just a coincidence that it lines up the same way it would if you wanted to turn a flat Earth into a globe? Can you guys even acknowledge that?
Can you acknowledge that you might have the metaphor completely around and it just appears that way because you want it to be flat?
No, because I'm giving very specifics as to what it is. The declination converges in the south and spreads out in the north. It's just a thing.
Yeah. Whether the Earth is flat or not, bro. To represent the North as bigger, then you would spread out the magnetic declination from the center of the continents. That's literally what you'd have to do to give the impression that the North is smaller.
Yeah, I mean the no you argument there doesn't work at all. If we take the time zone example, right? Let's just say that for it to be completely the opposite, it would have to be everyone would have to believe it's flat, and there would have to be equal time zones, and that would have to be suspicious and pointing towards a globe. But that's obviously not the case, right? So the no you doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying I realized that I found a little chink here. They can't even say that out loud. It's like they can't even let themselves accept that part of it. That even if the Earth's a globe, it's just a coincidence that the way that declination and time zones happen to work out were in such a way that it's exactly what you would do if you were making the flat Earth look like a globe. Like it would actually accomplish that goal, even if it's just a coincidence. They can't even like actually address or accept that. They can't acknowledge that it's
well,
what you would do.
Time zones aren't like a natural thing. It's a man-made conception. So like we can all get on the same fucking watch the TV show at the same time.
I already said that. Right?
Well,
I already said.
That's only partially true, though. It is government. Yes, they do this, but they do it based on pragmatism, which is based on real world phenomena, right?
Exactly.
But that needs to be understood, right? So it's so what was it saying is true. Like, if there was twice as many time zones in the south, it is based in some part. Yes, it's a political decision based on pragmatism. So that is a little odd.
Yeah, exactly. Like on a globe, if you were to remove politics from it, say that they accomplished their new world order and we reset, obviously the most efficient thing to do on a globe is you would have symmetrical time zones in the north and the south with perfectly equal 1 hour time zones around the whole globe. Since the Earth's a sphere and it spins every 24 hours, you would have 24 1 hour time zones based on the longitudes, right? You would have longitudinal zones going in the top and the bottom of the ball the same. So you would have 24 equal time zones, 24 equal 1 hour time zones on the globe. That would be what it is in reality, right? Now you say, oh, well, politics got in the way of that super convenient construct that we could use. That would be reality, right? But the point is, what coincidence it is that these politics just so happen to arbitrarily choose compartmentalize into hundreds of countries in such a way that it would stretch the time zones out in the north as if to stretch out a smaller landmass, make it look wider, and vice versa in the south. I mean, it's pretty simple.
People are people in those hundreds of countries too, and most people like to have the sun highest in the sky when it's about noon on their clock. So, is it coincidental? No, I don't think so. I think that's the way people like it.
Yeah, not even close to address.
Not even the ballpark of addressing one.
Globers can't conceptualize this part of the deception. They can't conceptualize why a few things would be off down south.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's my point. Like, you can believe the Earth's a globe, but what's very odd to me is you guys can't even let your brain go over to the logically necessitated position of acknowledging that it would, if the Earth is a globe, it would just have to be a coincidence that it is done in such a way with declination and time zone that it would, in theory, accomplish the goal of making a flat Earth look like a globe for navigation and time purposes. This is just a fact.
I'm here to help everyone. So, hidden land down south on both models, it works. This is why they fudge it in the south on both models.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know what it's like.
You're not getting it.
It's weird, right? It's like they can't do it, dude. Crypto, are you seeing this? Like, they literally can't make the link. I'm saying it the best that you can say it. Just absorb it. Like, I'm a glober, okay? Look, I'm gonna pretend to be a ball. Okay, Earth's a ball. Yes, it's tilted, it's wobbling, it's spinning. Can't tell, but I promise it is. Trust me, it's science. Okay, I believe there's a ball. Whatever daddy government tells me is true. I saw cartoons when I'm 5. It's legit. Okay, ball or off. This is what you should be saying. Yeah, well, it's just the time zones are arbitrary decisions based on politics, so it just coincidentally lines up in a way that there's way more in the south than in the north. And yeah, sure, in theory, that would be what you would need to do to hide the fact that the north is smaller than the south. But it's just a coincidence that the way that everyone chose their time zones lined up like that. And it's also just a coincidence that when we mapped out the magnetic declination, that it's not symmetrical in the north and the south, and it's done in such a way that, in theory, if you were going to make it a flat Earth, a globe, then you would have to stretch out the north with this same type of declination and then compress in the south the same way. But that's just a very inconvenient coincidence that breathes life into the conspiracy that is flat Earth.
Yes, I admitted that earlier. Some of the declination and fudging in the south, it's both models. It's coincidental that Earth's still a globe, even though that could be fudged to make a flat Earth seem like a globe.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But you're one of the only people. Yeah, but you also are open to saying a lot of stuff that the other ballers are not. You're willing to say they could be hiding land and stuff. These other ballers, they can't even acknowledge that if I was going to make a flat Earth look like a globe, I would do the same thing with declination that it just so happened to coincidentally turn out to be.
So how would you hide the fact that the sun in the sky isn't changing its speed as it goes over different landmass sizes, yet it remains within the time zone? Like if a landmass was actually smaller than what it is shown on the globe, the duration that the sun is in the sky would change.
Wait, why? Why? If it changed speed, why would the duration change?
Because if it's going across a time zone on let's say it's North America, we could do it in both models where it's the flat Earth model and North America is actually really tiny and we're just pretending it's very large. The time the sun is in the sky is going to be different than if it were actually as large as it's claimed.
No.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
no. First of all, it's not that it's really small and we're pretending it's really large. In the north, the difference isn't incredibly significant. It's in the south that it gets like really crazy, but it is different. Okay, so basically, the best form of your argument would be like, yeah, why does, like, for example, why is the duration of sunrise and sunset the same in corresponding latitudes in the north and the south? Right, like they're symmetrical. Right, that's basically the best form of what you're saying. And yeah, the answer is because the reason we have sunrise and sunset, the certain sunrise and sunset time, is because we can only see the sun within a certain limit of view. So it's going to be the same no matter where you are on the earth. You're only going to be able to see the sun so far. That's
Right,
why
but
we have similar sunrise.
it's right above my head at one point during the day. It's legitimately directly above my head, right? And the time it takes to get there is the same for distance. Like you could measure it out whether you're in the
That's
north or
not
the
what's in
south. So
contention, bro.
if the land masses are actually different sizes, the time it takes for that sun to get above you at noon would be much shorter on the smaller landmass.
No,
Yeah,
but it's
the what?
the landmass doesn't matter though. He's talking about. So you're talking about a single point where you're viewing it from. So the size of the landmass you're on is irrelevant.
Yeah, you're shaping your whole model dependent on which way the sun and stars are going. Okay, so if you declare it's going this certain direction and it doesn't line up, then you gotta change something. You gotta modify something to correct it. And in the south, where there's no Polaris to verify the shit to compare it to, you just gotta accept the model that the sun, stars, whatnot are all doing this path they say they're doing, and according to the model, yeah, according to the sun and where it's at, yeah, that you're just using the model to verify the model.
Demonstrate. What do you think about this? Say that because from the actual position, at least that I'm proposing, right? It's like the sunset and sunrise and the duration. It should be the same in both the north and the south, because it's based on limit of view. So it should be the same. But do you agree that like the duration of twilight should be the same in the north and the south on a globe? And so if we were to say go into the north, say 33 degrees north latitude, and then 6 months later go in south 33 degrees south latitude, right? 6 months later, and then take like a video of the twilight should be the same. So if we did that and the twilight was actually much longer in the north, that would debunk the globe.
So if you did it, you would want to do it 6 months later so that you have, what you want to be in the same season essentially. So if you're doing it from if you're doing it from the same season, the twilight should be approximate, and from the same latitudes respectively. Yeah.
Yeah, 6 months apart in the corresponding latitude. Yeah. So like that's a test. Like this guy who does the little like the Vindy Globe race on the sailboat in the south, who's a flat earther, he says that when you're out in the ocean and you see like say the solstice in the south, that it's like the sun starts setting and then boom, it's like it just immediately goes away. But when you're in the north, it's like twilight for way longer. So that would be a direct refutation of the globe if that was true.
Yeah, I should test it. That sounds like a good test. What's it?
Yeah, just kind of difficult to go into the Southern Ocean. But yeah, I mean,
if this dude's doing it, maybe we can give him parameters to next time he's down there, so they can, test it and give us data that falls within, what's acceptable.
Yeah, or try to tape it, but he goes in these little sailboats. It's probably difficult to do that. But
he's probably busy trying to race too,
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't do it anymore anyway. Like he was in them back in the day. But you can prove he's on the registry. He's like, he makes some incredible points, man. He's like, you go out there and what you do is you don't think about it. You just pull out your declination chart. You look at the year and you just do the corrections, And so you wouldn't even know. You would have no idea. And he's like, but in reality, from my experience, the compass just works, man. He's like, the compass is consistent. It's the most reliable thing for navigation. You just go out there and you navigate with the compass. But I don't know. I find it pretty interesting. Certainly when you have people that are like, that race proves the Earth's a ball, and then you have someone that actually does the race say, no, it doesn't. The Earth is flat. I think that's pretty funny.
I'd hate to get in the car with that guy going to like, it's like an Uber driver. It's like, You got the directions? Like, yep, but he points to a compass and just fucking takes off.
Here's another thing that is very interesting about it. So what oftentimes gets overlooked is, like, say you're going to drive from place to place. And so you look at the land maps, or like even Google Maps, right? That's a certain type. It shows the land. But if you're going to be on a boat or a plane, they use nautical miles, and it doesn't map out on the land, right? But when you look at the land maps, it doesn't show you the latitude. Because if you were able to basically converge these two and overlap them and compare them, you would see that they're different, but they shouldn't be different on a globe. And he even starts going and looking at the maps. And if you look at the roads that are, like, say, there's a road that's really, really curvy, they stretch it out and make it more straight. So when you look at it, you won't really be able to tell. And he actually goes and drives the road and everything, and proves that the way it shows on Google Maps is incorrect. It's incorrect. But when you're driving, the miles on your speedometer and the signs, and those are going to match reality. You can't lie about that. But when people are flying or they're in a boat and they just use the nautical charts, they use the nautical miles based on magnetic declination, they would never know. They would literally never know. It's a brilliant lie. It's like, just separate the two, have them use nautical miles to fly and to be in a boat, make them, all of that automatically assumes the correction for magnetic declination, and then they will never know how far they're really going. It's incredible.
Well, I mean, if you're flying, though, you can calculate based on your fuel usage. You could get distance from that.
Yeah, but fuel usage varies greatly in planes based on wind resistance.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I'm sure there's other factors you can calculate into it, but I mean, it seems like they get the calculation for fuel ratio pretty close, at least for major airliners.
I used to work at an airport. What actually happens is you always play it super safe because it fluctuates so much. So you always just make sure you
they
have,
always
like,
have to dump fuel. Yeah.
Yeah, you make sure you have way more than enough just to be safe, because you never really know.
I mean, I don't actually know. How is that even measured? Like, how much fuel you've used? And because obviously in a car, it's easy to do in a car, but how would you do it in a plane?
Well, correlating it to distances, yeah, it's like the tricky part. Right? Obviously, you can be like, I had a full tank, now I have half a tank. My tank holds this many gallons, whatever. But like when it comes to actually like corresponding it to distance, yeah, it gets super tricky in a plane because you need to know your ground speed. Yeah.
Yeah. But then how would you work that out? You would do it based on...
You can't. Right. Certainly not over ocean. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. The trick is, it's like right in front of everyone, but it's pretty brilliant. Like, I have to admit that it is. But I don't even think it was this like super coordinated evil effort or anything like that. I think that a bunch of people just went navigating the South. The globe assumption didn't work. They just assumed they know the Earth's a globe, but the navigation didn't work. So they just started correcting for it, right? They just said, oh, the compass must be wrong. If the decision is either the globe model's wrong or the compass is wrong, obviously the compass is wrong. So then they just documented the corrections in the North and the South over the course of a few decades. And then boom, there you go. Now everyone can navigate, assume it's a globe, make the corrections, and they'll never know. They'll get where they're trying to go every single time, and they'll think, okay, well, yeah, we know the Earth's a globe. I'm navigating, assuming it's a globe.
But they're still measuring those magnetic fluctuations. Like the map's always changing.
Yeah, but I was talking about this earlier. Not really, though. So, like, it does. They claim it changes, but it's a negligible amount. So, like, if you read any instruction manual or anything when it comes to magnetic declination, anything within a degree, it's considered negligible. Like, a degree doesn't matter. That's only like 60 miles. You use reckoning and stuff to correct for it. So if you're within a degree, it doesn't even matter. It's negligible. And if you look at how much it supposedly changes, like you get, like, look in the north at Israel, for example, they claim it changes 5 arc seconds a year. So obviously there's 60 arc seconds in an arc minute and then 60 arc minutes in a degree. So 1 arc second is 1/3600th of a degree. So if they're claiming that it's changing 5 arc seconds a year, that's not gonna ever have any real world consequences. So the change actually doesn't matter. But eventually over time it would just take a long time. And that's why I think that they're claiming that we may be having a pole reversal. Because as you keep on changing it in one direction, eventually it's going to get too far away. It'll take a long time, but it'll be worse in the South. But if you say, oh, the poles are reversing, direction, now you can bring it back towards the more accurate deception, right? And that's why I think they're claiming the pole reversal. They don't have any evidence for any of this stuff, like the pole reversal, the actual location, where it's going to be. This is all modeled out. I already researched it. According to NOAA, it's just a model. It's a computer model, and they're not sure how it works. And they're not even sure where it'll be next year or anything like that. So, like, long story short, yeah, people assume that they go out and measure it and show that it changes, but really, it's just that it's not completely ironed out. And so when I navigate and then you navigate, we're not going to have the exact same results, right? And like if you go navigate and it's different than the map, then it's like, okay, we'll just throw it in the whole database and then we'll average it out and put it in a model and then claim it's changing this much as a mean change. You get an annual mean change. That's how you do it. So like if you have I'll stop talking so much. Like if you have a chart, this is how you do the declination correction. If you have a chart, a magnetic declination chart while you're navigating, it has a year on it. So if it says 2013, right, and it says that it changes, the mean annual change is 5 arc seconds a year, then you would take 2023 minus 2013, so that's 10 years. If it was changing an average of 5 arc seconds a year, then you would say 10 years times the 5 arc seconds, so you get 50 arc seconds, right? And obviously, as you get to 60, you'd have to convert it to minutes. So that's how you do it, and then you just look at the actual the value given for 2013, and then you add the 50 arc seconds to it because it's 2023, and then you make that correction. But when you're navigating 50 arc seconds, you don't even have to do anything.
That's
You're
not
not
all
gonna do
has done with it.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not, sir. It is not.
Do you want to bet $5 grand?
Yes, I will. Right now.
Okay. Specifically,
We got
what's
the
the bet?
$5 grand bet now. Here, yeah.
I'm excited.
Maybe we ought to say what the bet is.
Yeah.
You're telling me that pilots calculate what the magnetic declination is? Is that what you're saying? Is that your contention?
And just made up some dumbass straw man fallacy. That was your.
What did you just say?
Okay.
So I'm going to buy those charts.
How do you calculate the correct? If I have a magnetic declination chart and it has a certain, do they have years on it? Yes or no?
We don't use magnetic declination charts, bud. That's not how you do it.
Okay. The way that you would calculate it, say you're in the ocean on
we don't calculate it.
Oh, okay.
It's printed on things like sectional charts. Those go out of date every 90 days. The agonic lines are printed right on.
We're talking about the way they used to do it, Blue.
So that you can
the way they used
what
to do
the
it.
magnetic declination is.
Okay. So
we
the
know
way
they're
that
using
you would,
GPS nowadays,
Hold on,
bro.
Brian. Let Whitson and Blue iron this shit out real quick.
The way you would actually do the math,
messy.
the way you would actually do the math to solve for it, right, is exactly the way that I described it. The fact you're saying, oh, well, I can't do math, I just look at the final product someone gives me every 90 days is completely irrelevant to my claim. So you want to bet $5 grand that the way I described how to do the math is correct, yes or no?
That's not what I was contending.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Do some more baby talk, you little bastard.
Well, you just came in and you acted like I was wrong, and then
you are wrong.
You talked about something.
You're totally misrepresenting how pilots navigate.
That is how. No, dude.
You have no idea. You try to make some linkage between magnetic declination and nautical miles. What the hell is that all about?
Yo, $5,000.
This is such a joke, dude. So
yeah, you are a joke.
Yeah. Okay.
All you can do is talk.
I mean, I'm still curious to find out how magnetic declination makes a flat Earth into a globe.
Well, I don't know. Maybe try and use your brain. Go listen back to the live stream or take some notes. Use a highlighter or something.
Again, you were in the stream last night. You saw it. What are you talking?
No, but he was just busy insulting me.
And the problem. No, I wasn't. I was not insulting you, and I was muted, or whatever they call it. What the question though, the problem though is a declination, a magnetic declination that is clockwise 9 degrees doesn't make a flat surface into a spherical surface, and that's essentially what you're implying.
Wow. Okay. So what it actually, again, the actual argument is that you navigate making the corrections so that you wouldn't notice you're actually not going as far as you are in the south.
Okay. But as far as you are, As far as you are still doesn't mean flat to sphere.
Buddy, in the north, if I turn a flat Earth to a globe in the north, it's going to stretch the land out a little bit. In the south, it's going to compress the land. Right?
And what that means in the south is the compression is even both ways, right? Left to right. It's compressing, it's making something smaller left to right. Like if you're traveling south, the land is compressed to your left and your right. Magnetic declination only goes one direction.
What?
When you apply magnetic declination to your azimuth, it only goes one direction.
What do you mean? It only goes one direction? No, it doesn't.
So it goes plus or minus?
Yes.
Wow. No, simultaneously. Because it can only go left or right at one time.
Simultaneously?
Dude, what? This is definitely the dumbest thing I've heard all day.
Oh, please spare.
He's right. If you're at any given location, you're only making a correction.
What? Yeah.
If you're at any given location, you're only making a correction to the direction that is in one direction.
No shit.
That correction is only in one way. So there's no way that the declination can cause either a shrinkage or expansion. It doesn't make any sense.
Incorrect. Oh, you're so lost. I honestly, what I think at this point is you're not even dishonest. You guys aren't dishonest. You're actually incompetent. So this is the actual.
I think you should just address what was said.
Shut up. I am. Shut up. So
what's the result of not applying magnetic declination?
All over them, so they're trying to censor me.
What would be the result of not using magnetic declination with it?
I think we all know I'm going to dunk on you. That's why you're trying to avoid me.
Oh, dunk on me. Go ahead. I want to see you
shut the hell up.
me.
Flat Earth. That's what.
Okay. So the point is that whenever people navigate, they make the corrections with magnetic declination, which would allow you to hide that the south is bigger. Okay.
No.
That's it. No one. Yes. No one claims that you.
How can it do that?
No one. Are you kidding me? How could it do that?
It gives the appearance, bro. It gives the appearance of that it's smaller than it literally is, making it. It just gives the appearance. If I wanted to make something seem bigger, what would I do?
You're simply talking about a correction to a heading. That's all.
Yeah, which is guiding you away from the unknown areas
and the net result of
keeping
getting
you in the known globe areas.
The net result of not getting the magnetic declination correct is instead of going from point A to point B like you wanted to, you go from point A to point D.
Yeah,
that's the result.
It keeps you out of the areas that don't want you.
Why are there the ones that are stupid?
That is the only result. You're just going to go in the wrong damn direction.
Blue, if I wanted to test any distance, go ahead.
If they guide you from the areas that they don't want you at, the expanded areas of the flat Earth, and funnels you into the globe areas, which are smaller. How do you not understand this?
Correct. It's like a 5-year-old could understand it.
Plus, if I wanted to test these distances, I would take a heading, and I would measure it, according to the direction that I'm going. Now, if you start moving me around, okay, you can do two things. You can give the appearance of a different size, bigger or smaller, depending on what you do, or you could just make it impossible to get a true measurement. If you say if I think I'm still going east, but I'm not, or I got to declinate, then it's throwing my actual course, my actual direction. You're changing it by declinating what the compass is telling me. But I'm referring to the south more than anything. The north is they don't have to do too much, but you can just see. Look at the lines. They go down the center and they spread out toward the edges. I mean that's what you do if you were to try and enlarge it to give the appearance to travelers.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
No. Turning left at a greater rate doesn't make the land appear bigger.
Right. You're not changing the distance.
Guys,
you're not changing the distance at all. The directions.
It's not literally shrinking the land. It takes longer to travel places in the south. What it's doing is keeping you out of certain areas and making you think that these are the only areas, these are the limits that we have.
Okay. Exactly. How does it keep you? How does it
understand?
If you're only navigating based on the corrections, you're only going to certain areas, and it would exclude the parts you have to cut out to make the wider surface a ball.
So it's impossible to get to certain areas? Is that the argument now?
Everything he says is a remedial strawman fallacy.
Because what I'm doing is I'm reflecting what you guys are saying in a more succinct fashion.
No, you're
There's tons
strawmanning
of
like a
stories of
5-year-old.
people getting lost in the South. So you can get to the areas, but not by using navigation.
People don't get lost in the South.
Who got lost?
Okay.
The only
Maybe
reason
at
people
some
don't
maybe
get
at
lost
some
in the
point
South now
in
is
history.
because of the only reason they don't now is because of the magnetic declination corrections, which came from the fact that when people navigated in the South, it got more and more off the further south they went. It's well documented.
You can also navigate with gyro compasses that don't have a magnetic component.
Yeah,
or
you
vice
can also
versa.
use GPS nowadays. I'm clearly not talking about nowadays.
Well,
right. The documentation Witsit has for that, where people are more off in the South, is a magnetic survey, which involves actually determining what the magnetic declination is using measurements.
First of all, it's not
there's
just
actually like
one
example.
That's
first of
right,
all, it's not
Doofus.
just one.
That was the
First
purpose of
of all,
the expedition was to
first of
determine what the
all,
magnetic declination should be down
Guys,
I bet
guys.
if Stu interrupts me and keeps talking over me, then the Earth will be a ball. I bet if they circle jerk about strawmans about what Witsit says, then Austin's wrong. You guys are intellectual giants. We won't let him talk. We'll just strawman him. Therefore, we win. So actually, there's multiple different expeditions that were done. So when you say the one he's talking about was no, there were multiple ones done. Yes, one of them was a magnetic declination, which showed that based on the spherical model assumption, it was off proportionate to how far south you went. There were multiple voyages done where they were consistently off in the south. This is a fact. Do you want to bet? You want to bet money? I'm just going to keep asking for bet.
Let's bet money, Witsit. Let's bet money like a big man. The documentation you're referring to does not say based on the spherical model it was wrong. It said based on their previous magnetic survey information that it was wrong because it had to be updated. That's specifically what that document says, not that it was wrong based on a spherical Earth.
So ignore what he just said to clear it up and just reassert your claim.
So
he didn't
what
clear
he
it up.
said was
what
wrong.
actually happened,
That it was based on a spherical Earth, and that's
Okay,
why it
5
was
grand?
wrong.
Is that the number we're
So
going
what
with?
he
5
did
grand?
was he lied, and you
5 grand?
backed him up for it.
Hey, Doofus, you want to do 5 grand? 5 grand work?
Let's do 5 fucking grand. That the shit you just said is not in the documentation. That it's not based on a spherical Earth that it was wrong, which you said, and which some asshole backed you up on.
Some asshole, huh?
What actually happened, I'm going to explain it again, all right? Because you guys will never take the real bets. You have to make up bullshit versions of what I said to pretend you'll take the bet. That's why I bring up the bets, is to call you guys out. Stop interrupting. So, in reality, they started navigating in the south. And when I say they, it's multiple different voyages. And they saw that when they went to the south, that they were way off where they were supposed to be. What do you think they meant by where they're supposed to be? Well, based on where they think the land is supposed to be on a globe, they found out they can't go navigate using a compass in the south, assuming a globe, because they won't be able to get to the proper landmass. So then they began to document the difference in the globe positions of land and what the compass says. Then they began to compile these measurements and create a declination chart so that people now have a reference for correction so they can reach the land masses that the globe depicts.
No.
This is a fact.
No.
Okay,
the
bet 5
data
grand again.
they had on magnetic declination prior to their voyage was outdated.
Even now with GPS, they still have to come up with shit like anomalies, South Pacific anomalies, South Atlantic anomalies, because the shit still don't fucking work, even with GPS.
Well, I want
You
to know.
think they're going to just admit? You think they're just going to admit that, hey, you're right, our model's wrong, bro? You're not reading in between the lines. You're not. I don't even know if you read it, all of it.
They have no shit. They saw a time lapse from like 1590, and they think that they were like recording magnetic declination in the 1500s. Okay, so when did they first map out the magnetic declination of the South, Doofus? Since you know so much.
What's that got to do with proving your
Shut
position?
up, Negator. You're not doing
I know.
Up.
You think you got him on a gotcha? Like, let me test this guy to earn some internet.
Shut
points.
up. Hey, Doofus made a claim. He made a claim specifically that it was just based on the previous declination charts were wrong. So when did they first make the magnetic declination charts for the South, Doofus?
I don't have to have that information because you said that your citations show. You said that your citations show that Where they expected the land to be on the globe is what was wrong. What you need to do then to back that up is to provide your documentation.
Okay, yeah. What do you think that they're getting when they say that they were off in the south? You're claiming that they were just comparing it to previous magnetic declination charts. That's why I'm asking you. I'm in a car right now. I'm asking you specifically.
That is every fucking time.
I get on Discord when I leave the house. Like, this is just like earlier. Someone said I wasn't in the car. As soon as I got home, I dunked on him with the documentation, and then he ran away. Just like I've already dropped the documentation for this in here 5 times. You can go look it up. It's called His Pronouncement, and it's on the navigation section. And it's actually specifically like the Carnegie expedition where they went to Queens, Maryland. And you can go look up the documentation yourself. I dropped it in here.
That's exactly the one that I brought up because I know
this information
that one is about a magnetic declination survey. I know specifically his pronouncement. Again, I'll say is about a magnetic declination survey. Thanks, Brian. Fuckhead.
No, I got the point.
Your
Sorry
mic's
about that. But hold on, real quick. How did they fucking just lose complete and just declare that there's 1,200-mile fucking long islands that just don't even exist because they couldn't find them according to the globe and shit? Had nothing to do with magnetic declination, man. I mean, how do you explain that?
Can I please respond to this? Is what happens, right? When you do that, he gets to make up this bullshit narrative about how I'm wrong. He knows more about it, and then someone else changes the subject. So it's like, oh yeah, which it was wrong, but it's all lies. Everything he sings a lie. So in reality, I showed you his pronouncement. And there's multiple different documentation. There's multiple cases of documentation in there, right? There's one of them that we discussed in here. One of them that's about a declination survey. One of them, and yes, what they were going out there trying to map out the declination because when you went there using a compass, assuming where the land masses were on the sphere, it wasn't working. They were consistently off. That's why they were doing the declination survey, doofus.
Right, because they had previous information about magnetic declination that was wrong, which is what it says in the citation.
Okay, so and what it actually says in the citation is that the South was complete documentation that wasn't consistent, that the current declination recordings weren't consistent, as in the difference in where the globe says it is and what their model is. What it actually says in the document. I know you didn't even read it. I know you didn't read it. So because it's like hundreds of pages long, right? And you 100% didn't read it. 100% you didn't read it.
Tag me on it, right?
Yeah, did you read it?
Yeah, I've read the thing. You'll post the part that backs up what you just said later. You'll tag me, right?
Yeah, because you didn't read it. So it specifically says that it was incredibly incomplete in the South, which is why they actually did the survey in the first place. That's why they did that expedition, because there was a huge need to go map out the declination in the South because it didn't exist. They only had pieced together certain pieces from other people and then kind of assumed a rate to continue them on. So they went and mapped it out. And they found that they were consistently off the further south they went. When they say they're consistently off, it's the compass. The declination is showing that they're off consistently more and more as you go further south. It wasn't that the declination charts that existed before then were just more and more off the further south you went. No, it was that the further south you go using a compass, the more off you are from where the land actually is, according to the globe. Of course, it doesn't say according to the globe because it just assumed that's what the Earth is.
So I'm curious because you keep sort of making this implied argument that currently land masses are located in locations that only a flat Earth would explain.
Oh my God! No,
well, that's the core of the argument. Is that
no? The core
we
have. Is that you can't comprehend argument. Everything you say is not the actual argument, which means you just never understand them. So, did I say that? When did I say what you just said?
With the problem is you have not put forth your argument in a very succinct and logical fashion. You imply that the existence of magnetic declination is hiding a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Right.
When did I say what you said?
When I say things to you is to clarify what I think your position is, because that's how communication works. I don't know what it is. So I say what I think it is until you agree with me.
I've made it very clear. So there's a globe model, and there are certain land masses that are well known in the south. Okay, they're on the globe in a certain place. So people navigate in the south and to cut out huge portions of the land, really the ocean. They have corrections that guide you to the specific direction you need to go to reach where the globe claims the land mass is. And it cuts out huge portions of the ocean, of the land,
Okay.
making it appear smaller. Making it appear smaller.
But that's the problem. It doesn't do that. It can't do that, number one. Number two, it sounds like you're saying if I were to use a flat Earth map and ignore magnetic declination, I could use a compass to go everywhere I want to go. Is that right?
I think that you could, yeah, but the problem with that is that when you say use a flat Earth map, you're going to talk about like using a Gleason map, right? Which uses just the globe to make it and uses its longitude latitude system based on those land masses. So that's not reality.
Okay,
So the truth is,
but why do I need land masses? Why couldn't I use stars or distances or angles to the sun to also corroborate the physicality of the world that I'm in from those points without a compass?
Okay, yeah. So they engineered the globe model from the sky. And the fact you're diverting away to that just shows that you realized that your argument was retarded. And it is retarded. So
it's me sort of. I'm trying to explain other ways that we could corroborate both of our position, or either or rather, because you keep implying that magnetic declination hides something. You haven't explained the method by which it does that, aside from it takes longer to get somewhere, which of course doesn't make sense because magnetic declination just makes you turn left or turn right harder. Right?
Wow, dude. But hey, remember, flat earthers are the ones that are stupid. So if you're in the north, okay, and you're just going to travel relative to the center, right? It's going to take you on a very if say that it's actually flat and the compass actually works, then you're going to go in the most efficient route using the compass. If you wanted to say circumnavigate around the north, around the center, then if you use a compass on a flat Earth and it's accurate, you're going to go east to west, the most efficient route. Now, if you want to take that flat Earth and turn it into a globe, as you begin to navigate in the north, the people are going to use the compass, but then they're going to have to correct, and they're going to veer off. Say they're going east to west around the center. They're going to veer off to the right, veer off to the right, veer off to the right. So it's going to make it take way longer to go around the center. If you don't comprehend the simplicity in the concept, I can assure you, it doesn't make me stupid, Negator.
Okay, have I called you stupid?
Even, yeah, you certainly implied it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I certainly implied it, but got it, okay.
So you can't respond, okay.
I can, just relax a second. What you haven't done is told me why turning left more hides anything. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Is any of the ballers going to step in, or you all don't understand?
Because we're all trying to figure out this nonsense half slapped together argument.
This
right.
is so bad.
If you turn against that correction, you still end up with covering distances that are the same. The distances don't change just because your direction changed.
But why would you turn against the correction if the whole point is that you're trying to navigate based on the correction?
Right. So if I go a different way and end up in a different place, the distances along the surface have not changed. So magnetic declination cannot possibly hide that the surface of the Earth is not flat, or that is not spherical, but is indeed flat.
No, you just don't comprehend it.
Yes, I did, actually. Thanks.
You didn't.
I did. If you go a different direction, the distances between points on the surface have not changed.
It's not the point.
But
Okay,
that
so
is the
magnetic
point.
declination cannot possibly hide the shape of the Earth.
Incorrect. Again, the actual argument is what it does is it allows people to navigate and not notice that the north is smaller, because when they navigate, they're navigating with the corrections. How do you understand this?
Right, the distances between points still does not change if you take a different direction. If you then take another path, it doesn't mean that the places you went to had a different distance between
How are you
them.
verifying the distances in the ocean?
Right, by going in that direction. If you choose a different direction and the distance is longer, you took a longer path, obviously.
How
So
are
the
you
shorter
verifying the
path
distances?
you took, so the shorter path that you took must be the shortest path between those 2 points, right?
Hey, how are you verifying the distances in the ocean?
Are you going to answer the fucking question or what?
You're building it upon the idea that you can verify the distances and know that they're not changing, but in reality, you're fine. You're going through the ocean. You're making all kinds of corrections, which is going to make you take a longer path in the north, but think you're going the most efficient way because you're assuming the sphere making corrections. When in fact, what it's doing is making you navigate, turning the flat Earth into a globe.
So listen to what I'm saying carefully this time, Witsit. If you take a different path and it ends up being longer, that means the previous path that you took is the shortest path, right?
Yeah. How do you verify the distances?
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, you can't answer.
Well, does your argument rely on that practical inability, and that's the entirety of your position?
The point is that inability allows you to deceive people with navigational tricks like correction.
Okay, but then that's merely an assertion, not a this is it. Let me ask you this: Have you ever navigated with a compass and applied magnetic declination to get somewhere?
Did you agree to do it then?
So
I'm sorry, you broke up. The question was: Have you ever navigated with a compass in hand and applied magnetic declination to get to where you're going?
Non sequitur.
Okay.
So
it's important because in the follow-on practical example displays an idea.
That was a no, by the way.
It went from it wouldn't do it to, oh well, it's just an assertion. Oh, I thought you were challenging the concept.
Yes, and when I say it's just an assertion, it's an assertion without any grounds, was the implied statement.
But do you understand the concept?
The concept isn't fleshed out enough to be understood in a way that I can be like, yeah, I can see where you could say that.
Well, you just admitted that like it depends upon not being able to verify the distances. So you said that, but didn't understand the concept?
No, what I'm pointing out to you is that even if there were some great unknown, you're relying on a great unknown to give validity to your argument. And that's all.
Buddy, the point is that whenever you're in the ocean, you navigate and you make your corrections, okay? This would be a tactic you could use. This is objectively a method that could be used to make sure people can't tell they're not actually navigating on a sphere.
Well, that's
you said that's not true. You and Doofus said that's not true. Then when it got boiled down to the primary question you're building your entire straw man on, which is as if we know the definitive distances as we travel in the ocean, which we objectively don't in any way, right?
Okay,
suddenly it changed from the concept doesn't make sense to, oh well, you're just asserting it.
Yes, you would travel and find out the distances are wrong.
Yes.
That's how you
so let me take it back. So number one, like I mentioned way earlier, there's a bunch of ways right now you can go navigate that don't rely on magnetic declination, that still only work on a globe and don't work on a flat Earth, because nothing that happens makes sense on a flat Earth, right? Like having to move your 747 needing to move at supersonic speeds to get from Santiago to Chile to do it in the same time you would on a globe. But that's not the point. The original question was, have you ever navigated with a compass in hand and applied magnetic declination? You know what? Don't answer. You don't have to. It's fine. I have. So the next question is, if I want to get to where I'm going and I apply magnetic declination and I get there in the time that I thought, right? I just walk a straight line from point A to point B. What then happens if I don't apply magnetic declination and I miss my location by a factor of 90 degrees? Then I have to turn and walk a different direction to get there. Right?
Have you actually done that? Have you actually you've navigated not applying magnetic declination correction, and then used a flat Earth to do so, and then not made it to your destination, or you're just making stuff up?
No, I have navigated without applying magnetic declination, and I did not get to where I was supposed to be.
Did you use a flat Earth?
I used a flat map.
Based on the globe.
It's just a map.
Yeah, based on the globe, right? Yeah. So
okay.
if Okay, yeah. Do you not understand that you would have to use the compass with no magnetic declination on a properly laid out flat Earth, and you get where you're actually going? That's how you would test it. Not just say, I'm going to use the globe layout, then not apply the correction, and it doesn't work. Haha, proves it does. It's the declination is true. That's so stupid. Does anyone understand how stupid that is? The magnetic declination.
When you say
unbelievably stupid.
When you say a globe layout, you imply that there's some flat layout that makes sense and works. And then the fact is that only a globe layout makes sense and works.
Only when you make corrections.
But dude,
Okay.
like, so negate it, man.
You didn't answer the question. If I get to where I'm going using the declination, and I don't get there without using it,
It's because you assume the globe layout. Oh
How do
my
you not
God.
understand that?
Dude, this is so
Negate
retarded.
it.
So we're like, okay, you use the globe layout of land, right? And you have to use corrections to accurately get where you're going. And he says, oh, well, if I don't use the corrections, I don't actually get where I'm going when I assume the globe. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me?
No. The point is, what is at what point do I miss where I'm going and realize I've got to make a drastic turn to get there?
Oh, right about anywhere at the 60th parallel, actually, there's spots with like 70 and plus 70 and minus 70 degrees to any adjustment. So literally you take a reading and you go, oh, I got to go the other way.
So
yeah,
that's like, that's
Earth
the
appears
majority of
curved
the 60th
all the way to
parallel. Which is
Earth
weird.
curved all the way to that point.
Antarctica.
They don't even understand. No, they shouldn't be allowed past this point. None of the ballers are going to call him out. So if you have a globe Earth assumption, you have to make corrections called magnetic declination, right? You make those corrections assuming the globe. His argument was, yeah, well, if I assume the globe and don't make the corrections, then I don't get where I'm going.
No,
so that proves
wasn't
it. That proves it's
that wasn't
legit.
the argument. What I was trying to point out to you is that the difference, it's not a difference in distance versus when you're navigating with and without declination. It's a difference in having to make a sharp angle to account for how you are off.
He never said it wasn't. And you don't know that it's not both, by the way.
Just like Doofus said,
I mean, there's a chance that you don't understand this. There's a slight chance, but I think you're just being dishonest.
No, I think he doesn't. I think
none of it makes sense, and it's probably the most retarded flat Earth argument I've heard thus far.
Well, I'll try to make
you just don't understand it. Like an actual competent glober would say, yeah, well, that is in theory a tool that could be used, but that's just a coincidence because in reality, we just found out that
there is no coincidence. Just like there was no coincidence with 24 time zones.
Wow.
Yeah, see, you just say no, and you pretend that makes other people stupid. Like, hands down, you're the one that's stupid, though. So it's pretty funny.
The time zones are undeniable. I mean, you at least have a little wiggle room.
What do you think is? I mean, do you want to talk about that? Because we could do that. You can tell me why 24 time zones.
No, if you don't understand it,
sorry, yeah,
there's nothing really we can do.
Yeah, I wanted to finish off the magnetic declination argument. So, if I'm standing somewhere and I pull out a magnetometer, which reads flux and doesn't give a shit about declination, if I measure the direction of flux there at that location, and then I wait, or I do this at night, either way, at nighttime I figure out where Polaris is. So that direction is true north, and the flux I measured gives me a magnetic north. If those don't line up, magnetic declination must exist because I measured it to exist, right?
Well, hey Doofus, now that you mentioned that, why does flux data put the south magnetic pole clear of the other side of the world as the magnetic declination data does?
Why does it put... What the fuck are you talking about?
Hang on, Shane. Did you answer
thing that I said first?
No, flux changes from place to place, and if you look at it on a flat Earth projection, right, you would understand the stupidity in your question. And of course, we're actually not looking at Polaris anywhere in the south, so it's completely irrelevant to claim like, oh well, we know there's this huge discrepancy in the south. No, you don't. You can't even see Polaris. In the north, it's basically nothing, and you guys claim that it changes like 5 arc seconds a year. So it's just all a bunch of made up claims.
Yeah, what do we use south of the equator? We use the South Celestial Pole, right?
Allegedly.
Allegedly the South Celestial Pole fucking wits it? Are you serious right now?
you guys allegedly use it, but no one actually uses that to navigate, right? People use GPS. And the funniest part of it is that, of course, you use magnetic declination combined with the sky, which actually helps save your little model for where you see the Southern Cross, which you've already shown that you can see the Southern Cross from different positions on a flat Earth at the same time. And what you do is you actually determine the direction that you're traveling relative to that based on the assumed magnetic declination correction. And when you actually get far enough south, it tells you that the declination is negative 179 degrees. Your model's stupid.
And there would be a negative 179 degree. Blue pointed this out earlier. A negative 179 degree correction between the magnetic North Pole and the geographic North Pole too.
Absolutely.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
that's the same direction.
Fucking allegedly, of course.
It's not that I don't understand the globe's position, is that you go past the magnetic South Pole, so obviously it's going to be a 180 degree correction. That's not the point, though. It's how convenient that when we go to the south, it says turn around. How convenient. Because
the idea is to correct magnetic to true, which that's the entire purpose of declination.
This is the silver bullet that debunks all of it, though. If that was true, then that would mean that it wouldn't be a consistent discrepancy going south the same by Australia and the other side of the ball. If I'm going down to the magnetic south underneath Australia, then the declination would be distinctly different. The air would be distinctly different than on the other side of the ball, because then the magnetic pole was on the other side of Antarctica from me.
Not
but
really.
the data doesn't show
Because
that. What do you mean not really?
It's that you made that shit up. South of South America, it is not a negative 179 degree declination.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it
Right,
was.
so when you say going toward Antarctica, it would tell you to go around. That's false, because you can go
Strawman.
south toward Antarctica, and magnetic declination will not be negative 179.
Buddy, try and listen carefully.
In points.
Whenever you're going south, you're going by South America. Say simultaneously, I'm going down south by South America, and then you're going down by Australia, right? The declination would be distinctly different because you're closer to the magnetic South Pole than I am, correct?
If you're going south of Australia, yes. And if you're going south
distinctly
of any
different. That's right, Negator. Distinctly different.
Yeah, and if you're going south of any other continent, it is different.
Oh, is it?
Yes. Shane just fucking posted it.
Okay, what I'm saying is the discrepancy wouldn't be proportionally increasing the further you go south on the South American side.
Why wouldn't it?
Because the pole is just on the other side of you. So you're still just going towards the pole, dude.
Yes, you're going towards the pole along a south-facing line, which is not going to be in line with the magnetic South Pole. Magnetic South and true South are not the same.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what this is all built upon, your claim of that. But when I ask you, how do you verify the location of the magnetic South Pole, I get crickets. When I ask, how come it's separated by thousands of miles? How come two convergence points are separated by thousands of miles in the south, but they all converge to the center in the north? I get crickets. Why is there no symmetry? I get crickets.
That was another lie.
Okay, why is there two convergence points separated by thousands of miles in the south, but it's not symmetrical in the north?
In the north, it's actually like a ring. It's like a combination of all of them to get. It's an average. It's not one singular point.
I didn't say it was one singular point. Nice straw man. Everything you guys have are remedial straw men. Why is it not symmetrical? Hey, listen, the two convergence points in the south are separated by thousands of miles. They're all converging to a central point, as in you can put a circle around it, not a literal single point, right? It's all converging towards the center, right? But in the south, the convergence points are separated by thousands of miles. Why is it not symmetrical?
Right. As I mentioned earlier to you, and you just nodded, there is no requirement for a spherical Earth with a molten metal inside that has a magnetic field to have a symmetrical magnetic field. Nobody has ever required that except you.
Okay, well, this is not true, because whenever they actually can replicate in a lab the dynamo effect causing convection currents that cause a magnetic field, it always shows symmetry. And if the North Pole and the South Pole were to move, it requires movement. It requires movement in the center, right? And then the North and South move in relation to each other and the center, right? This is why it's called the asymmetry problem. And at the top levels of academia, they're still trying to find the answer to it. That's why it's called a problem, because it should be relatively symmetrical. And the divergence away from symmetry should be like slight fluctuations on the surface based on mass distribution within the layers going out to the surface, just slightly affecting your ability to detect it. But that's not what we see. We see vast differences. It's called the asymmetry problem. So why do they call it a problem if it's not a problem?
That's a preposterous simplification.
So when they make a dynamo in the lab and it's got symmetry, and then because that's symmetrical or has more symmetry, you want the Earth to do that because it's also a dynamo. But I mean, the two are not the same. They're not analogous. And what was the measurement for symmetry? Like, was it actually equal?
Wait. The dynamo effect that can be physically demonstrated is not analogous to the claim of the dynamo effect in the bomb. Yeah, thank you. That's the whole point. So can you
I'm saying
can you please demonstrate the physics? Can you demonstrate the physics of having
we're off to
a
a new
dynamo
question
effect?
now.
No, it's the
Right,
same
so the
question.
point I was making about that
Demonstrate
was
the physics. Okay.
Right. So I mean, the point I was trying to make about symmetry and size and scale and everything is you're claiming that the small dynamo has like what really good symmetry, and now you're saying the large Earth dynamo should be analogous, and I'm saying no, probably not.
No, you're confused. So they claim that the core is symmetrical. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but they claim that the core is symmetrical and that there might be slight oscillations within it, but that it's yes, they do. They do not claim that the South has a distinctly different composition than the North part of the core. They 100% don't. They claim it's moving around the
Let me ask
whole.
Dupus a question real quick. Let me ask Dupus something.
That's a lie. They definitely say that there are convection currents there are definitely convection currents going in different directions in the core. There's nothing fucking symmetrical about it, and they don't claim it is.
Dude, the actual core itself is a symmetrical sphere, dude.
Not according to their claims. The currents run in different ways.
Okay, objectively, it's a symmetrical sphere. So this is the point.
Yeah, just make up your claim again. Just lie to the audience.
Just bet money. Just bet money on it. It should be an easy bet. Oh, then you should be able to side bet it too, then, right? It should be easy money.
Wouldn't there be implications of uneven
directions? Of course it is.
I'll dump all over your Stanford and Harvard. It's such a joke. So, like,
wait.
Can I please finish the one question? If you're claiming that you can have the dynamo effect cause the magnetic field of the Earth, right? But that you can have this happen, and the North Pole and the South Pole of the magnet can move independent of each other and not in relation to each other at all. Can you please provide any type of physical evidence that that's possible and explain the mechanism? Because at the top levels of academia, they throw their hands up and say, we have no idea how it could even theoretically be possible.
So are the poles of a magnetic dynamo supposed to be symmetrical? Like, is that actually supposed to be that way?
Yes, there's and the North and Pole.
Can you show evidence for that? Can you show me a citation saying that the poles of a magnetic dynamo should remain?
Why don't you look up geodynamoasymmetry.edu and do some research for once on your own? So, can you guys provide any empirical physical evidence that you can have a magnetic field coming from a dynamo effect where the North Pole and the South Pole of the magnetic field can move independent of each other and not in relation to each other at all, please?
Yeah, the Earth.
Hey, look,
There
it's
you
a
go.
citation.
There you go.
Citation
we regress to like a sub 50 IQ response and just blatantly beg the question. There you go.
You gotta like.
There's a citation. There's a citation with it. It's not fucking supposed to be symmetrical if it's lopsided, right? Jesus.
What the fuck? If it's lopsided, you're talking about the tilt?
No, the core is not symmetrical. They're specifically saying the core is not symmetrical.
Oh, wait. It's lopsided. What does that mean? The South is what, bigger?
Jesus fucking Christ, what's it?
No, answer the question. What does lopsided mean? The core itself,
not symmetrical. It means not symmetrical with it.
But as in, it's not symmetrical because the South is different than the North of the core.
Well, just pick one to hand wave.
Yeah, it's
that's not what it says. That's not what it says. I've already researched it. Of course, this isn't even a real. Of course, you don't actually cite a university, right? You cite the dumbed down layman term pop sci articles you guys all regurgitate like robots, right?
Right.
It doesn't say that. It does not.
Yes, they give their citations for what papers they're talking about.
Okay,
Yeah.
and since you know so much about it, you should be able to answer the question then. Are you saying, when you say lopsided, what does that mean? Exactly what does it mean? That the south is different than the north of the core?
It means it's
Okay,
not.
I tried to answer this about
That's not what it means.
I tried to answer it about 6 different times. Let's try it again. Lopsided means that it's not symmetrical along any axis in particular.
Yeah, so it isn't distinct to the north and the south, though. It's just saying that it's not perfectly symmetrical because it's dynamic. So
you said it was symmetrical.
So then why is there a claim
I
on
already
your
said
side?
30 times it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical, but they can't come up with a model, even in theory, to explain why there's distinctly a difference from the south and the north. That would require the core be distinctly different in the southern portion of the outer core than the north. But they cannot make that work with the idea of moving molten liquid causing convection currents, because you can't have just the south be distinctly different from the north in the core. Do you people comprehend?
You know, it's funny because flat Earth can't do that either.
Yeah,
He always resorts back
what
to the
happens
really
if you
stupid
have
stuff.
Witsit? What happens if you have something that's not symmetrical producing those magnetic fields?
Wait. It's not symmetrical. How? Like, is it distinctly different in the north and the south? That's what. How many
I don't
times do
know.
I have to ask this question?
Not symmetrical along any axis in particular. That's what I said already. I already gave you that explanation. So my question is, if something that is producing the magnetic fields is not symmetrical, should the magnetic fields be symmetrical? Yes or no?
It should be directly in relation to the asymmetry of the core, dude.
Well, yeah, not symmetrical.
But
So
I already said for the 50th
So not at all
time, I'm already.
symmetrical at all. They
You
shouldn't be
people are.
symmetrical.
I literally
There's no
think that you
reason for
have
them to
less
be
than 110
symmetrical.
IQ.
There's
I
never
would even
going
bet
to
on
be a
that
case
at this point.
where something not symmetrical causes something to be symmetrical, right?
Okay, don't interrupt me. So the point is, I already said 15 times, it's not that it has to be perfectly symmetrical. That's a desperate straw man because you people are incompetent. So I very specifically said, if there's a distinct difference in the south and the north, that means it has to be proportionate to the asymmetry of the core, which means the core has to have a distinct lack of symmetry in the north and the south. And I've already read the highest levels of academia from 2022 and on in your own paradigm saying that they cannot even propose a model where they can say that the north part of the core is distinctly different and lacking symmetry from the south. It's overall not perfectly symmetrical because it's in flux and dynamic, but the north has to be different than the south to explain the asymmetry of the magnetic field. Do you get it?
Okay, yeah, because it's not symmetrical. That means that the magnetic field it produces should also not be symmetrical. Ta-da!
But should it be proportionate to the asymmetry of the core?
I mean,
did
you measure it?
Should it be proportionate to the asymmetry of the core?
Well, define the What are the parameters for proportionate? What are we measuring?
It's so
because earlier you said it's symmetric, or we say it's symmetric. Then you changed to not sufficiently, or whatever, right? Without defining what that means.
I said this
now
for the
you're
last 3
implying
hours.
that
I've
there's
said it
some
for 3
difficulty
hours.
with a model that relies on a proportion of symmetry.
Yeah,
But
you don't even comprehend it. You don't even comprehend it. So, and by the way,
this
do
entire
you
argument is
do you want to also bet on this that I said this hours ago that it's not perfectly symmetrical and stop strawmanning me? And now you're claiming I just now said it?
I'll bet that you're going to repeat yourself at least another dozen times. Yeah.
And then you're going to pretend I didn't say it. Yeah. So this is what's so funny. This is what's so funny. Listen carefully. Listen carefully.
Yeah, he did claim that.
Listen carefully. If you're saying it's not symmetrical, as in it's not a perfect ball, I've already pointed out that that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if the north is different from the south, that means that there has to be a proportionate difference in the north and the south of the core. So if you're citing something that says, oh, it's not perfectly symmetrical, it's not a perfect sphere, there's fluctuations in it in all directions, north, south, east, west, omnidirectional, that doesn't explain the difference in the north and the south. There has to be a distinct difference in symmetry in the north and south of the core to cause the difference in the north and south of the earth. Do you understand it?
Yes, and it's asymmetrical. There we go. Problem solved.
Yeah, you're
What do you
just gonna keep
propose is
repeating it. I
causing
mean,
that if it's not
actually,
a
low IQ
if it's
and
not a core?
disingenuous, and it's a disgusting combination.
You just not let anyone else speak with it. Just fucking monologue, man. On and on and on and on.
Go do some push-ups, dude, and drop your octaves a couple levels. Hey,
I mean, there's three people. There's 4 Glovers trying to get at him. So if he's talking a lot, I mean, what do you want?
Okay.
Does the person who said that have something to add to the conversation?
Of course.
Yeah.
I still want an answer to Duvus's initial question about being able to confirm the magnetic declination that we're saying is real.
They said
so the Glovers have no answer. Okay, cool. Glovers have no answers for why the convergence points of the South magnetic declination is separated by that. And did you notice that I get interrupted every single time I talk?
Well,
right,
does anyone else notice that?
because there was no answer. You said that nobody gave you a fucking answer, and that's a lie.
Does everyone else notice that I get interrupted every single time? But then the Glover comes in and complains about me talking.
You spend so much time just
You're
trying to
you want to
rile
interrupt
things up.
again.
Yeah,
You
your
really want
interrupts
to
are
do it
justified.
again.
I understand the Gator. Our interruption, not yours, justified. Totally makes sense.
Well, I mean, I guess if I spent 75.
Oh wait, I don't like what you're saying, so I can interrupt you.
talking
See,
trash about
Just as
people.
long as you understand, Shane.
Okay to interrupt me. But that's not
You see.
Okay, so the point is very simple. That now you can listen to the moral degenerate ballers in here just make stuff
so
up.
like right now, like why is he saying this?
Because you are by definition a moral degenerate. So in reality, because you come to for example, you stalk my YouTube and just spam insults whenever you claim I'm stupid. You have to watch me talk on camera. It totally makes sense.
I do that.
So this is what's so funny, right? Is
who is he talking to right now?
The highest levels of academia, they admit that this is a problem. Okay, that they don't know how to explain the asymmetry.
Like I've heard this a dozen times already. You don't have to say it again.
Well, then why are you guys pretending it's not a problem?
Oh my gosh!
What do you mean by problem? What is something going to stop? Is something going to stop working correctly if this problem isn't solved?
No, the problem. It's a problem, as in the model doesn't predict it.
No, it's not a problem. Just because we don't have an exact understanding or answer doesn't mean it's a problem. It just means it's not understood fully. It's not
and why
a problem.
Is it called problem? And why is it called problem?
Because somebody fucking used that word, man, and you think it's an actual problem.
You don't even know what the word problem means in terms of scientific models, and I'm stupid. Remember, I'm the one that's stupid for sure.
God.
So what it means is that
it'd be a problem if something wasn't working.
What it means is that the current model makes a certain prediction, but that prediction doesn't match the data.
Which prediction?
They don't know a way to update the model to match
what prediction was made?
Based on the idealized convection currents of the molten iron core. Then
nickel iron.
Yeah, you already know that.
Oh my god, dude! Then you need symmetry based on the idealized model, and don't strawman me with the perfect symmetry, low IQ nonsense.
Why do we need symmetry?
Because of the idealized convection currents that the current geodynamo model uses.
Yeah, it's not ideal, obviously, because I already mentioned that it's not symmetrical, right?
Yeah, but the reason it's called the asymmetry problem is because they haven't figured out what they can do to update the model to explain the distinct difference in the north and the south, because their first proposal was the idea that there's just an overall change in the core, but that would mean that it would fluctuate in the north and south. That would mean that you would get the difference in convergence points in the north and the south, the difference in the strength and intensity in the north and south, constantly changing and shifting back and forth. But that's not what we see. We see it's consistently one way in the north and one way in the south, which is why they have a problem, because they're claiming the outer core moves, it's liquid that moves, and it's just in slight flux. So they can't explain the consistent asymmetry. That's why it's called the asymmetry problem.
Rufus, are you talking about the inner core when you talk about it being lopsided?
Sure, why not?
Because it's not lopsided. It says, fortunately, all this doesn't mean Earth has a lopsided core. The research suggests gravity equalizes any asymmetric growth, pushing new iron crystals towards the north and south poles. This ironing effect could maintain a spherical inner core, one that grows in radius by an average of 1 millimeter per year. So it doesn't look like it's throwing anything off.
Right.
Wow.
That's
The
a solid core, right?
Convection currents are in the mantle and the outer core, not the inner core.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I
why?
don't
So
see
then
anything
Doofus
about
just
the
cited,
outer core being asymmetric or
right? So
lopsided.
Doofus cited something completely irrelevant. So Demons try to check him. Oh no, this is where you don't have anything to say again. Yeah.
Right. So it's
Yeah. What a
saying it's
shocker. What a shocker.
so it's
Sure.
saying
I
it's
mean, we
lopsided.
were talking about the outer core, not the inner core.
Yeah, the outer
Right.
core isn't lopsided.
I thought you were
don't
just
find
saying the
anything at
inner
all.
core isn't lopsided.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
because
mass
it's the only thing I
the
can
outer,
find that says anything about the core being lopsided. There is
yeah,
no outer core lopsidedness. It's only the
the
inner
mass
core.
distribution the mass distribution is definitely different around the core. You're aware of that, right?
It literally says that gravity equalizes it. So mass distribution with the outer core spinning, it shouldn't affect it. It's way too different in the north and the south, the magnetic field, for that to be a cause, in my opinion.
And this isn't wait. This isn't. This is the point is that they claim the magnetic field comes from the outer core. Dude, it doesn't even. The inner core doesn't even matter. They claim that the outer core. The only reason that you can even invoke somewhat asymmetry, which this is why I'm saying it's actually very pedantic. I just know it's coming from incompetence, though, or more so ignorance. Okay, I'll try not to be so mean. It's just ignorance, right? When you say asymmetry, it's like, oh well, there's not a symmetrical distribution of the energy in the movement. It's dynamic. There's flux. But when it comes to the shape, the actual shape, it's a sphere. The outer core moves in a sphere proportionate to the size of the Earth. Duh. Okay. So if it's moving with the Earth, it should maintain relative symmetry, just like the Earth does. If it has a slight bulge at the center because of centrifugal force, that's the only thing that would be lacking, and that still would be symmetrical. Okay. The north and the south, because it's spinning also in the core, you should have the north and the south be relatively symmetrical. Okay, if the magnetic field is coming from that, it should also be symmetrical, meaning when the north moves, the south would move in relation to it. This is why they call it the asymmetry problem.
So you do you believe that it's the core spinning causing convection currents that's giving us this magnetic field on the globe?
Do I believe that?
Yeah.
You know I don't believe that.
Like
what? Well, I'm just wondering because like what causes the magnetic field then in your model?
Okay, this is what's called a shifting the burden of proof fallacy, bro. And like I've already acknowledged that they say if there's a mountain there, I can't go falsify or verify what is or isn't there. Then you act like that was a gotcha. After really, it's a shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
Well, no, I'm just wondering because
which is when the
you're
party
saying like the highest levels of academia can't even think of, and I can't think of what would. But like it seems like the highest levels of flat Earth academia isn't even proposing what would cause.
This is the second time you brought this up today.
The difference here is we investigate and think about stuff ourselves. You are incapable of doing that.
Well,
you just
I don't know if
hand your
that's
thinking
true.
over. You hand your thinking over to the eye. The gator's muted. The gator's muted.
Okay, keep talking down to people then.
Well, just stop interrupting. So, thank you. So you don't actually think about this model at all, right? So you just think someone else has done it for you. To compare the two, when you have billions of dollars and millions of people doing it for you with supercomputers for decades and still can't figure it out, as if that's analogous to us trying to theorize about something we can't even go access to try to see what's there, is totally so irrelevant. It's insane.
Well, it's just like, if you believe it, why not think about it? The same with like the Antarctic thing. Like, are you telling me you honestly made an honest effort to obtain a permit?
Wow.
Yes, I just dropped
You literally proved that earlier.
So with it, did you fill out the application that I thought like you put it on there? Did you fill that out and fax it to him?
Demon, did you take classes from anti-flat earthers? You used to hate that anti-flat
Well, no,
earthers.
the question I'm asking to Witsit is, did he fill out the actual application form and send alongside those two silly emails he sent?
I was trying to figure out where Demonstrator went to anti-flat Earth school. Was it right here, guys? Did we witness it
Well, you
firsthand?
guys are white knighting for Witsit real hard right now. But like, if he could just answer that question, if he's honestly trying to obtain a permit, or if he was just, doing sophistry for all you.
Demon, you all white knight for each other on the dumbest stuff. Stop.
So with this, application, or are we going to run and hide from this silly, stupid Glober question?
Your stupid question doesn't deserve an answer.
Yeah, I didn't fill out the
emails earlier.
I didn't fill out the
You guys can run. That's fine.
I didn't fill out the application. I didn't fill out the application because I specifically reached out to them to ask them for the type of expedition I was wanting to do. I needed to know what applications I needed to fill out and what the process was. And on their website, on their website, it specifically says if you have questions like that, email this email.
But you didn't even fill out the application where it literally lists. You can list exactly what you're gonna do. You don't have to ask them, is it okay to fill out this form this way? No, just fucking fill
To
it out.
submit the application costs a bunch of money, dude.
No, it
You're
doesn't.
gonna-
It costs $0 to submit the application.
That's not true. It costs
You're
a
going to
couple $100.
criticize him on not filling out an application a month when he's waiting for an email about which applications and what he needs to do.
Yeah, just fucking fill them out and
That's
send it in.
stupid, Demon Stride. You're
spend a
the
couple
worst
$100
anti-flat earther ever now.
Oh man, he tried to say you made an honest effort. You didn't even fill out the fucking application form.
It's a red herring. This entire discussion is a red herring from the point. I made this point yesterday to J-Ace as well, and unfortunately I got cut off. But to compare the
And it's happening again.
Yeah.
You cut out. You cut out crypto.
Just so gross, man. It's so gross.
Regis, tell me,
Hold on a
Regis.
second. No, I gotta ask
got
the question.
an enormous amount of people who.
Oh, crypto's back, maybe.
You're back now.
Sorry if I was. I'm traveling as well. Like you've got two different groups here. You've got an enormous amount of people with an enormous amount of funding trying to prove worldview A, right? Or at least, let's just say rigorously intellectualize worldview A. And then you've got a few people with no funding. So how are they ever going to have the same chance? Like, what a ridiculous thing to even say.
Well, I think what's ridiculous is thinking that this is the way to go about proving a flat Earth, right, Crypto?
So you just missed. You either missed, didn't understand, or deliberately ignored my point.
Well, because your point is very, very surface level, and it ignores the greater issue. The greater issue here would be, well, just go see if there's a 24-hour sun or not, and bam, flat Earth globe Earth. But we're not going to do that because it's a much better story to tell people that, man, I tried to go on this expedition, but the man is keeping me down.
Oh my God! Yeah,
So
that's what it was. Yeah.
the red herring to cover for the
We lost him again.
sorry.
Yeah. I should have spent $10,000 to go down there and hope I just happened to get to see the 24-hour sun and it's not cloudy that day. That's totally logical. That's what I should have done. With a 5-month-old, I should spend $10,000 to prove to an anti-flat Earth, moral degenerate adult male on the internet that stalks flat Earther channels for 7 years.
Okay, so this is where I cut in because you're just like.
Well, no, I'm just accurately describing it. To prove to you that
you're just, God, just act like a grown man for a little bit, okay? Come on.
Down there and videotaped it and showed there was no 24-hour sun, it wouldn't mean anything to anybody, including you, right? But
That's a good excuse.
I should have spent $10,000 to go down to Antarctica and just hope it's not cloudy that day, and hope that the 24-hour sun is visible, right? That makes sense.
It's a negative.
It's a good
not
excuse.
that they proved their
I
positive.
hope it's not cloudy.
I believe if you crowdfunded it, someone would pay you.
Oh my God, that's the funniest shit ever, was it? That's honestly the funniest shit ever.
When I go look at the government cameras, 90% of the time it's so cloudy you can't see the sun at all. What's so funny? Have you ever even looked at them?
But the point is, you shouldn't even get that fucking fill out the permission slip and show that you got permission first before you say you can't get the denial first, saying you're denied. Do any of that first before you claim any of the bullshit you're spewing, man.
I didn't claim anything.
Send an email. I'm not going to reply for a month before you talk.
Sending an email to somebody ain't shit, man.
All I claimed was that I emailed the official email with a very professional inquiry, and they ignored it. That's all I said. And the only reason I brought that up was because I was saying I was literally just trying to put it into the semantical bullshit anti-flat Earth talking point, as if you can just really go there in a kayak, all this low IQ nonsense. And I was saying, dude, I was just going to go get them to say in writing what you can or cannot do and what the procedure is. I tried to do that, but it didn't work. They didn't respond, even though that was the official email listed on their website.
You should have sent in the application.
Demon, if he did fill out the application and posted that too, you would have said, "Where's the written itinerary that you sent in? That you have to send in?" You would have.
I wouldn't be laughing as hard at him if he had just actually filled it out. Fucking fill out your permission slip, dude.
Hey, Cash App me
You have the right to laugh at us. Good call.
Cash App me $250. I got you, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So, likewise, why haven't we shown that magnetic declination is arbitrary and made up when there are ways to do it? Doofus mentioned it earlier as far as comparing to true north.
No one said it was arbitrary and made up. It's literally it's a specific value. It's not made up. It's a specific measured value. It's a calculative value based on a spherical assumption.
Okay, but it's when you say based on a spherical assumption. Yes, is it measured just like Doofus said, or is it not?
No, what we actually do is we see where the compass points, and then we assume the sphere, and then we just do the math. So
okay, but
pretty simple.
Do you want that one, Doofus, or should I?
I mean, the answer is just no. That's definitely not what happens. If I stand in a position and measure, if I stand in a position and I measure the magnetic flux at that location, I have just determined the difference between magnetic north and true north at that location. I don't have to assume sphere. I don't have to map it out on a globe. It just is different. There is magnetic declination there.
Wait, are you
map out the declination chart? You absolutely have to.
Wait, time out. Are you claiming the magnetic flux and the declination match?
Right, that's what I keep saying. He brings it up like that, and I have to go into what are you talking about?
He doesn't even know his own belief. They never know their own belief.
What is that kind of question? Is the flux and the declination match? What do you mean?
That's what he just suggested.
Do you think they do?
The direction, one more time, the direction where you measure the magnetic field, that is flux, and that's the direction magnets align with. Yes,
Okay,
magnetic
so are you
declination
saying
and
that's
flux are definitely the same fucking thing.
There you go. So when we actually go look at the data, we go look at the magnetic flux data, and then we look at the magnetic declination charts. They are distinctly different.
Thank you.
Oh gosh.
Where? Let's see that.
Opposing sides of the earth. There it is. There's the.
Maybe this is why they misunderstand.
I guess the real question is, do
Because
you?
the flux and the declination are different. Let's see that data. How do we have?
Back right out of that one, dude.
No. Let's try it one more time. We have flux data. We have magnetic declination data. The two of them. How do you show that the two of them don't match each other?
It's right there in the chat.
This is awesome.
You don't get it.
Maybe
Somebody doesn't get it.
No,
That's for sure.
No, Regis, this is sad.
Oh, I don't get it. We're sitting here looking at both of the data sets and how they don't match, and you're just ignoring that it's right there in front of everyone.
Right. Shane posted on the left a wind chart. That's
not
winds.
No,
That's magnetic flux.
That's definitely wind. Because if you go to Bob Winds, specifically, because if you go to, thanks for all the laughter, because if you go to Bob Winds, that's specifically what you're getting is wind data.
Unless you click on where it says magnetic
Oh
flux,
my
then it
gosh.
changes it to the magnetic
That's
flux.
a pretty good answer.
That's
a pretty
the
good
best.
answer.
This is the coolest thing that's ever happened in here.
Well, it's just a complete misunderstanding. I think that's why they're so confident in their argument, because they just completely misunderstand the argument to begin with.
Well, dude,
Totally.
honestly, I was looking for an answer on this one, and then Duke brought it up as evidence, so I thought I'd bring it up again because I'm a little confused.
It's a terribly stupid argument made by a bunch of people that have no idea how any of it works. Right,
Can you steel man the argument?
Tell me, Regis. Tell me, Regis. Have you ever?
Steel man it, Negator? Can you steel man the argument?
Do you want to
White
keep talking
knighting
while I
for
talk?
Doofus so hard right now. He's white knight because Doofus said that only wind data showed on Bob Winds, and so he had to jump in and white knight for him.
Dude, well, here's the actual wind data that's also there,
Yes.
Doofus, in case you were confused. Okay, all right. So there's that. And then there's the thing that we brought up originally. So if you want to address that.
Okay, so hold up, Shane. Is that the wind data you just posted?
White knight again. White knight again.
No. I want to know, Shane. Is that the wind data you just posted?
The blue,
why
the blue and green.
Yeah. And the other one's flux.
Yes.
Yeah, magnetic flux. Yeah.
And
Where's
so,
flux? Where does it say we're measuring flux data here?
It's specifically magnetic flux at the lowest altitude. But I only brought it up because you said if I measure the magnetic flux, I can tell the declination is the same. And we went, well, hold on now a second, there, buddy. And here we are still. So
You can even show it on the globe. You can show the magnetic flux on the globe.
Okay, what is being showed on the magnetic flux chart? Is it magnitude or direction?
It's showing both.
Yeah, it's moving.
Direction
it can't
would be the
both.
lines. Magnitude would be the colors.
You cannot measure. the magnitude of something and the direction of something with one value.
Dude, it's not a value, you clown.
It's
there
NOAA
are
data.
colors and lines.
It's NOAA data, isn't it? Isn't this all drawn off
Yeah.
NOAA data?
Yeah, and look, it literally, the colors are showing you the magnitude, and then it shows you the direction also.
Yep.
But he won't admit that what he just said was hands down one of the dumbest things
Okay.
ever said.
If I'm wrong, I'm
It's
wrong.
not.
But relax.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off, Regis.
Well, I mean, like Negator, if you could look
guys
into
give
why.
us so much shit, and you're almost always wrong. So excuse me if I'm laughing.
No, I'm not, Regis.
Hold on.
You're
If we're
you're
gonna
full
do
of
that,
shit, Regis.
You
Absolutely.
just said, Regis, if
Regis.
we're going to do that, hold on a second. Regis, if we're going to do that, then I just would like an explanation as to why, when you read my citation, you left out the fact that the asymmetry is measurable from seismic activity. Why did you leave that part out?
I didn't
It's
read
about
your
the inner core.
citation. I don't even know what you're talking about.
He's a dishonest
Right,
piece of shit.
you
That's
read
what-
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
You read, you read the citation. Hold on a second. No, because you read. No, Witsit, because Regis, you read my citation, and you
I did not read your citation. I'm on my phone. I'm not in the chat. I
Didn't
did
read
not
the
read your citation.
Regis, motherfucker. You didn't read the.
People are the worst moral degenerates in the world, dude. Hands down.
You read a paragraph from the citation I provided, and the last sentence says, even though we can measure the asymmetry through seismic data, right?
No, he looked up his own citations.
Nope. I looked it up on my own, like a big boy.
Yeah, he already said that. And
But
dude, this is what's funny, Doofus. Why are you jumping in without
Yeah,
acknowledging you're wrong? Hey,
the paragraph that
when
you
brought
read
up
came from the citation that Doofus provided.
every single
That
time.
sentence
Why are
wasn't
they allowed
there.
to interrupt every time, though?
Come on, man. Shit.
Why are you saying "come on" when we just heard Negator
Because I
interrupt?
mean, you just I mean, it's like constant. We can't have a conversation about it. We need to like
Hey,
draw
Left
some
Link, did
conclusions for a
Negator,
different
Left
for a
Link, did
change.
Negator interrupt right then? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea
Oh,
because
you don't
everyone's
know.
talking over each other. Everyone's
So
talking over each other.
I went in to speak, and Negator interrupted me for the 40th straight time, and you don't know.
Because
Okay, so what Regis read was from the citation that Doofus posted.
It
Is
wasn't.
that correct?
No.
Okay, so there's a problem there.
Fine.
Okay, so where did you get your information, Regis?
He looked it up himself.
I looked it up.
No, you
Okay,
specifically said it was from his own citation. You guys were even laughing about it and
I
clapping yourself on the
specifically
back.
said it was from his own citation. Play it back. Go ahead and play it back.
Hey,
You
Negator,
liar.
you would have bet $1,000 on that?
Such a liar. Gross.
So wait, someone posted information. You decided to look at your own information and laugh at the citation instead of just looking at the citation. That's fucking hilarious, man.
Are you serious?
Pretty degenerate as fuck.
This is a real bad look. This is a real bad look for you guys.
So
you know
Regis,
that?
Regis, just link it. Link it, Regis.
Moderation. What actually happened was he just heard the
Regis,
claim.
are you going to link it or not?
Why is he interrupting again?
Yo, I'm gonna start muting people. Anyone that interrupts, I'm just gonna mute you temporarily. We'll all be able to get our thing out, but we got to go one at a time because it's a mess. Please.
Okay.
Cool. So I'm waiting on Regis.
Okay. What happened was that he heard the claim that Doofus was saying, and he looked it up. He Googled it. He Googled the claim that the core was lopsided. And then he started reading what the source he found said about it. We were laughing because it isn't even about the outer core. He didn't ever claim to be reading Doofus's thing, but obviously it's going to be the same claim from the globe model, no matter which source it is.
Well, why not just look at the citation provided instead of coming, like, why not then
Because
post
I'm
your
on my
citation too?
phone
Let's see
and
what
I'm
you
not
got,
in the chat. I'm on my phone and I'm not in the chat. Are you really not believing me on this? I'll post the link in a minute.
What is
Jesus.
interesting?
You guys are fucking so weird.
But what
Nobody's
is interesting?
being weird, man. I'm not in the chat either.
But what is interesting is that the paragraph that you read is almost word for word what was in my citation, except the last sentence of that paragraph says that even though we can measure that asymmetry from seismic data. Now, where this is more interesting, where this is more interesting is if this data shows that the inner core is asymmetrical. The inner core is a boundary for the outer core. The outer core would if the inner core is asymmetrical, also have to be asymmetrical, right?
No, not right.
I don't know, but don't start yelling now. Don't start. You know you
Yeah,
can't.
stop
You
fucking
know you
yelling,
can't be
man.
yelling like that. And let's all go one at a time, or we can go one on one, or make a list or something. Please, guys.
Let me point something out about this alleged seismic activity thing, right? It's so funny you guys do stuff like this. So these articles are from like 2021, 2022, and they're like, oh, new startling discovery, the Earth's inner core may be lopsided, right? And then it's just pop-sci catchphrases and stuff like that for the dumbed-down layman, right? But when you actually go look into it, they're like, it's just a theory based on a re-examination of seismic activity. And this is the same thing that happened when they decided to say that the core was going the other way, right? Which actually means it's just going slower than the Earth. So it looks like it's going the other way. It wasn't like they went and made some new discovery. It was that they re-examined the seismic activity charts from decades ago. And they were like, I think this got overlooked and we were completely wrong. So all that proves both the lopsided claim of the core and the fact it's spinning the other way with seismic activity. What that proves is, according to your own paradigm, that you can be completely wrong about the seismic activity for decades at a time, which means it's purely speculative interpretation.
I just posted the link. If it happens to be the same source, then it's a coincidence. But there it is. I just posted it. But
Well,
I
they all
don't see
say
the
the same
sentence
thing.
you're
I looked it
referring
up at
to.
the same time. I looked it up at the same time, and like all the articles pretty much say the same thing. Like whenever a certain article comes out, a bunch of pop sci articles put almost the same exact title with buzzwords and say the same stuff in the article, and then they all cite the same article. They do the same thing when they said, looks like the Earth's core is going the other way. Scientists discovered the Earth's core is going the opposite way, right? All the articles from that day said the same thing, right? That's what they do. They say the same thing for the pop sci articles.
So
Duh.
I back on being honest and not dishonest, or you still have complaints?
Yeah, it's in there, Regis, just so you know.
It's in where?
The one that you posted. That they
You
found
say
by
the next
seismic
sentence?
stuff.
You're saying the next sentence says what you said?
By studying seismic waves traveling through the Earth, the team found the core grows faster in the area underneath Indonesia's Odysee. Yeah.
What?
And that actually doesn't even help you out anyway with the asymmetry of the south and north.
I'll paste it for you.
And I read the next part, not that part. And I did read that part. It still doesn't mean you're right. It says, while not proven, this indicates that something in the Earth's outer core. Never mind. The next one down. Fortunately, all this doesn't mean the Earth has a lopsided core. The research suggests gravity equalizes any asymmetric growth. So this was the same article that you cited, and you just read that and left that part out?
Yeah, exactly. This backfired.
Wow.
No, because the source is different.
Whenever you actually read it, it says basically they're looking at like an atomic structure, and they think the lattice structure is slightly asymmetrical based on the seismic waves. Based on the frequency, they're saying that, oh, well, what it must be hitting in the core on the atomic lattice structure scale, it must be slightly asymmetrical, right? That's what it's talking about if you actually read into it, because I was Googling it in the parking lot and I was reading different articles, and that's what it's actually talking about. But that on that small of a scale, right, as you have the effect of gravity and centrifugal force in the core, it's going to become symmetrical again on the entire core scale. So there's nothing at all to do with like explaining the asymmetry of the north and south magnetic poles. Like literally nothing at all, not even close to being in the ballpark of explaining it. And it's not a big deal. It's just like, I'm just telling you that your official model says that like they don't know, they can't explain it yet. It's called the asymmetry problem, that the model, which is idealized, okay, you would expect to see symmetry. You would expect to see a direct relation between the poles, but they don't see that. So they have to update their model. It's well known. This is one of the biggest gaps in the globe Earth model is the geodynamo model. It's well known.
But it doesn't mean flat Earth.
I didn't claim it proves flat Earth, did I, Left Lane?
It's not a gap in our model either as far as dimensions.
It's not a gap in the model, except it just is a huge portion of the model that isn't explained and doesn't work.
It's better than having the no model, you know?
There you go. There you go. You guys all resort back to stupid stuff. Like Left Lane
It's not
said this
that
doesn't
stupid.
prove. Left
You're
Lane said it doesn't prove flat. Left Lane said it doesn't prove flat Earth. I never claimed it proved flat Earth at all. Ever. Nothing like that at all. We were talking about why would it not be symmetrical. You guys said it's not expected to be. I said that's not true. It specifically is expected to be, which is why it's called the asymmetry problem. Okay, and then you guys just started saying, "Nuh-uh." Then invoke some article about atomic lattice structure of the inner core based on seismic assumption. That's disputed.
Okay. Gotcha.
So
I think they also said that you don't know what the word problem, or they didn't know what the word problem meant. Maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't
Isn't that
actually
one of
mean
the
problem.
arguments?
Yeah, it doesn't actually mean problem. Yeah.
Right. So as I just posted a moment ago, they are showing the resulting data, the measurements from seismic data, that the core is asymmetrical. Now, there's no expectation for something that is asymmetrical to produce symmetrical magnetic
wait.
field.
Why does the end of the article say, fortunately, it doesn't mean that the core is asymmetrical?
Look at the data that I just posted, the thing from the actual paper.
Why does the bottom of the article say, fortunately, this doesn't mean the Earth's core is asymmetric?
Oh, fuck. What about the paper?
That's what, yeah, I'm saying, like, why is it saying that? Why does it say that? Why did you leave that out?
I don't give a shit about what the article says. I care what the paper says.
Oh,
The
well, at
paper
first you
says-
only cared about what the article said.
The paper says that the core is asymmetrical, doesn't it?
I'm driving, so all I have to do is go pull your art. This is what always happens. I'll go pull the paper up, actually read it, get down to the conclusion, and it'll specifically not agree with you. It'll say that it's a speculative theoretical interpretation. Here are some of the flaws and contradictions. We don't know exactly what it means. And then you come in here and pretend that it's some type of definitive scientific discovery or something.
I'm sure you'll tag me when you find it.
Okay, what's the conclusion say?
I'd rather
What's the
tag you
conclusion
once
say?
he proves that magnetic declination isn't real.
Good one. Yeah. So,
So we know that won't happen.
well, because, dude, magnetic declination is simply a calculative method based on the spherical assumption. So,
How do you calculate it?
How about you prove it is real?
How do you calculate it?
I already explained how you calculate it.
Okay, so I've got a compass and I've got a map. How do I calculate it?
Yeah, so your map's going to have a year on it, and then for your certain location, it's going to have a mean annual declination. So say it's 5 degrees, and it's from a 2013 map, then you would subtract the 10 years, multiply that by the 5 seconds per year average. So then you would get 50 arc second change per year. You would update that to the declination adjustment of 2013. Then you would add or subtract to your compass. So if you're going 180, then you have to add 15 and go 195 based on the chart, the location, and the year.
What the original question? So maybe I got to be really super clear. Is magnetic declination real?
I don't believe in magnetic declination.
So magnetic declination is not real at all.
I don't believe in it, no. Like, I believe there's slight fluctuations with the field, and so, like, it perfectly lining up, it kind of changes back and forth. It depends on a variance effect.
Hold on. You just told me you don't believe it's real, and then you continued with a sentence stating there's some type of variation. It sounds like you're trying to give yourself wiggle room, and I'm trying to figure out why.
No,
is it
I don't have a
real
reason.
or not real?
No, as is defined in your paradigm and what it means, magnetic declination, no, I don't think it's real, no.
It's not real. So what then could you do right now to determine whether it's real or not? Instead of argue esoteric stuff about why our model says it should exist, what can you do to prove your simple claim that underpins your entire argument that magnetic declination is not real?
First of all, I'm challenging the assertion that it is real, okay? So, but in order to actually verify to test it, you would have to travel a great distance, and you have to choose out a flat Earth map you wanted to test specifically. So you have to go to, like, say the 1580 map or whatever, 1590 map, and then be like, oh, maybe this is an accurate flat Earth map, right? You wouldn't use a Gleason projection, and then you would go navigate and see if you just use the compass and navigate, assuming a flat Earth, do you reach your destination? That's how you would test it.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I
I'm a
want
5-month-old, buddy. I'm not doing any of
everybody.
that.
I want everybody, every flat earther here that's so ready to repeat everything they've heard tonight to understand what's it said, magnetic declination is not real. And if I right now were to come up with a way that any of you can go test it,
I don't think you understand the
what do you think
point.
would happen? Well, the point is,
testing it
is it real or is it not real?
Dude, testing it doesn't prove that it is a thing, because what you're going to do to test it is be like, look, I got where I was supposed to go based on the maps that use magnetic declination. Therefore, magnetic declination is a thing based on the overall perfect map that we don't have.
Let me back up a couple steps to reference what Doofus actually said earlier about testing magnetic declinations, comparing it to the North Star. I'm not done. I even told you, gentlemen, earlier tonight, I have navigated on foot with a compass and been off course because I did not include magnetic declination, which means you can do it as well. And therefore, that Austin's assertion that you need to go a great distance to prove it is bollocks.
The problem is you don't understand the argument to begin with, right? Because the argument is that the magnetic declination, the way that it is currently laid out, will get you to where you want to go based on using magnetic declination.
No.
Yeah.
Meaning that the maps are built.
The
maps are built based off of including magnetic declination in order to get you to specific places. So let me ask you a question as to how, if that was the case, you would suggest going about testing quote unquote magnetic declination, whether it is or is not a thing.
I came up with a proposition.
Yeah, go for it.
One thing
I already mentioned it. You just get in a spot, you measure the magnetic field where you're at, and then you plot that against the direction of true north, or if you happen to be in the southern hemisphere, the direction of the south celestial pole.
What are you plotting it against?
Based on what? You're just sitting in a spot. You don't need a map to do that.
So then how are you testing it?
I'm testing which way true north is, and I'm testing which way magnetic north is. If there's a difference, then magnetic declination exists. End of.
This is very important, y'all. I proved, real quick, I proved that magnetic declination, that the definition of it, that it's correcting to magnetic north, is false. Check Sydney. It's not, the -11 does not line up with the north or the south magnetic pole. That is false. That's one thing we have proven.
On a Mercator projection, Brian? Did you use the wrong projection, Brian?
What's the right projection?
If you're going to test whether magnetic declination matches for that specific spot, you need, and this is funny, an azimuthal equidistant projection with its projection centered. Listen very carefully. An azimuthal equidistant projection with its projection center at your location.
Okay, cool.
So
it's on the same longitude, bro.
Right, so not the Gleason's map. You wouldn't use that one because it's not centered at your location.
It's on the same longitude. Does it matter what projection you use if it's on the same longitude?
Well, Brian, the reason he wants you to get an azimuthal equidistant projection based on your specific location is because that's how everything's mapped out to begin with, right? Meaning it's constantly updating as you traverse the land. The same way that we say this is how celestial navigation works.
Yeah,
this is the reason that your perspective lays out the stars in the way that it does, blah, 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 blah.
He's literally grasping at straws. Hold on real quick. You're grasping at straws, Negator, because the same longitude as the magnetic, it literally lines up with the damn longitude of magnetic north. Sydney does. So it doesn't matter what projection you use unless the longitudes zigzag in said projection.
No, the magnetic flux does, the field lines. Those are what's zigzagging.
I guess all I'm saying is I look forward to
is laughable because Negator
look forward to Austin's video where he proves his base assertion, his base premise that magnetic declination is not real using these simple means that we've described. And then we can move on to the next step.
Okay, cool. If you interrupt me this time, I myself am going to.
I was actually talking first, Whitsit. That's why I continued.
I'm telling you right now that if I start talking and you interrupt me, I'm going to mute you for at least 30 minutes. Okay,
Right, but
so okay, that's why I stopped talking. So the reality of the situation is this is a shift in the burden of proof fallacy to tell me to prove something doesn't exist. It's very remedial. I'm challenging or denying the assertion that it does in fact exist, but we certainly can try to test it and see if it does in fact exist. You would have to have a very specifically accurate measurement of true north. One of the major problems here is that Negator is baselessly 100% lying when he claims that he navigated using magnetic declination and then he went and tried it without declination and didn't get there. He went in the same place with the declination and then went the same place without it, and only one of them worked. He did not do that. He made that up. If you're traveling somewhere like 50 miles, there wouldn't even be a huge difference anyway. He 100% did not try both. Secondly, the most glaringly obvious problem is that you're using maps assuming the globe model. The land's laid out assuming the model. The map is literally built based on the globe. Then you have the correction based upon the globe and where things really are. And then you use both those assumptions to supposedly prove the assumptions.
Your argument requires magnetic declination doesn't exist, but we can measure it to exist.
Yep.
You know, you keep saying you can measure
and
it,
I
but
actually
you never like that.
I actually have what part of being in the military is doing a lot of, and the Army especially is doing a lot of land navigation and teaching other people to do land navigation. Right. And I've been to places where I forgot, like early on, I literally didn't apply it. And, oh, this is why I'm so fucking off. I have taught and trained dozens of people on how to do it and watched them walk all over the places they're not supposed to be. And no, you only need a few degrees of declination to be way off.
Yes, but
as far as your azimuth.
You're assuming the land layout based on a globe.
Okay, I'm responding to your assertions about me. Okay.
I specifically pointed out that if you use a map that's built upon the assumption of the globe's land layout, and you try to go navigate without making the corrections, you're not going to get where you think you're going because the land layout of the globe is wrong. The Earth's not a globe, which means the only way that you can use that map, assuming the land layout of the globe, is to use the corrections of declination. So if you then said, look, I used the map with the globe assumption of the land layout, and I used declination and got where I was going, but then I used that same globe assumption land layout, and when I used that map without declination, I didn't get where I was going. All you've done is proven my point, which is that to actually navigate using the assumption of the globe, you have to use the correction. That's the whole point.
Right. So which map should we use? So if we want to, which map should we use without declination? That map 1-to-1.
No, well, hang on. All we need him to do is show us that declination is not real, since he's stated several times he believes it's not real at all, and we've given him easy ways to show whether it is or not.
I just feel like if there's a map that the declinations you don't have to apply them to, just maybe we could try using that map.
Well, that's what I already explained. That you have to just try to pick out which flat Earth map you're going to test. Sure, I think it is a good idea. You can laugh, but what's so funny?
I'm laughing because I'm like, which one is it? You're claiming it is one, but not knowing which one it is yet.
Dude, you can't even, dude. You have to use the longitude latitude system to even officially patent maps for hundreds of years at this point. So, yeah, dude.
Which one is it, man? It's funny as hell. Which one should I use to test?
You can't even respond to what I just said, right? You can't even do it. Like, this is what you understand. Even Gleason explained this when Gleason put out his projection. He explained I had to use the longitude latitude system of the globe to even be able to put out the map. They wouldn't even allow me to patent it unless I did that.
Okay, so what you're saying is there is no map. There will never be a map that proves your point.
No, I didn't say that. I specifically already answered your stupid question, which is you would have to go back in the day before this was the case and try to find one you think is the most accurate and test them individually. Although even just using an azimuthal equidistant projection, you could show that you're significantly closer, right? So if you use the azimuthal equidistant and you go navigate using a compass and you don't make corrections, then you could literally compare how far off you are from the landmass in reality based on the globe's prediction and the flat prediction, and you can see the difference. And if you're closer to where it is on the flat, that would show, okay, this is much closer to reality. Right, but then you would just say, no, you still didn't get there perfect. Well, yeah,
there's a lot of ifs and what ifs. But have you tried that? Has anybody tried that? Can you point
Did
me
I
to?
say I tried it?
Well, no, you're claiming that like even if I tried that, all of a sudden I'm going to start hopping to a bunch of different scenarios that would cause
You are. You
be
are.
the explanation.
You are 100%. If I did a test where I went and navigated using azimuth equidistant, and I had that side by side with the globe, I don't account for declination at all, and then I navigate using the azimuth equidistant, and I get closer to the actual location I'm going than when I use the globe assumption. You guys would still just be like, "Oh,
No,
well."
I would say that's good evidence with it, and I think you should try it and present it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I would love to. I'm almost positive of what would happen.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I like the positive, assertive claim that you're making, and you know the want to do the shit. Because if you did it, I might want to try it also. And be like, well, let me see if I can verify it. I'd peer review you.
Yeah. The problem is, well, I do think that if obviously if this is correct, this would be the key to figuring out the accurate map. You would have to just, but the problem is that they've had hundreds of years and billions of dollars and like huge freaking surveys done by the government to map out coastlines and all stuff. To really get the accurate map, you would have to erase all this declination assumption, go out there with the compass and remap out the Earth. Obviously, it's unrealistic and actually bad faith to pretend that I or any of us can go do that. So yeah, it would be.
We could map out a small area. I mean, we could probably like find somewhere locally to try and do this, right?
Yeah, maybe so. Depends on how you're going to navigate, where you're going to navigate, blah, blah, blah. I would say you'd maybe want to go further north and find an area that's distinctly different between the flat and globe, and then navigate without using declination, and then see what happens. See if you get closer to the landmass with the flat assumption than the globe, because the globe is wider in the north. So, you wouldn't want to be where I'm at. You wouldn't want to be in South Carolina. You want to go further north. Because they overlap right around here, right around my region, and just below me, the globe and flat Earth overlap. So you need to go where they're different. And in the south, you just have nothing but ocean, so it's super difficult.
What is the magnetic declination for South Carolina?
I don't remember. My point is that the actual difference in how wide it is, the land, how wide it is distinctly not that much as it is when you go further north or further south.
Okay.
Okay, what?
I'm showing between about 4 degrees off.
That's what I'm saying.
5 if you're in the northeast or the eastern corner. So it should be pretty simple to locate the North Star and get a compass, or look at the sun rise at equinox, knowing it's 9 degrees east.
You think you can get exactly perfect? I can just go look at the North Star and get an exact perfect depiction of true north. That's what you think?
So wait. You think are you laughing at me because you're suggesting you can't get a perfect depiction of north from the North Star?
I think you can get pretty close, but you can't get it perfect. That's right. There's no way I can just go look at the North Star and get perfect true north.
Okay, you're right. It'll be. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Give us.
Within 3/4 of 1 degree.
That's quite a bit, though, when we're talking about testing a couple degrees, right? So.
Well, when we're what part of South Carolina are you in?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, 4 degrees through Columbia, right? I imagine, not I imagine, you 100% certainly could measure, even if we gave you a full, what would we say, 3/4? Say a full degree of Polaris being off, that's still 3 degrees easily readable on a compass that you could be able to.
There you go.
To do.
And so whenever it doesn't match, what happens then?
It's going to match.
Well, what if it doesn't?
It's not even within the realm of possibility.
Okay. No, I mean, it definitely could be, but if that happens, then we cross that bridge when we get to it, but maybe we should get there first before declaring that nobody's going to accept it,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll tell you what, if when it does match, what kind of video are you going to put out? What kind of apology video are you going to make?
Ooh, that's a good question. For the opposite.
Like, everything I made these videos on was wrong, and I'm wrong, and I'm sorry. Is that what's going to happen?
Just talking to my wife.
No. If any other guys do this, make sure you get a decent compass.
My Boy Scouts of America compass do just fine.
How about one of them southern compasses where you paint the other side red?
That's half funny. Or we could buy a real Southern compass, then it won't work up here in South
Oh,
Carolina.
come on. It's all the way fun to get it. Just give it like a courtesy chuckle.
There you go.
That was so weak. It's okay. Yeah, dude. It's like, can you tell me the difference between a southern compass and then a northern compass where I paint the other side a different color? Can you like differentiate between those two?
When you paint the Confederate flag on it?
No courtesy
Sorry.
chuckle for that one.
It's 3 a.m. and it's been a long day, so. I don't know. There were a lot of sycophants in here not too long ago.
Sycophants?
I guess sycophant's not really the right word.
I'm trying to figure out if I've been pronouncing that word wrong or if you are.
No, it's definitely
Sycophants? Okay.
Is it?
All right.
Okay. I'm the idiot then. You can call me.
you made them also psychos, and I'm like, that's a nice doubling up move there.
Double entendre?
Yeah.
Double move.
Well, you doubled up by changing a word, and that's not really a double entendre. Like,
I don't know. I told you I'm tired. I should
It's a zero word.
Oh, and I guess it's not really double entendre because there's like a sexual implication, right?
It's just a.
So, anywho, magnetic declination is real.
Earth's a globe. Government's here to help. 2 planes took down 3 stars. We all know this. Those are just basic facts of life, right? Water is curved.
on me the other day. He said he got back.
Water is level. Curved is level. We all get it, man.
He said he's secretly he's on his 3rd round of boosters right now.
Yeah, definitely. There was dude, Ruhiv like publishes his card and Jim like goes to town and reminds everyone every time he gets an update. It's really weird. It's weird on like both fronts. It's weird that he's so openly about it, like proud, like publishing the stuff, and it's weird that Jim takes such an interest in it.
What's he publishing?
It's like his Vax card. Like every time he gets an update, he like sends Jim a clip and Jim like freaks out and yells at him.
Oh, because he knows it's because Jim's like a robot, man. It's so easy to get a reaction.
Cheap seats.
Yeah.
Hey, I was thinking over the last probably hour or two, just the different arguments and conversations scientists and men of the past had, like let's just say 1900, 1920, who, if the Earth is flat and they knew it was and it was the truth and the deception rolled in, if it's true, I'm not saying it's true, they had to see their dream of the truth slipping away into this like pseudoscience fantasy world. And then now Witsit could be on the very forefront of bringing the truth back, and we're arguing and talking and fighting. It's just interesting to think about the men of old and what it would have sounded like, their debates, their talks and chats.
Dude, it's interesting.
What they'd say if they could hear like one of these flat Earths, if they heard Witsit spew, and just imagine what Einstein would say. Could you imagine?
Dude, it's interesting you say that, JT, because like the G's of old, if you will, Robotham and Gleason and the people who like wrote actual books and did work. And first of all, Gleason's book is framed as like a desperate attempt to convince his poor friend Wimbleby or whatever his name is a poor globularist who's succumbed to the propaganda. And the whole framework is he's trying to bring his friend around to the truth. And I think he desperately failed because the dude wasn't listening. But like the other part of that is that's where they get the term globularist, because we had to look it up, and it's literally like a slang pejorative term flat earthers use to call globers. That's like the legal definition. So I think that's why it's hilarious to use that word, globularists.
I think comparing Witt to any OG is mind-boggling, considering that he hasn't even he already published his thoughts on this for the world to see before making the very first, most basic, simple step of showing that magnetic declination is not real.
That's like when all your thoughts get trapped inside a bottle inside your mind. It's mind-boggling.
Well, I mean,
I said boggling.
I'm fairly new to the game, and I just enjoy listening to everybody's points of view. I think what Witsit was saying was that declination was created to fix problems and make the globe and travel on the globe possible. And if there wasn't for the initial deception of how to travel across the place we live, then declination would have never been born. And it has to be here for global travel to work. But if there's not a globe, which I know it's hard to fathom, hold on. If there's not a globe, then Whitsitt is nailing it, and everyone's being rude to him and ad homing him and thinking he's an idiot when he's not.
But saying that you need declination to travel globally, weren't they using stars and shit to do that? Like,
right. That's the point. And for Negator to say that, we already proved that the definition of the magnetic declination is wrong. Once again, we have proven that the definition is wrong. If they are using declination to point towards, to correct towards a true magnetic north, then we already showed you that Sydney, the longitude lines up exactly with the longitude of the magnetic North Pole, and it's even further off in the South Pole. If you want to say, well, it lines up with the South Pole. No, it's off by over 35 degrees, bro. So we've proven the definition that they even use it by is wrong.
Right, but they use stars to map out the continents, not compasses.
Right, the direction of magnetic field at your location, Brian, does not depend on
Who does?
the spot.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. The spot that you're standing at, the direction of the magnetic field there does not have to point directly at the North Magnetic Pole, because the magnetic field near you is dependent upon the magnetic material below you, not necessarily the magnetic material directly below where the magnetic North Pole is. I'd probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. He doesn't.
It's fine.
It is what it is.
No, he didn't rebut anything I said,
No,
bro.
I'm
not talking about where I'm at. I said in Sydney, if the definition is that it lines up, that it corrects it for magnetic north, that's false, because Sydney would have a 0 magnetic declination, and it's like 10 or 11 degrees. It's directly in line with the magnetic North Pole, and it can't be the South Pole because that's over 35 degrees off.
Brian, I'm gonna hate myself for. Sorry,
it would be true if and only if the magnetic field coming from the Earth was perfectly symmetrical. But since we know that it's not perfectly symmetrical, then the magnetic direction that you're experiencing at your location, if you happened to be in Sydney, which doesn't change what I said earlier, would be different at that location from where the direction of the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole is.
I'm good with that. So you just admitted that it has nothing to do with correcting to the magnetic
That's not what I said,
North
Brian.
Pole. So
that's not at all.
So does it or doesn't it correct to the magnetic north?
The magnetic field at your location and what makes a magnetic compass align with that is not in line with true north. That doesn't mean that the magnetic field has to be in line with where the magnetic North Pole is if you're far from it. There's a difference between where the magnetic North Pole is and what the magnetic field is.
Then we're agreed.
No, we're not agreed.
Yeah, we are agreed, because you just said that it has nothing to do with it. You didn't say it in them words, but ultimately you're agreeing with me that the location of the magnetic North Pole is irrelevant.
That's because that's not part of the definition. The definition is the magnetic field at your location, the difference between it and true north. That's what it's actually defined as, Brian.
That's correct.
On a side note, whenever Whitsitt comes back, y'all can let him know that the current magnetic declination in South Carolina is between 6.5 and 8.5, which means we even have even more room for potential error. So, Napalm, you don't want to talk about that? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if he actually came across a lensatic compass, like an actual legit compass, and could show with the camera directly behind the center line of the compass that the direction of Polaris, and you can't do that at the same time. Exposure sucks. You can't see Polaris in the video and the compass at the same time. How would you do it then?
Yeah.
You'd have to show where Paris is, and then without moving the camera, turn on a light to show the compass. That's how you do it.
We're not contesting the north. You know, we're not. I'm not contesting the north. I think it's not going to be anywhere locally. If there is any of the pencil whips, if you will, for lack of better words, will be in non-populated areas. It wouldn't be that difficult. So my contention is not with the north; it's with the south. And so you, Dupas, you claim that that's not the way magnetic declination is defined? Is deviation from magnetic north to true north? Because that's what.
Not magnetic north. Magnetic deviation from true north. That's it.
Right. The magnetic field at your location, which direction the compass aligns with, is not necessarily aligned with where the magnetic pole is located from your position. The magnetic field at your location is going to be slightly different.
Yeah, Brian. It's just as easy as it's location dependent, and the variance or deviation is deviant from true north, and your compass is not necessarily pointing at the magnetic north pole. That's irrelevant when you're navigating. You just want to know how far off from true north your magnet is, or your compass is pointing.
Okay, my hands are dirty. If I could get a fellow flat earther to look up the definition or the explanation of magnetic declination and find me one that doesn't mention magnetic north, because now they're agreeing with us that it has nothing to do with
every definition includes magnetic north. It's literally the difference between longitudinal or true or geographic north or south and the magnetic correspondent. That's all it is.
Exactly. And so these anti-flat earthers are literally changing definitions like they always do in the middle of an argument. And my hands are dirty right now, but the point is so we've done enough by showing you the way it's defined is false. You're agreeing.
Brian,
magnetic north has nothing to do with it.
Brian, the definition is fine, but what you're interpreting from it is wrong. Magnetic north is the direction a magnetic compass points at your location. Magnetic north is not the direction you point your finger to point at the magnetic north pole. That's what you're screwing up, Brian. You got the definition for magnetic declination correct. You've got the definition for magnetic north incorrect.
Okay, so you agree that magnetic north has nothing to do with it.
Oh my goodness.
Like Brian.
Like I said, once again, hold on. Don't talk about finger pointing, because we're talking about Sydney and we're talking about 11 degrees of declination. So that has nothing to do with the north magnetic or south magnetic poles, right? Can you just be honest with one freaking answer, please?
The location of the north magnetic pole and the location of the south magnetic pole are not relevant to magnetic declination. Magnetic north in the definition is referring to which way a compass aligns at your location.
Thank you.
Right, and that in no way agrees with your position.
I find the silence interesting now that we're talking about actually using a compass to prove something. Napalm and Regis, and even you, Crypto, and Tora don't have anything to say at all.
Bro, y'all have lost. What else do you want us to rub? You want us to rub it in? I mean, we're trying to not be poor sports, bro. Y'all have been demolished. Y'all are literally changing definitions again, and Dupas just agreed. Dupas just agreed. Magnetic north has nothing to do with magnetic declination. Thanks, Dupas. 2023.
If I relied on hold on a second, because I'm going to clear this up right now, because Brian just fucking lied. I did not say that magnetic declination has nothing to do with magnetic north. What I said was magnetic declination has nothing to do with this specific location, the direction of the magnetic north pole, because magnetic north pole is not defined that way that Brian is asserting. No, magnetic north is defined as what direction your compass at your location is pointing.
And nothing to do with the declination, which I just thanked you for.
God damn it. Let's
give up.
Brian, you fucked it up again. How many times can you fuck it up?
bro, you can't claim that it is and simultaneously is not what's declinated from. It either is deviated from that or it's not. And we've all agreed that it's not measured from magnetic north pole.
No pole. Leave pole out of it, Brian. No pole. Forget the pole.
It has
Just the
nothing to do
direction
with
your compass is pointing.
Fine. So y'all lose with some dignity, for fuck's sake.
Okay, okay, Brian.
Nobody lost.
Hold on. I'm not even sure what's going on here, but just hold on. I was in the military, right? Hold on. Hold on a second. You're breaking up. I was in the army, and we used to use compasses out in the woods all the time, right? But I don't understand what you guys are arguing, because magnetic north is not true north. Everybody agrees with that, right? So when you use your compass out in the woods and you're trying to find a post that's 200, 300, 600, 800 yards away, and you got to find this post, if you're off by 1 degree, right, and you're following your compass, you got to be very accurate, or else you're going to get lost in the woods, right? So when we use our hold on. When we use our compass, we don't use true north. I mean, magnetic north. We try to find true north using the declination, right? So if you're 30 degrees, 11 degrees, you got to calibrate your compass. So if you're off by 11 degrees, right? And like you said, it's location dependent. So if you're off by 11 degrees, you got to adjust your compass 11 degrees. Like if I'm in North America, I'd have to adjust 11 degrees to the left of magnetic north, and that will give me my true north.
Right.
And are we on the same page?
If you paid attention earlier, Whitsitt was making the claim that magnetic declination is not something you can independently measure or correct for.
Yeah, he wasn't here. Yeah, Lion, Austin made the statement that magnetic declination is not real. So take that for what it's worth.
The thing is, I've done this in the field, and it's definitely a real phenomenon. The magnetic north does deviate from geographic north.
They're straw manning them though, bro. They're literally straw manning Austin, because what he's saying is if you use magnetic declination and it works getting to where you're going to prove the model. So he's saying he doesn't believe in it. We know that there's a little bit of deviation, but we're not talking about using the model to prove the model. So if you get to where you're going, based on Google Earth, based on a globe, and then claim that magnetic declination is true, we know there are going to be some small variations and whatnot, but you can't use it to prove your model, is what he's saying.
But it only works
very well, but I think y'all know what I'm saying.
Hear me out. Magnetic north, right, in the formula that they find only works with the maps that you have. So it's all dependent on the maps. So if the maps are off, right, then Whitsitt's case could still be true.
And it's not dependent upon
because if the maps are based on a globe model, right, and you're using this formula to try to get true north, then that's why it's because the maps are off. Because the maps are based off on a globe model.
I'll explain real quick. It's not dependent upon the maps, because if you're standing in one spot, you don't care about the map. If you stand in one spot and you measure the direction that a magnetic compass is pointing, and you measure the direction of Polaris, you find the two are not the same, then you've confirmed that magnetic declination definitely does exist. But what Whitsitt has said, Brian, to your point, was that magnetic declination is not real. Those are the words that Whitsitt actually used.
Yeah, that's why I was very specific in how I phrased my question.
He said there's small deviations. He's saying within your world, the way your world defines it. We're talking about quit giving examples in the northern hemisphere, bro. We're not talking about that. We know the small deviations in the north. We're talking about these deviations that are unjustifiable without using the model, where you can't see Polaris. Okay, that's where we're talking about, man. Y'all using shit in the north that we could just go out and look at Polaris. We know there are small, like my shit says 8 degrees. My compass points right at Polaris. Where the fuck is the 8 degrees declination at?
Why don't we talk about it though, where we can actually demonstrate it? Why do we want to go to the south where we can't demonstrate it? We can demonstrate it in the north. Let's talk about the north.
Only according to your model. You guys are the ones who say Polaris is exactly above the North Pole.
We don't say that. We don't
Not
say
exactly.
Oh,
no.
Okay. Well, if you're talking about proving magnetic declination and you're using Polaris and saying, look, that's true north, the compass is pointing off at a different angle, that doesn't prove magnetic declination. It only does assuming your model.
Well, hold on.
You guys just want to
no. To be fair, I've actually looked at the luminaries. You can look at the sun, and the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and then you can look at magnetic north. You're using your iPhone or a compass, and it's clearly not true north, bro. Like I'll give him
based
that.
on their model, dude.
No, not based on their model, bro. Based in real time experience, bro. I've looked at the sun and where it's rising and setting, and then where magnetic north is. It's not pointing at true north.
Dude, you're talking about the sun rising and setting, and you're saying that it's not dependent on their model.
You're using the heavens in a model. Which model with the sun rising and setting are you talking about? Because I can give you
The
a few
sun
different
rises in
examples.
the east and sets in the west, right?
Yeah,
You
that's
can
not
tell
right.
where true north is. At solar noon, right? Solar noon. That's what you can tell where the sun rises and sets, and you can
If it's
point
going
at
in the path they claim, if it's going in that same path, right?
Yeah.
Nah, man. The magnetic north is a real phenomenon. I believe. Listen, you can't be dogmatic. You got to put your pride aside.
I agree, bro.
Magnetic north is legit, bro. It deviates from true north.
Dude, you gotta understand, dude. Okay, first of all, on a flat Earth, if the Earth is circling over top of if the sun's circling over top of the Earth, it's not going directly east and west. That's an optical effect based on your limit of view. It's going in a circle. So how can it set directly east and west? Like on the equinox, for example, it would have to be an optical effect based on your limit of view. Okay, so using the sun doesn't mean anything. And just like Brian's saying, so if we go out and we look at my compass and my compass points straight at the North Pole, you guys are just going to say, right? You don't even care. The whole actual argument, because I can't sit here and debate this right now. I have to go take care of Aaliyah. But the point is that it's very simple, right? That they use globe maps. They have an assumption of the land layout based on the globe assumption, okay? They go out, then they, assuming true geographic north based on these land layouts, they start navigating and they have to correct from what the compass says based on the assumption of the globe to be able to actually get where they're going. I'm saying, well, let's throw the globe assumption out and the maps built upon it. And in fact, I don't even think that magnetic declination is a real thing. I think there could be slight variation because magnetic fields have flux and there's slight variations relative to where you are, but it would never be the significant numbers they show us. And when you get to the south, you don't even have a true marker to get north. You can't see Polaris. Okay, so this is how they deceive people when they navigate. They think they're on a globe because they're making all the corrections to turn the flat Earth into a globe. That's the actual argument.
With it, I was going to say that the declination is needed because of the deception. Because in my mind, and I'm just thinking this through, and you can correct me, anybody can correct me where I'm wrong, but if we had a perfect map, actual perfect map, and we let the magnetic north be what it is and Polaris be what it is, we could go anywhere and everywhere almost perfectly, except for what you just said, that there might be a slight variation in the actual, magnetic fields of the Earth. But yeah, there aren't maps that get us where we need to go with a working compass. It's all
and
tricky.
by the way, people did this all throughout history. They literally looked at Polaris and then they navigated. Okay, they navigated based on Polaris. That's what they did. So, like in reality, Polaris is in the center, and it's actually not directly in the center either, which is a whole other part of it, right? So it just kind of moves around the center. So therefore, it's not technically exactly in the center. And so then you take that plus the fact that you have like a degree error bar from when you're trying to actually look at the sky and directly line it up with Polaris, right? And then you combine that with slight fluctuations, which won't be much at all, of the magnetic field itself. Then you have a little bit of wiggle room, right? Where it's not going to be exactly correct with the compass, but it's going to be way closer than what these maps show. And when it gets really significant, it's in the south, where it just falls apart. It's completely insane in the south. And how convenient, because we can't even look at Polaris in the south. So that's the point. They've used this to trick people. So now they navigate, they make their corrections, assuming a globe. They get where they're going. They're like, oh, Earth's a globe.
Well, I believe you, and I think that in 2023, when we have the opportunity to look at if this is a deception or not, we shouldn't be all triggered and clinging to the deception. We should test it. I know that's what we're trying to get at, and everybody's like, yeah, let's test it. You should test it. I'm going to test it. But dude, I think you're totally right. I think that we have been deceived and we need to untangle this web of lies, but we're in here in Discord all day fighting for the deception, the Globers are.
No, you can just go get a compass and do it right now. Like, stop talking about all the deception.
Go get a compass and travel east from San Francisco and travel east from San Francisco and tell me where you end up, bro.
You mean okay? Yeah, it's good. Let's have this conversation.
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
You mean like you want to know? You want me to look at a map and tell you the state?
Due east. I want to know where. If you travel from San Francisco, headed due east, what state do you end up in when you reach the Atlantic Ocean? Go ahead.
Whatever. Oh, the Atlantic.
Dude, you know the Atlantic is on the east side of the U.S. and the Pacific's on the west side, right?
Well, you just said what's east of San Francisco.
Yeah,
Okay.
San Francisco's in California, dude, which borders the Pacific Ocean, bro.
Okay, it depends.
You didn't say
Dude,
how
maybe
far
hit the keys. Maybe hit the keys.
Maybe, exactly. They don't even know, dude.
So hold up. What's your point? I don't know, like geography, Torah.
You're asking us to use a compass, and then I ask you, where would the compass lead you in this scenario? And you go, I don't know. What the hell is that? What kind of argument is that?
Does that make
it? If you're following a rum line, as in taking eastward the whole way there, you would stay on the same latitude and end up wherever you end up. It has to be
Really?
the same latitude.
Go
Yes.
do it and prove it, please.
Because if you're holding a rum line, that is keeping the same heading the entire time.
You're
that you're
evoking your
traveling.
model, doofus.
Due east, bro. You don't even know your own
finish, right?
model.
I
Due east
finish
points to
what
the
I'm saying,
equator.
right?
You guys are
There's
dumb.
no way I get to finish what I'm saying, right? Jesus
I said
fucking
due
Christ.
east.
Well, you're
Yes.
repeating it, doofus,
When
as if
you
we
leave-
don't understand your model and comprehend what you're trying to say. What he's
Hey,
saying
hey,
is go
hey,
out and
Palm.
physically do it.
I don't know. Can I finish saying it first? Is it possible I can finish saying it before you start asking all those fucking questions? Jesus. Okay, so when you leave from a place and you take an eastward direction and you're using your compass the whole time that you're going, what you're doing is you're following a rum line, which means you will stay on the same latitude the entire journey. Do
You're
get it?
wrong. That's wrong. You're incorrect.
Latitude?
That's not
or
incorrect.
So does due east from any direction automatically put you on a latitude?
Dude, no, he's
As long
correct.
as you follow a
When we're talking about
heading.
a globe, they are correct, bro.
So
As long as you follow a heading, you're going to follow a latitude.
So you're not
Due
going
east is
to
a great
cross.
circle,
You're not
bro.
going to change any latitude lines.
No, because you're
Yeah, they're
using a
evoking their
compass.
model, bro. They're right though. On their model, due east is 90 degrees. It's not in their model to follow a latitude. You got to constantly turn, and in their model, it changes the whole
No,
way
Brian,
there
you would have
due
to
to
use
declination.
magnetic declination to stay on that latitude. There's no way. If you just took the compass out and started traveling east, you would end up towards the equator.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
why
not arguing
then?
for it, bro.
Using
I agree,
declination.
bro. I agree,
So,
but I'm saying
Torah,
for them, their model is
Okay.
what they're saying is right.
Right. But number one, Torah, you asked that question in response to us explaining how to prove that magnetic declination exists or not. This question and this answer don't have anything to do with the validity of the initial test. Okay, you understand that, right?
You asked me to use a compass, so I gave you a scenario where I'm going to use a compass and I'm going to end up where? That's all I was asking.
I know that's all you were asking, but it sounds like you're suggesting that because I didn't give you the answer you wanted, somehow that means the principles of how a compass works cannot and don't apply. Is that true?
Are you going to use magnetic declination on your
Right.
way, or are you going to just travel
Obviously.
east
What does
according
this-
to the compass?
What does this have to do with proving that magnetic
Because-
declination is real?
Torah,
Torah
he's
and Torah
qualifying your
only.
your statement. When you said use a compass to prove it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
how is
we
that
made our map.
qualifying my
We made our
statement?
map using just the compass and
I'm
no
sorry, Brian.
declination at all. It's going to be different, right?
Thank you, Brian. Torah, please explain. How does this mean the principles of using a compass don't work?
If you use the compass on its own without using declination, you will not end up like you're saying that, like San Francisco, you'll end up in the same latitude as San Francisco. That's not the case.
Okay. Wait. Are we now agreeing that if we don't apply magnetic declination, we don't get to where we think we're going?
Yeah, because the map isn't accurate. Exactly. Thanks.
Awesome. What does that have to do with testing to see if magnetic declination is real by using a known like Polaris?
You're going to use a known Polaris? What? I thought we were talking about a compass. What are you talking about, dude?
You don't
Compass
know
compared
the
to
interaction between you might have between true north and magnetic north?
But so
Yeah,
you're
I
saying, are
understand
you
it.
saying to use Polaris or are you saying use a compass? Which one are you saying to use?
both.
It sounded
You
like I
use
said both. Do you understand why?
Yeah, but he's
Periodically
asking.
look at. I
That's not what I was
periodically
asking.
check. I would periodically check my deviation by looking at Polaris and seeing what the reading is and accommodate that in my travel.
Oh no, I'm not
He
even.
Congratulations,
he
you've
didn't
been
say
brainwashed.
accommodated. He said use a compass.
I'm
Do we
not.
need a specific? Anyway,
I'm
what
not
compass do I need to
suggesting
get
we
to do
do
this
anything
test?
with Polaris as far as walking across the country with a compass. I'm just pointing out that Torah doesn't understand the initial argument.
What compass do I need to get to do the test?
If you go to like a surplus store and get a lensatic compass,
Yeah.
A what? Can you spell it? What?
lensatic,
Start with-
it's spelled exactly what it
Yeah.
sounds.
Yeah. If you type in compass and then type in the word lens into Google, it should fill it in with lensatic, ideally.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Because like I'm not expecting to get like it would be naive to think you're going to get anything exact because I know there's error margin even like actually isolating Polaris itself. But like if I show and I document it and I show that it's not like it doesn't match the declination. I mean, are we just gonna breeze past it or what? I mean,
Well, just do it. We'll be here waiting.
okay.
As I'm
We're-
going
check
east,
the
aren't I?
magnetic declination in. Sorry, go
Whit,
ahead.
you got to
As I'm
understand,
going
like
east, as I'm going east, Negator, ain't I eventually gonna reach like 20 to 0 degrees of latitude? And am I gonna have accurate measurements to North Star from there?
Okay, Torah, you're all over the place, man. We don't want you to know, man.
Are you asking Flutter to prove magnetic declination for you? You don't. No one's already done this.
Now,
No,
here's the
no,
thing. If you,
fuzzy. Hey,
from
hey,
your
Brian.
location,
Hey,
we can all do
Brian.
this.
Brian.
Go
Brian.
ahead. Go ahead.
He asked me a question, didn't he?
Yeah,
Or he
yeah.
asked us a question? Okay, thanks. Fuzzy, why would we want to prove magnetic declination to you? Yeah, have you been here for most of the conversation? I don't think you have.
I've been here for about a half hour.
It's your positive claim.
Okay, the premise of Lawson's new argument is magnetic declination is not real.
Yeah, no magnetic declination on flat Earth. Yep.
Okay, we agreed, Fuzzy.
We can all do this though, Negator. We can all get a compass and locate Polaris if we're all in the northern hemisphere. Sorry if you're in the south. I'm talking to us in the north. We can. I've already done it. The declination claimed is wrong, and maybe I'm wrong. I can double check, triple check, but my compass lines up with fucking Polaris. It's not off by 8 degrees like the declination map says. Now I encourage everybody to try that, and maybe a mile down the road it varies, bro. But are we making our model? Are we basing our model based on the compass, or based on declination? I mean, based on the globe. You know, are we just going to use a compass, or are we going to use Polaris? Because I don't know, man. But I think I really do want to hear what everybody else says. This is very easy. You could even do it in your phone. Download and get a compass app and find out north and locate Polaris and see how far it's off. I bet you it's fucking right on for everybody. That's just a fucking prediction.
Okay.
Well, would that make you like? Would that make you think though if it was?
Of course, Austin. If you showed me something that broke the rules of reality, of course I would think about it.
But based on what rules? The rules that you think you've already proven, or that's what we're here. You're trying to prove the rules that you think are real.
See, I have
right?
no problem. I have no problem addressing the question honestly. If everywhere we went, if I have some people in the south, right, and I'm in the north, we got people. If we all go out and test this, and it's like exactly what the globe shows every time, then that would be I would have to step back and be like, whoa, what's going on? But one of the main things though is like assuming where we are. We can't just assume where we are relative to each other. So we have to eliminate that variable, right? But yeah, like I have no problem saying like if the globe's predictions are exactly what we observed everywhere, then I'd be like, what's going on? But I don't think that's the case. And the problem is in the south, we can't. What are we going to do to determine true north? Right. And I've already made another good point, which is like exactly where Polaris is relative to exactly in the center.
It's never directly in the middle. So
I'll tell you what, we'll worry about the South once we get what we can figured out, which is
but
proving that it exists or not.
You get
the South is the big one though. The South.
You guys hear me?
One other.
Yeah,
go
Jeremy, go
ahead. Check. Couldn't you get true north in the south on an equinox, sunset, sunrise, and then you just middle it out, or no?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. I've done this. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. At solar noon, right? You can find true north by the shadow.
Yeah, but it's all relative to somewhere else, though. So yeah, you could say I'm right here, but then you'd need 5 or 6 other ones to compare them to each other. You could say, yeah, right where I'm at, this is north, perfect. But you got to at least have one other place because it's traveling is relative. But yeah, I agree, Jeremy. That's a good point. But one other thing, when you say Polaris is off by 3/4 of a degree, I mean its rotation, then that gives 1.5 degrees because you figure if it's 3/4 of a degree on the left, then it's going to be another 3/4 of a degree on the right. So that puts it 1.5 degrees of air, and you could just add half out of just whatever. So I
yeah,
say
like
it's
this
about a
magnetic
2 degree.
magnetic variance itself. So let's say 2 degrees. But these predictions of the globe is way more than that. So like we have a testable distinction. And I happen to know that all these people talking about it, you didn't go out there and do this. You guys did not go out there and test in different locations. Be like, here's Polaris. Here's where my compass shows. It matches my model exactly. You didn't do that.
No, I don't think anybody said they did.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. It's like it's a beautiful lie because no one's even thought about that.
Well,
that's my whole point.
This is why we're asking you to do it or to prove that it's true because, like you said, no one's actually doing this or can show that it's been done.
But I'm willing to go do it as well. Right? I mean, I don't care.
Okay.
Yep.
I look forward to it. I'd be willing to do it here in Korea, but I need a different way to determine north. Actually, I think I could use solar noon and just chalk out the east-west shadow if the pollution would let me, which is the other problem. We don't get a lot of like actual sunlight here.
Well, good thing compasses aren't freedom dependent, so you should be able to partake.
What does that even mean? I don't get it.
I guess South Korea is not that bad anyway.
No, they're pretty nice. They just get a lot of overcast pollution from China. So I rarely, almost never see a sunset on the horizon.
How much are these compasses? These compasses aren't like really expensive, right?
$20 to $50 maybe.
Okay.
So I said you might go to like a military surplus store and find one cheaper than from like Dick's or whatever.
How do you feel that we supplement your paycheck, bro?
So we're doing this test here, or the people are volunteering to do this test because it's never actually been done before? Is that?
I just want. I have a.
No, I know you. I'm just saying.
No declination on Platter. I just want to know.
Right.
Who cares about the globe, bro?
I've done it, bro. Personally,
this is the
it's wrong in
key
my
to dude. To answer your question, this would be a huge key to figuring out the accurate map of the Earth. It would require a lot of legwork once you establish the concept. Then go out and actually remap the Earth, of course, which is insane and sucks to think about. But it would actually be the key, right? It would be the key. You would go find the land based on the compass alone, and then it would start to help you map out the actual Earth.
Here's what's messed up. I've actually done it in my location because I did it before the debate that I had, and it was wrong. Okay, but then I looked and found a place where it said 0 or like it was 0 or 1, and I'm like, what? Like I'm looking at the main map and it's showing 8. And I asked like Jesse Gordon, a couple other people when we were talking about it. He did it too, and I think he said he claimed his shit was right in his location. He's further up north, like in Washington or some shit.
Of course,
in my location. But then I found one that said it was 0 actually, and so there's 2 separate claims in my location. Jacksonville, Florida says 8, positive 8, and fucking 0. Which is it, man? It's bro. There's so much fucking ambiguity in this shit, bro. We got to dig into it. We're over the target.
There just isn't, Brian.
But the reason why it can be so different
But
in
did you just say
like
there just
small
isn't?
areas distant from each other, like a relatively close distance to each other, two different areas, and they have like a dramatically different declination number. What is the reason for that? The magnetic field?
I mean, like in the south, or
Yeah, just anywhere that has, two geographically close locations to each other, but they have significant, like there's places in Antarctica that was, a positive 179, and then, looked like only maybe 50 miles away, it was, 40 or something, like what would cause that big of a difference in such a small area? It would just have to be the magnetic field, right?
sure, yeah.
Being that close to the pole, yeah. But like in Antarctica, you get positive 179, and then right beside you get negative 179, right? I mean, they're claiming the pole's above them.
Yeah, but that's like the same direction, right? If you think about it, that's still like turning around and going in basically the same direction, just 2 degrees different.
Yeah. Just turn around. That's all we know. Turn around. Go the other way.
When you showed the flat projection of the declination chart, that was wild, dude. Because I was thinking it at the beginning of the stream, I was like, oh man, I wish he had that to show us. And then you had it at the end. I was like, oh, nice. Because I wanted to see if my suspicion was correct. Because I was thinking, how do they keep so many people, like other than the 60th South parallel, but how do they keep, before the Antarctic Treaty, how do they keep people away from the ice wall? And, I guess they already had it all mapped out and funneled it to one southern location.
Also, not enough people questioned this entire idea or had the means or a boat to go test it or figure it out. Now people do.
Just the sheer preponderance of odd things that we are coming up with as the years go on. Like, I know the bloaters can just kind of ignore it and say, all right, coincidence, but I mean, how many things have to line up where it looks like they're hiding a flat Earth before they
all of them
look in the mirror?
All of the coincidences.
Or this isn't a coincidence, and it doesn't look like a flat Earth is being hidden.
Well, we don't think it's a coincidence either. We think it's intentional. So I guess we agree on that.
But what's the coincidence?
Between time zones and magnetic declination, it's a huge coincidence that it just happens to work out that way.
What is the coincidence exactly?
It's backwards engineered to work out exactly the way it is, and then you use that as a backward to say, well, yeah, most things backwards engineered just happen to work out.
Yeah, none of this. There's no backwards engineering. There's no coincidence to be had.
There's 100% coincidence in backwards engineering. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, what's the coincidence in time zones?
That it's noon wherever. What are you talking about?
They took a bunch out of the north, added a bunch to the south, kept it the same near the equator. Like, you got to be able to look at that and wonder what they're doing. Like,
so
look
it's
at
the
Australia's
number.
time zone.
It's the number of time zones that equate globe or flat.
Bro, you have a sphere. It would be 24.
Points to it. I mean, the flat Earth is narrower with the longitude lines, right, in the middle, and they widen out towards the end to, towards the south. So yeah, okay. I mean, one way to hide that, or maybe the only way to hide that using time zones, was to take some out of the north and add some into the south. I mean,
just so people didn't catch on.
You realize time zones are arbitrary, right? I could have 10
right, but it's
or
one
50
way to make
or
it
a million.
That's one way to make it where people didn't catch on so fast, bro.
What a coincidence! They're just arbitrary lines.
But how? You haven't identified the coincidence. You're asserting that 192432 means something.
Because the flat Earth is larger in the southern hemisphere, dude.
Okay,
If
but
they-
how does
here it
more
is.
time
No.
zones cover
Here it is,
larger
bro.
amount of land? Because you can cover
Because-
an arbitrary amount of land with any time zone you like. You understand
Because
that,
here's your
right?
answer, bro. Here's your answer. Because if they kept
Hey, Brian, I
symmetrical
am
time zones like
absolutely
on a
not talking to you, okay?
bro, you asked a question and I'm trying to answer
I'm
real quick.
not
This is the last thing I'm gonna say,
asking
bro. I
you.
gotta go.
Okay, man, I'm gonna deafen myself. You keep talking.
Don't deafen, bro. I literally gotta go, bro. Let me say one last thing before I gotta go. I swear to God. Is that if they kept it symmetrical like it should be on a globe, people would have caught on that that the shit don't work. If they just kept it all symmetrical, like it would be. They add and can mix it up and confuse it so people don't catch on that it don't work.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
See y'all
So
later,
again,
man.
how does when I go from 19 to 24, what's happening that I'm hiding something?
Right along the date line, right in the Bering Strait, there's a bunch of hours that are just gone, like they're just taken out, and it squeezes it together right there. If they kept everything uniform, like they should have, because we rotate once every 24 hours, and there were 24 even time zones, like it should be, and everyone would have the sun directly overhead at noon for them in their location, then it would have been blatantly easy to show that it doesn't work. The flat Earth is wider towards the bottom. The sun goes out to the Tropic of Capricorn, moves faster out there, so that everything still works perfectly on a flat Earth.
Okay.
That is a way to hide it by adding more to the south because it's wider and taking them out from the north. And look at Australia versus the United States and the width.
Regis, when
and
you
the difference
add
in the time zones.
when you add a time zone, what happens to the amount of time in each zone?
What? What do you mean?
When you add a time zone, what do you have to do to the hours in each other time zone?
But it gives you. You're saying you got to like split them into like half-hour sections and stuff.
You tell me. That's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. But if you arrange them in a way that works for hiding the obviously more land down there, it's going to work out perfectly to hide a flat Earth.
Okay.
What I'm adding these time zones in the areas that have land, and then you're not having them in the different areas that don't. It's silly, dude. Look at Australia's width versus the US.
Regis, if I have 1,000-mile section of land with one time zone that covers, let's say, 4 hours of time, right? If I split it into 4 time zones, then each time zone then becomes 1 hour, right? Right?
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean the one big time zone that covers 4 hours?
That I mean exactly that. The only
that
way
doesn't
to because that's what you're suggesting when you say add more time zones is I now have to split the time between smaller zones. That's what you're telling me.
No.
No, dude.
No.
What?
Okay, then
you need to look. You need to look at the video. Explain this, dude.
I did.
Richard did an awesome job.
It's identical. It's just as bad as the magnetic declination assertion. It's absurd.
No, it's not.
Negator, how about you
Way
take some
stronger,
time to
actually.
fully understand these arguments before you try to like dispute the arguments?
I do understand them, and what I understand.
So why
is
would you
the
think
people that are making them don't understand them?
Why would you think what you just said made any sense?
Because you're suggesting that a very small amount of land in the north is equal to a very large amount of land in the south, as would have to be true in a flat Earth, right? And hence, you have a smaller number of time zones to cover the smaller amount of land in the north than you do in the south, right?
The
What do you
sun
mean?
speeds up, though.
Okay, that also is factually.
It's about
accurate,
yes, it is.
In the south, the sun's going faster, so
it does not just.
If you want to,
Wait, Negator, you're
if you wanted to
forgetting.
take this argument on face value, meaning yes, take the Earth, make it the face of a clock, take it on face value. Would you say that the hour hand at the base towards the center is moving at the same speed as the hour hand towards the edge?
An angular speed, it does, yeah.
We're not talking about angular
linear
speed.
speed, it does not.
Exactly. So which one do you think you would be talking about here if we were actually talking about the hour hand moving across your sky?
If you're talking sun speed, I agree. A flat Earth sun would have to move faster, Napalm. How do you think we would confirm this?
Negator, do you agree that you
Would you
could
like
treat
me
the
to
Earth
tell
as
you?
stationary with the sun going around it, or the sun as stationary with the Earth going around it? Right? That's your theory of relativity, correct?
Look, it's
So
funny
what's
how you
speeding up
guys
in your
can't.
model? What's speeding up in your model to cause the analemma to look wider in the south?
Hang on.
The only speeding up and slowing down is dependent upon the seasons. You understand that, right?
So Napalm, how then would we confirm that it is in fact moving faster through the sky?
It would have to be
experiment?
dependent upon the seasons, right?
No, I'm asking you, what sort of experiment could be done to confirm?
I don't know. No clue.
Why
Well, we
not?
kind of
So
don't
what
even
we're
need one.
The
what we're
surface
saying is the
area.
sun's movement would have to.
I can suggest a couple to you. Would you like to know?
No.
What if
I
you
would say
time
the
a
surface
sunset?
area.
I know one. You would test the. You would measure the duration of twilight in the north and the south corresponding latitudes 6 months apart.
Nope.
That would work
Hey,
perfectly.
measure.
That's like a time a sunset would work out.
What we
How
could
about
do.
measuring the angular distance over an hour?
Oh,
How about
About
measuring
the
the
sun.
duration?
How
How
about
about
the
measuring
sun
the
crosses
duration?
over
I'm so
Australia
glad
in 2 hours?
I'm so glad
And
someone else in the room is listening, as is intelligent enough to know where I'm going with this. I'm happy he happens to be a glober. Yes,
listen,
you would measure the angle that the sun crosses versus time. We know the angle of the sun is half a degree. You simply measure, okay, it moved 5 degrees in X amount of time, and then compare that to the north.
Nope, that doesn't work.
But that's
because,
irrelevant. That can change based on height, so that doesn't matter. Yeah.
Azimuth
If it changed in height appreciably, it would change in visible size.
No, you have an azimuthal grid of vision, so it's gonna keep this corresponding sunset and sunrise times as well as the degrees over your head over a certain amount of time, because it's just a perception limit. That's why the actual best test that would show a distinction would be the duration of twilight and the corresponding latitude. It's 100% way better.
Yes,
of a
that
test.
is the best. Yeah, twilight to twilight. No, it's not. Twilight to twilight, and the surface area that it's covered from twilight to twilight would show you that the sun is moving faster.
Napalm, the very first thing you explained was the speed of a hour hand on a clock, right? You said the outer portion of the hour hand would move faster visibly than the inner portion, didn't you?
Wait, Negator, do you
I didn't say
disagree?
anything about visually, did I? No, I didn't. So stop trying to straw man me. And
Negator,
why
do
don't
you
you actually
disagree?
listen to the argument?
Yeah, Negator, I'm just wondering, do you disagree? Like, I don't understand what kind of baller would ever disagree with this. Like, on a ball, if you're at corresponding latitudes, like say 33 degrees north in US and then 33 degrees south in Australia, if you're in the same corresponding latitudes and you're making an observation of the sun, right, at 6 months apart, then the twilight should be the same. The duration of twilight should be the same in the north and the south on the globe. But if the twilight was much shorter duration in the south, then that would be evidence towards the sun is moving faster.
what about Australia having 2 time zones versus the United States? They're about the same width,
It has
same
3.
latitudes. Hold on.
We can go back to that one.
Hold on. Listen,
No.
so
Well, Austin was actually talking to me. He said a bunch of stuff. It would be appreciated if I could respond to it, Regis. Is that reasonable?
I've been trying to get in for like 5 minutes, but sure.
All right,
He already
cool.
asked a question.
Go ahead.
Let Negator respond. Come on.
No, Austin. The best course of action is to measure the change in angle, and nothing about what you said about seeing in grids will make something that's moving quick appear to move slowly.
So you brushed him off to pretend you were going to answer my question to specifically not
I
answer my
did.
question.
Your response was stupid.
Wow. Do all the ballers agree that the twilight duration would be
No, let's not. We don't need to turn.
would be
This is
symmetrical in the north and the south
this
at
is
corresponding latitudes 6 months apart?
this is the same thing as the magnetic declination argument.
Why would they
boil
differ?
down to something
Why? Hold on,
simple,
Negator. Why would
like
they differ?
measuring the existence of it, we can get to the root of it. You're
Why would
ignoring
the
that.
twilight
It's
times differ?
sillier.
Why would twilight times
Why can't
differ?
I measure the change in angle in the sun versus time?
Why
Excuse me.
wouldn't he already gave an explanation? Why wouldn't twilight
why was
times
Why was
be
it
different?
reasonable? Why was it reasonable?
Why would twilight times be different?
I'm still waiting on an answer.
Azimuthal grid of vision, the limit of vision, is actually going to explain the sunrise and sunset times being symmetrical. And then you also have a change in altitude that can explain angular difference. Can you actually go back and address the point, which is
Okay, but you didn't actually do it.
all right? Whatever, man.
Try again.
Corresponding latitudes on the globe, 6 months apart, should have the same twilight.
So if something gains an altitude in order to visually slow down, how high does the sun have to get to appear to slow down to half its speed?
It's already happening in your model. Australia's 2 time zones wide, yet the sun
It's
goes
3
over the
time
same amount of
zones.
time. It goes.
It's 2.5.
It's 2.5. Okay, so it goes across Australia in the same amount of time as it goes across the U.S. The U.S. is 4 time zones. The mainland U.S.
What's the distance traveled?
It's roughly the same, dude, and it's 2.5 hours versus 4.
Are you sure about that? Or you just
Yeah, I'm sure about it.
like really sure?
Yeah, I'm really sure. It's very
Hang
cool
on.
to be that far off time wise.
Okay, I guess let's do this.
Until
1 second.
Oh, let's do this. Let's
So I'm
do
glad
it.
that Negator agrees that the duration of twilight would be symmetrical in corresponding latitude 6 months apart. Well, that's a good test.
Yeah, so I still waiting to hear the explanation as to how the sun can rise in elevation or altitude, but
it's
not
in a different part of
visually get smaller.
It does change size.
Sorry. Clearly, my response was within the context of the situation we've already set up, and I know where you're going. Like, oh, Negator, got you there. No,
Yeah,
you know what I'm
size
talking about.
changes.
Answer the
Angular size
question.
Angular size changes, does it not?
Sorry, was that only? Did I say it never changes ever, or was it reasonable to assume I meant within the context of our current conversation with?
Isn't the context of our current conversation the different seasons in different hemispheres?
No, it's not.
It literally
Don't play
is.
games with me.
Thanks for playing. So, hey, do you agree that if we see the twilight at corresponding latitudes at 6 months apart, but the south has a much shorter duration of twilight than in the
I already
corresponding
told you.
latitude?
You've said this a half a dozen times.
Do you agree that would debunk the globe?
I'm not even going to talk about it, Whit, because it doesn't matter. Okay.
What? How can you not just say
Now
yes?
let's go back to how this sun goes faster without changing visible speed.
Ugh.
Tell me, if I were driving a cart 50 miles an hour,
Dude, I'm done.
in
I'm
Austin,
done.
no, you're not done. In Austin, we're
I
driving
am
a car at
done,
100
bro.
miles an hour. You're telling me it would
Negator,
appear to be the same.
Dude,
Are you
Negator,
saying
you
elliptical
have no
orbs?
idea? You have no idea what makes up the sun to begin with. So why even make any sort of postulation as to what you're visibly seeing in the sky and being like, how far would it have to be?
What,
What's
it's
the
made up
size
for
of it?
watching?
Something will look like it.
None of that's
something
been
further,
confirmed, dude.
Something that's further away will look like it's going slower, even though it's going faster than compared to something closer to you.
Okay, how much further away did it get?
I
to
don't make
appear to
claims
move at
about
the
the
same?
distances to the
You're
sun,
making a
man.
claim right now. You're claiming it is changing in altitude. What's it?
We say if.
You said
If
you
it
said,
is.
you said explain. You said
Explains
explain
it.
how it's possible, and there you go. There's an easy explanation.
Okay, it's not easy because it's an assertion, and that assertion carries with it a lot more information that you got to
No,
provide.
you said it was impossible, and I just showed you a logical possibility, which means you got dunked on, and you're avoiding the
No.
twilight because it dunks on you first.
Clearly, my impossible comment was related to all the other parameters that apply to this observation.
But here's the thing,
we can
Gator,
meet
no
up
matter
in
what.
reality.
Here's the thing. Hold up.
You seem to be a masochist. I'll physically dunk on you too if you want to play some pickup or something.
Yeah, no matter what distance anybody would claim, how would you test that, Negator?
Pardon? How would I
If
test?
somebody made a distance claim right now,
Uh-huh.
how would you empirically test that?
As far as it changing
If I said the
angular
sun,
size?
if I said the sun is 10,000 miles away when it's in the north and it's 15,000 miles away when it's in the south, how would you prove me wrong?
I would measure its angular diameter from the observer. Below it.
Did I give you a size of it?
I don't need a size to know that distance changes angular diameter.
It does
Hey,
change
Paul.
angular diameter.
Why do you keep jumping in with out of context statements? Napalm,
How much would the angular how much would the angular size change be?
From 10,000 to 15,000?
Yeah.
What
would you be plugging into your equation?
Let me just make sure I understand. Do you think that this sort of math is not possible?
What would you be plugging into your equation?
The equation is things that are.
No, I'm not asking you,
away.
Zanuck. I'm not asking you, Zanuck. I'm not asking you, Zanuck. I'm asking the Gator.
He's right though, because you think you've got me, don't you?
What would you plug into your equation?
He does got you. You don't even know
The
what
angle
we got you
and
5 times already. So
the angle and the distance. Guess what? So check it out, right? The way angular size works is it can be determined from 2 of 3 factors, right? Physical size, angular size, distance. As long as you know 2, you can determine the third. You gave me the 2. You understand that, right?
No, I didn't.
You gave me a distance, and we have a known angular size, don't we?
You
Sure.
did. You did
Don't we,
You did tell
Napalm?
him that.
And therefore,
what is the angular size from your location of the sun?
No, buddy.
In the
buddy.
winter.
You keep trying to wriggle out of
What
this
is it?
one. Do you
Have you
understand
measured it?
how this works, or you just can keep
Have
asking
you
questions?
measured it? Have you measured its
Now
angular
it's have
size?
I measured it. First, it was how do you do it. Then it was have I measured its angular size. Why do I need to have measured the angular size to answer your theoretical question, or
Because
you
it
involve a
changes.
theoretical
That's the
altitude to
point.
start
the angular size changes based on the seasons.
with? No, the problem here is Napalm doesn't know how stupid a question it was that he asked.
No,
It changes. You said it doesn't change. The point is it fucking changes, Negator.
It changes
No,
slightly.
I didn't say that it doesn't change ever. What
why
I was
does it
talking
change?
what we were
In
what
your
we're
model,
talking-
why does it change slightly?
do you want me to respond?
I'm waiting.
Cool. So I'll tell you what. I don't like jumping around because I know you guys, when you get cornered, you ask.
So
me
then you're
questions.
not going to respond. Why does it change in your model? What is the change?
I'm sorry. Let's go back to you saying that I can't figure out its physical size if you give
Listen,
me
I'm
the
done with you. You can't even have a conversation because you
Well,
just want to.
I'd like to. But you've asked a new question every 60 seconds because you realize that I'm on your trail.
No, you're projecting. Like every single time someone makes a direct point at you, you just like avoid it.
And now
And
there's
the
like 4 of you
arrogance
jumping on
You
me because you
notice
see
the
it.
arrogance face?
Fucking
Dude, I answered all your
squirming
questions.
here.
I answered all your questions immediately, and kept trying to make one point, and you've ignored it entirely the whole time.
Because it's stupid, just like it's stupid to assert that it changes in
Okay, it's
altitude.
stupid. It's stupid. Watch this. Hey, Zanuck, please help your buddy out here. He seems to be suffering from incompetence or something. So can you help him out? Do you agree that on corresponding? Hey, do you agree that on corresponding latitudes in the north and the south hemisphere of a globe, that 6 months apart, that the duration of twilight should be the same?
Yeah, this is one of his gotchas. He's trying to do a gotcha because he can't
I
answer
already,
the basic
already
question.
got you repeatedly, Negator, today. Phil.
Did you
Hey,
though?
Zanuck,
Yeah, we did.
If I'm at 33 degrees north latitude, so in like the southern portion of the United States, and I'm in 33 degrees south latitude in Australia, and we observe the sun 6 months
Yeah, he's
apart,
gonna
should the
keep
twilight
repeating it.
be the same?
Is the Earth perfectly at the center of this orbit?
What the?
Oh my God, dude.
As
6 months apart.
Yeah, I
6
told
months
you it's
apart. Negator, it was for
it's a
Zanuck. Shut up.
It's a dumb gotcha. I've actually been trying to talk to one person the
Negator,
entire
it
time,
was
and
for
you guys have been
Zanuck.
jumping
Why
on
are you
me. Yeah, I know.
talking? It was for Zanuck.
Go ahead. I know none of them can answer my questions. They got to change targets.
I already did answer it.
No,
Well,
you
okay,
didn't.
Anyway, the reason they're scared. The reason they're scared to answer is they think we have evidence that the twilights are different, so they have to immediately avoid the question.
But I mean, I'm just suggesting a test that we can do. I don't even have direct evidence this happens. You guys are just so disingenuous that you start lying.
Okay, got it. You want to do a test? Thanks.
So you admit that it would be the same on the globe.
Why can't we just do an instantaneous observation of measuring the angular distance over time?
Because we've already shown why that wouldn't actually substantiate that something is or isn't true. And I just gave a test that is a distinct difference that actually will do it. And none of the ballers in here can even none of the ballers in here can even answer and admit that it would be the same in the north and the south, which shows you guys are just dishonest people.
Okay, cool. But let's talk about why the sun appears to slow down. When it's going really
I'll give
fast.
Negator one thing. He's a hell of an actor.
Yeah, at least Demons try
keep this
to
up with
answer
this
the question. Professor Parks,
I don't
PhD in
know.
astronomy.
It's
the
funny
PhD in
because
astronomy.
I
Why is
actually
he allowed
already
to keep
said this and
interrupting like
nobody
this?
is answering.
I'm confused.
Because this isn't the Witsit show.
Negator, you're interrupting. Please don't interrupt. Go ahead.
I just want to make the point that, like, I mean, even like Professor Parks, the astronomer, right? Like, immediately answered, yeah, of course, right? Like, everyone knows this, and you guys are all just refusing to answer it. It seems very disingenuous.
All right, I temporarily muted Negator, so I'm going to unmute him and give him the floor. Go ahead, Negator, but please don't interrupt.
Cool. Can I grandstand and call people disingenuous?
No, but you're going back on mute if that's your response. If that's what you're going to do, try to take it into some shit show.
Well, buddy, it's not me making it a shit show. I asked a question about angular diameter. Are we going to solve that one or aren't we? What's it?
I've already answered that question, right? Like, what? Like,
you
answered
said
the question multiple times. Like, what happened was we're trying to determine the difference between the north and the south on a globe and a flat Earth, the position of the sun, and how it would move or move faster in the south. A directly relevant test would be, well, if the sun is moving faster in the south, it stands to reason that you would have a shorter duration of twilight. Okay, so this would be a direct way to test because on the globe, they would be the same symmetrical duration of twilight 6 months apart. But on a flat Earth, if it's moving faster, seemingly it may be a different amount of twilight. So this would be a test that could show the difference between the two, and it's directly relevant to, is the sun going faster in the south?
Okay, I absolutely don't want to hear about twilight again.
Another thing that should be done.
Okay. You don't need to repeat yourself. We've heard it. Okay.
That was okay. You didn't actually offer any response there that had any substance to it. Yeah, another thing that could be tested is the subsolar point speed as it tracks upon the ground. That one's actually not that hard to test. Meaning, like, if you're, let's say, in the south when the sun's at the Tropic of Capricorn during their summer, there's the subsolar point, and you can map that on the ground. Mark it like subsolar point. You can mark several of those upon the ground as the sun moves, and then track the distance and the speed, and then do that in the north when it's at the Tropic of Cancer in the north. When it's there in the summer for the north, and do the same thing, the subsolar point, and track it on the ground. And if the sun is making a slightly larger ground speed, that will be able to detect that. And that would validate that it is making a faster ground speed. Now, the altitude is going to be difficult to know, the angular size, that's all just visible. But the actual position it matches on the ground. So measuring if there is a speed difference is definitely within the range of being able to test.
I agree fully. I agree, Gio.
And it's
100%.
And you agree it would be the same on a globe, right?
Yeah.
And on if it's an AE type map, it would be different
significantly.
So if we do it and we find out that it is faster, then what? That would you? I remember I heard someone say they would actually I think it might have been Matthew, although I don't want to say.
I switch sides.
Yeah, I think
100%.
some people were saying that would be it for them. Yeah.
Absolutely. Fortunately, and I'm really, really happy you brought this up, Gio. That is a really good point and something that can't be gotten away from. And likewise, well, maybe not shadows, but yeah, I think that's great.
It's a great idea, Gio. I don't know how you came up with it, but kudos, man.
Well, then that matches with the twilight differences too, which also could be validated further than it already has. But there's been already the observations of the difference in the twilight like that.
Negator, do you have you heard of that? I haven't dug in deep enough to hear this before, but is there differences in twilight between northern and southern hemispheres at the same latitudes?
There is.
And what is the consensus theory on why that occurs, or idea, or reason?
I forget, but I mean, there's different geometries, different distances to the sun. It's not that shocking, but I have heard that in Australia they have a different amount. They have a lot less twilight than we do up here.
What do they define twilight as being? How much light is actually emanated when the sun is actually below the horizon?
Whoa, really? This is already admitted to, Coach?
I mean, I've heard this before.
Coach, did you hear my question?
Yeah,
I did. I couldn't be sure.
Okay, basically, if you see the yellow circle of the sun in the sky, you're seeing the actual yellow sun. Now, when that sun completely disappears, of course, can be some in terms of the atmospheric conditions, whether you're over the ocean. Obviously, we're not talking about if you're like behind a mountain or something. So it has, we're talking like the actual sun has to set naturally over the natural horizon, not over a mountain or something. So once the sun completely disappears, like the sun has set, the amount of light that maintains after the sun has set until it's all the way dark, that's the twilight period.
So an aggregate measurement of the amount of light actually present after the sun is set is what I said, and that's exactly what I said, right?
Yeah.
So that's the reason I will give.
The blue sky is still causing indirect lighting. There's still some lighting coming from the direction of the sun.
Gotcha.
All of that twilight. Because we've all had that, like after the sun sets and it's like you're on the beach and you go get food and you're eating dinner and it's like the sun's down, but there's still a lot of light. Yeah.
I'm trying to answer it. So my idea, and I haven't looked at this before, I would think that refraction would be a huge factor of that, because it does change the position of the sun relative to the observer by close to half a degree.
Dude, Gio, do you remember whenever we talked about this a couple weeks ago?
Can I finish my answer? Can I finish my answer?
I just want to say, I literally predicted that they're going to say southern hemispheric refraction as a joke, and then
can I finish?
Okay.
Maybe you can
Yeah,
say
go ahead.
after I finish. Thank you. So what I would think knee jerk would be, because generally the southern Pacific oceans, I would say would probably be maybe a higher average temperature, especially around Australia, than we have in like Northern California or North America. I would say that refractive effect might be a little greater, or maybe the atmospheric.
There it is.
I'm just guessing. I've never dealt in this topic before, ever.
Yeah, but why would it be different? If you have a globe that's more or less similar on the top and bottom, I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of pear-shapedness, but then they claim that's so tiny, it's so minimal, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't think the shape of the Earth down there would be a big deal. I think the fact that there's less land masses, more water, and over the distance that the light has to travel, that because of the atmospheric conditions, primarily refraction, maybe it is in the sky.
Dude.
Is it? I don't know whether it's. I don't even know. Can I finish? I don't know whether there's more or less twilight. I think you said there's less twilight, so maybe the warmer temperatures has a differential gradient such that it would not refract as much, and so that would be a longer or shorter.
You're saying you don't know which one it is, but then you're pretending to bring up certain variables that would attribute to refraction. But dude, this is so funny because
I don't.
Should I start screaming about how you won't let me finish?
If I have to.
Oh god. So would actually cut him off initially, but okay.
I know, because I was just holding Leo trying to jump in real fast at me. I was just trying to point out before he said it that I literally made the joke. I made it as a joke 2 weeks ago. We were talking about this, and I said as a joke, dude, that they're gonna, if we end up going and doing it, they still won't admit it. They'll literally come up with something like southern hemispheric refraction, and here he goes, just baselessly saying it. So on a flat Earth, if the sun moves faster, you would maybe expect a shorter duration of twilight in the south. Oh, look, if we go test it and see a shorter duration of twilight in the south, it must mean that there's actually refraction exclusive to the southern hemisphere.
Wait.
I'm done.
So,
You guys are
somebody
Yeah,
muted
but I mean, is
Zanuck.
that really-
You muted Zanuck to let him just insult him and talk bad about him?
What?
Yeah, I was muted for
No,
reason.
because Zanuck never stops talking. He never gives up the mic. He just yells and frantically he never stops talking.
And
He never stops.
What's its mind, right?
He monologues and then he thinks he's being interrupted because he's monologuing. It's
No, I
chronic.
don't think I was monologuing at all. I think I was being very clear about me not knowing the exact answer, my knee-jerk reaction, and I gave it the refraction answer that he was already prognosticating with the Globers to be giving a reason. I think that has to be a factor. Now, I'll look into how the warm oceans versus cold oceans for the distance of light from the that you would actually see to see the sun in the distance, how that would actually change, whether it be greater or less, and maybe it is less of a twilight with the warmer oceans, or maybe with less land masses, or whatever is in the way of viewing the sunset in the distance. I'll just check that out. But I don't think that's very unreasonable to think that maybe refraction would allow, and the dispersion of light and throughout the atmosphere would be an issue, a reason why it happens.
Xanath, I think the first thing needs to have happen before you postulate about how it could happen is whether it finds out whether it does happen or not. I don't know.
Not really, because we just proved that you guys are completely like, you're not interested in like the truth, right? So like if we're like, oh, there's a major distinction between the globe and flat Earth, that in the south, you would have the same duration as the north on the globe, but if it's going faster in the south on the flat Earth, then you have a shorter duration of twilight. And then we go see this. If we in the scenario that we see it, you guys are already saying that there's some type of special new refraction that's exclusive to the southern hemisphere. I can't even imagine being that disingenuous. So like, I'm just going to disengage.
Well, my perspective is that I don't see why that's problematic for them to speculate that there could be something like that.
That it's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that the South has a special
it's not.
Type
we
of
haven't even
refraction.
established. We
It's
haven't
the most
established.
insane thing I've ever heard.
Such a bad
We
day,
haven't
man.
established that it's real to start with. And number two, you can't. I don't think you could claim a sun that isn't actually moving faster is producing twilight that is faster, because you can't have fast twilight because of a fast sun, but not a fast day. It doesn't make sense.
Oh my gosh, you just don't
why
even
not?
understand because of the azimuthal grid of vision, sunrise and sunset.
Those words don't mean anything.
Negator has further distance to go when it's
disengaging.
way out there.
So if you have like that,
4 hours.
if you have like the hands of a clock, like let's say the minute hand on a clock, the outer part of the hand and the inner part of the hand are all making one rotation across the whole face of the clock every, let's say, 60 minutes. But the outer part of the hand, if you were to draw a line directly under that versus the outer is making a faster ground speed than the inner, but it's all going once every 60 minutes. So the time would be the same. It's just the actual ground speed is what's changing. The rotational speed is the same, but the actual ground speed is what's different.
There's a 15-minute
I agree with
discrepancy in the wintertime than in the summertime.
Yeah,
This has been such a bad day for the Globers.
I agree with you. It's funny, Regis, how you only get cocky when there's several other people around to help you out.
You've been
That's
cocky
why you're
the
struggling out there.
entire day, and you've been killed. You've
Really?
been murdered all day long, and you're still
Really?
cocky.
Because okay, well, Regis, I look forward to your magnetic declination measurement tomorrow or whatever.
I just don't think that the twilight thing on its own is going to be compelling enough, maybe for not just these guys, but just the world at large, as it were. And many other people out there. If they're presented with this, I just don't know that the twilight would be enough on its own, because they might try to say some refraction, or they might try to Rayleigh scattering, or they'll just kind of have something to be able to, kind of like they do with the Selenelian, like, well, it's just kind of bending and warping around. We don't really have any proof for it, but it just is, and then people believe it. But if we had the ground,
But that's totally different, bro.
The ground
That's
speed,
totally
I don't
different.
think
Just add it to the list. Sorry, but yeah, I'm saying that's totally different, right? Like the Selenelian, they're saying that it happens at the same rate all the time anyway, all over the Earth, dude. You can't claim a refraction specific to a hemisphere. That's the dumbest thing I've ever. There's no way that. Dude.
We get it. You don't like
said
it.
that
That's
would
the
be
extent of your
feasible.
response. You don't like it. Okay, we understand.
No, it's just stupid, made up nonsense.
It's impossible.
Well, I'm
Okay.
only
Awesome.
I'm just
It's
my
impossible.
perspective on it is I'm just giving them as much leniency, or just like speculative possibility enough to say, like, okay, I'm not accepting it. I'm just sort of like understanding that they're probably gonna. So I don't know.
Why is refraction different in the South? Why is refraction different in the South, though? What's going on that's making it different?
Well, Zanuck gave some sort of explanation, or tried to give one, right? But either way, like if that was the case, then you should apply to like long distance observations or long distance theodolite measurements a different amount of refraction in the South than you do in the North. But do we see that taking place?
I don't know who you guys are talking to.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I'm just talking in general. I don't care if it's flat Earth, globe Earth, whatever. I'm just saying, like, if there was some sort of consistently more refraction that causes twilight times to be faster or slower in one specific part of the Earth, then there should be an application of a different type of refraction that would be used in those areas.
Don't know. I do think it's important to note that I don't think you can have a faster. You can't have a faster twilight that's caused by a faster sun. If you don't have a faster daylight.
What else would cause it?
Why would you have a fast twilight but not
You
a
got that
fast
cold
daylight?
air rolling in like a carpet from the Antarctic, in the south. It's a carpet anomaly.
Like
You
if
add
we're,
it to the
we're
list
claiming
of-
the
add it to
speed
the
of the
list
sun
of
is
everything
doing
else.
it at twilight, why is it only doing it at twilight only and not during the rest of the day?
Negator, it's further away
Doing what?
from the center when it's happening in Australia. That's when it's faster. So it's still going around once every 24 hours. So you're still having the same length of day. It's just the sun's moving faster out there.
But
The sun is continuously. Hold on. The
If-
sun
if-
is
if it's further-
continually. Hold on. The sun is continually calibrating as it's making its way through the tropics, right? So you maintain the same day universally, right? You maintain the same day. There's only a 15-minute discrepancy between the north and the south. And the longest discrepancy is noticed in the wintertime.
Okay.
Okay, but if it's changing altitude and it's during the day, it's not like a yearly thing where it's changing altitude and it changes it every day. How come the intensity of the light doesn't change? Like the temperature, why isn't any of that affected? Or is it also just amping up its brightness as it gets further away to account for that?
It might. Yeah. Difficult
I'd also-
to ever know for sure on that.
I wouldn't make that claim. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
why-
that'd be
why
just a
wouldn't it?
crazy claim to think.
Well, the thing that we can do is track the subsolar point and track the speed of the sun as it relates to the ground. That's the thing that would. I thought that's what you were going to say, Negator. You were going to say, "Oh, you can't have that without having the faster sun." So we have to, I thought that's where you were going with it. But the daylight would be the same. I don't see any problem with that part of it because, like I said, it's like the hour hand on a clock. Like the inner and the outer part of the clock, whether the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, is the relation to that. It's still tracking across the face of the clock in 60 minutes. So the time of day would still be the same. But yeah, if it changes altitude or if it changes intensity, I think there even could be like an electromagnetic effect in terms of the position of the sun in relation to the center. And it may change its breadth of intensity and how it actually emits, if that's the term, like how it actually kind of, shines on
Right.
the earth in the different.
It would have to if that was the case, because the intensity. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it all depends on how high it's getting. Like, what are we claiming here?
Oh, they won't tell us.
Yeah, but I've started a long time explaining that in a vortex, when you're lower in altitude, you'll go faster. So the altitude would just change relative to that. Meaning, like
Right, but the
in the
heat
north,
coming out
in the
would
north
change.
and south, and the north, in the south, it would be different altitudes. That's different speeds. That's different angular sizes. That's analemia. All matches the observation. So.
Yeah, Globers, in order to listen, you have to not speak.
But the angular size doesn't change an appreciable amount. Hence, the distance doesn't change an appreciable amount.
No, it's more like a focal point. It's not going to change a lot. So.
Yeah, because to go on that, Negator, now you're assuming what the sun is and how it, that it's a physical object and that it would change angular size the way that something on Earth changes angular size. You're getting into a whole field of assumptions. Like that gets into what the sun actually is. So,
yeah.
For example, just to throw just total in speculation mode, a whole nother concept. Let's say that the sun is like an opening in the firmament and there's immense light or some kind of focal point. Yeah, like a electromagnetic, electrostatic focal point, and It may not function like a rock does on Earth. It may not function with those same angular size limitations. So that part is hard to know. We can track the subsolar point, however. That's the thing that would put this to rest, I think, because that's something we can actually physically track. We're not going to be able to go to the sun and get a sample of it and see exactly, all those physical features of it.
So if it's just a hole opening up in the firmament, what are the sunspots on the actual sun? It's like we can look at the sun, we can see it's an actual object.
The sun's a focal point.
But I mean, what are
Doesn't make any
sunspots on
sense.
the sun then? Yeah. So what are the sunspots then if the sun is just a focal point?
Yeah.
Wait, why would the focal point exclude the way the sun looks?
Well, what's this focal? Have you ever seen a focal point in real life?
Have I ever seen a focal point in real life?
Yeah.
Yes, you can literally create focal points in demonstrations with like different types of glass. With different types of glass, and then it won't change. All right, I'm going back to rocking my baby. People are just disingenuous, and you keep interrupting. So.
Okay. Well, I guess and this is for everybody else. Obviously, I don't expect him to answer, and he should take care of his kid. I don't think a focal point manifests itself in any way, shape, or form that we see the sun manifest itself.
Especially when we have such detailed video of it and its rotation, sunspots, and other types of measurements we've taken. That doesn't seem like it'd be a focal point by anyone's standards.
Right. Or like the ISS going in front, like all the pictures and video of it not being a focal point, I think would go to show you that it's not a focal point.
How is it a focal point when you can actually see the panels on it? It's we can actually from the ground see the ISS docking with the shuttle. I mean, there's so much detail, and it's predictable. It's repeatable. Other people have seen it. We can see it transit the moon. We see it transit the sun. It's almost like complete denial if we don't think it's.
We showed me the shuttle docking with ISS, and like to me, the sun's focal point is everything about the sun.
Wait, slow down.
Would
Slow down.
be explained by a focal point.
Why are you changing?
What do you mean? Just explain focal point. Can you define that term for me?
Well, before you brought up two things.
So there'd be a certain amount of atmosphere, like it would have to go through to focus. So we would expect to see it like at some days in front of clouds, like it wash out, and the other clouds, like because if you're up close to the sun, a cumulus cloud will 100% of the time, without fail, ever give you shade. No matter fucking what, a cumulus cloud, a regular
Correct.
cumulus
So
cloud.
what's your point?
Cumulus clouds in the distance don't do that. Okay, so but a focal point, if the light's coming from all around and focusing like a magnifying glass, it's hot like that. And if you get closer to the light source of a magnifying glass, you're going to get cooler. If you get further away, you're going to get cooler. Same thing with the sun. We get higher up, we get colder. We get further down, we get colder, except for just a little bit further down, like Death Valley. Then we'll get record heat. But the sun it does act like a focal point in a lot of ways. A spot lens, like a spot lens.
So do you think that I could like shine a flashlight like directly at your head, have the focal point on your face, and then change its focus to make the light beam appear behind your head, like past you?
What?
Well, I mean, when you claim that the sun's a focal point and it can go in front of or behind objects by changing its focal point, I'm just doing the same thing with, like, let's say a flashlight with an adjustable focus. Can I put the focal point beyond, like if you're standing in front of me, can I make the focal point go through your body behind you?
With a flashlight?
Yeah, with the flashlight. Well, I mean, you're saying the sun is a focal point, and you just explained that it can do that exact same thing. And I'm just using light and trying to recreate the same thing you're saying the sun can do.
Okay, if I had something in front of a magnifying glass, like a little speck of dust or something to compare to the size of a cloud, okay, the light's still coming in from all around that dust. Okay, so I mean, you're talking about a flashlight, bro. Tell me that was a rhetorical question.
That wouldn't have even been a rhetorical question if I had asked it that way. That's not what the word means.
Demon Strike, you can literally do it. We did a demonstration, showed it on Glowbusters, where you use a certain setup with glass, and you can shine the light, and based on the angle, it'll actually intersect at a central point that'll create a focal point. And as you move it back and forth away from you, it doesn't change angular size. And like if it does, it'll be very, very slight. So it's a focal point.
So what is the thing that's shining through the focal point? Is the focal point like the fake sun, and there's just a real sun that's just past it?
No, literally, it just use sunlight going through a particular alignment of glass.
I'm talking about a real sun. Like if our real sun is just a focal point, what is getting the light to shine the light through? Because like the magnifying glass creates a focal point using the sun's energy.
Energy itself, bro. Energy itself. Yeah. All the ions up there and shit.
Whatever medium
cosmology bullshit.
Whatever medium it's in, if there's a firmament, it's bullshit until you want to believe something's 46 billion light years away. That is science.
Yeah, but I mean, can anyone in here like actually claim they know exactly what the sun is?
No.
Honestly, no, we can't. Only the Globers claim they know exactly what it is and how far it is. Yeah, we speculate and mess around but yeah, if we're being intellectually honest, no, we all got to admit, Globers alike, Geo's right. We don't know. Nobody knows for sure what the damn sun is and how far away it is.
If I was being intellectually honest, I would say that something that was discovered on the sun before it was discovered on the Earth gives us a good idea that we know what the sun's made out of.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and Kosho's nailed it. A pretty good idea, not exactly.
Based on what?
When we discovered helium from looking at the sun before we ever found it on Earth, so that gives me some idea that if we can identify something from the sun before we find it on the Earth, and it gives the same spectral lines, then that tells us that our idea of what's on the sun makes sense.
Okay, you're trying to claim that nobody knew what helium was until somebody threw a spectroscopy device at the sun and then detected a wave pattern and then somehow went and found helium on the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
That's why it's called helium, because it was discovered on the sun.
Yeah, same thing with Mercury, right? We discovered planet Mercury before we found fucking Mercury, dude. Listen to what y'all are saying.
No, it's called Mercury because it's Quicksilver.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
It's named after the god, not the planet.
Yeah, you have a religion, yeah.
That makes sense, but in reality, though, like I said, it says something. If you can discover something on the sun and then find it later on Earth to get the same signature, and then your model for what that thing is, being the second lightest material other than hydrogen, and you see hydrogen and helium on the sun. I mean, just the model of the sun makes sense, and the evidence for the contents of it makes sense.
How did you just connect that it involves light elements because of the spectral line? How does that make the model make sense exactly? The sun's really light.
The spectral lines, we know we can identify what it is because we found it on Earth, and we can measure it and see that it's a little bit heavier than hydrogen, but they're both the lightest. So the fact that you can measure on Earth tells you it's the lightest, but the fact that you can get the same signature on Earth as on the sun tells you it's the same material.
No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. So will the spectral line interpretation change with medium?
What do you mean with medium? Like if it's going through something?
Yeah.
Well, no, there's emission lines and absorption lines, so I don't know what you mean by medium.
Yes. If you view it through different mediums, then you get different results. This is a fact.
Yeah, you'll get the results of the medium as well, but you can just take those out.
Right. So if there's helium between you and in the medium between you and what you're observing, like the sun, then that's what it'll show. And hydrogen,
or even just
if there's hydrogen in between,
just the excitation of the sun inside the medium, which is why it would even be concentrated on the area around the sun, because the sun itself is actually exciting the medium, causing a certain spectral line, which is almost assuredly what it actually is.
But if that was the case, those would be emission lines.
Okay, so you think that the absorption lines are not going to be relative to a medium?
No, the absorption lines will be, yeah. The absorption lines will be relevant to the medium, not because they're being excited, but just because it's passing through it. But regardless, there'd have to be a significant amount of helium for that to be the case, in the atmosphere.
The truth is, helium is nothing more than a specific energetic vibration in and of itself. The truth is, your entire periodic chart is just based upon assumption and reification. And so if you actually look into like Walter Russell's periodic chart, everything's just simply different energetic resonance. And so that's what would be in the sky as well. The sun is, in fact, vibrational resonance and energy, as is everything. One thing that does always get conveniently omitted is that throughout the history of using spectroscopy to make claims about the sun, they've changed what the sun's composition is probably 100 times. And they've changed the size of it. They've changed the charge of it. They've changed the black body radiation ratio of it. They've changed everything. They've changed the elemental composition, all of it. They've constantly changed.
Science does.
But we can tell the story. But we can
it.
tell the story like they just went and looked in the sky. They saw what it was. Boom, went and confirmed it on the Earth, and it's been legit since then. But that's not happening at all. There's everything. Say you discovered Neptune using the heliocentric model and Newtonian mechanics, when in fact Neptune was seen 7 or 8 times before that, and they had to use real centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces if the Earth was centered and fixed with a real set of inertial forces to show.
Yeah,
the
you know how they
ratio.
say like he who wins the wars writes the history books. It's like a lot of these narratives are like unverifiable and are being portrayed as the case.
So then,
Yeah,
what
but
are we
it-
supposed to
it-
believe? What are we supposed to believe then?
Yeah.
Well, isn't
rely upon
helium found on
chemical
Earth
emission.
like extremely cold?
No, it's you can find it in natural gas when you extract it by changing them different temperatures, but it doesn't react with anything, so it's pretty hard to come by.
I mean,
But
Coach,
liquid
you said,
helium.
what are we supposed to believe? Do you have to believe anything? Do you have to blindly believe things?
Well, no. The criticism was about the histories and the stories and us using like the records of how things were formed. I would say that would be a fair place to start. And if you're going to omit that because it could be like there could be some other, it could be lied about or something, then what are you left with?
Oh, there you go. So just believe the lie. Like, oh, they just looked up at the sky and said, you know what? I bet Earth is probably the same size
Or
as
just
Venus.
have nothing. Just
No,
have nothing.
So there you go. Believe a lie because you don't know the truth yet. So keep believing that your parents, your adopted parents, are actually your biological parents because you haven't found your biological parents.
No, we're just
Great
talking
argument.
about knowing what spectroscopy and what spectral lines, what elements emit, what it's just
Dude,
I don't know.
do you realize?
You have to deny all of the science to say it's all a lie.
No, you're projecting. You have to deny the physics and science of magnetism to even invoke your Earth in the first place. Talk about the 9 physics. You have to claim that something can free fall and change angular direction perpetually, just completely anomalous physics that's never been verified. You have to claim that fictitious forces are You have to claim that fictitious forces are counted as real set of inertial forces, completely defying physics. You have to claim that gravitational
Speaking faster
anomalies of
doesn't make
99%.
you right.
Because I'm
It's like
saying
who
it's
predicted on
ironic that you
2.0.
say we have to deny physics when in fact that's what the whole heliocentric model is. And I want to point this whole idea that like there's a specific spectral signature for each element and nothing else shows you that is also blatantly wrong. It's patently wrong. That isn't true.
Can you show
How is that?
Yeah, sure. I'll just drop a PDF. I've already read it. Let me
Yeah.
go to my computer. You guys are you say the most ridiculous stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder how many PDFs that we can produce that say spectral lines.
No, you're going to
and
produce shit that in a
spectroscopy
lab.
works.
You're going to show us shit that's in a lab that's reliable, and you're going to try and compare it to looking at bodies in the heavens, bro. It's not the same, bro. Y'all pull the same shit every time, dude.
Yeah, that statement would only that statement would only make sense if what was said before that, what Witsit said, is true. That spectral lines can be confused for one another when they're pretty exact. They're pretty exact lines. If you get sharp ones, if you have only a small piece of it or something like that, or if you have like a vague one, I mean, I guess you can get confused, but they're exact lines.
No, it's like that. Those lines, they're not. It's not like, oh, you can never get that same spectral output unless it's specifically you looking at helium in a vacuum. Nothing like that's real. This is what all these talking points rely. on people not taking the time and going through doing all the busy work of looking into all these little tedious, made up pseudoscientific claims. That's all it is. It's just like when you guys claim redshift. We know the universe is expanding away because of redshift. It takes someone actually having researched it and been like, no, actually, the redshifts not evenly distributed. It's inhomogeneous. It's anisotropic. It doesn't match the predictions. It's not even distribution. The quasars have way too much energy but can be put to the outside. The redshift distribution doesn't match the predictions at all.
Go again.
It takes someone going having read all that, or you guys can just go around and claim that you know that the universe is expanding because of redshift. It's like this with every single one of the claims, and I'm about to show you the same thing with the spectral lines.
Can we go back to your claims about gravity and he's a inertial force, and you mentioned utilal forces for a second?
Well,
Why
hold on.
is it
That
so-
sounds like a topic change. Hold on a second. I just want to
He
say to
already
Coco
went-
on the helium thing, just before, if you're going to do that, just hold on a sec. Kosho, I was just going to say, even if we take this narrative of how the helium was first, quote unquote, discovered by looking at the sun, first of all, how does that even give any additional insight on what the sun is, just because there's helium spectral lines picked up from it? I mean, we know helium rises, so there could be layers of helium up there. There could be a focal point of helium at the area of the sun. There could be a million options. And how does that delineate between a heliocentric concept or any of those concepts versus that just being the sun above a stationary Earth?
That's a fair question. If you look at the sun and you look somewhere that's not the sun, you're going to get different absorption lines. So you can look at the sky to the left of the sun and the right of the sun or somewhere else, and you're going to get different absorption lines. And you're going to get these specific, I think they're called some German guy's name, Freunheiner, whatever lines. But those are specific absorption lines that are coming only when you're looking directly at the sun. So whatever you're getting, it's telling you what's coming from the sun, and then nowhere else, because there's nowhere else in the atmosphere that's coming from. That's one. And two, if that's telling you the contents, I mean, you're right. It could be telling you something that the sun's something different. It could be something else, but at least one thing you can be sure of is those material are in that position where the sunlight's coming from. So,
right, but how does that delineate between some heliocentric concept of burning ball in space or whatever versus just the sun above a planar stationary Earth? How is that different?
No, that doesn't. It doesn't delineate from that. It doesn't make the distinction between those two things. It's just the response before was just about we don't know what the sun is, and I'm telling you, at least we know at least what it's made out of.
Just because there's helium spectral lines that are picked up when you point a spectroscopy device at the sun, you're in your mind, you're just going to make a leap and say the sun is made of helium?
Well, no, but not just helium, but the hydrogen, obviously, and the small amounts of oxygen, carbon, and whatever else.
How do you know that? Do you get spectral lines for all that stuff too?
That would be the idea.
So can you explain to me how you get all these different spectral lines when just pointing something at the sun?
Yep, they overlap one another, and you can, count for any set of them, and you'll see them overlapping, and then now they'll be overlapping too at the magnitude. So they'll be like more. They'll be brighter depending on how much more of it there is.
Ocho, the answer
Like
to
the intensity,
question.
or the intensity will be higher.
Ocho, yo.
Say again, Jason?
I said, can you hear me? Can you hear
No, it
me?
sounds pretty
Am I
bad.
coming through?
I hear you, Jason.
We can't hear you at all, Jace. You need to
Yeah.
log out. Just kidding.
All right, Left Lane, you can hear me? Because this
Yes, sir.
guy's messing with me. Kosho, can you hear me?
Kosho, can you hear
damn it.
Jace?
I'm just going to log out and come back in a second then.
Whew, that was a close call.
Hey, Paul, that was hilarious. Wait, oh, he's back. Stop talking about him.
Oh.
We're scared, Jace.
They're scared. Can you hear me better now?
I hear you well.
God damn it! Why is only Wesley?
I think we're just waiting for you to make your point. I think everyone can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, speak up, because someone said before that I was breaking up, so I don't want to go into a whole thing and then it's all choppy and broken up and no one can understand it.
But you asked
But
Coach.
what I was
Jeez, are you
going
gonna say it or what?
Go for it, but keep it
say-
concise because we're not doing monologue hour right now. So go ahead.
Well, do you want the answer to your question or
I don't
not?
have any answers. I don't have any questions for you, but if you want to make your statement, go ahead.
Well, you asked Kosho a question because you knew he didn't have the answer to it. But right, you can distinguish, right, that these things are there because it's not just the base spectrum of helium, but it's also the different ionization states of it. And it's not just helium, it's calcium and potassium and an array of other elements as well, hydrogen. And like I said, it's not just the baseline, but there's the +1, -1, +2, -2, up to like +15, +16, -15, -16 ionization states. And so with each one of these new spectrum that match what I can produce in the lab, right? I've taken spectrum of the sun and I've matched it to elements in the lab that I've done myself. And per each spectrum that matches each ionization state for each element, that gives you more and more confidence that this is not just some coincidental thing, that there actually is helium there. And the strength of the signal can tell you the concentration as well, by the way.
Cool, man. Yeah, helium rises. I don't doubt there's helium up there. Awesome.
And on top of that, right, to produce a +15, +16 ionization state of calcium, helium, potassium, hydrogen, and all these elements, you need extreme pressures and temperatures, right? Temperatures that are above and pressures that are above the nuclear fusion beginning point for the proton-proton chain, right? So when you get these spectrums that correspond to elements that you've heated and pressurized to these ungodly temperatures and pressures, that tells you that they're past the nuclear fusion point in the sun. So they are doing fusion. Then you can measure the radiation from that, and the photons and neutrinos that we're getting are the exact energy of the proton-proton chain reactions. So all this stuff is, they're each individual pieces of evidence towards understanding what's going on in the sun. And just trying to say that they're just coincidental and helium rises, bro, that doesn't dismiss the evidence that if you had,
Bro, the sun was
the
declared
actual
All right, thanks.
desire.
It's a monologue now. I'm going to have to mute you for a little bit. Sorry. We're not going to let you do this, bro. You can't do this every day. You can't just come in and monologue. But I'll unmute you in a second, but it's just not fair.
Did get a little bit long, but
go ahead,
no, we declared what the sun was way too soon in history. It was like only thing we know now for sure is that it's not a gas. You can't get full or continuous spectrum with gas. Fight or something, but it's more likely a liquid, maybe a solid, maybe a little mixture. We know for sure it's not a gas. That's the only thing we know for sure.
No, we don't.
Nowadays.
No, we
They
don't.
declared
You
it
don't know that,
way too
Brian.
soon. Listen to Pierre Robitaille.
Brian,
The guy who invented, who said, who broke Kirchhoff's law, the guy who broke Kirchhoff's law, Pierre Robitaille, they said it couldn't be done, and yet his invention saving thousands of lives, the latest in MRI technology, and it breaks Kirchhoff's law. So he applied that same physics to the sun, and all of a sudden he's a crackpot, Nobel Prize winner or sharer. Invented, saving lives, broke the math, but nope, he don't know what he's talking about. Same story with y'all.
Well, I'm actually about to go get an NMR right now. But nonetheless, Brian, you can come to the lab right now and with me, right? And we can take a spectrum of the sun and I could let you match it to the exact lines you're getting from the sun. You can match it to elements in the lab. And they are indeed portions of the sun that is a gas. And then there are portions that are a plasma when they get above the plasma temperature.
Would you actually do that? I thought you were always hidden about your identity and stuff. Would you actually meet someone in person and take them to your lab and stuff?
Yeah, if they contact me, you got to come to me though.
All right. I guess I just thought you were always like secretive about your identity. I didn't know you'd actually be willing to do that. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, I would. But Witsit had said before, right, that the element lines are not unique to like the elements, and that's just not true. Like I'm going to get an NMR right now of a specific compound. It's a pyrazole type of compound, and that NMR is going to be unique to that compound. No other molecule will give the NMR spectrum that this compound does. So I don't know what he was like. That's just not true.
Is it true that the spectral stuff that you do here on Earth is in a closed, confined control environment where every single variable is controlled?
Not always. It depends on the method that you're doing. You could do like UV vis. You don't need it to be in like some kind of closed box thing. It's just method dependent.
Yeah, but it's in a controlled environment, right? You know if there's dust particles in between you, if there's cold gas that can be seen, you know all this stuff, correct?
Well, all these other variables, you would do those as controls beforehand, irregardless of if it's in a closed environment or if you're doing it like outside per se. You take the measurements, the baseline of these other variables before you take the measurement of your compound or molecule or element, whatever you're looking at. So that you
Correct, but
can
that's not my
subtract
point.
the elements
My point.
out.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, as I was saying, the last part is just so that you can subtract those control variables out when you take the spectrum of your actual element.
Right, but here on Earth, close by, at hand, you can control all these variables. But when you're talking about the vast distances of space, there's no possible way that you can legitimize that you know what's in between you and that object that you're viewing. So, I mean, it's absolutely not the same thing. One is a controlled environment, and one is who knows what is out there environment.
Well,
Yeah, but if they get a
control.
consistency, there's something to be said for consistency. If they get, you know what I mean? Like if,
Yeah, and it's not always controlled. Like I said, I could do UV vis just using sunlight wide out in the open in the parking lot currently that I'm standing at. I can construct the components, put them together out here in the sunlight, and just use the sunlight to take the UV vis spectrum of the compound I'm interested in, right? But just by the nature of how spectroscopy works, anything that was getting in between us and the astronomical object that we're taking the spectra of would show up in the spectra. Like that's how spectroscopy works. So that would indicate to you that there's something in between, in the
Okay.
medium between.
Can you, fair enough, can you show me a thermonuclear reaction that has the same spectra as the sun?
A thermonuclear reaction that has the same spectra. Reactions don't have like a spectra. I could show you hydrogen and helium and deuterium, like the components of the proton-proton chain at the temperature at which they would be participating in nuclear reactions. I could show you what their spectra would look like at that point.
So you cannot recreate the spectra of the sun with a thermonuclear reaction here on Earth, correct?
I don't understand what you mean, right? Like
What do you mean you don't understand what I
that
mean?
was pretty clear.
Gives specific lines, right?
Can
It
you
gives,
recreate
like,
that on Earth?
Yes, that was like the first thing I led off with.
You can recreate a thermonuclear reaction on Earth that gives the exact same spectral lines as the sun?
No, we can recreate those lines and figure out at what temperatures and pressures those are occurring.
Not with gas.
So not what I asked. Not what I asked.
What are you saying?
Well, you said a quick no, so I guess the answer is no.
Reactions don't give spectra. A spectra is characteristic of an element or molecule, an atom or a molecule, right? And the pressure and temperature, or more exactly, the charge and the energy that the atom or molecule has influences the spectra that it gives off. It doesn't matter if it's undergoing nuclear processes or not. That doesn't change the spectra. Right?
That's not what we're asking, and we don't need a lesson on spectra. I'm asking you, can you reproduce a thermonuclear reaction here on Earth showing the same spectra as the sun? Yes or no?
I can produce all the lines of the
So
sun
no.
spectrum.
So that's a no.
Not using gas.
I don't have a nuclear reactor, so personally, no, I cannot. But probably people who do nuclear chemistry, right? They can figure out a way to take a spectra while their nuclear reactions are going on. What I can do is replicate the condition or figure out what the conditions are via the spectra. Like at what temperature and what pressure does helium produce this 484 nanometer line? Oh, it's got to be at like 1,000,000 degrees Kelvin and, thousands of bars of pressure.
Yeah, the problem with what you're asking for, SE, is not that it's impossible. It's that it's not practical, and it's not even what you would expect to see from a nuclear fusion reaction, because the lines you're getting from the sun are absorption lines of the atmosphere of the sun, of the actual contents of the sun, not the light that's being emitted, but the light as it's being absorbed from the sun. So
Fraunhofer lines.
yeah.
Yeah, but
I
you
don't know,
claim it's a thermonuclear reaction, correct?
Yeah, thermonuclear reaction, you're going to get emission lines, I'm sure, if you try to do that.
The reason that's claimed, SC, is because there's lines in the sun spectrum, right? Not just one line. There's a set of lines, like 10 of them. And these change based on the ionization state of the hydrogen or helium. And those ionization states down here on Earth correspond to a specific range of temperatures and pressures or energy states. And then we can see, well, at which point does hydrogen begin the proton-proton chain in a nuclear reactor? We could see where that temperature and pressure and energy, where that is. And if the lines in the sun and the lines in our lab are corresponding to temperatures, pressures, energies higher than that nuclear fusion point, then there's a basis to claim that it's nuclear fusion happened. And that's disregarding like the neutrinos and photons that we can measure that correspond directly to the proton-proton chain.
Yeah, but I hope you understand the point I'm trying to make, right? You claim that the sun is a thermonuclear reaction which produces a certain spectra, correct?
It's an inference from spectroscopy, direct observations with neutrinos.
Whatever. Yeah, that means yes. So, and I'm asking you, can you reproduce that? Can you reproduce that here? First of all, you'd have a hard time because we have fission. We do have some fusion reactors. I think the top, the most, I think it was 2 minutes they were able to achieve. So I don't know if you can get spectra from in there. Good luck. But how are you going to do it?
Well, right. That's how we infer that fusion is happening in the sun, because people have fusion reactors. They can see at what temperatures and pressures and energies that hydrogen starts to fuse in the proton-proton chain, and then they can see that the sun has lines that when we match what those lines match up to in a lab, it corresponds to hydrogen at a temperature, pressure, and energy higher than the fusion temperature, energy, and pressure. That's how we infer from spectroscopy that fusion is happening. But then you can directly measure the products of fusion using neutrinos.
And I think we can conclude. Yes, and I think we can conclude from that, since we know that hydrogen and helium aren't at those temperatures in the atmosphere, that is not the atmosphere in between us and the sun that is giving us those spectral lines.
All right, sorry, I had to step away. I just want to point this out. I just dropped an article, which is just something in my notes because I have my wife using my computer right now. But anyway, this is just like always, right? This narrative that we know the spectral lines are so consistent, we know for sure exactly what the sun's made. That's not even true in you guys' own paradigm. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, but just recently, 2022 and even this year, they're showing that they're looking into the oscillation rates based on the second and minute and hour intervals of the sun. They call it helioseismology. and they started looking into the internal oscillations, or at least what they interpret that to be. And it shows that there were major assumptions and contradictions within the elemental composition assumption that starts all the way back in the 1800s about the sun. And they're still trying to iron out the difference. And they've come up with some calculative method that they think that they can try to iron it out, because it looks like there may have been assumptions of the spectral lines, both emission and absorption, not accounting for the oscillations, the breathing in and out oscillations of the sun itself. And that's just one example of many of them. I'll show you. I got to find the paper in a second to show. It wasn't. I was never seeing that. I was never
Is the
seeing
conclusion going to lead to that the sun is not hydrogen, helium, and other elements?
Well, it does specifically show that the elemental composition claim of like 20-something% helium and almost 80% hydrogen was wrong. Yes, it was wrong.
Okay. Is it going to say that it's something different than hydrogen, helium, and the other?
Well, hey, buddy, if they claimed it was a certain amount of helium and hydrogen, and now they're going to claim it was something else, that means that they were misinterpreting the spectral lines for hydrogen and helium, doesn't it?
Okay. Are they saying it's not hydrogen and helium mainly?
Yeah, they're specifically saying that it's not hydrogen and helium the way they previously thought, and that it's way less amount, which means that there's parts of the spectrum. They're trying to figure it out. They have all kinds of different claims.
But you know that it's not hydrogen and helium. How do you know that?
Now you have it reverted to a straw man once I dunked on this facade that you guys paint that you know exactly what it is, right? So
nobody said they knew exactly what it was.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you guys did. No.
Okay, hold on a
said
second.
we have a pretty good idea of what it is.
Hold on. Because just like the atmosphere is nitrogen and oxygen, to tunes close to 98% or something like that. The same is true with the sun, with hydrogen and helium, like 98%. And if there's, I think what this paper or this thing is talking about is that they might have had some incorrect ideas of what was on the inside of the sun, like the amounts, but they're not changing that 98% composition. That would completely change the whole physics of the sun.
That's why everyone was freaking out. You're literally making my point, which is that they're trying to figure out why there's such a distinct difference, and that the assumption of knowing exactly how much hydrogen and helium make up the sun is now being re-examined, and it starts from a basic assumption of interpretation starting back in the 1800s. Dude, you can say no all you want to. Right? You can say no all you want to, but the fact of the matter is that they're now contemplating changing the elemental composition of the sun.
Chucky, please stop interrupting, but go ahead, mate. You have the floor now.
Yeah, he keeps on asking. He keeps on not answering the question. As soon as he answers the question,
but that's not a valid reason to interrupt someone. You've got to just let them speak.
Okay, I will let them not answer my question again. Go ahead.
Okay,
sure. I'll go again. So what I'm explaining specifically, right? It's very simple idea. It's like, okay, we say that it's 98% helium and hydrogen. Say it's like 20-something% helium, and then it's like 70-something% hydrogen. Then they re-examine the data based on new technologies and stuff, and they're like, wait a minute. Looks like we could have been wrong about that. What that means is that the spectral lines they were interpreting as hydrogen and helium are now being re-examined, that part of those spectral lines actually weren't caused by hydrogen and helium, thus substantiating that you do not know for sure that those spectral lines are 100% caused by the presence of hydrogen and helium, or they would never even be able to consider going back and revising the composition.
Well, they would though, right? Because the concentration, the quantitative numbers of concentration, are just an estimate based off the lines, right? And this was first done by Cecilia Payne. She kind of figured out how to do these based on ionizations and whatnot, how to do these concentrational estimates. But what is exact is where the lines come, the nanometer number, not the molar concentration of the element, but the nanometer number of the element is an exact thing with it. Like you can come to my lab and we can literally match lines from the sun to elements in the lab, and they will match exactly based on their ionization state, right? You'll have the pure baseline zero charge helium state, the +1, -1, all the way up to like 15, 16. And that's not just for helium, it's for hydrogen, it's for potassium, calcium, magnesium, and an array of other elements. elements, and these are exact
Okay.
numbers, not the concentrations. Those are estimates.
But the
But
entire
the
model is built
nanometer
upon the
number.
concentration, bro. The whole entire model. It's like the whole entire how stars operate, what they do, all of it is based upon specifically the elemental composition, the actual percentage. It's a giant nuclear reactor. It's specific to the composition claim. Okay, I'm not even like for one thing I don't know, right? Is like if you look at superfluid helium, what's the difference in spectral lines if I looked at superfluid and then I looked at a different state of helium, right? Are they different spectral lines? Like I don't know, but all I'm
Yes.
saying, okay. So all I'm saying is that I think that elements are actually energetic states. Okay, I believe in a resonance periodic chart. I don't believe in the way that people interpret it, the materialistic nonsense that people believe in. Okay, so I get you do, trust me, right? But I don't, and so I don't dispute that there will be a crossover of spectral lines, and that it could even be there are parts of the sun that we observe to have the same energetic resonance as that. But when you start claiming, it's a giant nuclear reactor and it's 98% hydrogen helium, that's not true. Even according to your own paradigm, they're like, oh, looks like we overlooked elements. If they're saying they overlooked elements in the composition, then that means that when you guys come in here and pretend that it's like sewn up science, we know how much helium and hydrogen are in the sun. That's not true. It isn't true. That means that they overlooked something in the spectral data.
Okay. How long
Your
is he going to rant now?
Good.
Paper says that your paper says there's 26% more heavy elements than previously thought, and they previously thought there was less than 2% heavy elements. So that means that there's something like 2.5% or something like that heavy elements.
It'll be
But
less
still,
than
that still makes it 98% helium and hydrogen.
Yeah.
Where'd you get 26%?
The thing you posted.
You went 20. What does 26% turn into 2%?
Well,
2%
there
before.
was 2% was the number before. So if there's 26% more, it's 26% of 2%.
Oh, 26% more than the 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So my actual point, once again, is that there is a scenario that I just have in my phone on my notes where they're already, because I'm not claiming to be an expert on this, but I don't blindly believe archaic claims like you guys do. So the whole model came from like the 1800s. But I remember specifically reading this article, it's been a while, where it's like, oh, looks like we were wrong about the composition. This is only being presented as evidence that the way that they think they understand the spectral lines is not some sewn up slam dunk that can't be debated. It's not, because they're sitting here changing it.
So if we accept this article,
go ahead.
If we accept this article as true, does it not still say the sun is hydrogen and helium mainly, and is undergoing fusion reactions?
I didn't invoke the article to say that.
I asked the question, Witsit.
This article specifically is trying to unify the current model of hydrogen helium, yes, with the new technology of helioseismology.
There's two things, right? The model, originally, right? It's not the same model as the 1800s. Originally, people in the 1800s and before were under the impression that the sun was the same, made of the same thing, had the same kind of elemental concentrational composition as the Earth, but it was just hotter. It was at a higher temperature. But then people like Arthur Eddington and Cecilia Payne came along and were like, no, the sun is actually, it's a majorly different kind of composition than the Earth is. But secondly, and that was in the 1930s through the 1950s and 60s and stuff. So that's kind of relatively new. It's been expanded upon sometimes. But
and
secondly,
how was it? Oh, sorry.
Nuclear fusion is not claimed based off of spectral lines directly. It's an inference, as I was saying before, based on conditions needed to produce those spectral lines versus the conditions at which fusion begins, the proton-proton chain. In order to produce those spectral lines that are in the sun, you need conditions that are higher temperatures and higher pressures, higher energies than the proton-proton chain begins. So it's concluded that the proton-proton chain is occurring there, because that's what happens when you get to those temperatures, and then it can be directly measured using neutrinos, right? The neutrinos from the proton-proton chain have a very specific quantitative energy value, and those can be measured to confirm the percentage of nuclear fusion that's going on and all the minutia of that.
No, you can't. All you have is light coming out of a ball in the sky, which you claim is a thermonuclear reaction. You have absolutely no proof of that whatsoever besides spectraline. How can you prove that those spectra are caused by a thermonuclear reaction? You have absolutely zero proof of that.
But you're gonna hand wave. You're gonna hand wave all the
Nothing,
things.
bro.
All right, what you're saying is, in order for those lines to even be there, you need to have certain conditions met, and the only way to meet those certain conditions is to maybe have like a huge ball of plasma. It's very, very large.
Well, it is plasma. Funny enough, where they say that spectra comes from is plasma surrounding the sun, a black body. So this is all at best speculation. There is no way for them to prove that those spectral line coming from that plasma, from that black body, which they claim is thermonuclear. There is absolutely zero proof of that. It's all speculation.
It's not. We're not talking about the black body spectrum.
We're talking about the sun, and your paradigm says the sun is a black body.
About
yes or no?
lines.
Excuse me? Sorry?
We're not talking about the black body spectrum, SC. We're talking about the Fraunhofer lines, the absorption lines due to the atmosphere of the sun.
It doesn't matter what you're talking about, be it the spectral lines, be it the black body, be it anything. There is no correlation between that and a thermonuclear reaction. Zero. You want us to believe there's a giant ball of gas, let me finish please, in a vacuum, continuously blasting millions of tons per second, and you have absolutely zero proof of it. It's just a story. There is no mechanism by which this happens.
You're just hand waving it, and I've 3 times now I've explained how you can both infer it and how you can see that for yourself and how you can directly measure it. Like, I'm literally inside of a building right now that has a neutrino detector that's measuring neutrinos coming from the sun, confirming these hypotheses.
So what? Neutrinos come from everywhere, every direction. There's neutrinos hitting you, going through your body right now. Whoop-de freaking do.
That's
what
not
else?
true. Well,
Next.
that last thing you
Coming
said is
from
true.
the sun. Most
Yeah, that
of
image
them
I
are
posted.
coming from the sun.
Dude, who do you
picture-
think you're talking to, bro? Do you think that we're completely illiterate and you're bull? We know your model, bro. We
You're
know
just
your
hand
model.
waving, and you don't, because you brought
No,
up
you
the
don't
black
have
body.
a mechanism.
I mean,
challenge you. Tell me what
here's the
proof you have.
thing. Hey, if you got any proof that they don't, I mean, other than just saying "nuh-uh," it's you always do this, man.
Oh
and it
my
just
God.
ruins the conversation.
About? I just
Why do you
explained
say stuff like
myself.
that?
Yeah, you just said
I posted.
See, left lane. You want me to prove your fantasy?
I posted a
Yeah,
picture.
proof something's
explain
not
for
true
half
that
an
they didn't
hour.
prove. Prove something's not true that they don't prove. That's how it works every time.
Yeah, see, I posted a picture. Okay, the picture was taken at approximately midnight.
Zero.
Right. Okay, I see. The picture that I posted is of the sun. Was taken at sometime like midnight or something like that, when the sun was on our model, like directly beneath the feet of the observers that were at this facility or whatever. But this is not an ordinary image; it's an image made up of neutrinos. So you could see that if that were the case, then it's not exactly accurate to say that neutrinos are coming from every direction, when there's obviously a concentration of them coming from that source, being the sun.
So what? Maybe a little bit more come from there. So what? Neutrinos
Well,
come from everywhere.
that's what Jason's talking about.
It's not just
So
that they're
what?
coming
That
from
is not
there.
enough to prove a thermonuclear reaction. Saying, look, neutrinos more there than over there. Well,
Yeah,
who
it's
do you think you're
not.
talking to?
It's not. It's the energy that these neutrinos have is directly predicted by the proton-proton chain, and the neutrinos that you measure have those energies.
That's just an assumption, brother. That's just a mere assumption on your part.
Are you sure it's not been
What
measured?
assumption? It's a measured value. It's a measured parameter of the standard model.
Based off a prediction.
So are measurements assumptions, Essie?
What exactly are you measuring? Higher neutrino rate? What exactly are you saying?
They're measuring the energies that the neutrinos have.
Higher excited rate of neutrinos than the other neutrinos that are coming from elsewhere? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the neutrinos coming from the proton-proton chain in the sun are predicted to have very specific values, be it they're an electron neutrino, muon neutrino, or tau neutrino, whereas just normal background neutrinos that are coming from all over the place can have an array of values, but not in the range of the ones coming from the sun. And that's how you distinguish between them.
So neutrinos equals thermonuclear reaction. No other possibility.
No.
In your mind.
Neutrinos at that specific energy level is what he said, is it not?
They're what's measured from fusion reactors here on the Earth. The ones coming from the sun have the same kind of energy values that when you do the proton-proton chain in a thermonuclear reactor here on the Earth, same kind of neutrinos come out.
Oh, so you're comparing something here, right, to something over there, and you're saying because this is what produces it here, then that's what produces it there, even though the same thing is coming from all over, from everywhere, from every place.
They're not, though. That's what this shows, right? That the proton-proton chain neutrinos have specific values for their energy, and that's what we observe both here on the Earth when we do experiments in thermonuclear detectors and coming from the sun. And those energies are different than just the baseline background neutrinos that we can measure, which have
fair enough.
different
Now
energy
show me.
values.
Okay, fair enough. Now show me this spectra. I want to see a spectra from a thermonuclear reactor here on Earth, a fusion reactor showing the same spectral line. Please show me that.
I'm doing a spectra right now, and number one, I was talking about neutrinos, not spectra. So I don't see the relevance in that.
Do you work with neutrinos a lot?
Show me anything.
I mean, I can go get you a spectra of from a nuclear reactor. Like they could take the measurements of the elements inside. You seem to think like the spectra are from the reaction itself, and they're not. They're from the elements themselves and the energy state that they're in.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You're saying there's a thermonuclear reaction, a ball of gas in a vacuum, that in the core, a thermal reaction occurs, and the story is the light takes, what, 1 million years to reach the top? 1 million years? That's the story? This is what you expect us to believe? Look, bro, you can believe these fantasies, but when you say them, there's people around that are going to repeat them, and you're going to interrupt every time because you know you don't want to get this out to come out, right?
No, I wasn't talking, dude. Don't claim I wasn't. I wasn't talking.
I was talking. It's not the light that takes that long. It's the element that takes that long.
Yeah. Whatever, dude. You can believe in your plasma ball in the sky in a vacuum that is doing thermonuclear reactions and causing this light. I'm going to tell you absolutely, while you interrupt me again, you have absolutely no proof, sir.
But there is proof. There's evidence, at least. You don't like the evidence.
Experimental verification, right? Just hand waving it does not equate to us having.
You think you can say neutrino?
These are things that you can do yourself if you wanted to.
Oh, really? How am I going to detect neutrinos? Tell me.
Well, you're 8 hours away from one of the world's largest neutrino observatories. Just head down the 401 and then go north on the 400. And you'll be there. Give me a call when you get here.
You guys meeting up for flat Earth meet?
You just
A
go
neutrino,
down the
a
401 to
neutrino.
Toronto, take 400 north to Sudbury. I believe it's the world's largest neutrino lab. I could be wrong. Snow Lab, Jay's heard of it?
The
Sudbury
Fermi
Neutrino
Labs one?
Observatory.
Yeah, the
No,
Sudbury
Snow Lab.
neutrino. That one and Ice Cube are like
Yeah, I
the
thought
two
Ice Cube was the biggest one.
Japan.
and the
That's
Super
Japan.
Kamiokande.
Yeah.
Ice Cube.
Okay, so
That's
can't you
great.
post something like a proof, like you were talking about? Show us something that of the
Would you believe it
spectra.
if you posted it, Essie?
Neutrinos aren't a spectra, SC.
I'm not
That's
talking about
not
the neutrinos.
spectra.
I'm talking about, we were talking about spectra, specifically talking about spectral lines. You brought in neutrinos. Now, if you got some neutrino proof, okay, fine. I'll take that as well.
So you don't take his
Kosho,
word,
can
but if
you
he posted
can you
something, you believe it tomorrow?
More like I'll reject that as well.
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm taking a spectra right now, so I can't go searching the internet looking for them for SU,
Damn.
but someone else can. There's like millions of freaking spectras out there.
Yeah, actually, I have a pretty cool one I saw of the sun. It breaks up every single wavelength, and like the magnitude, or the what do you call it, the intensity. And by the way, Jace, will you correct me on the intensity thing? Because that goes into it a lot too, right? Like you look at the different wavelengths, and then the intensities will give you sort of an idea of the amount.
Right, that's what's but ultimately it's continuous. Okay, it's all you can't show gas doing that, dude. I mean, no matter how hard y'all try. But here's the point. So did they prove? Wait,
Brian,
real quick. Did they
can
prove the
come to
orientation
my
of
lab
or
and do
the
it
where
yourself.
neutrinos originate from yet?
You can come to my lab and do it yourself, Brian. But what Kosha, what you had said, right, is kind of in reference to what Whitsitt was saying with that article. The using the lines to estimate a concentration, like a molar concentration of an element's presence in the sun, right? That's not an exact thing, right? You have to make confidence intervals around that, and it's a statistical, kind of thing. So we can only say they're accurate within a certain range of error, right? And that's what Whitsitt was showing paper where they were potentially.
Yeah, but even if your lines are accurate, bro, even if the spectral lines are accurate, right, and they show whatever helium, right, it doesn't mean that correlates to there's a giant ball of gas causing this by a thermonuclear reaction. You can't just say, look, helium, therefore thermonuclear reaction. You can't just say that, bro.
You said helium because of the requirements it would take to create those thermal reactions with the other spectral lines that you can see. Do you have an explanation for why we would see the types of spectral lines in the sun if there wasn't a nuclear reaction happening?
It's like SE fell asleep for 80% of your discussion there, JX.
I know, right? And Kosho, it is the intensity. The intensity allows you to estimate the concentration into your question directly.
Okay, is that photometry?
Will get you nowhere, gentlemen. We're talking about something 93 million miles away, according to your thing.
You can answer my question,
Just
though,
because
can't you?
you think that there's light coming from there and you think you know what it means absolutely nothing to an intelligent person, my friend. Don't try to be superior or smart.
Answer my
It's not
question,
working.
Essie.
Hold on, guys.
Essie, I asked you a question specifically regarding your hand waving you were just doing. If you'd like to maybe give me an answer to what you think could be causing those spectral lines if there isn't a nuclear reaction happening up there.
I will repeat, you are assuming something is happening there and you're attributing this to it. It doesn't matter what I think. You have to first prove there's something up there, gas giant, making a thermonuclear reaction, and we take it from there. Anything else you say after that it doesn't matter, it means nothing.
Well, what would cause those lines to appear? I mean, we could just hand wave anything, I guess.
I don't know what's causing sodium ions. What's causing sodium ions at 60?
Doesn't make it so.
While he's thinking about that, Jace, what do we use other than just research? Do we use spectral lines for anything more practical on Earth? I don't know the answer.
Yes, they're what chemists use to identify elements and molecules and compounds. So everything around you, at some point, a chemist did some kind of, unless it's a natural product, but every kind of man-made material around you, chemists did a reaction, and then they did spectroscopy, be it UV vis, infrared, NMR, or some kind of diffractometry type of thing. They did that
So it's
to verify they
very
made
useful
the
to chemistry
correct. Yeah, to
on Earth.
verify they made the correct molecule for the material that they were making, to make sure it's the right
Let
thing.
me explain what they're trying to do now. This is a very tactic that they use. What they're trying to do now
Please,
is
thank you.
incorporate
Damage.
something here on Earth that actually works, spectroscopy here on Earth. They're trying to incorporate that to something that they claim is 93 million miles away, a gas giant ball in the vacuum.
This
Your
is the
incredulity must
differently
make
somewhere
true.
else.
They still
Ain't
haven't
gonna work.
explained.
Well, when
They
you
still haven't
have
explained of
Guys,
how it gets hotter. The temperature of the sun literally gets hotter for like up to a couple million miles past the corona. Like that's like a focal point. Could explain
That's
why it gets hotter away from the source, right?
okay. There's a lot of people trying to get in. So just, I don't know what that had to do with anything, but also just if everybody just makes it known they're trying to get in, you don't have to keep trying. Just everybody just kind of give everyone a chance,
it's the high specificity, right? It's not that there's like the baseline helium spectrum present in the sun. It's that there's over 30 different specific states of helium that are present in the sun. And it's the same thing for hydrogen and for potassium and magnesium and calcium and carbon and oxygen and nitrogen, right?
Sodium.
These lines match exactly these very specific things, right? And a lot of them are conditions that are far out conditions. They're millions of bars of pressure and billions of degrees Kelvin to get these lines that are present in the sun. And this gives very specificity to what's going on in the sun. And
Nice
each
try,
one
bro.
that
We went from 3
matches.
million miles. We went from 3 million miles to Copernicus to 104 Mayer to 93 million miles. So if you want to talk like as if you know what's going on in that shiny ball up there, you go ahead, try to sound intelligent, but I'll be
we're
here
going to.
telling the people the truth every
Do you
time.
think that
You're
pointing
just
out that they had it wrong a long time ago, and it got slowly more defined as it goes up? Like, why do flat earthers point to science and be like, "Look, you changed your
Because
position"?
it's old. It's old
But it's
science,
not
bro.
religion.
They didn't know about
It's not
plasma like they
religion.
do now.
We
It's not
weren't
dogma.
talking
There's
about
no religion. You don't have to be stuck to one fact. If you find a better tool and you better measure something, you fucking change it.
Bro, it's very simple. Show continuous spectrum. And you do that, you're wasting your breath, bro. And there's only
See
two
how
ways
simple it
to
is.
show something getting hotter, vast distances away from the source, bro. In physics, there's two physical ways, like with a laser or with a focal point. There's no other way to describe how it gets hotter further from the source, bro.
Sure there is. Yeah, sure there is.
No, there ain't.
Sure there is.
The whole distance and Copernicus thing, all that was just a non sequitur. We weren't talking about distances. That's a whole different group of methodology to figure those things out. We're talking about the spectra and specific ionization states of the elements that are present and the methodologies that go along with that. On top of neutrinos were brought up at one time. So just saying, oh, they changed the number of how far away it was, so that just disproves everything you know.
Well, let me give you two questions
These
then.
things that are completely different topics from the distance
Gotcha.
that it is away from us. It's just
Let me give you two
silly.
questions then, bro. Let me give you two questions. Okay, one, these are legitimate questions too. Number one, have they proven the source of neutrinos? Number two, would you admit or agree that we had very limited, if any, understanding of plasma physics when the model of the sun being a gas was introduced and established?
Well, for number one, right, I don't want to have the whole proof argument with you right now. So what I'll say is that we have ways to estimate, right? We come up with an estimate before measurements are taken. We come up, okay, we think that this proton-proton chain of nuclear fusion is likely what's occurring inside the sun. Okay, so there's neutrinos that are hypothesized to be a result of that. So let's predict what those, come up with equations or whatever our method's going to be to predict the quantitative energy value that those neutrinos are going to have. Right. So then we can look right after we come up with those numbers for what the energy values should be if our hypothesis is correct. Right, then we go look at what the neutrinos being emitted from thermonuclear fusion reactions here on Earth, what they are, and we see that they're right on par with our prediction. Then we go and we look at what the ones coming from the sun are, right? We see that, they're right on par with our prediction and what happens in the thermonuclear fusion reactions here on Earth. So we can conclude with quite good high confidence, our confidence interval will be pretty high, that there's a thermonuclear reaction happening in the sun, the proton-proton chain to be specific, right, based off this neutrino data. Then ask your second question again.
This question is, would you agree that when the sun was established to be hydrogen and helium and a couple other things, but back then the model was before we had any, if at all, understanding of plasma physics. So it was before our current understanding of plasma physics, period.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like before, like all the details that like the modern day understanding would have, but they had, a little bit of an understanding that like there was a fourth state of matter called the plasma state, and Cecilia Payne was elucidating the temperatures and pressures that those happen at and the corresponding ionization states that those are in reference to and where they are in the sun spectrum. That's what her graduate thesis is, like 500 pages of elucidating all this stuff.
Yeah, but that's way after, bro. Way after.
Those 1930s.
Right. And when the sun was established, the giants whose shoulders you're standing on date way back to the early 1800s and shit. Or the 1800s, not the early 1800s. Okay, I'll give you that. Okay, I jumped the gun. But way before 1900s, okay, we had very limited understanding of plasma physics. Okay, we know now that the sun is not a gas because we can't demonstrate.
No, we don't.
You can claim all this shit, but you can't demonstrate the hydrogen and the helium with trace amounts of other stuff emitting continuous spectrum. You can't do it.
That's the black body spectrum, which you're conflating now with the Fraunhofer spectrum. But I already corrected this earlier with Whitsitt, right? Up until Cecilia Payne and Arthur Eddington and Fred Hoyle and people like that, which was about the 1920s through the 1960s. Before then, people were under the impression that the sun was made of the same things the earth is in about the same concentrations as the earth is, just at a much higher temperature. But Cecilia Payne and Eddington and Hoyle and others came along in the 20s through the 60s and overturned that no, it's not made of the same stuff that the earth is, and it's in nowhere near the same concentration that the earth is. And they came up with this plasma model that you're referring to now. That was a relatively modern thing, Brian. And yes, the absorption lines and the emission lines are not going to be black body lines, Brian. You're like conflating a black body spectrum. You're conflating two completely different things. And asking why you can't make one the other. Well, because they're two different things, Brian. That's why. The black body spectrum is emitted due to thermal radiation or due to temperature or energy.
Yeah,
whereas
you want to call it a black body,
absorption-
and then quickly recant that when I ask you another question. You want to refer to it as a black body because of the absorption of the radiation and shit. Okay, but
No,
when I ask,
Brian.
it'd be like, oh, it's not really black body. It's, just a black body. I mean, you know how you tap dance.
You roboted, but the black body radiation is not emitted due to absorption of radiation. Black body radiation is due to temperature. It's due to the rotational and vibrational modes of the elements, the atoms or the molecules that are making up the material. Whereas the Fraunhofer, the absorption and emission lines, are due to internal electronic or nuclear transition states that are internal to the atoms or the molecules themselves. They're two completely different things, and there isn't a crossover.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man.
I love that Kosho's just cheering for you.
No, I just got back from making taquitos. I didn't even know what people were talking about.
Black
What's up,
bodies.
Eggshells?
You love black bodies.
Oh yeah,
Ah.
you know it. Only
Is
on the
there
weekends.
anything more entertaining?
Dude, there's a NASA instructor that let's just say he has an appointment with Audit NASA, and so he's like he's a spacewalk instructor for NASA. You go to his page, and it's nothing but him in scuba gear in the pools, and it's literally in his bio says spacewalk instructor. It's all him. He's literally just a diver. And then when you look at his Instagram story and then the song playing with the captions, it says like full, you know how we do. Oh,
Well, they
man.
do those practices in the scuba shit. They do like 50,
Thank you.
50 practices for, to get ready for spacewalk. So that's a real
Yeah,
thing.
totally. Yeah. I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Ready to
Thank
do
you.
it.
Yeah, I didn't know that, guys. Thank you.
Well, I remember this was before. I think if you met a trainer,
What would you propose? How would you propose they train for space?
I don't know. Probably not in the dense medium. Completely not analogous to a vacuum. Maybe. I don't know.
What's the best way to do it in a place you do not have access to a vacuum? A
I would say
zero-G
probably
vacuum.
the best place to prepare for your fake spacewalk in water is probably in water.
that's fair.
So
Yeah.
if you're going to fake it because it's going to be in water in the end, yes, a good place to do it is in. The question I was asking was, if space does exist and you're stuck on Earth, what's the best place to do it?
Probably in a vacuum chamber.
Well, that wouldn't negate the
Not
gravity.
weightless.
So doing
Vacuum
it
chambers can
weightless
have a
is what
problem
they're
with gravity,
practicing.
right? It's for weightlessness, guys. It's
Well,
for
it would
weightlessness,
actually
not
just
for
be in a
viscous.
0G plane.
But they'd only get like 8 to 10 seconds to practice for each maneuver.
Well, they get like 30 seconds.
A vacuum chamber in a zero-G plane.
They don't need,
zero-G plane.
they need to use the
Whereas a
pool
dive
to
tank
simulate.
sounds like something
Dude,
that
I don't care about
like,
you
you'll
people
have
being
within
defense
100
attorneys for
kilometer
NASA.
radius.
I just think it's funny. I don't know why you guys have to get so
It makes
serious.
total
We get
sense.
it. Your
What's
dad
you-
NASA it doesn't lie. Yes.
Provided nobody
NASA
asks
is
you
awesome. Yes.
questions, it's a really good point. But the moment somebody asks you questions, it's exposed to be a dumb point.
No, I'm just saying like yes, NASA is
With
awesome. I love them.
Can I make a quick comment? So we
But
use it. They use the pools for weightlessness tests, and the viscosity is not a big deal because they're trying to perform activities that really couldn't do because of the structures they need to. In a vomit comet gives you the advantages of like in weightless conditions because the viscosity of air is minimal. But in the water, they can work on things under the pool, and you look how tools are being used and how they work on construct certain the mechanism with a weightless environment, which is very appropriate.
Yes, we know NASA's the only government agency that doesn't lie. Yes, we should bow to them.
Do they train beyond it?
Sorry to
Isn't that a
explain
isn't
the
that a
joke,
logical
Rick, and I'm
fallacy right
sure it
there?
makes it less funny.
Isn't
It
that a
just makes
logical
it funny.
fallacy?
What's
Right.
funny
Did they
is
lie?
that you guys literally think NASA's the only federal agency that doesn't lie.
Who
Well,
said
wait,
that?
I think they
That's
lie. I
exactly what
do.
I think. That's why I said
I
that.
Do
mean,
you
just
think
I
they
don't
lie
think
because
about
there's any
everything?
global
agencies don't lie.
government lies.
One at
Do
a
you
time,
think they
guys.
lie about
Lies.
everything because they lied once
Is
or
that a
twice?
straw man, or I mean, I don't.
It
No,
was
no.
a question, I thought.
Well, you
Your
blindly
question.
believe what they say. You come in here and just start being a defense attorney. Right?
Blindly?
Yes, blindly. Yes.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, like for
Pretty sure
example,
we've had
we went
conversations.
and tracked. You guys don't do any skeptical research at all. You run around Discord and defend their stories. Literally, the only way you know anything about NASA as to even investigate them is based on what flat earthers bring up. Literally, you
Oh,
just
wow.
defend it.
No, that's not true.
That's a
No,
bold
it's a fact.
claim,
I
bro.
am a huge,
I'm in the middle of talking. I'm in the
a
middle
One
of
at
huge
a time,
critic.
guys.
I'll give you an example. Whenever I went and looked into some of their contracts, and I found out that they have a contract with an aerial performance company that specializes in harnesses that are not detectable to the audience, so it will make people look like they're floating and flying. And they're specifically contracted with NASA. Right? Immediately, I had people
Always
just
the
doing mental
question.
gymnastics to explain to me why that isn't at all sketchy.
What
So the
company is that?
question you need to ask yourself, continually, Whitsett, is would this be exactly what you would expect if I was wrong? And that's the question that flat earthers and conspiracy theorists continually fail to ask themselves. Is a company that tries to train people for zero G exactly the kind of company that would hire another
That's not
company?
what this is.
That's no, let me finish. Are they exactly the kind of company that would hire a company that would give you wire work that allows you to work in 3 dimensions? Because as I've said many times, as an actor, I did wire work. You are limited. You've got like one axis of movement typically when you're in wires. To be able to
How is
turn
that? What are you
sideways
talking about?
and end over end is impossible. So if you've got a company that goes, hey, we can do this, albeit for TV, and you go, great, we need that for space. Is that exactly what you would expect if
No,
NASA
what are you?
people?
It doesn't train for zero G environment. You just made that up. You just
don't.
made it up.
I didn't
Which
make it
part?
up.
So they
I
contracted
You
through
did make it up.
NASA about to do what?
Guys.
Is the thing I just said? Is the thing
Only
you're
the
pointing
Globers are allowed
out?
to interrupt. You didn't know, Gosho?
Good. Which I don't know if you noticed, but I'm
out?
trying to get people to stop doing that.
I know that, but that's what I'm saying. It's like every single time I speak, all 4 of them interrupt. Like every single time.
You gotta
I'm
take turns,
sorry.
guys.
Complain about interrupting in the middle of me
I
speaking.
didn't say anything about them. They have a contract with a company that trains for zero G. Okay, it's a company that does aerial performances on stage. Okay,
Sure.
they just do performances on stage,
Right.
and they shut up.
Oh,
Why
sorry.
do you keep doing that? Okay, it's the fact is that they should have no use case for a harness that's way more expensive than other harnesses simply because it can't be seen. Why would NASA need to prevent the harness from being detectable so that they can train on harnesses? Please
So
enlighten me.
that claim, do you have any evidence to show that that's actually why they hired them?
You haven't evidenced that claim. What I've likened that claim to is being unidirectional, being able to move in any direction regardless of where your harness is rigged up. So if you can show that it does A but not B, if it is only undetectable but you cannot move in multiple directions, then you've proven your case. Otherwise, what I'm guessing is you found a company that can do something that is useful for the space program that the space program is using. So
why are harnesses basically used for the space program? To train
because
being in space?
I'm guessing that what you're talking about, this is a wild guess that you can disprove very easily. It's a wild guess that what you're talking about is a omnidirectional harness.
So that's useful to help train for
that.
going to space?
Yes, absolutely it is.
So then why do we need the pull again?
Because it does the same thing. What are you talking about? Why do we need two ways to train people?
Okay.
Because we haven't yet got one realized, so we still use the less effective one. Yes.
Okay.
And you
So
use
can
the
you think of
pool for
any?
the
Can you think of any
spacesuits
other
and the
One while we're
wires.
getting the better one
other
ready.
reasons why NASA would have a use case for harnesses that can't be seen that make people look like they're floating?
I was going to
Maybe
answer, but
go for it. All right,
yeah,
give
I
it a
was
good
just
answer.
saying that the pool is only used for the spacesuits. When they're practicing for moving around inside something without the spacesuits, they would need the harness. And the smaller the harness, the less likely it is to be seen and the less obstructive it's.
Hey, can you think of any other reason why NASA would need
The
Yes.
Earth might
harn?
flat.
Sure, I can think of
Yeah, if
plenty
they
others,
wanted to
but does
lie.
that mean it's the cause?
See, and this is how disingenuous you people are. You had to say, yeah, the Earth is flat, right? Like that's just how
No.
you people operate. See,
That's
I
what.
have no
That's
problem. I have no problem. I'm the one
the
that's
Earth
actually done
might
video
be flat.
every time eggshells. Every single
Do you
time.
have the POs? Whitson, I'll take a look at them.
And then once the other Glober interrupts me, then the next Glober's like, it's my
No.
turn. That's my cue. You guys are like bully, but only on Discord, right? You would never do this to me in real life. If we were sitting in real life, you people would
Move
never
along,
pretend
man.
you could just talk all over me and stuff. It's just on Discord. You guys are tough and bullies. So anyway,
I might make it in public if we were in person. Probably crack your nuts.
You know what? I'll be honest, man. I just think you guys are degenerates, and I think there's no actual viable way to have productive conversation here with you guys because you're only in here to try to pretend that you're better than other people. And if that being your primary intention, then there's no way to have productive conversation.
Well, I'm sorry that you are a degenerate that loses to degenerates.
Yeah. So sorry that you're
That's
a
what
grown
you
man and you
seem
can't
like you
wait more than
stated.
5
You said
seconds.
you're
to ask Joey.
degenerates and you win.
There you go. Do it again. There you go.
Sorry.
You're so sorry that you do it every time.
Insulting. It's okay to interrupt. No. Once you get to the point where you're just insulting other people and calling them degenerates, then your opinion no longer has any value and it's fine to interrupt. Before that, I was being a fuckwit. Now you're just a fuckwit.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, so you did it every single time, and you do it every single time you're in this room for months. It's not just today. You do it literally every time.
You guys, let's just get. Hold on.
Now left lane, the guy who's so unbiased in here. Once again, he's
Yeah.
frustrated that I'm calling it out.
I'm frustrated that you're just going on and on and on
There
about
you go,
nothing
Gio. There he's-
productive.
Every single one of them interrupts me every time I speak. It's been happening for 5 straight hours today. Literally every time I speak.
Right.
Get him an issue.
There's a lot of people in the room. Everyone wants to get in. Maybe they think you're pausing or they're just straight interrupting. So just please don't interrupt, guys. So Witsa, go ahead and get back to your point, and then we just have to mod it for one person can go at a time. If you interrupt, you're just going to be temporarily muted right off the bat. That's it. So it'll just be temporary, but we're just going to have to mute more. So go ahead, Witsa.
All I was trying to say before that was like literally, I have no problem saying, sure, I can think of a reason why if space travel's real, that you may would want to buy harnesses and use a pool, right? But I mean, I would think that since you would be training with harnesses in the 60s and NASA has supposedly invented top level technologies constantly, like why don't they already have harnesses that they use? And why would they ever prioritize not being able to see it? Because from when I was reading about how this patent for the harness from this company that's famous for the harness, right? It specifically has maneuverability limitations because they don't want it to be seen. Okay, that there's actually more flexibility with more wires that are more substantial that you can move better, right? Than the ones that you have to use so that you can't see them. Which is why my whole question was, why would they need to prioritize not seeing them? You basically said the exact opposite of the truth in what the patents say, which is that, if you make them where you can't see them, that probably means they're better to move around in. That's the exact opposite of what they say, though.
Okay, he's done speaking.
Ask that. Why would they need that? Okay,
right.
no, it's fine.
Yeah, no, he's done. So now one person go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. So when you claim that, why would they need this type of harness for this reason when they can't? You haven't shown that that's actually why hiring this company. That may be a claim they have or a quote they use, but you haven't shown or explained other than just you claiming that that's why they hired them.
Okay, well that's
Correct.
a better argument.
We need the purchase order documents. Could you get those? I will look at those for you for free. I'm in procurement. That's what I do.
No, that's a better argument.
Okay,
Like all I know publicly is that they're contracted through them,
They have different contracts through them, but I haven't actually gotten like all the specific details of purchase orders, which I'm sure you'd have to specifically request. But that's a good argument. That's a better argument than just starting to defend why they buy the harnesses. That's what you guys did at first, though.
Well, I was trying to get in. I was going to
Get
say
all
exactly
the
that.
tender documents.
I wasn't going to say get the documents. I was going to say that I was in my brain, my assumption, without knowing anything else, because I don't know anything else, so I don't know the details of the claim. But I was assuming it could be related to the, those film studios that were renting the space at NASA. Even though that would be NASA, that would not be NASA buying those wires, but that would be there was some transaction between the wire company and NASA because they're using.
Why do they have divers underwater at all times? It seems, in the training facility with the mock-up ISS with cameras, and when we see one of the spacewalks, and we could see the diver with the camera in the reflection, and then when he closed his visor, we could really see the cameraman with the black suit on and the flippers and a camera. How do y'all explain that? And why would they even have fucking all them cameras underwater with divers?
Depends how much acid you took that day.
Yeah, can you share that picture or anything?
I've
not seen that.
Yeah.
Why
Hold on, give me a minute.
Why do they have cameras? You got to pick one, right?
I literally just opened this up kind of like as a joke. I thought it was funny that this dude's IG story, it says a NASA spacewalk instructor, and it's like just literally nothing but him in scuba gear, and it was just kind of funny. And then like the story, literally in his story, the song says "Fool, you know how we do," which is kind of funny song to choose.
I thought it was
Of
funny
course,
too that
the question is, what would you expect if space was real and a pool was a cheap place to replicate it? Like, if the opposite case is true, would this still be the case, is what you need to test. Not if I'm right, is this sus? Because yes, if you're right, if the Earth's flat and space is fake, this is sus. Sure, you're correct about that. But
that's
if
not my
space
argument.
is real and the ISS is real, would this still happen? And the answer in both cases is yes.
Yeah, but
So
I never
hairspray
said
gel.
that evidence
Sorry,
that
go
they're
ahead.
not going to space. I never said anything like that. Literally never said anything like that.
I think
Never
actually that's a
said
good
anything
question
like
though.
what? I asked you a question. I'm just saying, if it's sus that a guy is replicating spacewalking in water, is that both sus in the case that space is fake and they're bullshitting about all of this, and is that also exactly what you would expect if space is real and people go on real spacewalks and some guy has some bargain basement way of replicating spacewalks?
I've already addressed that 4 times. I literally already said that if space was real, then I have no problem conceding that using harnesses and water and pools would make sense to train. I never ever said it was quote unquote sus. I never said it was evidence that they're faking anything. Every single one of your critiques are built upon straw mans and blatantly ignoring what I actually said. It's been addressed 4 times now, and I have a feeling you're basically going to tout victory now as if it was actually a rebuttal to what I actually said, which was only that I thought it was funny.
You thought it was funny.
Made itself.
I don't that
It
in
is
either case, the same thing would be true. It's neither funny nor interesting. Same as the sky being blue. If it's true in either case, it's neither funny nor interesting. It's just nothing. It's a null point.
No, it's funny. It's funny that his story song says, "Fool, you know how we do," or "You know what we do." You know how we do.
Sky
I thought that
being
was
blue.
funny. I don't know why you got to get so like. Everyone acts like I'm talking about their dad or something.
No, can I say something about that though? Just about the because I thought it was interesting. The story you told about the dude. At first, my intuition was telling me it was probably just a troll or something. But then you told me you saw his Instagrams and that he's legit. Like he's actually a scuba trainer. Train these dudes. And I don't know the full context of the interaction between you and this person, but it seems like it possibly could lead to something like a fruitful. I don't know why he's reaching out to you. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's going on, but I don't know. It does seem it may not be the best interest of that relationship to
talk about it.
You know,
So
ridicule
he
him.
didn't reach
Well,
out.
ridicule him openly. I'm saying, yeah.
Just so you understand. I don't even want to get. I can't give the details, right? And I'm just specifically like not saying his name or anything. But yeah, I was just. I was just looking at it.
If it's not sus and it's not funny and you're not saying his name, what are you saying about the
I
guy
was
with the
literally
water?
just saying I found it funny that what are the odds that is what his song says.
But
My God,
It sounds to me.
it could just be a coincidence.
How about you're saying sus?
It could just be a coincidence. I just thought it was funny. I don't know why this
I
is
find
such
it
a
funny
big deal.
that any grown man could see them girls, women with hairspray.
Yeah.
Obviously, and see these guys legs getting caught when they do backflips and doing the Heisman Trophy pose to play it off, and there's just so much. Or at least Eggshell's kind of half admitted, like a backhanded admission that maybe it's real, but they're just showing us bullshit. I'll give you that. It's possible, but I will say that anybody who sees that shit they're showing us and thinks it's real is I don't know. It's not.
I see him. I see him making moves. Okay, I see him making moves that are impossible in a harness, but yet they're being claimed to have been in a harness. That's kind of a joke, right?
Well, I would add to that. I would say not impossible in a harness, but impossible in any harness that I have ever known. If you ever see people in harnesses in movies, typically they do a movement around a single axis that the harness is rigged for. So they do single backflips, or they do twists, or they do something that the harness is
They have
rigged for.
360-degree movement in those harnesses nowadays.
Well, yeah, but that involves like basically the same thing you have for a spinning globe in free space, where you have to have 3 axes of movement, and the axes need to be like these circular things built on top of one another. It's like a
just go and look at how it's done nowadays. Just look at how harnesses are used in movies nowadays, and then come back and talk to us about it. If you guys haven't done it recently,
in movies, show me the harness you're talking about. I've done harness.
I don't even know what movement you're talking about. I just came into the conversation. I don't know which specific movement you're talking about, but basically any movement that you want to do can be done in harnesses these days.
Show me it.
There's like
because I'm telling you,
360-degree movements within harnesses.
I'm telling you, I've done harness work in movies, and the harness work is limited to a single axis of movement.
When
you get one axis, and
how many years
typically
ago?
Around your hips, or sometimes it's just at the back of your neck. I've done one at the back of my neck, and I've done one at the back of my hips.
How many years ago?
It doesn't matter. The question I'm laying at your feet is: show me the one you're saying does it. I'm telling you, I have them.
How can that be true?
No, you can look it up, dude.
How can
just
that
saying
be
that it's
true?
not possible doesn't mean that it's not possible.
Show us the thing you're saying does the thing you're saying it does.
Which specific movement are you even talking about?
Support your case. If you have a case that
specific movement, like I said before, I don't know, maybe clean out your ears instead of talking over me. I just came into the conversation. I don't know the specific movement you're speaking about, but you can do 360-degree movements in harnesses these days.
Multi-axis. Show me a multi-axis harness. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Look it up.
Have you not seen Sandra Bullock? Come on now, get off of this. You not seen Sandra Bullock in Space Movie?
That
get
was
over
CGI,
yourself,
dude.
bro.
That was CGI.
It's a simple question. Show me a multi-axis harness, and I'll show you a very complex thing that requires a lot of CGI. That's probably going to look.
You guys actually not think that they could? You actually believe the narrative you tell yourself that they couldn't fake the stuff they show us? I find that very weird and disingenuous. But it's teach their own. Like, I can't imagine personally, like being an adult, watching a video where this guy is holding a hat and he starts to reach over like he's going to hand the hat to the other astronaut. But clearly they're both looking forward, not even at the hat. He reaches out, closes his hand like he grabs something, comes back, switches it to the other hand, then goes and sets it down, and nothing's in his hand.
So we're
and
going
like
to move
you
away
guys
from
just
the
literally sit there
harness.
and you sit there and try.
I'm almost done. You sit there and in response, you try to gaslight us that we're so stupid and insane that we would even dare for a second think about discussing that it looks weird. Because it's like, that's what I'm saying. It seems so weird to me the way you guys go about it. I'm just being real.
You know what
And
the
at the
funny
same
thing
time,
is?
in the same
You know,
video,
You just need to come up
go
with a
ahead.
rapid explanation for why
oh,
this
actually,
thing appears to.
In the same video, the guy's harness, the guy who floats by in the background, we see his strap.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so here, just let you know right now. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because Brian, I usually don't ever do because you do this all the time and Clay and stuff like that. But if somebody's in the middle of talking, dude, and like they're literally halfway in the middle of a sentence, and then you decide to start talking, that's like blatant disrespect, dude. And you're just gonna be muted if you do that again, dude. Because that's fucked up.
Bro, who was talking, man? When I just made my quick comment, I didn't hear nobody talking.
Eggshells was talking and both you
Sorry,
guys
I didn't
talked
hear
over
him, man.
Yeah, but yeah, and this is what he's done 50 times. So how are we going to correct him and then you guys just come do the same thing? I can't imagine that. I can't imagine just talking right through someone like they don't matter. Like, what's the point in that? No one can hear anything when that happens. So if we could all just not do that, that'd be great.
So sometimes it's hard to know when someone has ended their sentence or not. But anyways, what I wanted to say is, actually, it's your whole argumentation just gets thrown out of the window easily by me telling you that people like David Copperfield have made it possible to create an illusion live on stage without any computer simulation or whatnot to make himself seem flying while they use rings going over his full body. Then him descending into a glass box where they also put a glass ceiling on top of it. And you want to tell me that the multi-directional wiring flying or whatever you want to claim something is not possible to be is impossible in an environment such as NASA could create artificially. Like, come on, man! Like, literally, look at David Copperfield flying in the video I posted, man. Show me one evidence of, or explain to me how we cannot see the wire, how he is doing the thing, how is the thing, how is he descending into the glass box and they can put a glass ceiling on top of the box? Explain me all these things, man.
Yeah, it's not
What
wires.
you're talking about is the
magic.
difference between an illusionist and a like the ISS. One of the best evidence of the ISS is not the people wandering around inside it. It's the fact that you can track an object going at 24,000 kilometers an hour. Because you can have a light go over your head and you can call the guy in the next city, and provided it's on his path, he goes, yep, it appeared on my horizon and disappeared exactly when it should. And
So you're just going to divert now.
It's GP.
Yeah, it's natural.
I thought we were letting people finish. When I tracked
Both
it
of
from
you
my
just did the
GP to
same thing I asked you guys
GP,
not to do.
Hold on. Eggshells. Earlier, I yielded. I literally yielded to eggshells. I thought I thought he was done. Sorry, man. I yielded to him before, man.
You all wanted an answer.
So didn't he just divert the conversation?
Wait up.
No, I'm not saying that people couldn't fake wires and stuff in space. I don't think they could have back in the early, lunar programs. But nowadays, with great difficulty and at great expense, I think people can do it. And there's been stuff shown in what's that? There's a great space show which has done a couple of attempts at zero G, but zero G still proved to be in 2023 really expensive and difficult to do, and just having an invisible harness doesn't get you there. Well, like typically they still do it in water, and they just delete and color key out the water and try to hope that nobody lets any bubbles off that they've got to delete. It's still very expensive and difficult.
Again, you divert the conversation away from the strings, and then in 1992, David Copperfield did something live on stage where still you would not be able to explain to me where the wiring is, why they put a ceiling on top of the glass box that he's in, that he then starts hovering again inside of it, then even goes upside down on the ceiling of that box. So if you can give me a proper explanation of how that is actually possible, then we can talk about how you think that faking the ISS footage with wires is impossible because they will not have some multi-directional abilities to do
What do you
whatever
mean,
they
though?
do.
I have to explain to you something that's in your head that I haven't seen. I need to explain to you a David Copperfield trick.
It
Like the
is
David
not in my
Copperfield
head.
I will already tell you is a trick of perspective. I will guarantee you the one thing, having not seen the David Copperfield trick, he will have his audience sitting in one position and not 360 degrees around.
It's not the
And what
camera in
he'll
one
do
position. The
is-
camera goes around it.
Exactly. You're going to make up some other shit.
Hey, exactly.
thing-
How about you watch the video and actually understand that what I'm saying is exactly what you can see in the video instead of making
Are
up
we-
shit.
Are we
and
going to
projecting
analyze
all the
David
time.
Copperfield, or are we going to analyze something on the
Oh, left
on the
lane,
ISS?
please don't do
Oh my
these
God.
stupid games again. This is so annoying. You
Clay,
always do these games.
You just
Don't
proven that
divert.
David
Stay on
Copperfield.
topic.
Yeah, you're just pointing out how David Copperfield is the explanation to the ISS. Like, that's yeah, David
Oh,
Copperfield.
come
Right.
on, Demon Strike. Don't
You
be
see
don't
so much better than that.
don't
Like
do
he's
this on
clearly
purpose.
addressing the claim that there's no way you can do certain things with harnesses. All these just
I'm not
made up
saying there's no way.
claims that guys
Nobody's
make.
saying that.
You
All right,
claimed
dude,
this
I'm gonna stop
action.
talking because I'm just gonna end up getting obsessed.
Yeah, they're doing this on
Nobody's
purpose.
saying
They're now
it's
playing stupid. You know, one is playing stupid that they don't really understand the point that I'm trying to make. Then they're inserting a wrong point of which I was trying to make. The other one is saying, "Oh, I never claimed any multi-directional harness that wouldn't be working with the ISS to be an illusion that could be created artificially." No, I didn't make that point. So I'm not. I'm now just gonna play dumb, and three other stupid anti-flat earthers are going to put their own little thoughts into it, so we can just pervert and divert the whole conversation, make everything confused, so no one really understands the whole
diverting.
point and simplicity
Yeah.
of the point that Clay made in the first place.
Clay,
Now,
Clay, I was
good
about
job,
to
guys.
make a
It's
joke
always
about
the same.
you
It's
going
always
on
the
forever.
same. It's always
about
the
this
same stupid game that you guys play. It's
Fucking
always the
hell.
same. and
Clay, you got to let people
Why are
respond
you
to
guys?
you, dude.
Why are you guys talking over him though? Why are you guys talking over him?
He's
Because
doing
he
what
won't
he
shut
does.
up.
game. It's their game. It's literally I'm exposing the game, how they play it. They always do the same. Just create confusion.
That's exactly why we were interrupting him.
Why are you talking over me now, Kosho? Why,
We were talking at the
everybody
same
sat there
time.
and listened to Eggshell's full, and then you're still talking over me. And then everybody
Ask
sat
me
there
a
and listened to
question,
Eggshell
dude.
say his whole entire thing. Maybe there's a delay. So Eggshells went through his whole entire thing. Clay sat there and listened, gave a rebuttal, and then everybody started talking over him for some reason.
I kind of agree with that a bit.
Answer the question you asked me. You asked me. We talked at the same time, which is fine. And then you asked me a question. So that's how I answered both those questions. I wasn't just talking at the same time as you. We talked at the same time, and then you kept going. And then you asked me a question. Was your next response? So I answered it. So anyway, at any rate, Clay was going on forever about complaining about the conversation.
stop lying.
This is why people were interrupting him. Because it's like, hey, dude, stop, just get to your point. But he's just complaining about how people aren't answering his question.
I already
Kosho, don't
exposed
do the
why
same
you
thing.
do
Get
this.
to the point.
I already exposed why you guys do this and why a couple of people insert wrong ideas and understanding as if they really didn't understand what I was about the point I was just trying to make. To just create and insert more confusion to divert away from the point I just made, to completely debunk the claim that Eggshells did in the first place about his multi-directional harness and the illusion that could never be created on the ISS with nowadays technology. So again, nice try. Try it again. Maybe next time try to use some better tricks because they don't work with me anymore. I understand fully how you guys work, how you guys pervert every conversation. Oh, here he goes again. Oh, here he goes again. It's another tactic. Left lane, you always say the same. Don't you understand that you
Do you have a pillow nearby? Scream in the pillow, dude. Okay, let's have a conversation here.
See, it's the same script again. As soon as I completely destroy the bank, you guys, you're just gonna start. Oh, he's just on his rant. He's just saying words. Oh, he's just saying
Clay,
so much.
fucking
Blah
wrap
blah.
it up, man. Wrap it up.
Yeah.
If you continue to talk and you start ending with insults, then people are going to interrupt you. Okay.
Oh, I didn't insult anyone.
I do agree with Clay's point. I think I think your point is valid, Clay. It's just the same things there. I'm not saying it's impossible that you could fake space footage. I think now in today's day and age they could. I'm just challenging Witz's thing that just because somebody has partnered with a firm that can delete harness footage, therefore means they're well. I mean, he hasn't even given anything. He said it's just funny that, which is sort of not really making
No,
a claim. So I don't even
you're
understand why
mixing
we're
two different.
discussing a non-claim. But he
You're
said
mixing
it's
two
just, it
different
just
things together, dude. You're mixing two different. Well, first of all, the guy that I thought was funny was
I'm
the
really
guy who
sorry.
was a scuba diver.
I'll
It was the
speaking.
guy.
And as soon as you're done speaking, I can stop speaking, and then we can both
Okay.
wait for the finish speaking.
Well, guess what's going to actually happen is last time I was speaking, you interrupted me, and I said, you know what, I'm just going to stop talking because I'm going to get upset. So now you then jumped back in, started talking about me again, and just blatantly misrepresenting everything that I said, every single part of it. And now I'm supposed to just sit here and then never respond. As soon as I do, you're going to be allowed to interrupt me again. So I'm going to address what actually happened. All I did was say it was funny that there was a NASA spacewalk instructor, and all of his pictures are him in a scuba gear, and he has a song on his story that says, "Fool, you know how we." The other point was about the people that the NASA contracted that are specialized in harnesses that can't be seen for aerial performance. Okay, not that they have a company that can remove the harnesses post production. You made that up. Not that I just thought it was funny. You made that up. And what I actually just found was that when Gravity the movie was made, they used the same company, VFX, and their harnesses to make it look like people were floating in space. Literally, NASA has a contract with the same company as Gravity the movie to make people look like they're floating in space. So
I'm not
Just
sure how different.
put that down as coincidence. What coincidence? 1,765,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's ridiculous to claim that any possible movement could not be mimicked. If we see it in movies, it can be mimicked, obviously. Right? So just because the claim is these people are in the ISS doesn't mean that it can't be mimicked in the same way it's mimicked in a movie.
Exactly. That's the point I keep making. I think absolutely in today's tech, you could mimic 3D, and that's why I'm giving examples of it, including The Expanse. That's the one I was thinking of, The Expanse. But they use like proper zero-G footage in literally one scene in the opening of the very first episode, and then virtually never again, despite the fact that anybody who's watched The Expanse knows a significant chunk of the film is around the idea of gravity and G forces. Like you have to inject this shit into your bloodstream to be able to take hard G forces, and when a rocket's not under acceleration, it's under zero G, and you're floating around the cabin, and people die because they have no blood flow. Blah blah blah. Like they get really into it. But when they're showing zero G, there is one scene in the whole, like I watched the first 4 seasons, one scene they do in zero G. My point is not that it's impossible, it's that it's very expensive and very difficult, and they typically do it underwater. Because even in harness work, which I've done, A, it's not omnidirectional, it's usually got a single axis of movement, and B, the rest of gravity still applies. So your hair still sits the way it should, shit still falls the way it should. It's not analogous to zero G.
Well, that's the problem.
But would you
You're
want to know
talking
if they-
about as if in the past we have so much footage from back in like the 60s and 70s that would be even equivalent to the footage that we have now. We don't. We've only had ISS footage where we see people, doing backflips and traversing through the ISS. That's only come into existence within the past 20 years at the most, period. So that follows with the technology. Unless you can provide me with some evidence from the 70s, with the exception of there are a few of the, I can't remember what the station was called prior to the ISS, but the, whatever. Anyways, there's some of that footage. And it's actually laughable if you go back and look at it now. But to say that we can't have, a lot of it has to do with camera work as well as the harnesses. So if you have a harness where you can spin around in it and go forward, they have multi-axis harnesses which can go around your waist, where you can do a pirouette 360, and you can go forward and backwards 360. Everything else is just done with camera movement around it if there's CGI'd background behind you. So it gives the illusion of traversing through something and making movements, even though you're not actually making the movements that equate with the background movement.
Sure. I think, like I keep saying, I think it's possible to fake it. I just think it is quite difficult and not like it just going, this company uses this other company that uses, like it's not great evidence, is what I'm getting
The thing is, every movie that comes out nowadays utilizes this stuff. So it's not like it's very difficult to do it. No, almost every single movie you see these days has some sort of harness work done with it. Every single movie.
And by the way, I don't want to speak. I'm not speaking for Witsit right here, but I've never heard him say that this is some kind of absolute proof that they're faking space. I think he pointed it out like, wow, look at this. This is interesting. NASA has these contracts with these companies that are, focused on how to hide harnesses. Like they're in with the Hollywood crowd. So why is NASA, a space agency, supposed to be going to space dealing with a company that makes harnesses? Like it's one of those things like that's suspicious, don't you think? Like it's just, it's like more of a...
It's just one of those things, right? It's like one of those things would exist if they were faking it. It's like, there's no way this is evidence of anything definitively. This is why I started Audit NASA, right? Was to get all the specifics. Instead of having to deal with people baselessly and ad hoc make up defits, narratives off the top of their head for stuff, why don't we just go ask them? And that's, I don't think this is definitive proof of anything, so you can catch their hand in the cookie jar, basically. But it is interesting that these people, they're known for being able to make people look like they're floating and flying, but the audience not being able to see their harness. So it's not even post-production, right? It's like live. And that's pretty crazy. That's all I'm saying. Like, what a coincidence that you scroll down to the contracts and NASA's on there, right? It's just, as like a truth seeker, someone's like, that is pretty interesting. As someone who just looks at it from a perspective of how can I make it make sense that NASA's not doing any fakery and it's impossible they're lying, it's not going to mean anything to you, right? So it's no big deal.
I'm not saying they're not doing any favor. I'm not saying it's impossible they're lying. I'm just saying, is what you're pointing out, that they're partnering with a company that does harness work, that specializes also in harness work, that they can delete in post-production, is that incongruous with a company that actually puts people in space?
It's not post-production, eggshells. How many times do I have to explain this to you? It's just that the harnesses, it's live performances on stage.
Not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, I want to make it really clear, is would this also happen if you were wrong? That's a question I think everybody should always ask, is this thing that I think is proof that I'm right, would this thing also happen if I was wrong? Like the other example
I don't see it that way. No, I don't.
If it's okay if I finish with it.
I
The
thought you were
last time we
done.
butted heads was about, no, that's all right, was about 9/11. Right, and somebody else, I don't think it was you, brought up the fact that there was a whole bunch of shorting of stocks right before 9/11, and somebody went, "Oh, isn't this proof that something dodgy happened?" And I'm like, no, that's proof that people knew it was going to happen. But in either case, people knew it was going to happen. Either it was Saudis or it was Americans. So this is not proof that your case is right, because this would also be true if you were wrong and the opposite case was right. That's all I'm asking. Are you stacking
but
this
technically
up
speaking, bro,
against, am I wrong?
Technically speaking, you could literally catch them in the process of using VR to make people look at their float, but actually they're in a container on the Earth's surface, and they could still be really going to space at the same time. They just can't show you some stuff up. You can always say, could this still be the case if you were wrong? You can always say that. You can be an apologist for NASA in a million different ways. Oh, well, yeah, they're lying about the footage they show us about going to space because they're hiding what's really in space. Whatever. I don't care, right? My point is that this is
just
weird because this is weird because, to me, if you're going to train the astronauts with the harnesses, right, you wouldn't care if people can see them. You wouldn't prioritize being able to see them, right? Because it's like you're just trying to get the best harness to imitate weightlessness, right? Why would you have any need for anything that just is deceptive to the viewer? Okay, that's the only point.
No, I get your point. And as I keep saying, it could be good evidence that space is fake, the ISS is fake, and that you've caught them in a contract. That absolutely could be the case. I'm not saying that in a flippant way. That absolutely could be the case. But the opposite case is they actually send people to space, and this is necessary, useful technology for them. And unless you can show it's better for one case than the other, then it's just like, oh, isn't this sus? But also, it's exactly what you would expect.
Well, I think I already did kind of show that it's better than other, which is that they should, like, from my understanding, the ones that are not visible, they lack some maneuverability, right? Where you can have better weightlessness with the bulkier one, but they're more detectable. But like I said, this is actually speculation anyway as to what. All I know is that they're contracted to them. That's all I know. So I don't know what they got from them. I don't know what they did.
Sure, they could have brought up a technology that looked as good as theirs just to crush it, just so nobody can look as good as realistic as they do in pretending to be in 0G. Absolutely, all of the cases are possible. It's just, are you asking a question or are you giving an answer? To me, is always the thing.
I love how you just
I
muddy
was
the
literally just
waters
throwing it
with.
out there. I thought it was funny.
Well, I like
mean,
how his rebuttal is just to muddy the waters, to be like, well, yeah, it could be plausible, but then everything could be plausible and nothing's plausible, right? Just all across the board, right?
Of the point I'm making. It's the opposite of the point I'm making. That is
exactly what you're doing.
Well, okay. Do you want me to clarify for you how incredibly far from the point that was? Or do you want me to not? Exactly. You don't want me to point out how wrong you were.
The reason I don't care
That's
is because
why
all you're
you
doing
are
is
so wrong so repeatedly, because you don't want to know how you're wrong.
No, I don't care, because all you're doing is you're
Exactly.
trying to fill the air with a bunch of your nonsense sophistry to get away from the actual point. That's
You
all
can call
you
it
ever.
sophistry. It's me pointing out how terrible your reasoning is, that when I invite you to learn how bad it was, you say, no, please don't tell me that.
Well, okay, how is my reasoning bad?
Because
what did I specifically
you
claim?
You were categorizing my case. My case is not sophistry. It is simply pointing out that if your result is B, but both results lead to B, then B is unuseful. It is pointless information. It doesn't lead you towards anything useful. If you get the result B, but B is true in both cases, then it is not a thing you test for. In science, you look for the thing that goes A this, B that. But if both result in B, then you're testing the wrong thing. And you're like, well, that's sophistry. It's not. It's basic fucking logic, and you missed it. That's the point. It's not the point about A and B. It's
You're
the point that you missed
equating,
it.
dude. All you're doing is monologuing.
I'm pointing out that you missed it.
No. So what was B in your scenario?
So A in my scenario is they're doing wire work on the ISS, and there is no other reason they should be using these kinds of harnesses if they're actually doing work on the ISS, because just do it on the ISS, you don't need harnesses. That's A. And then B is maybe they use harnesses in both cases because it's useful to train people in omnidirectional harnesses or omni-axis harnesses or whatever the fuck you might call them, because people need to be able to rotate through all ranges of movement, because they need to know what it feels like to be lost and twisting and turning in space with no way to rescue themselves. Because a pool, you can wave your arms and stop yourself. I do diving. Because it's viscous as an environment, you can wave your arms and stop yourself.
But would they be lying?
We get it.
They'd be
So
lying.
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Like you didn't.
Gotcha. We got to move forward here. Go ahead, Napalm.
No, I was just going to say, so your claim is that they prepare astronauts for weightlessness with harnesses, is what you're saying.
I mean, if I were NASA,
concise, man. Just keep it concise, please.
I'm sorry. It's difficult to when I keep getting interrupted. They may do. I would if I were NASA. Yeah, I'd train people in the least viscous environment I could find.
Okay, so I didn't ask whether you would. Do you believe that NASA trains their astronauts in weightlessness on harnesses?
I'll give you the same answer. I don't know. I
Okay, you
would.
don't know.
I
Cool.
would train them in
That's
the
fine.
least
That's all you need to
viscous
say, Mike.
environment I could find.
I
If I
understand
could.
what you would do. You already explained what you would do. We don't need another 5 minutes of it.
But it didn't
Cool.
fit with your original argument, which you were saying that that it's not exclusive to it. That NASA could use the harnesses if they really are going to space or they're not. But now, when he just asked you, do you think they're using the harnesses to test for space? You just said you don't know. So that means your original argument that it's not exclusive is now been nullified.
No, you're missing it. You're still missing the point. I don't know what they do. I've got no idea even if what Witz's presented is true. But the point Witz presented, if taken as true, could still be the case if NASA was sending people to the ISS. That's my point.
Yeah, I'm done with these conversations.
If I were going to imagine, I'm really sorry. I didn't realize I was going to get 4 words in. Sorry, you go.
I thought you made your point.
No, I hadn't. I made the first half of the point.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave.
Why? No. Might be a useful way to train them, unless you can show.
Yeah, he left, man. Any other conversation, we got to move forward to something else.
It's pretty clear case, so don't you think, Gio?
Dude, I'm not interested in talking with you either, man.
Both could be true. Why would it be proof of one thing over the other? That doesn't make sense to you?
Hey, Shells, you still a flat earther? Didn't you come around to the flat earth? Hello? Hello?
I don't know. Eggshells, you're completely roboting, so I muted you because all we can hear is robot.
He came around to the flat earth for a little bit, I guess. Maybe he said he did. Said that
No,
he couldn't.
he was just lying during all that. It was all just a...
But you remember, I'm not crazy, right?
Well, he was doing a whole deceptive troll thing for a couple of weeks where he was just basically lying to everybody and trying to pretend like he was held a different position. What do they call that? A Poe or something? I don't know. He did that, but that was just
a Poe is basically acting stupid. But his reason was
it's when someone pretends to hold a position that they don't really hold to try to make it look ridiculous, which is precisely what he was doing. But he's given up that act. I actually put an end to that act because it was getting very insidious and toxic and weird on the server because he was pretending like he was some quote unquote flat earther and then making all these bizarre statements. And it's just another weird demonic tactic that he was doing.
It was very deliberate sophistry.
Yeah, it's called being a liar. Specifically lying about your position to try to soil the environment or sow discord, no pun intended, whatever he was doing. I don't know. It was bizarre. I had to like literally ask him to stop doing it because it was getting very insidious and just poisoning the environment.
Do you think he was getting paid, Gio?
No. He's just got creepy intentions.
Because wouldn't that be the controlled opposition to pay somebody to lead people astray and then flip back and say, oh, I was a flat earther and now I'm a globe earther because I figured out whatever, gravity.
Well, I mean, if you couldn't follow his lead in what he was doing, then that would be on you.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I just took him at his word.
Dude, one thing like a psychopath is like if somebody you've heard and know pretty good, you've heard them multiple days, multiple different scenarios, and they never show any fucking emotion whatsoever. Or you never hear them laugh. I don't trust anybody who, when I hear something funny like 10 times and never get a response from them, and I don't trust people who never laugh, dude. It's deep down. I don't know, man. That's how he strikes me. Not saying that's what he is. Not saying he's for sure a fucking psychopath. But I would certainly love to have him on my jury. I would certainly love to have that man on my jury if I was guilty of something.
Tell us a joke, Brian. Make us all laugh. Flesh out the psychos.
All right. What do you call it? Why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella?
Why?
For drizzle.
Manizzle.
Yeah. What do you call a white trash golfer?
What?
Trailer Woods.
Ah.
I made that one up. But
that was actually funny, Brian. Both of those.
fucking Trailer Woods. What do you call J Ace in a tree full of monkeys? A branch manager.
Nice.
Well, if anyone's got a new topic, I think Zanuck, you were actually going to bring up a gravity thing earlier, and I don't know if you're still at your mic, but I only was saying that it seemed like a whole different topic change. So I don't know if you're still at your mic if you want, but I mean the floor is open for a new topic. I think
Are you seriously asking Zanuck to talk about something?
I guess
So
I
that's
am.
why-
I know. I know.
Can you hear me?
It's dangerous.
Test.
We can hear you.
There
Zanuck.
was,
Go ahead.
there was a mention through when Witsy goes on a rampage. It might be wise to kind of stop him from going over so many things because you accuse other people of doing that too. But man, he rattled off 50 things in a row and no one has a response. And so he's talking about gravity and fictitious forces and Euler forces and just throwing these words out there. I don't know if he really understands the context for which he's using them in, but if he could stop after one or two of them, we could actually have a discussion about it. But he mentioned this gravity, the fact that we have this acceleration is visually measured acceleration, yet we don't measure any forces whatsoever on those things that are accelerating. So that's a paradox, and paradoxes are in physics all the time. And some have answers, and the answer for that one is bending, warping, space-time. But that's all I really was going to go over on that. And he was talking about the spinning of the cosmos actually creating fictitious forces, which is I want to hear more about how he understands that to be true.
All right. Well, he's not here, so I mean, I don't think he's in the VC right now. So,
no problem. What
is your thing about the force? I know this is the one you bring up all the time, but is it that same one? Something.
Well, it was actually how he was using the Euler force, and Euler forces are just kind of balance of forces in physics. I don't think there's any Euler forces with respect to a proposal or an idea or theory that the cosmos is moving around us and we're stationary, that's creating some type of force. That would be a fictitious force as viewed from our perspective, but we can actually measure these forces as being real forces, proper forces. Probably nothing to talk about here unless someone has a comment or a question about it. What else you got to talk about today, guys?
Apple stock is heading towards 3 trillion market cap.
Can you believe that? And what about not Netflix, but Nvidia, $1 trillion also.
Nvidia is moving even better. I'll tell you, Nvidia. Hang on. Nvidia's about to break 400 a share. Their market cap is well past $1 trillion. That broke $1 trillion recently, right? Nvidia is. Oh, I don't know why it says 982. So I guess it hasn't broken officially $1 trillion, but it's at 982 billion market cap. Nvidia plus 19 today, 397.
What is?
Nvidia Corporation. They do like a lot of electronic graphics cards and stuff. They're in almost every computer.
But this is kind of, this would be off topic, right? But as what Zanuck was talking about before, right? This idea of the universe spinning around us and causing all these things. It's claimed that it's dynamically and kinematically equivalent, right? And in some cases that is true, but it's only true in the covariant sense, in the sense that like you can transform between reference frames, and like there's representations of that transform under the Lorentz transformations, right? But it's not true in the operative sense. Like when we're actually taking measurements here on the Earth, like an example would be taking measurements of the CMB, or from either an Earth frame or a frame that's co-moving with the Earth, right? It makes itself very apparent that the transforming to a geocentric view is only a covariantly true type of thing. It's not operatively true. Zanuck, maybe you want to comment on that. Or not. Guess continue with the finance stuff.
You know what's a fact? Earth being a topographical plane. The Earth is not a spinning, tilted ball
rushing, flying, or hovering, however you want to call it, simultaneously spinning around other planets through an ever-expanding black void. That is not reality. It's a fairy tale. Made for people who are scared of facing the very one who has written what they already know upon their heart.
You you really think that, bro? For real?
Mm-hmm. People are self-convicted, you know. They're just scared. That's
You
all.
think people are afraid of
Yes.
the friend in
100%.
your head?
100%.
Yikes.
Life being a recorded matter, and at the end of your life, you know, needing to stand up for what you have done. Yeah, that's pretty scary.
Well, which one are they afraid of, right? Because like your idea of God or the creator, right? It's different than Witzit's idea versus Paul's idea versus say Kosho's idea. So which ones are they just afraid of yours, or are they afraid of like everyone's? Or
No. It's not about this particular creator that I think is this or that. It's about for them what has already been written upon their heart regarding that there is a consequence for your actions, and you're not just going to get out of here without facing the truth. So you can live all your life, you know, in darkness, trying to escape the light, trying to avoid the truth. But at the end of the day, no matter how much you're trying to do your best at doing so, it will land on the table and it will all be exposed. The book about you as a person that has been starting to be written down since you have been taking a first breath will at some point be open.
but like again, who's true? Whose truth? Because like your idea of the truth versus Witzit's
It's
versus
not about
Kosho's versus
just
Geo's versus mine versus left lanes, right? They're all different versions of this. So whose truth are they going to have to face at the end?
don't make it something about me personally or anything like that. Just look at it objectively, okay? Okay, there is a record of your life, okay? Everyone's life, and there is a certain fundamental law written upon your heart, and very deep down, people know that they're not just going to escape without that book being opened. You know, you again. The thing is, you can try your best staying in darkness, but at some point, light will penetrate through the darkness and will expose the darkness. That's it. You know, I'm just trying to be simple here.
I mean, the question remains the same. Who's light, who's darkness, right? Because there's all different ideas of what the light and what darkness is. So like, which one are they going to face?
Sorry, man. I don't know how to be much clearer about this. And well, maybe that's okay. we just all know that life is not just this random thing where things just happen, you know, made out of randomness. Man has just invented many ways to hide from the truth. That's all. I did so myself. Maybe sometimes I still do. You know. Sometimes instead of facing the truth, I just try to make it the comfortable way, and just to realize at the end of the day that the comfortable way was actually the stupid way. Maybe I should have faced the truth a little bit sooner than just always trying to make it my way.
Oh, I agree with you there. Religion appears to be the best way to hide truth.
But the truth is, see, that's the simplicity. The truth is, the wonderful thing is, there's a distinctive reason why everyone is on this plane, and every breath we take is to the glory of the one who created you, and he very much loves you. That's the truth. And the very wonderful truth behind it, he very much loves the beings he has created. Even though he doesn't love their actions, sometimes, he also doesn't love my actions sometimes, you know, I still do wrong. Doesn't mean that the Father doesn't love you in general for who you are, created in his image. That's the wonderful message. Even though the Father might disagree with the actions of his Son, he's still going to love his Son no matter what the actions might be sometimes. But sometimes people need to be left alone with their actions for them to later realize that maybe they've chosen the wrong path.
What if the son turns trans and puts on a dress and high heels? And what does the father do?
Nothing. Again, it's their action, right? He's still going to love them, that's the truth. He still loves that human being that he created. But since there's something called free will, he is probably not going to agree with their action, you know, or decision to pervert their own gender, for example. That's a specific difference, you know. We have the luck to have a very merciful creator, a very loving creator. But since we live in this world and in this fallen state, there's always this voice in our head, all these voices all around us trying to tell us otherwise, you know. That there is no hope, that there is no love to be found, no happiness, no fulfillment.
How merciful is he? Because didn't he send the flood?
What?
I don't know what kind of people you got around you, but no one around me, no one in my circle is ever trying to tell me that there's no love, all this stuff. I surround myself with people who are quite the opposite.
Well, I've heard many people using hopeless words some people sometimes also talk as if they're already putting up a bad destiny upon their life, like they say, like, they have diagnosed this, and who knows, probably it's going to be this in the future. And many people these days are very negative about life. But yeah, he sent the flood, but he also gave them 1,000 years of time of repentance.
Flood? What you talking about, Willis?
Someone talked about the flood, when I talked about that the Creator's merciful. The same way he gives us time, until the deathbed. He gives everyone else the chance to repent, It's not like there's going to be a soul that doesn't get the chance.
The all-loving Creator sent the flood to wipe out everybody because He loves us.
Well, he gave 1,000 years of recollection, right?
He gave 1,000 years, and then he sent the deluge.
Where people just laughed and mocked about the idea of being extinguished, right? It's kind of the same as it is in the days of Noah, will be the end times, right? It's kind of the same as nowadays, right? People do the
You mean
exact
like it
same
is
thing.
now?
Yes, it's
But
exactly
he
the
promised
same.
never to. He promised never to destroy the earth with water with
By
a flood again.
by water, yes, but he's going to destroy it by fire.
Fire. I thought water
Yes.
was.
No, he's going to destroy it by fire the next time he comes back.
I thought he was a beach-going guy.
And again, like I just said,
Tsunamis are way better than fire. Death by a wall of water is way better than burning.
Mhm. I don't know, man. I'm not the secretary of the Creator. Whatever he decides is the best way to clean up the place.
It's got to take care of all those evil atheists.
Were there really giants back then?
Well, it's not the atheists that are evil. We are all evil. There's no one good, says the scripture. Neither me, neither you, no one in here. There's no one that is good. We've all fallen short of the glory of the Most High. That's the thing. Yeah.
That's a terrible outlook.
No, it's actually wonderful knowing that we're all in the same boat. Throws out away all the lies, saying, "Oh, this specific group is better than the other." That's just a lie. Doesn't exist. We're just all sinners. That's the truth.
I prefer to think that everyone is good until proven otherwise, until they demonstrate to me otherwise.
A good man
Right.
sins 7 times a day.
Do what?
A good man sins 7 times a day.
At least.
Dude, those are rookie numbers, Godric. You gotta up those numbers, man.
That includes your impure thoughts.
It's a reference to the Wolf of Wall Street. He's talked about how many times he masturbates a day with the stockbroker guy. It's like, oh, these are rookie numbers. You gotta up those numbers. I found that very comical.
Matthew McConaughey.
Yep.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yep.
they had that character. He was so confident in his stock investing, and then when the market took a shit, they showed him looking at the market. His eyes were like, "What the hell just happened?"
See, it says they're all gone aside. They all together become filthy. There's none that doeth good, not one. But no, all have turned away. All have become corrupt. No one does good, not a single one. It says, and Jesus said unto him, why callest thou me good? And then Jesus says, there is none good, but one, that is God. So not even the Messiah himself would have called himself good. And that's just, it's just deep. He gives the glory straight away to his Father. Well, actually, Jesus is God. He's just making this question look like as if he's giving the glory to the Father.
What did we
Well,
swap platforms? I'm on a different platform. What happened?
I'd reckon that if we took this Jesus character or the compilation of characters that have been named Jesus and brought him or them to the current future and showed him or them things like the Bible or even a movie like The Passion of the Christ or something like that, right? But also the scriptures. But we didn't tell him or them that these things were about him or them. I reckon that him or them would not even notice that these things are supposed to be about him or them because they're so far exaggerated and off from the truth.
Well, I think there will never be any great depiction or anything that man would create to really give glory and insight to who the so-called Messiah is. I think that's only something he can reveal to you in a personal relationship through reading maybe the living word, eating the daily bread, or just revealing himself to you personally.
Clay, what do you think about like all of the other sort of traditions and people out there that don't have the character of Yahweh or Jesus or whatever, that have that as just not part of their spirituality at all? Like, do you think that they're somehow missing something, or do you think that the tradition based around Christianity is just one of many? And it like, do you see it as like that it has to be some ultimate truth that even people in the jungle that are not doing anything with a Yah, that somehow they're all wrong and they're missing things, and that they're gonna be judged by that same creator or that same God, even though that's not even in their tradition whatsoever? Like, they have something completely different in terms of their spirituality?
No. I think there's going to be many people, simple people, that we would call unsophisticated. I think that's the right word.
False prophets.
I think there's going to be many unsophisticated people that live in the jungle that are going to be entering the kingdom of heaven. That's what I think. Yeah. Even though they never knew the scriptures, I think there's many living by the, like I said, by the law that has been written upon their heart. I
The
mean,
problem with religion.
ultimately, the thing is, we have been created in the image of the Most High, by the Creator. So he already was aware that there's going to be people living far off, maybe not going to ever be reading the Word or knowing specific things about the Creator. Still, he knew he has given upon their heart or written upon their heart the law, and many will just live automatically, naturally, to that law that has been written upon their heart. Fulfilling the very very simplistic ways of what he has commanded us to do in our lifetime. And I think that's where he gets his joy from, right? I mean,
But
imagine.
that doesn't answer his question, though, does it?
Well, I would not be able to fully answer that question since I'm not his secretary. But I from my personal standpoint, would say that many unsophisticated people in our worldview nowadays, far from land that we mostly don't even know of, will be entering the kingdom of heaven. Will be a part of the kingdom. That's what I think.
So you're saying if they're sophisticated, but they don't follow, then they're not going to heaven.
No, I'm just using the term to describe. I'm just using the term to describe these certain type of people that Gio described. Just another term to just sum it up a little bit. And I hope Gio, you're okay with me. Not really. I'm just a man. I'm just a simple guy, and I really can't talk as the right hand, so to say. Or as the secretary.
Well, I think what I was alluding to, and I'm not speaking for all of Christianity or anything. This is very just generalized sense from certain maybe individuals or perspectives that share certain perspectives on it. If there's this idea that that Bible, that those words are quote unquote God's words, and it's the one way, and when we die, you're going to meet that God, and then there's the judgment and all the things built upon that. Laying it down as though that's like the idea that that's the truth. What I'm then saying is that let's say there's a tribe in the Amazon and they use ayahuasca, a plant medicine, for their spirituality, and they've done it for thousands of years, and they have their own entire cosmology and their own ways of healing and their own thing. And if none of it has anything to do with the Yahweh or the Jesus character at all, are you imposing that it actually is the truth for them? They just don't know it. Or are you open to the idea that there's just different traditions, there's different ideas, and it's all part of the larger creator? And that it isn't necessarily the truth, the book, the way, the thing that's the end all be all, but it's just one way to, one lens by which to see the larger creation.
Well, the book itself kind of gives an answer to this. In Romans 2:12-16, it says, "For as many as have sinned without law will also perish without law, and as many as have sinned in the law will be judged by the law. For not the hearers of the law are just in the sight of God, but the doers of the law will be justified. For when Gentiles who do not have the law by nature do the things in the law, these, although not having the law, are a law of themselves, who show the work of the law written in their hearts, their concise also bearing witness, and between themselves their thoughts accusing or excusing them in the day when God will judge the secrets of man by Jesus Christ according to the gospel." I guess it sounds a bit complicated, but it's actually pretty simple when you read it for yourself.
Well, like for example, if I was to say, okay, the Earth is a stationary plane, if that is what it is, if that's the truth of it, then it is a stationary plane for everybody. So the people in the Amazon, people everywhere in the world, it's a universal truth. Like that is what the Earth is. So even if someone believes it's something else, that's just not what the truth is. So that's just an example for that. What I'm saying with the Christianity perspective, if individuals are saying that that is the truth, does that mean that are you suggesting that it's the truth for everybody? So the people in the Amazon, the tribes, all different people, that is the truth, that it's this Yahweh thing and it's that God and it's that idea and it's that scripture and that's everybody's Messiah and then Jesus died for all those people's sins. Like, are you suggesting that it's everyone's truth in that sense and they just don't know it, or they'll figure out when they die kind of thing? Or are you open to the idea, or are you thinking that it's more like Christianity is just one idea, one sort of pathway, that has certain insights or wisdom to it, but it isn't necessarily everybody's tradition or everybody's end goal?
Well, I guess the thing I look at this way is maybe more simplistically. The way I have come to know the Messiah was actually also not through the casual pathway of Christianity, right? It was kind of very, very complicated and now reflecting upon it, a very strange way, in fact, But all of that explanation aside, it was never me who really came to the understanding of who the creator is. It was him who has literally, put out his hand and giving me a decision of, saying either yes or no, either have this, go on with your life, be your own kind of creator, or maybe taste what life truly means. And that's the thing, it's strange if I explain it this simplistically or whatever, but it kind of what I want to say is he reached out to me, if that makes sense, right? So it was like it pleased him to make me understand who he is.
Right, but people have that experience with these plant medicines, like I was mentioning. For example, iboga, which is a root bark from Africa. It's very, very powerful, visionary plant. And people often have an experience where they feel like the plant spirit called to them, like literally in a sense, like, called to them in some way and kind of orchestrated the, physical means by which they could, consume that plant, and then have various healing or experiences in that sense. So I'm just saying there's other traditions where that's also the case, where they feel like they're called to work with that particular plant medicine. They then have the experience. There's the sort of spirit and intelligence of that spirit that, either is assisting or helping them in some way. And none of that has anything to do with sort of the idea of Jesus or a Messiah. So it's just an example of another tradition. Or somebody might feel called to Buddhism or Hinduism or any other tradition.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to dismiss the strange ways of how the creator gives glory to himself by using all sorts of things, to draw people to him. So yeah, I would agree, Gio. Even maybe it's because some people have smoking a plant, which I did myself. Literally, the first true pages I read in the Bible saying, wow, this is amazing, like literally like saying, okay, this kind of makes sense, like I never thought about this. Kind of the same time around when I was looking into Flat Earth even more, Genesis and so on, was me literally smoking cannabis outside, having this Bible in my hand. So there you can see, right? And it's just a part, a fragment of a very big story I could tell you to how he has moved into my life, right? So it's weird how how one thing that I now don't need anymore, and that also got me into big trouble and a big addiction, was also this one thing that had was maybe also the main reason why I started reading the book, for example, you know. So again, like what I'm just basically trying to say is like there's like many ways maybe, and who knows which one he sometimes uses. But I've heard many cool stories, you know. I mean, if you go on YouTube, you will have so many different and unique testimonies of people that you're just gonna say, "Wow, this is crazy." Like another cool testimony I have, and sorry if I go on a little bit longer, but I truly agree with you, Gio, and with these points. Was a German guy who all his life, you know, had only problems. You know, his mom literally put him into a basket and set him out in front of some kind of institution, and he was in jail for a very long time. And what he did is he got the Bible from a pastor. Instead of reading it, he literally used it for his cigarette as cigarette paper to smoke it up. And as he went through the whole Bible and he had no paper left, he asked for a second Bible. And then for some reason he really started reading it. And yeah, that's how he came to his faith. Literally smoking his way through the Bible, first of all. So, and today, nowadays, he has wrote a book about it, about his testimony, and you know, got very famous by it. You know, I think he called it like smoking the Bible or something. You know, that's just like a small fragment of all these hundreds of thousands of testimonies with all kinds of weird ways of how the Most High gives himself the glory at the end of the day, right? He uses everything, all kinds of ways. Yeah. So yeah, Gio, I might be, you know, some guy in the forest smoking whatever, could be ending up 10 years later talking about how he came to realization who the Messiah is and his father. Or who truly the creator is, for example.
The problem with religions is that no religion's going to back another religion. All the religion's going to say, "I'm the best religion. This is the one. This is the right one," and ignore the other one. That's the main problem.
Well, yeah, that's why I always say you don't need religion. You just need to get into a relationship with the one who made you, you know. I mean, it sounds kind of blank, but it's just, you know, what it is. You know, it's even what the scriptures say, right? Just get alone, just for yourself, start talking. I mean, if you sincerely want to, it's not a big deal.
And I would say that there isn't one religion that's going to appeal to all men. There's going to be people that are going to struggle with it regardless, no matter what, their whole life.
Yes.
So I guess I'm lucky.
Anyways, thanks for the conversations, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. See you later.
Where are you that it's bedtime now?
Germany. It's
Germany.
yeah, it's 12:22 a.m.
Okay, that's 9 hours ahead, I guess.
Yep. And I
Where I am.
gotta work tomorrow.
All right, good night.
Good night. Thank you. Much love.
Yo, what's up, guys? How we doing?
Almost the weekend. Doing okay.
Yeah, can't wait. Can't wait. That was a quick week, 4-day week right there.
What's up, Jeremy? Matthew?
And I get half day Fridays during the summer, so it's even shorter. But I'm done for the day for now.
But you're a teacher, right, Matthew? So don't you spend that half day correcting papers?
I don't teach during the summer. I work for the Office of Digital Learning part time. So
You don't have students. You don't have papers to correct.
During the semester's over, it's summertime, and I have a staff job during the summer.
When did you start your summer?
Cinco de Mayo, May 5th was the last day of school.
A little early, no?
For colleges, it's 15 weeks, and since we started right after New Year's Day, it is a bit early, yes.
Now, do you get paid during the summer wait, do you work during the summer? The whole time?
I work as a staff job at the university, so I do. Most teachers don't.
Oh, okay. Is that a private or a public job?
It's the same at both. I happen to work at a private university.
Oh, that's cool.
And because it's a private university, I can tell my students, you should believe in Jesus Christ and repent and follow God. So I can tell them that. And I do.
You tell them that?
I do.
To do what now?
To follow Jesus Christ and repent of their sins and be Christians.
Okay. And what's Jesus Christ in that context?
The second person of the Trinity who came physically on earth 2,000 years ago.
So how could they validate that if you're asking them to believe it? You just ask them to blindly believe it?
Well, to tell the truth, it's a Christian university. They already believe it. But no, there are good reasons, and so part of it is faith, sure, but part of it is also, there are intellectual reasons for believing that God exists.
Yeah, but that God and that idea and that tradition has to,
Yes.
You think has to be universal for everyone?
Yes. So, for example, God can't be both a Trinity like the Christian God and in everything like sort of the Buddhist version of divinity. They're mutually exclusive truth claims in different religious traditions, and if they're mutually exclusive, one is wrong or the other is wrong or both are wrong. I mean, that's just the basic law of non-contradiction, right? It's just logical. I'm not saying anything controversial there.
Do you ever think that you're in the business of trying to control other people through those kinds of agendas?
By telling the people the truth? I don't think so. I would invite people to understand the truth. We're not.
What is the truth? You just said you don't have any validation of anything that you're saying. So how is it the truth?
No, I didn't say that. I said we have all kinds of validation. We can look at logic and reason. We can also look to faith, personal experience. There's all kinds of reasons to believe in the Christian account of reality.
Who's this speaking, if you don't mind me asking? Who's this? I'm working, so I didn't see who it was.
My name is Matthew Learns, and I work at a Christian university in Southern California.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm Paul. I'm a Christian. I'm on here defending the faith pretty regularly. So good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hey, I want to thank both of you Christians for doing what you're doing. Thank you very much.
I work at Biola University, where William Lane Craig teaches quite a bit, and J.P. Moreland. So, Paul, if you've heard of those names, I know who they are.
Oh yeah, and I knew somebody that went to Biola. She went for, I think she did a lot of online courses. I don't think she actually went out there, but I think she was working on her doctorate through Biola.
Nice.
So if you were to sell this narrative, Matthew, like you said, you're selling to your people. If you were to really sell it, what were your reasons? You said there's faith, but if you were really to sell it as to why somebody should just completely jump on board with it, like what are the selling points?
Sure. I would say, first of all, that ultimately it's up to God's Holy Spirit to draw people, and that's the faith part. But it's possible to give intellectual arguments, and those merely remove obstacles. So people have obstacles and say, wait a minute, God can't exist because X, Y, and Z. And so you can use intellectual arguments to kind of like show the rationality of belief in God. And that leads a horse to the water. But once they're at the water, it's still up to each individual person to make a decision and actually make a step of faith. So that's the broad overview. If you're asking about specific intellectual arguments, I would say things like the fine-tuning argument, the historical resurrection of Jesus Christ, the rationality of believing that an intelligent creator created life, and therefore intelligence could also communicate and leave clues, or even leave his word for people, things like that.
I've got to ask though, the system that we inherited from our age to the day we die, the system that I understood to be put in place was founded in Christ originally, especially in Western society here. Do you think people have an interest to destroy Christianity because in doing so you destroy the system that is built upon freedom and independence and self-autonomy?
Definitely. There are people who intentionally want to destroy Christianity because they think it's misogynistic and hateful. There are other people who just sort of have a different religious tradition and would prefer to see their Muslim or Buddhist tradition win. And then but I would say most people are just sort of accidentally antagonistic to the Word of God just because they say, oh, I want to live my own life and control my own destiny and be. They don't say it this way, but basically they want to be their own God and make their own decisions. So I'd say there's a whole range.
But the controllers can't control you if you believe in God. They're not in charge of you.
That's a fundamental threat right there, is that God gives man his divinity and his rights, not man.
Right.
You missed that
Do you find
point.
it odd? Do you find it odd? There's a lot of flat earthers that are anti-Christ and anti-Christianity. Do you find that interesting?
I think there's people who are pro-Christianity and anti-Christianity in any group, among Democrats, Republicans, flat earthers, globers. Do you think you're saying that there's maybe a disproportionately higher amount among flat earthers somehow?
Well, when I got first introduced to flat earth, one of the common themes that came up was a lot of hatred towards Christianity. In fact, a lot of the big flat earthers were anti-Christians. I find that an alarming and very peculiar thing, considering that if flat earth is to lead you to creation and then eventually lead you to the Bible, why would there be so many anti-Jesus believers?
What is an anti-Jesus believer? What is that? I've never heard of that.
Somebody, whether they've been given evidence or not, are just anti-belief when it comes to Jesus.
Yeah, but I mean, why would they just want to, if they don't have any other reason to believe it? I think what I see happening is people resisting when others force it upon them. When others are pushing and forcing their beliefs or faith or Messiah claims or whatever it is onto others, demanding that that's the truth that they must believe. And then I think I see a lot of people saying, well, we don't have any, they don't feel like there's sufficient evidence or reason to believe it. And the whole thing about coming to the conclusion on the shape of the earth is, well, not the whole thing, but a lot of it is not just believing authorities, like actually coming to your own conclusions. So But I see people, you know, not being happy with others that are forcing it upon them. But I personally haven't seen many that are like outwardly, you know, against that tradition necessarily.
One of the first interactions that I had was with Jibby, and he was definitely anti-Christian, anti-God. You could not talk God or religion around that guy. And he was one of the first guys that I was introduced to who was adamant about flat Earth. And I just found it very peculiar that if you're going to at least discuss a flat Earth, it's going to originate all in creation. And if it's originating in creation, then you'd have to go through the cosmology, you'd have to go through the philosophy of religions to find out which is the best. Because ultimately, flat Earth is founded in creation, the idea, right? At least that's my impression from it. Now, who is the right God or who is the right religion? That's just a deflection from what I see as there's nothing inherently wrong at all with Christ's teachings. Period. This enforcement that you think, or this judgment that you have to believe, I don't also see that either. What I see is an actual an adversity towards learning Christ's teachings, which I was like, well, how could you be adverse to learning about his teachings if flat Earth is bringing you to creation? You would want to learn about all of the teachings of cosmology or religion to some degree to suss out which is the best philosophy or the best teachings. So maybe that's what I did. I determined that Christ's teachings are the best when it comes to any other religion or any other thing I've come across. Christ supersedes it all. When I came to that conclusion, I started questioning that, and again, I got lots of blowback in this community from flat earthers being anti-Christ.
Well, I mean, if somebody comes to the conclusion that the Earth is not a globe and there's a creator, even if they're coming from atheism, they may or may not be drawn to Christianity. It's not like a default that they have to. They might be drawn to just a universal. They might just be drawn to like more of a universal sense of a creator, maybe their own understanding of it, maybe another tradition, or maybe, it doesn't have to even be under any tradition. Just because others have that tradition doesn't mean that it has to be some default that others have to be interested in. They might not be interested in it at all.
I appreciate that. So I'll give you an example of a friend of mine who became a flat earther. Now, he was anti-Christ altogether, anti-religion, period. Flat Earth woke him up to a creator, but what's really interesting, he still lives in extremely a debaucherous manner, even though he's awoke to the idea that the earth comes from creation. Now, he went from a transition of no God, no creation, to creation, but yet the Christianity is so abhorrent to him that I don't know how he can hold a position of creation but then reject the teachings of Christ. And the only thing I can conclude is that the teachings themselves are basically going to put you in your place as a human being, and if you don't want to be put in your place, then you're not going to want to accept his teachings. And that's what I've concluded. So people who are anti-Christ really just don't want to succumb to the philosophy and teachings of Christ, really. So how can you hold a position of creator or creation when the whole purpose of flat earth is actually like very destructive to Western society as a whole anyway? Like, Western society built the sphere earth. Christianity is, a lot of Christians helped develop the globe model, right? So we have this really interesting thing about where we live and what we teach. And so, like, even yourself, I think you're kind of opposed to even to Jesus' teachings, because your idea is that you must conform to him, or you feel pressured to conform to him, like you suggested, where you should be pressured and conformed to be like Christ-like, not because it's the ultimate religion or the one to choose. It's a philosophy and a way of living that is hard to do for a lot of people. And this is why my guy that I know, friend of mine, who will accept creation now, but he still cannot accept.
All right. Well, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but if you're going to keep going, because you just said something about me. I never said I'm resistant to anything. I respect.
I've talked to you enough, Gio.
I respect the Bible. I think there's a lot of wisdom and knowledge within it. I have my own viewpoints on who Jesus was and who he is. And I do think he was a real person. I think he was an old soul. And I think there's wisdom and knowledge based in, but I think there's also a lot of twisting and deception that's gone on within the narratives. And there's a huge demonic influence within parts of it. But yeah, I think there's a lot of deep wisdom in there. And I never said I'm resistant to any teachings or anything. There's a lot of knowledge and wisdom in there. So I've never.
Let me correct it. Let me correct myself. Then what I mean is in this debate, as I've paid attention to, everybody's got to have an opinion, an idea of what they believe, which is great. It's awesome. But what I found really like a consistency, if you will, is the idea is that if you're going to come to creation and come to believe a creator, well, then it means there must be a way our creator communicates to us. There must be a way, because you've come to the idea that creation is based on intelligent design. And if there's intelligent design behind it and purpose, there must be a way that he communicates with us. And if you've gotten to the level where you see it through creation, what has stopped most people from going on past that point and just saying, hey, it's creation. There's more to that than just claiming creation. There's actually a way to live. There's a way to treat your fellow man. There's a way to get married. There's a way to pay your taxes. There's a way to be honest. You know what I mean? There's a system. And so what I see is a correlation here, is that a lot of flat earthers will claim creation, but then they don't want the system, which is Jesus Christ's teachings, which comes from the Heavenly Father. And if you look at the system, it's flawless. Everything he teaches in the way to live is flawless. No other religion no other thing that I've come across competes with that. Doesn't matter if it's Quran, doesn't matter if it's the Hadith. They all have beautiful teachings and sayings, but there's nothing that compares to the philosophy and teachings of Christ and the way we should live. There's just nothing compared to it. So I'm blown away that if you're going to find out creation, why do people stop there and they don't continue on, at least understanding the teachings of Christ? And the only thing I can conclude from it is the teachings are still like buzzing the demon, bothers the demon within the individual, because you can still be a demon inside you and still think the earth's flat or still think cosmology, right? It can still be revealed to you, I believe. But why can't you transition to the next level? Why can't you accept the truth for what it is?
Paradox. Let me answer your question. Yes, these flat Earth proponents, enthusiasts, are not Christian. Let's just say Jaron Campanella, Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, Karen B., right, etc. I think because there is a window where if you're on social media / YouTube, you can blow up your page, and this is what happened. A certain amount of years, in a window where you're on YouTube doing all these flat earthers, I think. So Christianity, I think, was never really transmitted through social media. They're traditional, they're old school, they have church, they have mass. So when the flat earth blew up, there wasn't a lot of Christians there. That's why I think that there's not a lot of Christians in flat earth. However, once you come to the flat earth and realize that we're creation and we're creator, that also will promote Christians and also other religions, not necessarily Christians, but a religion where you believe God's the creator. He made this wonderful earth, not a big bang explosion, not a sciencey thing. It's a very spiritual creation, and I think that's why.
Well, first of all, you don't know. Let me just respond to what you actually said, Data. You don't know if that's the truth. You said something about we're denying the truth, or why are we? You said it's the truth. Yeah, you said it's the truth.
Okay.
You don't know if it's the truth or not, though. There's people running around thinking the globe is the truth.
Look, you think flat Earth is the truth too. You still don't know, do you? At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. This is what the ancients even talked about, man. They don't hide any of this shit. Our census says the Earth is flat, but beyond our census is the Earth something more. It's really just basically that. And so you can quantify all these beyond our senses and create a model, and therefore that model matches the beyond our senses. That's essentially what they've always said from the dawn of time. So if that's the premise, the reality is our local senses will say it's flat, but outside of our local senses, it's something greater. And that's sort of the same principle with God. Same thing. Our local senses will see creation, but then outside of our senses, we have somebody that teaches us a way to live. And what I find very peculiar is if you do read the Quran, you do read the Hadith, you do research Buddhism, you do research Sikh, and all these various religions, Christ is the most simplest philosophy and the most simplest way to live. And
that don't mean it's right or it's the truth, though. So
it's also it's also your opinion and your reading of it, because you'll find others that'll say
I appreciate that.
Other perspectives. They'll say that
I appreciate that, yeah. But I'm just saying I can appreciate what's written in all these other religious books. But what I find confusing, or it's not actually confusing, but maybe a setup, maybe it looks like a setup to me, that you can put this information out into the public because it's number one, going to reignite science revolution. It has to, because people are too stupid now. So, this is a birth of the debate. This is the birth of where we're going. For us to have a maintained free society, we need to have open debate. What I find interesting and why I conclude that Christianity is the truth, because it is the number one most attacked religion now. It doesn't compare to Judaism. Christianity is the number one attacked religion. It's the number one. You could badmouth it. You can go to TikTok right now and type in "I hate Christianity." Tons of videos come up, but you can type in "I hate Judaism" or "I hate a Muslim." No videos come up. So, by the truth, by knowing it's the truth, is by how much it's hated. That's basically how I've deduced it, because Christ Himself said it will be hated. And ironically, you can find lots of evidence for it being hated. And number one is the father of all lies creates confusion in society. Well, what do you think flat earth is designed to do? Create confusion, especially among Bible believers. But it will have a secondary reaction, which is, if you're really interested in the truth, then you will read the Quran, you will read the Bible, you will suss out what is the best teaching, because that's the point of the exercise. It's not to be settled upon.
Too long-winded, man. You got to wrap it up.
Sorry, dude. Well, I'm just going off the cuff. It's not like I wrote this shit down. So
I know, but it's just impossible to respond. It's like listening to a really long monologue, and then what's to respond to? So if you could keep it concise enough so someone could respond, it would be helpful.
I would like to ask a question about the hating of Christianity. I don't see that. I don't see people out
None of those
speaking
theories
out
are
against
good.
Christianity.
No religions are good. They're all bad.
I mean,
when I was going to say that, in your lifetime, you didn't see the Bible banned in school.
It's getting there. Yeah, it's eventually getting there. Yeah.
Well, kind of what I said before. I can't speak for everyone, and these are all very generalized ideas. But yeah, I don't personally see a lot of hate for that tradition. What I see, this is going to be a little walking on eggshells a little bit here, but it seems to me, if you were to take a lot of the world's major spiritual or religious traditions, if you were to label the top 5 or 10, it seems to me like in general, Christianity tends to have, in general, individuals that want to push and preach it. They want to get everyone else on it. They want to force it. They want to use guilt and shame, and you're going to hell, all kinds of different things. Now, these are very generalized statements. In general, they want to preach and push. They want to go door to door. They want to tell everyone. They want to sneak it in and push it in and force it and push it in a lot more than other ones. For example, there's not a lot of Buddhists doing that, generally. There's not a lot. I mean, I'm not saying there's none. There are others. But in general, the others don't have as much as that as Christianity does. Now, for what reason that is, it's a whole nother topic, and why that's the case. But so in terms of the idea of hating that, I personally see a lot of people resisting that part of it and basically rejecting, these, oh, you're going to go to hell, or you're not going to be saved, or, this Messiah has to be your Messiah. And that part of it, I see people resisting to and kind of putting the middle finger to, that others think that they could just have this kind of dominion over others, that they can just demand that this is what they need to think more than other traditions. So I see resistance against that more than just an outward hate for the general tradition or the books or the ideas related around it.
Well, I agree with the recruitment. The recruitment is since the dawn of Christianity, that there's been a heavy
heavy interest in recruiting more and more Christians with all these different sects and breakoffs of it, right? That's well known, but the Bible does say to go door to, like, not door to door, but it says to teach and spread the word, right? From all corners of the earth. So that is a commandment. See, a lot of people don't know the will of God. And the will of God is really simple. One of the wills that God asks you is to spread the word.
And how do you know that that's not right? How's that not just a demonic cancer? Like that part of it?
Because that's a will of God. It's the will of God. See, it's not
Right,
a
but
will
you're
of
just going to
man.
state it's the will of God. Okay, I have a book that says it's the will of
written that
God.
way.
I have a book that says the will of this God has to go out and force everyone to do it. Just because it's in your book doesn't mean it's valid.
When you go door to door, you're not forcing anybody. What you're trying to do, and God also says, don't throw your pearls before swine. So you go door to door finding who's got the ears and eyes to see. It's just like same cliche with flat earth. It's for the eyes to see, the ears to hear, right? It's the same thing. But see, there's a will of our creator, and a lot of people don't know what that will is. And the will is to spread the word. What is the word? The word is Jesus Christ came and died for our sins. That's what the Bible explicitly says, right? So if you're going to go teach the word, the gospel, then you're going to go teach that a man who was perfect, that walked the earth, that was God made flesh, died for us. He died for everybody, Jew and Gentile. Meaning anybody can go to heaven. This is a great message. Who doesn't want to have
bro, there's no going to heaven, man. Come on, you got to wrap it up because I just want to jump in really quick because there's
so
nothing about
it's a paradise on earth, essentially. It's the new heaven on earth, right? So the idea is that that's what is promised to us. So there is a purpose for existence here. How we handle ourselves here has consequences. And so what people feel threatened by is thinking that they live in this life, that they won't have consequences for the next. And that's why fundamentally they don't like Christianity, because that's what's forced upon them, a consequence for choice. People don't want to have consequences for choices when they're adults. They don't want no parent. They don't want nobody looking over them, telling them what to do. They want to just do what they do. That's the difference with Christianity. Christianity says, look, I know what the will of God is. I'm imperfect. I'm going to be a better human being. Now, do you need God for that, essentially? No, there's lots of people that are good that probably don't practice that stuff. I'm saying to be actually actively a Christian, it isn't a religion, it's a lifestyle choice.
Are you saying you can't be a good person unless you're a Christian?
Hold on, North was next. You guys, North is next.
I just wanted to, address something you said, Gio, and I agree with you many times. And some of the guys coming in here speaking about the scripture, I disagree with them. So I'm going to be real quick. The biggest problem I see is that the people who are rejecting the book, to say the book, let's just say that, the people rejecting the teaching or the book are not really rejecting the teaching or the book because they're not familiar with it enough to actually retain the knowledge and meditate on it and talk about it. So what happens is they are basing what they think about Christianity or this book by what they see in all these different sects of Christianity, these thousands of sects of Christianity. Like the man just mentioned, going to heaven. There's no going to heaven in the scripture, right? So you're right. Many people disagree on what the book says, but those people, it's amazing to me how you have this one book and you have all these thousands of different interpretations off of this one book. And in every bit of literature, we can have metaphors, symbolism, we can have literal, all of these things exist in all of literature, but you have this one book that all these people are saying, oh, it says this, it says that. They are people who are teaching something that the book doesn't say, and that's clear. So obviously, by the book's standards, they are false teachers and they should be called out and never listened to. I mean, never listened to, because they weren't called according to the text or the book or the standard they say they go by to do such a thing. And so that's the biggest problem. So when you have people that come in here, often they get angry at it. They hate people talking about it. And, it's amazing to me. And then you have the others come in here who claim to be Christian, claim to, I believe in the Trinity. But when someone asks them to have a dialogue about it, they never have time, And I've asked many people. I've been in this community for over 6 or 7 years. And I can't count on one hand how many dialogues I've had with people who say that there's a Trinity doctrine in the book, right? Because they will not have a dialogue and they absolutely refuse to have a debate. That's one thing I see. That's it's very evident that there are people out there.
What you're
who are
talking
not
about, North, is not necessarily what I'm talking about. You're talking about the quantification of the Holy Spirit. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ideas if you're led to creation, because flat Earth fundamentally leads you there, that if it leads you there because the idea is that you're a truth seeker. You're seeking the best truth and best understanding. I feel that
I'm
a
not
lot of people in
responding
this.
to you, bro. I'm not responding to you. Like nothing I said was a retort to anything you said, other than going to heaven. Nothing I said. These
Yeah,
were just my opinions.
you mentioned the Trinity, right?
Geo. I was addressing Geo. Excuse me. I said in the beginning, I'm addressing Geo. Right? So
Sure.
Geo should have the opportunity to speak, or someone else, not someone who's going to monologue for 15 minutes.
I think what Gio was saying is kind of what I was saying. I don't see a lot of hatred, outward aggression against Christianity or the Bible. Some do, but I don't see much of it. And I think that would be an interesting point. Like I hear, like Clay will come in and if you just let him go, he'll talk for 30 minutes of, oh, the Father and this the Father and love one another and just go on and on and on about it, and that's a little bit annoying. But
Yeah,
I mean,
I get it, man. I get it. It's like there's no dialogue between two people. There's no back and forth, and there needs to be for anyone to pay any attention to you. There needs to be a back and forth, right? And I understand that completely, man. But there is a lot of hatred. Just if it even comes up, man, and maybe it is due to that simple fact that people are so tired of that, right? Without getting any substance to the points. They're just tired of it because they're not asking those things. Now, when the topic comes up, yeah, address it with your beliefs if you feel the need, because that's your opinion. And you could talk about creation and the creator, and you could bring it up all the time. But to just go on and preach to people who do not want to be preached to, I totally understand where you're coming from. But as far as the hatred, man, it's worldwide, bro. It's everywhere.
Well, maybe some people aren't hating. Maybe some people aren't hating. Maybe some people just don't believe the story because there's no way to validate it. Maybe they think the story sucks because some dude.
But Jeremy, it's all based on a story.
Some dude left his wife for
Let
mad
Jeremy
long,
finish.
came back, and she was pregnant, and she was like, "Oh, it's a miracle." Maybe some people think the story just sucks. You know, could be a whole slew of things why people just ain't rolling with it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you're going to read Genesis and look at the creation, God created everything with His breath. So if God could create everything with His breath, then why wouldn't it be possible to have a holy conception?
Right
I mean, it's
there,
not.
man.
It's not past the idea of plausibility. But I have a question for North.
Before you ask me, I'll let you answer, and I'm going to be really quick. Jeremy, the problem is the people who are hating are not familiar enough with the text to argue with the person. So only experience they have is all of these people asking for you to give your seed money and give us some money, and all these false preachers whose ears turn red as they're freaking telling lies on the television and things.
Yes,
they're used to that, and that's the problem. They don't want to hear it because they can see these people are they're depraved in their mind, man. A lot of these preachers are. But go ahead and ask your question.
So, North, who is hated more, Jesus Christ or the Roman Catholic Church?
I haven't taken a census lately, but I would be willing to bet my life that most people hate the Son of the living God.
You're the first Christian that answered it right away. Most Christians that I've asked are perplexed by that question. Just letting you know.
I'm not perplexed by that question. I think that's a lot of the tension. People reject the Creator. Well, I know I'd also say this, North. I would definitely, if time permitted, I'm usually working when we have this discussion. I would definitely have a conversation with you about the Trinity, and I've actually done a lot more research about it over the last few months because of the discussion that's come up here. And actually, the more I look, the more I'm convinced that is in the scriptures. But we don't have to do that right now because I don't think that's where this discussion is going. And to go to Gio and even to Jeremy a little bit, I've talked about it on here, and we talk a lot about evidence on this panel when we're on here. What is the evidence for who Jesus was? And honestly, if you read the Gospels, you can't just take Jesus' teachings at face and say, "Oh, I just like his teachings," because he also made claims about himself and what he could do that would put him above any other human being. So you have to evaluate the claims of Jesus, and if these claims are true, you can't just say he's a good teacher or I like what he has to say, because he's more than that.
Or you have
C.S. Lewis
no
said,
way to validate.
hold on a second.
Hold on. You have no. Hold on a second. Hold on a
Well,
second. You have no way to validate the claims he made, or if he even did them. Besides secondhand anecdotal stories.
Here's where I'll
disagree with you, and I'll give you. I know, but
Dad,
let me give.
Okay, you've been dominating. I've been listening. So, I'll ask the question to you. I ask to everyone. What evidence would you require? Because there's historical evidence that Jesus did walk this earth, and there's to validate the claims that he made that are within the text. So you'd have to deny historical evidence.
So we're believing all historical evidence now. Is that what we're doing, Paul?
You put the gospel documents on any historical document out there. You evaluate the gospels accordingly, and it is actually even better than a lot of documents we have for ancient people.
But Nolan, can I just suggest this? In Jerusalem's museum, there is a sarcophagus with the robe of Caiaphas. This robe was, so this is a historical fact where they have a gentleman by the name of Caiaphas who's responsible for the death of Jesus Christ. This is in Jerusalem's museum. They have the sarcophagus and they have his coat. So why would they make that up? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, even a lot of people hostile to Jesus validated that he existed and that he was claimed to be a miracle worker or a magician, if you want to call it that. Even the Jewish Talmud validates that. You've got historical writers like Josephus, then you got the other. I mean, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but there's all kinds of historical people that validate that Jesus existed and the claims he made. Back to that, you can almost get the gospel stories from the claims that they talk about who Jesus is. So you have to deny all that historical evidence. If you deny it, then the conversation's over.
See, this is where I ponder.
How do we validate it? Just they wrote it down, and then we're supposed to just take these guys' word for it. We're supposed to be the most skeptical people.
Jeremy,
we're supposed to be the most skeptical. Data, stop for a minute. We're supposed to be the most skeptical people on Earth, guys. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it sometimes.
Wait, why are you supposed to be the most skeptical people?
Flat Earthers.
It's not
necessarily. Are we not some of the most skeptical people on Earth, or no? Maybe we're not. It doesn't feel like we are. It doesn't feel like we are sometimes.
Can I respond to that? Jeremy, when I first got into the conspiracy world, I became very skeptical. But then what you end up doing if you're too skeptical, and I have to admit, a friend of mine who's a philosopher actually asked me this question. If you become too skeptical of everything, you in a sense you cut your own legs out from under you. You have nothing. Then nothing becomes. You can't base your existence on anything. How do you know you're not a brain in the vat? You're skeptical of your very existence. You know what I mean? So there's a limit to skepticism.
We have no way to validate. We have, other than some guy's stories that they wrote down a long time ago. We have no way to validate that this shit actually happened. It's just a story some dude wrote down in a book.
Okay, so do you believe the Vedas? Do you believe the Vedas that they were written and they've been passed down? Do you believe the Vedas are written down?
Can we validate anything it says in there?
Well, define what you mean by validate.
Make sure that it actually happened.
Like, how would you validate? Okay, how would you go back and read George Washington's writings, and he describes an event that he did in his life? How would you validate that event actually happened?
I don't know. Can you?
There's an element of what's the term? I can't think of it. I can't think of what I'm thinking of. Think of the term. It's just where you just kind of give somebody the benefit of the doubt. I guess that's what I say. You give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Unless they have reason to show that they're trying to deceive, and you can show that they have reason that they're trying to deceive.
Well,
And actually that's a question. Hold on, that's a question that is brought up to the Gospels. They made it up. Okay, why would they make it up? Well, the reason people make things up, they want fame, money, power, or sex. Those are the things why people do most things, right? All the disciples died. They did not get rich from this. They were not trying to get women from this. So
They
why
were
would they do?
promised everlasting life. They were promised everlasting life.
By
I was just
who?
going to say
By
that's
who?
what a lot of.
Hold on. By who? By who?
By Jesus.
Who? Okay, now let's think about that. A man that they claim rose from the dead. Now one of the things, either he rose from the dead or he didn't. They either observed him die and rise, and then he promised them eternal life. If he died and rose again, then his offering them eternal life, I would go, holy crap, he's probably legit. I'm going to believe what he says.
The thing is, what is the ultimate goal in being a Christian? It's for everlasting life.
No, well, it's actually a little bit more than it's everlasting life with God. It's not just everlasting life; it's life with God.
Right.
Okay.
But I was just going to say, when you were saying the benefit of the doubt thing, I was just going to say that's what a lot of folks do with the globe Earth. They're giving NASA the benefit of the doubt. I'm just saying, I do think that doing that is a potential pathway to being opened up to accepting deception. I'm not saying you're doing that in this. I'm just saying that whole thing of, well, we just got to go with some things. We're going to give the benefit of the doubt. And if deceivers are deceiving, then that's how they get away with it. That's one way they could get away with it. Because, people give NASA the benefit of the doubt because, well, they wouldn't be lying and there's too many of them. And, so I'm just saying that propels deception.
Okay, well, let's just think about this, Gio. I say, I took a photograph of my children 2 weeks ago at a park doing something. Now, you got one or two options with that, right? Either I'm just telling you to tell you, and either I'm telling you the truth, right? You have no idea without me producing the photos, right? But also, you've encountered me on this Discord for at least 3 or 4 years now, probably, right? Or longer. Now, either I'm holding you, I'm deceiving you, or I'm legit. What would you think? Do you think I'm on here deceiving people, or do you think I'm legit?
Well, I mean, I hear where you're coming from with that, but I guess my response to that would be, I hear you on that, but I mean, whether you have a picture or something of a personal life that you've claimed, but the thing about the claims when it comes to spirituality and religion in this sense is that they're much bigger claims. It's not just you with a picture of someone or something like that of whether you're deceiving or not. In these claims of what happens when we die and who we should give our quote unquote faith, or who we should pray to. I mean, those are bigger questions. So to put all that on something you can't validate is a bigger thing than just putting oh, okay, I believe that you were out in the park with your daughter. I mean, that's a much what I mean. It's not like it's not that big. It's a much smaller scale situation.
But if you had a neighbor that knows me and saw me and say, hey, yeah, he was in the park with his kids, and somebody else or a cop drove by and he recognized me, yeah, he was in the park with his kids, you would start, even if you didn't believe me in that sense, you would start believing me. Now, that's what I'm trying to say about the historical evidence of Jesus. You have the documents, then you have things outside the Bible that validate what the Bible is saying. Now, if you don't accept any of that, then again, the conversation's over.
Right, but even if Jesus was a very advanced soul or an advanced entity or being, whatever it may be, even if he did do some of these things that are claimed, there's still leaps to claim that he has to be the Son of God and then he died for sins and all these other narratives. Like he could have just been a very advanced entity or being who had the ability had psychokinesis or the ability to transcend the physical world. I mean, there's certain yogis, like very advanced yogis, that like they can like swallow a poison and they won't die. It won't even affect them. So that's pretty extreme level of like transcending the physical world. So Jesus, there's many advanced beings that there's these types of claims, or even like levitation, things like this. So I'm just saying that alone doesn't necessarily, have to correlate with all the other narratives, and then the additional link to that, getting other people to push that and get others to get on board with it as well.
Well, see, the thing is though, that's why I don't never talk about the miracles that Jesus did except the resurrection. Let's get one of these yogis, okay? And this is what Jesus said. He says, "You can destroy this temple," which he's talking about his body. I will raise it up in 3 days. You get me one of these yogis and go out there and say, I'm going to kill myself, or I'm going to allow myself to die a brutal death, and in 3 days I'm going to walk out of the grave. If they do that, I'll listen to what they have to say.
There's claims of yogis who can go into a grave and can be alive for like 1,000 years. I know it's very extreme to say this, but there are these legends and claims that these yogis can be buried underground literally for like 1,000 years and then come out 1,000 years later, and they're not aged at all, and they somehow are able to put their body into like a very deep, like, yogic sleep state. So I mean, it's a dramatic example. I mean, it's
well,
just.
but even in that, they're still alive. They're still alive. They're not dead. This. He says, you kill me, I will raise my life back up. That's a different level of miracle. It's different. Name me one other religious leader or prophet that's ever claimed to be able to do that. Name one.
Yeah, but I mean, people can make claims all day. Like, where's the proof of that happening? But even if it did happen, even if Jesus did that or any being did that, it still doesn't mean that has to be linked to all these other narratives, that he's the Son of God and we all have to worship him and he's a Messiah and he's coming for all of us and then we have to do all these things for him. I mean, those don't necessarily follow. Even if he did that,
well,
great, but it doesn't mean that, that all those other narratives have to be true.
Well, here's the thing. If you go to a
let's just
record.
start from the beginning. Go ahead, Paul.
I was going to say, though, but if you go to a document that describes that, and that document is true, and that would validate at least a portion of that document, and then you have people that were after that time period that also had the same claim that carried that tradition on, then that would, to me, validate the claim, and that there might be more to the teaching. So if he said something else, if he claimed to rise from the dead and then he said something else within that context of teaching, that would also validate that teaching as well. But anyway, go ahead, Jeremy.
I mean, as far as that whole hanging him thing, they only got him because his boy gave him the head nod. It's not like they had DNA and fingerprints and shit back then. So if my boy, say Geo's wanted for all these crimes and shit, and they got some dude on a cross, and they're like, I'm like, yo, that's Geo right there. Even if it ain't, I'm gonna let my boy slide off and be fine. So I don't know. I don't know about that whole story, but
Well, let's think about that for a second, though. I mean, I'll go around with this is a round and round circle we go with this, but a man that spent at least 3.5 years with Jesus, that ate with him, talked with him, was by the lake with him, was in the temple with him, I think he would know who he is. And if one of his friends that was with him most of the time, decided to betray him, when the Roman guards showed up, or not the Roman guards, but the guards showed up to say, who's the man? He would walk up and say, that's the man, because I've known him for 3 years.
okay, and maybe he didn't give the right guy up. Maybe he was a double agent, and he's like, these fucking Roman idiots think I'm gonna give up Jesus. What a bunch of idiots! I'm gonna point out the wrong dude.
Okay, let's think about this. But God talks about truth, living righteously, holy lives. But to further his teaching, to further Christ's teaching, we're going to pick somebody out of the crowd and say, instead of killing Jesus, we're going to kill that man. So you're going to use deception and murder to further your cause. Really?
Well, I don't know. That guy was already fucked up. You're talking about Judas? He was already all fucked up, wasn't he? So who knows what he was doing? Who knows
I don't think this is back to what North says. You need to go read the Gospels and understand what they say. And then all these objections you're making, let's reevaluate and come back and talk to me.
Yeah, another example.
Let's go over the beginning of Jesus. Joseph and Mary, that was his parents, right?
But Joseph was his adopted father. He wasn't his parent, per se. He was his adopted father. Well, he wasn't his father. He was his adopted father.
Joseph was Mary's wife, though, right? And he was gone for mad long. Husband. He came back. Yeah, Joseph is Mary's husband. He leaves for mad long, comes back, and she's pregnant. miraculously, right?
Right.
Well, it doesn't say
Right.
how long he left. It doesn't say how long he left. It doesn't say anything about that. And it does say that Joseph had a dream. See, this is why you got to read the story. Joseph had a dream that it was the angel in the dream told him that this child that was in his womb was from God, and since this was from God, basically. So he'd have to say then Joseph was somehow had a whacked out dream, or just and God's deceiving Joseph to believe in Mary. There's a lot. You got to read the story, Jeremy. Read the story.
I don't know. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Okay.
Isn't it just more about the best type of philosophy? So if you were to have an altar, I mean, the purpose of that belief is to have faith in the idea Creator sent His only begotten Son. Basically, knowing in man's heart there's sin, so there must be a way of repentance and redemption, right? It just seems like a natural process of perfection. And you want to be a more perfect individual, you have to have more of a perfect philosophy and metaphysics. So if it isn't Christ, what is an alternative, Jeremy, that you would hold as a position as an option?
Sorry, what's up?
If it's about the best philosophy and metaphysics for the human, right? And the idea of Christ's philosophy is to have some sort of redemption through, repentance for behavior. Essentially, you want to be a perfect human being, which means you treat your neighbor how you want to be treated and love your God with all your heart and spread the gospel. That's essentially fundamental practices of Christianity. Everything else that's religious-based has nothing to do with Christ's teachings. That's just profiteering. If this is true,
Was there a question there? I don't know. You addressed me, and now you're just rambling. What's the question?
The question is, what would be the alternative in your philosophy for metaphysics? Philosophy and metaphysics. What is your alternate to Christ? What happens when you die?
Literally a million other things. It could be a million other things. It doesn't have to be that.
You believe. Give me one you believe.
It could be nothing. There could be reincarnation.
Okay, so reincarnation.
You could go to some place.
What's your evidence for reincarnation then? Why would you believe reincarnation is possible?
But I'm not sitting here. You hear me sitting here pushing that shit on people, arguing for it? No.
It's not pushing it. It's not arguing.
I'm not arguing for it or nothing. It's just all belief. I have no proof of reincarnation.
It's philosophy and metaphysics, right? So if you do not have an alternate, and your best example is reincarnation, okay. Thanks for sharing.
There actually is a lot of evidence for reincarnation.
There you go.
Okay.
Empirical.
So reincarnation is possible, but the Son of God is not. Is that how we play it out? Do we weigh it on scales? Or are we both imagining a scenario after life, after death, whatever?
Real quick, who pointed out Jesus to the Romans? Because Paul laughed when I said Judas. I thought that's who it was, but who was it though? I need to know now.
Judas turned in Jesus to the guards, I don't know if it was the Roman guards or the temple guards. I can't remember off the top of my head.
That's what I was talking about. Why'd you tell me I needed to go read the stories after that? You act like I was stupid when I said that.
No. Well, the way you were talking, like it was like you said Judas turned him in, and then you said Judas pointed somebody else out, and then I was actually having a hard time following. I was just trying to respond with what I could gather.
Judas gave up Jesus. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.